ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship is presented by Garmin.
The originals. So, Stockholm.
Camps at Nature.
Okay, one day before the big race, how does it feel?
Really good. The best,
And Vivo
best
Barefoot.
Tomorrow, that will be. Today is a little bit nervous, but
And you have been here before. You have some tips for the new athletes that are here for the first time.
Good morning and welcome to the beautiful island of ÖTILLÖ here in the Stockholm archipelago. 12,000 years ago, the Ice Age ended here, and as the glaciers disappeared, this beautiful collection of 30,000 islands, islets and rocks was revealed to the world. In a few minutes, dawn will break here and the archipelago will once again be revealed to the world in all its rugged beauty, but today there's a difference. Today it provides the backdrop for one of the toughest endurance races known to man, as for the 11th year in a row it hosts ÖTILLÖ, the championship decider in the sport of swimrun. It was from here that the Vikings set sail, seeking lands to conquer to the south and to the east. And it was here that generations of farmers and fishermen carved out a living in the challenging conditions. And it's to this finish line behind us here that the 238 competitors are aiming to reach as quickly as possible on this wonderful Monday morning. My name is Philip O'Connor, and together with a gifted team of producers, videographers and technicians and reigning men's champion Björn Englund, we'll be bringing you live coverage throughout the day from this epic race over land and sea. 75 kilometres from where I stand, the 238 athletes are divided into 119 teams ready to start the race at the edge of the calm and deep waters at Sandhamn. Over the course of this day-long race, the teams will battle the elements, the geography and the very limits of their own strength and endurance as they seek to be crowned 2016 Swimrun World Champions. The rules are very, very simple. They must follow the course from Sandhamn to where I stand here in ÖTILLÖ. There are 26 different swims and 52 transitions from water to land and vice versa. At no point can they be more than 10 metres from their teammate. They may bring whatever they like with them with some restrictions on flotation devices, but anything that leaves the starting gate must be carried over the finish line here behind us. And most importantly, they must keep the pace. Dotted along the course are gates which will close at cut-off points throughout the day. In short, the rules are as simple and as blunt as the landscape the athletes must traverse. And I can assure you that you're in for a day of truly extraordinary racing. Now, no better man to tell us a little bit about what the athletes are feeling at the moment than 2015 men's champion and a legend in swimrun circles, Björn Englund. Welcome to ÖTILLÖ.
Thank you very much.
How does it feel to be here at 5:45 in the morning rather than about 2:30 in the afternoon?
It's a little bit early for me to standing on the ÖTILLÖ. It's a little bit different this year, but another challenge for me.
Of course, your teammate last year, you're the current world champion for another 8 or 8.5 hours or so. Your partner last year, Paul Krochak, is at the other end of the race in Sandhamn. What will Paul be doing now? What will he be feeling now?
I think last-minute tactics, waving their arms, getting ready for the first swim, which is about 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes to go. Just trying to keep calm, really, I think.
That's the nerves are beginning to build at this point in time.
Yes, the tension at that starting field is, well, it's tense.
It's very tense. Over in Sandhamn, of course, the teams would have risen at about 4:15 Central European time this morning. How easy is it to eat breakfast at that point in time? Is it actually possible to eat anything? And we're actually over in Sandhamn now. We can see our reporter standing there on the site. That is the starting line there. We'll get back to Paul and his breakfast a little bit later on. But we can see everybody lined up there as the dawn breaks here over the Stockholm archipelago. Photographers out in front, and our reporter is also there. I wonder, are we going to hand over to the start gate and let Kalle have a word there? Over to you, Kalle. Few difficulties there with the sound coming from Sandhamn.
So yeah, 10 minutes to start. We have about 13 degrees Celsius, so it's a bit cold. 9 meters a second, wind blowing. Yeah, look a bit anxious to get away. So we have a start going through from there up to there and then getting into the water for a short swim. Then crossing the first island where we will be waiting. Yeah. So it's about 9 minutes to start. You see the ones in the green and pink leader shirts. That's Staffan and Marika from last year, who won the mixed class. So those are the ones to chase this year.
Thank you very much indeed, Kelly. As we see Staffan and Malika, who won the mixed class there last year. I think we have a map of the course that we might be able to show you quickly here. Of course, we're going across 26 different islands here in the Stockholm archipelago, starting at Sandhamn and arriving with us here in ÖTILLÖ. So you can see there's the starting line here. As I said, 12,000 years since the Ice Age ended and these islands and islets were revealed to the world. Paul, how difficult is it to make all these transitions? You're going from water to land 26 times during the race. How difficult is that?
Paul is on the start. I'm here.
Sorry, Paul. Björn.
No, what's your question, Philip? I didn't hear it.
No, how difficult is it? This transition between water and land is a key element of Swimrun.
Yes, I mean, you do it 26 times during this day, and you need to be fast. I mean, if you can earn 10 seconds for each transitions, that sums up to a lot of minutes. In the end,
throughout the day,
yes,
it's all about marginal gains. We saw some of the athletes at the starting line with the hand paddles, and we see, of course, that some of the swims are relatively short. I'm not going to say they're short, but they're relatively short. As we see the arrival there at ÖTILLÖ, it takes about a minute when you're following the map, as we did just there. It takes substantially longer when you're out on the course. As we go back to the picture, well, we see there in the middle, team number 13. They're both members there with the hand paddles. Did you use hand paddles or any other sort of assistive device when you were racing?
Yes. We always used hand paddles and a pull buoy.
Yep.
The hand paddles, I think it's a no-brainer really to use hand paddles because you need to save your legs for the runs.
Yep. Of course, we're talking about 10 kilometres of open water swimming, 65 kilometres of trail running to go to make up the 74.4 kilometres, I think. But as we were talking last night, Björn was mentioning that the water does have an effect on how you swim. I don't know, it's a little bit windy here today. How would you expect the waves to be, the conditions in the water today?
I think during the first swim they will have waves coming from their side.
Yep.
That can be a problem because then you need to aim a little bit to your right.
Yep.
Then when you pass the first swim, you're really going to have a tailwind throughout the whole race.
Okay.
I think the wind is perfect this year.
So that will be a help to the competitors, of course, if they have the wind at their backs throughout. And in terms of navigation, you were saying there that you've got to aim a little bit over so that the current then takes you back, or the wind takes you back the way you want to go. How do you keep an eye on these things in the water?
You need to trust your partner that's in front.
Yep.
And whoever is in front is in charge for the navigation.
Okay. Does that change throughout the race, or is it always the same person that's in front?
Depends on the team. If the team has one stronger swimmer, usually he or him does all the navigation and be in front during the swims. In some teams, as for me and Paul, we were quite even on the swims, so we could change whoever was in front.
Okay. That's Paul Krochak, of course, the other half of the 2015 championship winning, 2015 championship winning team. We can see there, I can't imagine it's all that easy to be standing on the start line for 10 or 15 minutes. You don't look like you're missing that aspect of the race at all.
Those 15 minutes are the most heinous 15 minutes of the year.
As we mentioned, they'll be up at 4:15 this morning eating breakfast, and then they take their bags and baggage down to a boat. They collect their vests with the timing chips inside them. We'll be using those timing chips to follow the athletes throughout the day. Hopefully we'll have a leaderboard that we'll be able to keep an eye on where they are, and they're starting to bend the tape now. I think they're starting to get a little bit eager to get off. A nice bright morning here. If we compare it to 12 months ago when we stood on this very spot, a lot of our equipment had blown down here, so it's an awful lot calmer. There was a little bit of rain in the archipelago yesterday evening, but it seems to have cleared up very nicely. The weather forecast is for a little bit of sunshine. What are the ideal conditions, Björn? You've run this race many times. How many times have you run it?
7.
7 times. What are the ideal conditions?
I would say a water temperature between 16 and 17 degrees. A little bit of wind coming from behind.
Yep.
And air temperature of about maybe 15 or 17 degrees, and hopefully no sun.
Of course, you don't. That's the thing. You don't really want the sun or the very warm temperatures because we're running in our wetsuits here. And indeed, if you look at the start line there, look down at the shoes that the competitors are wearing. They wear the shoes at all times, pretty much at all times as well. They don't take the shoes off for the swims. As I said, everything that leaves that starting line must be carried over the finish line behind myself and Bjorn. So it's a fair distance to go. We see some athletes there with compression tights on the calves. And as we say, we do not want it to be too warm, no sunshine. I mean, I'm sure the spectators that will be dotted along the 75-kilometre route will be delighted if they saw a bit of sunshine, but the athletes a little bit less so. If we move to another thing of running in a wetsuit, that must take some getting used to, does it?
Yeah, it does. It was more difficult a couple of years ago when there were really no swimrun suits. You have to wear a normal wetsuit. Now the swimrun suits, which makes it easier to run in, the material is adapted really to run in.
Yep. It's a big difference, of course. The sport of swimrun has been growing explosively over the last few years. For those of you who haven't watched this race before, we'd like to welcome you for the very first time. As I say, we can promise you an absolutely spectacular day of endurance racing here in the Stockholm archipelago. There we have the pictures from our helicopter that will be following the first stages of the race here this morning. We're looking down on Sandhamn where the start is there. And it is into those cold, deep waters that the competitors will be jumping very, very shortly for the first swim of the day. Some spectacular views of the Stockholm archipelago there. As we were mentioning, for those of you who don't know the history of the sport of swimrun, this amazing sport actually started as a drunken bet between four friends who are sitting here at the ÖTILLÖ Världshus. And they did the race the other way round. They challenged each other to see who could be the first one to reach Sandhamn, which is 75 kilometers away. They were given, it took them almost 24 hours, if I'm not mistaken, if not a little more than 24 hours to do so. And the bet was that whoever got there first could eat and drink whatever they wanted at the expense of the pair that arrived there second. Now that single drunken bet has evolved into one of the fastest growing endurance sports in the world. And now the World Series of Swimrun has been premiered this year. We're back at the starting line there now. So there are now races all over the world, and there are plans to expand into Asia, into America. This year saw the first race in the Isles of Scilly, and indeed the qualifying race in Engadin in Switzerland, which has fast become a fixture on the calendar, on the sporting calendar there. So you can see the nerves there, people shaking the legs, trying to keep a little bit warm there. The swimrun wetsuits, as you can see, coming to just above the knee. As Bjorn was saying there, they're made of a special material. Because running in a wetsuit, you're not going to get a whole lot of breathing. There won't be a whole lot of air circulating in the wetsuit there. The red swim caps this year for the men, green for the mixed teams, and of course there's a women's class here as well. I think the course record was set 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, a little over 8 hours. Is that correct?
Yes, 8:16 from Lelle Moberg and Dalian Halsson,
That's
Team
correct.
Armed Forces.
And what would you say about the conditions today, Bjorn? Is it likely that we might see that record broken today, given that the conditions are quite nice?
Actually, I would be surprised if we did not see course records from all the classes today.
There you go. That's the first revelation here in our live broadcast from the World Championship decider in the sport of swimrun, ÖTILLÖ. Bjorn Englund, reigning champion for the time being. And he seems to be saying that it'll be less than 8 hours and 16 more minutes
Yes,
as champion, but he expects it to be finished. We see the tape is being removed there, so there's nothing holding them back except for the judges. Somebody stealing a step there at the beginning. Stefano Marica there, who won the mixed class last year at the very front. Some of the last minute pictures being taken. And any second now, they will sprint out of the gate at Sandhamn, and ÖTILLÖ will be underway. We see the press photographers there. It's a great race in terms of the visuals, and I'm not just saying that because we're working to bring you this live broadcast here today, but it's a fairly spectacular backdrop in the Stockholm archipelago. As I say, 30,000 islands and islets. We'll only be visiting 26 of them today, but there's an awful lot to see in terms of tourism if you're out here during the summer. There's around about 50,000 cottages here in the Stockholm archipelago, and it will be a hive of activity during the summer, and this would be one of the last major events to be held out here. It's certainly taken off since the first time the four lads took off for Sandhamn. Now we have 119 teams and 238 people lined up on that line there in Sandhamn. And there they go. They are off, breaking out of the gate very, very quickly. As I say, you can see the green bibs there for the mixed teams. We have the orange bibs this year for the ladies and the orange swim caps. They have to keep the swim caps on at all times. They have to keep the vests on at all times as they run down by the side of the water here in Sandhamn. The lads breaking out in front as usual. You can see the paddles there. You can see the flotation devices, the buoys that they have, many of them tied to the legs there. We've seen some of them in past years improvised, where you would see 2 plastic drinks bottles tied together and put between the legs. As Bjorn was saying, very important to keep the energy in the legs for the swimming. Bjorn, if I could ask you sort of a very simple question about the swimming aspect as we see them come down through Sandhamn now towards the water. In terms of the swimming, this isn't a breaststroke territory here. This is a front crawl all the way. You're not out here for sort of fun and games. Fantastic images there as we see the sun coming up over Sandhamn. If we look and see, we might be able to tell you which teams we have at the front there. With Team 43 and that's the Shanghai Triathlon Club. We have 2 Frenchmen at the very front there to begin with, and team number 48 as well. We have 2 at the front there. We have that is Valhalla Racing, Lars Finagel and David Thompson, 2 Americans there. So the first 2 teams that we name here this morning, that we mentioned here this morning, 2 international teams. No Swedes in those teams, although Lars Finagel, I can imagine, is probably a Swedish name there. But it just goes to show how much the sport has spread. A fairly leisurely pace. Myself and Bjorn were talking here last night. We were live on Facebook last night as we see the view from the helicopter over Sandhamn there, the very picturesque village of Sandhamn. You can see the many flagpoles there dotted throughout the landscape. We were talking a little bit last night about the need to pace oneself through this race, Bjorn. You were worried that your former partner Paul and his new partner Oscar, that they were just going to hit the ground like lightning and end up burning themselves out too quickly. Is that difficult to do? Is it difficult to hold yourself back in the beginning when you have all this energy?
Yes, because I mean this is a pinnacle of the season for everyone here. They are in really good shape, and when you are in such a good shape, it's difficult to keep calm in the beginning because your body is so strong and you just want to perform from the get-go.
Yeah.
But even more important than to keep calm in the beginning, first 3 hours is a warm-up, really.
That sort of brings it home to me exactly. The endurance. The first 3 hours is a warm up, says Bjorn Englund, the reigning men's world champion. The mental aspect of that in terms of pacing oneself, and of course you have a partner as well. As we mentioned when we talked about the rules, that you're never allowed to be more than 10 meters from your partner. Is there a tendency for one partner to maybe want to pull ahead or to pep the other one up and say, "Come on, let's go, let's pick up the pace here"?
It could be. It shouldn't be, though.
Yeah.
I think you should already have decided beforehand what pace you should have in the beginning, because you don't want to have those discussions during the race. Because
Exactly.
That's a source of irritation. So hopefully all the teams will have a quite straightforward racing plan.
Yeah, they've all decided that, of course, the night before. The teams would have taken the boat yesterday to Sandhamn and spent the night there last night. They would have had dinner last night and then up early this morning for breakfast as we see them enter into the thicket of trees there at the edge of Sandhamn. They're only a minute or 2 away from the very first swim here this morning. A leisurely pace there, no stress. The athletes looking very, very relaxed to begin with. Many of them wearing swim goggles there. As we mentioned a little bit earlier on, and Valhalla Racing are being given the privilege of being registered as our first leaders here this morning. We have Valhalla Racing, a distance of, we're only 5 minutes into the race and they have 74.4 kilometres left to run. So as Bjorn says, a very relaxed pace to begin with. A 3-hour warm-up is how he just described it here. Just look at this gentleman to the left there, he has some sort of black plastic with a red X on it in his hand. What would he be using that for, Bjorn?
Yes, that's Jonathan Torshall is racing with Rasmus Rengstrand this year, who came 4th last year. He and Simon was in the lead until Oernon.
Yes.
And he's using a type of fins.
Yes.
And I can understand why, because Rasmus behind him, number 44 there, he's a really strong swimmer.
Yep.
And for Jonathan to keep Rasmus' pace, I think he needs to wear those fins. That's a strong team. They can be on the podium, I think.
They could be on the podium today. It was an incredible race last year as yourself and Paul passed them out there during the run on Oernon, which was a most incredible scene as you guys went by them. And once the field spreads out a little bit, we're talking in 2 or maybe 3 hours from now, as the field spreads out a little bit, there isn't actually a whole lot of overtaking that happens.
No.
You don't tend to catch teams a lot, so it must have been a fantastic feeling when you saw the backs of the 2 guys in the distance.
Yeah, I remember Paul was talking about him hallucinating when we saw them, because they were about 9 minutes in front of us when we reached Oernon. But again, we say that our strengths for Oernon. So
Yeah. And of course, strong runners, Bjorn, would be more known as a. Well, it'd be fair to say that you'd be more known as a runner than a swimmer.
oh yes,
And so you ate up the ground when they got to Oernon. There was a fantastic scenes again last year. So you can see they're still looking quite relaxed as they come down through the thicket of trees there. We have some photographers both in front of them and running along beside them there. The Swedish Armed Forces, is that Lelle Moberg
yes,
taking part again? Yeah.
Lelle Moberg in front and Dalian Holson behind him,
Two
the
very
record holder.
Two very strong competitors. They've been here for several years in a row now, and always among the top sort of 5 or 6 teams when it comes to the end of it. We can see there by the adjustment of the goggles that we're just about to hit the water now for the first time. This can't be a pleasant experience at 6 o'clock in the morning. What are your feelings as you hit the water here? Is it freezing, Bjorn?
Yeah, once you hit the water, and for the first 3 minutes, that grueling experience really. But after that, it's quite nice to finally get to the water
Yeah.
and because that first swim, that's the swim you think about during the night and during this early morning. But once you're in the water, really, then it's just keep on going, you know.
Just keep it going there. This is one of the easier transitions, as you can see in Sandhamn. They come to a pleasant sandy beach. The athletes are making the adjustment. The flotation device is going between the legs there to keep the legs up. And they hit the water fairly easily, but of course the rest of the transitions aren't this simple. You're talking about slippery rocks before you hit the water.
Yes, but I think this water transition is quite difficult because you want to have a position in the field,
Yeah.
and people are coming from behind. So what you need to do is just hit the water and start swimming immediately.
Yeah.
There's no time to. You can see these teams. More in the back,
Yep.
they have time to correct their items, things, and so on. But in the front, you really need to just hit the water and start to swim.
Indeed, as Bjorn mentioned earlier on, it's the marginal gains here. If you can make up 10 seconds on a transition, that adds up to an awful lot, to 260 seconds or 52 transitions over 26 hours. That's 520 seconds throughout the day.
Yes.
That's a lot of minutes that can be saved just on the simple things such as getting in and getting out of the water. Of course, not everybody here is planning to dethrone Bjorn from his throne as world champion, which will happen a little bit later on in the day, but they're here just to complete the race. As we mentioned to you, there are timing cut-off points throughout the day, so there are gates that will close, and if the athletes don't make it there in time, it may sound cruel, but their race is over. They have to make certain points along the race at certain times, the various timing gates, or otherwise they will be pulled from the race. Of course, we have had athletes very sadly withdraw in the past due to injury. I remember one mixed team in particular a couple of years ago were doing very, very well, and unfortunately they had to finish their race as one of the team got injured. Bjorn also has a little bit extra insight to offer us throughout the day. You work as a medical doctor as well, is that correct?
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that has always interested me in this in particular. The effect of the temperature, the cold water temperature when you hit this. Is that beneficial as we go through the day when you're going from running to swimming, or is it something that's detrimental, something that's bad for the body?
Depending on the temperature, really. Anything below 14, 15 degrees is not good for your body, but about, as I said before, about 16, 17 degrees is really perfect.
That's perfect.
Because you get that chilling effect between all of the runs. And when, of course, when you run in your wetsuit, you're always overheated. So
Yeah.
17 degrees, perfect conditions. But today I think it's a little bit colder. I think this swim is about 14 degrees or something.
Yeah.
Could be a little bit of shivering going on.
Yeah. Hopefully it will warm up throughout the day, but as Bjorn was saying, it's not ideal to have the sun beating down on you here either. Beautiful images coming to you from the Stockholm archipelago. The water looks reasonably clear there. There doesn't look to be huge waves, Bjorn. I'm sure the athletes will appreciate that here in the very beginning. How long is this first swim? It takes a few minutes, as you can see there in the open water, to swim from Sandhamn on to the next island, so it takes a few minutes there.
Yeah, this swim is 1.7 kilometers, so it would take the fastest team about maybe 25 minutes or something to get through that.
To get the whole way over,
Yeah.
It's a broad front there. We can see that the teams are quite spread out in the water there. I suppose the last thing you want if you're undertaking this kind of swim is that you don't want to be cramped up with other swimmers getting in your way, so to speak, as we look towards the tail of the field there.
And you can see a lot of teams. Here you need to use other teams, because it's you have a quite big drafting effect when it comes to swimming. Compared to cycling, it's always easier to be behind someone.
Yes.
And that is for swimming as well.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of teams has already, maybe they talked to each other yesterday,
Yeah.
teaming up on these first swims, helping each other out. Otherwise, you will have decided for some team that you can follow during this first swim. I know me and Paul will always decided to take aim on a fast swimming team and then take their feet during this first swim.
Yeah, and just let them set the pace for you as you go across there. Yeah, it's as I said, they're quite tight together. Some teams there, so there's an awful lot in what Bjorn says there about letting somebody take the lead. Again, having taken part in this race 7 times, Bjorn, is there any part of you that would like to be in the water there this morning, or are you happy with your decision to go out on top?
I was happy with my decision yesterday, but of course, when you see this is why you train, really, to be in this competition. I mean, ÖTILLÖ is so special for me, and it's mixed emotions right now.
And if I could ask you about your own history in the sport, how did you find out about the sport of swimrun?
It was a last-minute decision, really, to enter swimrun. I was doing triathlons starting in 2008, and in 2009, after Kalmar Ironman, it was called Järnmannen, though it was not an official Ironman. A couple of weeks later, Antti Antonov, who is racing today, called me a Saturday morning, and I didn't know Antti back then. And he asked me, and he said, "This is Antti Antonov, we raced in the same triathlon club. I'm doing this race called ÖTILLÖ." And then back then I didn't really know about a whole lot about ÖTILLÖ. I saw it on the telly a year ago or something. And my first thought was just, no, it's impossible. Antti he's very strong in convincing someone to do something, and he managed to get a yes out from me. So a couple of hours later, I was sitting on a bus with him out to the boat that took us to Sandhamn, and it was a completely different race back then. I think we were 35 teams the first year. We were racing with a backpack, and we had normal wetsuits that we cut the legs and arms off, but we wear it back to front, so we would get the zipper in front.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It was so special, but that was the first year I entered ÖTILLÖ, and after that that was a no-brainer. I mean, this is the thing for me.
You were sold.
Yeah.
That was it. It's incredible the way one finds these things in life. You go, yeah, that suits me perfectly.
Yes.
I was recently talking to the coach of Conor McGregor, the mixed martial artist, and he was saying the same thing about martial arts, that there are many different kinds. In the same way with endurance sports, there are many different kinds. You have triathlons, and you have Vasaloppet, the famous Swedish cross-country race. But he was saying, when you find your thing, you will know, and you will do that pretty much for the rest of your life. It becomes everything. And there is a big difference, of course, and we'll be talking about that throughout the day in terms of the equipment there. And nobody is wearing their wetsuit backwards here as we see our helicopter flying over the competitors on their first swim. As they come out of the water there, hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit of an update as to who is in the lead and who is where and that kind of thing. It's very, very early days. As Bjorn says, consider the first 3 hours of this race as a warm-up. Again, we'd like to take the opportunity to watch all of you endurance sports fans watching around the world. You're very, very welcome to this broadcast here from the Stockholm Archipelago. You are watching ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the sport of swimrun. And we welcome your questions, we welcome your comments, we welcome your interaction throughout the day. If you're on Twitter or Instagram, you can use the ÖTILLÖ hashtag. Pose your questions to Bjorn, and I suggest you do, because there is nothing about the sport of swimrun that this man doesn't know. So feel free to post your questions there, or indeed the comment sections of the Facebook videos. If you're watching live on Facebook, you can post a question there, and the production team will do their best to get your questions down to us here at the commentary position at the finish line of ÖTILLÖ. It'll be a long time before anybody gets here, and I can tell you that Bjorn is studying the screen intently now. We're trying to work out who's in the lead here, who's doing what. How are they looking to you, Bjorn? It looks to be a good, strong pace that they've got going through the first swim here.
Yes, this is an excellent pace. I can't really tell which teams that are in front.
No, it's very difficult from the water.
I don't know the strokes. But I would. Oh,
Yeah, no, they're looking very, very strong there in the very beginning. But just as they're coming to the end of this first swim, we're going to get a little bit of an introduction and an update on the season to date with race director and one of the founders of ÖTILLÖ. This is Mikael Lemel.
2016 has been a really cool year for us because when we started in May, we had rebranded the whole series. We started calling the races ÖTILLÖ, Swimrun, ÖTILLÖ, or Engadin, or Isles of Scilly. And this, together with the fact that we changed our logos, when we had the first race here on ÖTILLÖ in May, and we had almost 300 teams with this explosion of new color and everything looking the same, was really, really nice start to everything. Then we went to the Isles of Scilly, and it was a completely new location for us. And it was spectacular. I mean, the Isles of Scilly, for anyone who hasn't been there, you can't even imagine how it is. And everybody who's been there, you still can't imagine how incredible it was. And we were fortunate that we had a good day, and we had a fantastic race. And it's really interesting for us to design a course where we have 5.5 meters of tidal change during the day. And then we went to our beautiful baby in Switzerland, the ÖTILLÖ Engadin race, where this year we had more teams than ever. We had a really strong field, and we had Daniel and Christine who kicked everybody's ass and beat the course record with 15 minutes. I mean, it was just a fantastic weekend altogether, where we, during the sprint the day before, also had a mixed team that won, and a second team, the second team across the line was a women's team. So, I mean, we feel ready for this World Championship, and it's going to be fantastic to just welcome everybody to Sandhamn and go for the big one.
The special with this year's race is that it's more competitive than ever. And with the whole World Series that we have created and all the swimrun races that are popping up all over the world, it has become a true sport, and more people are semi-professional swim runners. So it's very interesting to see the outcome of the World Championship.
There you go, Mats Scott there talking about the development of the sport of swimrun. Björn, you were mentioning that I think the first year you took part there was only 35 teams, and now we have 119 starting this morning. What's the swimrun community like?
first of all, it's very friendly. I mean, I haven't met a bad guy in the swimrun sport for 7 years. I mean, it's of course it's competitive as well, but the competitiveness is also very friendly. It's a nice atmosphere, really. And I mean, I competed in triathlon as well, and I think the swimrun community is no offense to athletes, but the swimrun is something special. And I think that's about the partnership as well. You do it with a teammate, and I mean, yeah, it's a friendly sport.
Yeah, it's quite unique in terms of endurance sports in the fact that there's got to be 2 people in each team. If this was just a simple case of you jumping in the water and swimming and running by yourself, it wouldn't be the same thing, right? It wouldn't have the same... the dynamic would be a lot different because in this instance, you were mentioning a little bit earlier on, if you have a stronger swimmer, that they take the lead in navigation through the water and that kind of thing. So it is a little bit different. It's a quite unique sport in terms of endurance sports there. But if you were to compare this to triathlons and that kind of thing, I mean, obviously there's no cycling aspect here. Is the swimming different because you're swimming in your running shoes?
Yes, it's very much different, and you can see that because there's a lot of really strong triathletes that have participated in ÖTILLÖ, and that normally in the pool or in a normal open water swim would crush the field, really. Yeah. But I mean, from the first swim, they're a couple of minutes behind.
Yeah.
So it's something there. I can't really tell what, but it's something different swimming swimrun than swimming open water, normal open water or triathlons. I don't know. I think this is more of a strength swim than technique swim.
Yeah. It's a case of just bullying your way through and dragging your feet behind you, so to speak. Again, we're keeping up with the leaders in the field there. You can see the boats out in the water. I think that man is holding a video camera, filming what's going on there in the water. The helicopter appears to have landed there as well in the background. It's just leaving the picture now, so hopefully we'll have them back up in the air soon enough. I hope they haven't run out of gas. There aren't too many helicopter gas stations out here in the archipelago, I'm sure. They're coming up towards the end of the first swim there, but as you can see, there are plenty of boats in the water. The Stockholm Archipelago and the residents of the Stockholm Archipelago have really taken this race to heart, and everybody here that you speak to on ÖTILLÖ is involved in some way. You know, if they're going to some sort of drink station, even if they're just coming down here to celebrate with the winners a little bit later on, it has become very much part of the open air culture here in the archipelago. As I said, there are about 50,000 holiday homes here in the archipelago, but of course there are also many permanent year-round residents who live out here. And there we have some interested spectators there on a boat taxi dealing. I think there may even be a camera there at the front of it as well. So there's all the best vantage points are probably on the water, certainly for this part. And we see in the background there's also an awful lot of safety crews out there. We have stewards and marshals all along the course. Of course, it doesn't really matter who wins. We want everybody to make it through the race safely. Do you get bothered by the boats at all, buzzing around the place there, Bjorn, or do you even notice when these things are within? I suppose they probably don't come too close to you, do they?
No. Actually, you're quite grateful for the boats being there, keeping you safe. Really, of course they could create a couple of waves, but normally they keep out of the way and keeping you safe. So I'm just grateful for the boats.
It's also quite interesting here in the Stockholm Archipelago. In order to sustain that life and the year-round life that happens on the islands here, we have ferry boats that regularly cross over through these routes. Now, the ÖTILLÖ route, such as it is designed in a way that we don't cross these sort of ferry paths. That we go between the islands at points where the regular ferry traffic, the commuter traffic, if you like, doesn't pass. I'm looking there, and I have to say I'm marvelling at the strong swimming stroke being displayed by the swimmers here.
Yes, the team now, they just went out of picture, but I think that was Lelle and Daniel.
Yep.
That are closest. Yeah, they're closest to the camera.
Team Swedish Armed Forces.
Yes, Lelle in the lead. I think they're using a line. I'm pretty sure they're using a line between them. Lelle is a really strong swimmer.
Mm-hmm. So they would be hooked up. They would have a 10-meter line holding the two of them together, basically, so that they don't separate.
Yeah, probably a 2-meter line or something.
So it's even shorter than that. Yeah, I think that's who we can see there, just to the right of the screen there, closest to us, so to speak.
Yes.
And then above them, just we see a long line of swimmers in all classes. It looks like, as I mentioned earlier on, we have the green bibs for the mixed class, red for the men, and orange for the women's class. And I see a fine mix there, a fine rainbow going across there. Some swells there. I have to say I wouldn't be the strongest swimmer in the world, and I know these waves wouldn't bother Bjorn England standing here beside me, but the conditions look reasonably decent there.
Yeah, I think it's perfect. The waves are coming from right to left, I think.
Yep.
So I think all the teams are aiming a little bit more right to the target.
They aim to the right and then sort of curve in towards the shore as they come up out of that. A good long swim to start with, 1.7 kilometres after a relatively short run. It's 10 kilometres in total of open water swimming and 65 kilometres of trail running. And soon enough they will be up out of the water to start the second run of the day. What's the effect on the shoes after the first swim? Do they absorb them, or do Swimrun shoes squeeze out the water quite quickly?
They squeeze out the water. It's a really thin layer of fabric on top, so the shoes these guys are using, I mean, 2 steps and then they're not dry, but they don't hold any water at all.
They don't hold it, so you wouldn't, yeah. And vice versa then, I suppose. Do they become noticeably heavier in the water as the shoes fill up with water?
No, I don't think so. And I mean, all of these guys, they swim with their shoes when they are training.
Yeah.
So they're really used to wearing shoes. When they're not wearing shoes, maybe they feel as Michael Phelps. But,
flying through the water.
Yes, but they are used to wearing shoes during the swim, so I don't think it's a problem.
That is the interesting thing, of course, because we've seen several athletes through the year, and looking back through yesterday's tapes as well, you get certain triathletes who come here, they go, yeah, no problem. And then they do this for the first time, and as you were saying, you can knock a minute or two off a couple of the swims just because they haven't gotten used to the fact that they have to have all their equipment with them. As we watch the mixed teams Still a good mix there. We have women, men, and mixed teams all swimming together there. It's a good long open water swim. Are there currents there, Bjorn? Is there a sort of a? Can you be dragged around the place by the currents in the water, or is it very very calm?
Not in this swim. This swim is pretty calm. It's just the waves that could get you in trouble.
Yeah.
There are a lot of swims later on that have a lot of current.
Yeah.
And the current isn't the same from year to year, so that could change as well.
So you've got to take these things into account as you make it through. It's and is the water very deep there? Not that seeing as you're swimming on top of it, it probably doesn't make a whole lot of difference.
It is, but I know that there's in the middle of this swim, you come to a really shallow end, and you can probably you can stand up on that shallow end, or not shallow end, the shallow part.
Yeah.
And it's so shallow that your hand paddles or your hands are really touching the stones.
Yeah, at the bottom.
I'm quite surprised actually that the field are this close to each other. Yeah, because I know there's a couple of teams using fins, and I would suspect them to be more in front of the other guys. But I think probably all the top teams are in this group of
in this bunch at the front there. As we say, we started a little more than, we're trying to get our clock going here. It's about 26 and a half minutes since the race started there at dawn here in the Stockholm Archipelago. We'd like to welcome you all if you're joining us wherever you are in the world for the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run. Quite a tight group here at the front, as Bjorn was saying. Coming towards the end of the first swim, they'll be up out of the water now in about 5 minutes' time. Quite a tight group there. Hopefully we'll be able to see who's in the lead there and see how the field is forming itself. We're watching the very front of the field at the moment, of course, but in total there are 119 teams, 238 competitors who made it to the starting gate this morning. And now they are making their way over towards the second island that will be the run over. Can you remember, Bjorn, how far was the run on the second island?
It's about 1 kilometer.
So it's short enough again.
Yes, but it's very difficult running. You're running along the course the entire way.
Yep.
Really stony rocks, and I think the rocks can be quite slippery. I think there was a little bit of rain during the night.
Yep.
The most important thing on this second run is to don't injure yourself.
Yeah, it's just to keep your feet underneath you,
Yes.
not to twist an ankle or that kind of thing. It must be devastating, and we've seen it through the years that we've had some athletes withdraw at points during the race because of injuries. They've injured a knee or something. I remember Petter, the rapper who has taken part, a very famous artist here in Sweden. And I think the first year he took part, he sustained a knee injury pretty early in the race. He may even have had the injury coming into the race, and it just got successively worse. But somehow he dug deep and he found the strength to keep going. And indeed, he came back last year, and he's back again this year. I've seen him in the field here. So he'll be talking to us a little bit later on, or a lot later on today, should I say. It's going to take a good 8, 9, maybe 10 hours before he gets in here. Course record here, 8 hours and 16 minutes set a couple of years ago. We'll be interested to see, Bjorn was saying a little bit earlier on in the broadcast that he would expect that record to be broken this year. The pace of progress, I mean, 8 hours and 16 minutes, it's a very, very quick time for 74 odd kilometres. Would you ever expect to see somebody going under 8 hours? Is that possible when you look at the race as a whole? Can you save that time somewhere along the course?
Definitely. I think we will see a if not sub 8 hours today, but in a couple of years. I mean, with the development in swimrun, people are focusing more on swimruns, not just doing triathlons. Teams are getting stronger, and during a perfect day, a strong field, we will have a sub 8 hours if not today, in a couple of years.
It's still a sport that's very much in its infancy, and certainly since I had the privilege of first commentating on this race the year before last, even in the 2 years, you could see the developments, both physically but also in terms of the equipment. So it seems that the equipment manufacturers are now targeting swimrun. They seem to see the sport as a growth area. So we'll be going through. Bjorn has very kindly brought some of his kit along. He took part in the ÖTILLÖ, was it the ÖTILLÖ sprint race that happened here on Saturday? Is that?
It's called the final 15.
Sorry, the final 15 is the name.
So you're racing from the middle of Oernon to ÖTILLÖ, and it's a good competition to get people into swimrun. It's a nice course for people doing the first swimrun. So I highly recommend it next year for people who are interested in this sport.
And now that you've retired from the elite level of competition that you took part in previously, what does your training look like these days? Is it all, you finish work as a doctor and then you go out and do a quick triathlon before bed?
No, that's the biggest difference now. That if I have worked a long day, or if I'm tired, I don't have this need to go out training. I could light up the grill or the barbecue or something else.
Put your feet up.
Yes, of course I train. I still train, but I just do training sessions that I think is fun.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the Be Fun and Games as they're slipping across the rocks here, coming out from the first swim. So this is these would be the elite competitors, if you like, the mixed teams, the men's teams coming up there. I'm seeing the first women's team coming up there as well. So onto the slippery rocks here on the second island. And as Bjorn was saying, the most important thing here is just to make sure that you get through it unscathed. There's a run of about 1 kilometre waiting on them now as they come out of the water. And of course, everybody's pretty much coming up at the same place. So those rocks get very wet and very slippery very, very quickly indeed. Photographers down there, of course, taking pictures as the competitors come out of the water. Some of them there changing. I can see one guy there changing his shoes, or certainly one team there. And we have a faller there behind. We didn't see who that was, but quite a heavy fall there. So on the slippery rocks as they set off along the bluff there, along the rocks to the next part. That looked like a nasty, nasty fall there. Not a whole lot of protection in terms of a wetsuit that goes down just before the knee. The boat's setting off now, and we can see, as Bjorn was saying, how difficult that particular trail run is. In triathlons, I suppose you'd have an awful lot flatter, better running conditions, so to speak.
I have never seen the field this tight together.
It's very tight together.
It's really
enough,
tight,
yeah.
It's
fascinating to see how close they are together.
And I think, and when the field is this tight after the first swim, it's like a big queue. Do you call queue?
Yes, a big queue. Yeah, there's
big
a big
queue.
line of people waiting to get through.
Yes, because all of these guys follow the same trails.
Yeah, but they've all got this mapped out. Since last night or last week or last month, they've already decided. There's a line after breaking there between two competitors in a mixed team there, just to the left of your screen there. The line was there between the two of them, but it appears that the gentleman in that mixed team has gone ahead, and he seems to want to pick up the pace a little bit. His partner is just trailing behind him. Sure-footed as a mounted goat going across the rocks there. We see, is that in the orange there, or are they? I think that may be an orange undershirt rather than an orange vest there. So we have one team with the orange sleeves there. Can't see from this distance, so we can't see the numbers on the bibs to see who it is. So
I think it's a men's team.
it looks like a men's team right now for the red swim caps. Red swim caps for the men, green for the mixed team, orange for the women. One gentleman there has taken the swim cap off for the time being, which I don't think is allowed. Oh, it is allowed according to the rules, as long as he's not in the water.
Yes, during the runs.
Yeah, so he can take that off there. It would get very hot indeed otherwise if you were running throughout the day. Right down by the side of the water. They're only barely out of the water here, as Bjorn was saying, about 1 kilometre there. And it's very, very tight at the front indeed. So it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. Naturally, the field is going to spread out across the course of the day. But it must be difficult as well, Bjorn, because that's quite a lot of traffic there to be running in those conditions on that terrain.
Yeah.
It's not the most welcoming of terrains there to be running across as they zigzag in and out.
And after this first swim, I mean, you've been in the water for about 25 minutes, and you've been in a horizontal position for that long. And then all of a sudden, you need to go into a vertical position and facing these slippery rocks and harsh terrain. And that's a big challenge for your balance system.
Yeah.
And that's why, I mean, when you look at these guys, it doesn't look that they are moving that fast.
Yeah.
But that's because of, I mean, they're out of balance. The rocks are very slippery. I think it looks like that anyway.
Yeah.
And you can see that the terrain is quite harsh. And I think I see a team called racing for Olander Swim. I think normally they're called the Ekman brothers or Bröderna Bäver. They won the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun earlier this season.
I thought I caught a glimpse of Paul Krochak, your teammate last year, and of course the other current reigning world championship. I thought I caught a glimpse of Oscar there, his teammate there, not at the very front, but just behind them there a little bit. I saw a vest with number 1 on it going through there, of course, last year's champions. And Bjorn not occupying the vest this year. He has retired as a champion from the sport of swimrun. A little bit later in the day, we'll be probing him to see if he has any intention of making a comeback. Is that team number 3 we're looking at there? That is Team Envol, Julian Dent from Australia, and Peter Preston, teammate Peter Preston. So they've come all the way from Australia to take part. It is indeed Team Envol.
And that's an interesting start because Julian was racing, I think he was racing with Nico last year.
Yeah.
And he's living in Sweden. Really good orienteering running man.
Okay, yeah. So the trail running aspect of it should be. If not, I'm not going to describe any aspect of this race as easy. It would be an insult to anybody taking part to describe that as easy. That's Team Envol we saw at the front of the course there. Of course, there's an awful long time left to go. If you look at the finish line behind me, you can see that the clock is ticking up towards 36.5 minutes there into the race. So dawn breaking. It's a beautiful day here in the Stockholm archipelago. We can see the waves are a little bit higher now than what they were for the first swim there, as we see the athletes coming through the trees there towards the second swim. The course is mapped out. There's a little bit of leeway for the athletes to decide which particular path they want to take, but it's all mapped out there for them, and they have to follow the course throughout the race. There are no shortcuts in this race, Bjorn. There's nowhere that you can make up a meter or two. Are we just ahead of the second swim here?
Yes, I think they're just 1 minute or so, or maybe now. Yeah, I think they're heading into the water.
They're heading into the water soon enough there. There's a Team Swedish Armed Forces, Lelle Moberg and Daniel there.
Hansson, yes.
Now these.
And Daniel, I think Daniel is one of the strongest trail runners in this field.
And is that Daniel leading there?
I think Lelle is first in the water.
Lelle is first in the water there.
Yes.
The stronger swimmer of the pair. Now, as we see, we talked about the transition. Of course, 52 transitions over 26 islands, so it's 52 transitions from water to land, and we can see now it takes that couple of 10, 15, 20 seconds, whereas the guy without the fins there just came down, and you can see they just drive straight into the water. So there is a balance to be struck between putting on the fins and the 10 or 20 seconds that it takes and just hitting the water. So the weaker swimmers, as Bjorn was saying earlier on, or the guys who are swimming with a very strong swimmer and who need the fins to keep up. Did I see? I thought I saw a backstroke there for 2 seconds. That would have been very, very odd indeed. But he righted himself in the water, and now we're on to the second swim already. So a fair pace being set by the athletes so far this morning. We can see, as tends to happen, the field spreading out just a tiny bit now. That 1 kilometre run is after spreading it out, but it's not after spreading it out that much, in fairness. And we see a lot of the mixed teams coming in there. One of the things that we discussed a couple of years ago was it seems to be that the men's teams go fastest. Then you have the mixed teams, and then you have the women's teams. And indeed, we see it here in the pictures. We see the red swim caps of the men, the green bibs and swim caps of the mixed teams. But if the women seem to keep up in the mixed teams, it seems to be something to do with pacing, that they fall behind a little bit when two women race together.
I think the way it has been is that very strong women has been caught up by strong men forming a mixed team. Yeah. I think that is changing now. I think the women's team are getting better and better, and very strong women are teaming up and forming a team. So I think that's the reason.
That's why that is. Yeah, it's interesting because I always found it. There's absolutely no doubt whatsoever that the women could keep up, because I remember Marika and Staffan there, who won the mixed.
Oh yes.
That was, and I remember speaking to Marika Wagner afterwards, and she was running with Staffan Björklund, and Staffan was saying to me that it was Marika who kept the pace the whole time. That he was only trailing after her for the race last year. So it's absolutely clear that they could keep up the pace there. Now, we have our reporters out in the field. Here is Adam, I think. Yeah, we will be, of course, going over to our reporters out in the field. One of the best parts of commentating on this race is, there we have Adam.
And you see here, the first athletes are coming to the shoreline here, and later we will have some interviews here, and I think the first athletes here, they don't have time for some interviews, but later on we will have some interviews here, and they will have some drinks here, and they're coming up here and running in that direction. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Oernon. I love the way you put that there, that we will have some drinks here, as if it was cocktail hour already here in the Stockholm archipelago. It won't be cocktail hour for quite some time here. And as Oernon was mentioning, of course, the guys who are at the very, very front here, they don't have time for interviews. They have no interest in talking to anybody. They just want to get by there, maybe get a quick drink or something, and then get back into what they were doing. There are many different stations throughout the day where they can get a little bit of sustenance. There's different types of food on offer and different types of drinks, and indeed we'll discuss them a little bit later as we watch two of the mixed teams making their way along the race. There seems to be, the sprint pace still seems to be going here, and the swimming, it seems to be still a fairly powerful pace going across there, and still quite tight together now. We can see the field spreading out a little bit, but not as much maybe as we would have expected. We're back up in the helicopter now, looking down on the islands. There's one of the women's teams there just to the right. It looked there for a second as if they were kind of queuing up to cross some of these rocks. Of course, a shower of rain could make things very, very difficult, especially crossing an island with terrain like that. But then the terrain does vary greatly throughout the day, because in certain places like on Oernon, for example, you have sort of quite a long flat road basically, or a gravel track to run on. Whereas here, it's very rugged coastline, rocks and stones that one has to be very careful as they come over. And we see another little slip there. Have you ever had a bad fall out on the course, Björn?
Yes, you have a couple during a race like this.
It's basically bound to happen.
Yes.
And I suppose, what's the biggest risk of injury there? Is it a twisted ankle, or is it a cut knee, or what would be the...
Yeah, I think so. I think ankles are the most common part to injure yourself during a race like this. Of course, cuts and bruises as well.
Yeah. But I wouldn't imagine that these athletes would be too worried by the cuts and bruises. I'm just looking here, as they come out of the water there, the athletes are basically trying to find a good place to come on shore there. That seems to be the perfect spot, but again, that will get wet. We can see the water pouring off the athletes as they get out of the water there, as we watch Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansen there, who appear to be in the lead at the moment. That looks like the first team.
Yes.
Team 71 just behind them there. We have, that is Envol, Team Envol, Nicolas Ramirez and Pontus Lindberg, the Frenchman and the Swede, respectively there. Team Envol, powered by swimrunshop.com. And I think that's evidence alone, swimrunshop.com, of how far the kit for Swimrun has come there. Team number 48, they were in the lead there. Well, not in the lead, they were certainly among the leading groups as they hit the first swim. That was Valhalla Racing, Lars Finanger and David Thompson, both from the USA. And just there, Team Orlando Swim we saw come through there as well. Still quite close together there.
Yes, I'm quite surprised actually, because I thought that the strong swimming teams using their fins would be more ahead of the other guys.
Yeah, they don't seem to be getting the benefit of the fins as much.
No, and I mean, you've done the longest swim now, and if you're using the fins, you really want to have made a gap during the first swim, and they haven't. So I'm quite surprised actually that Lelle and Daniel and I saw Paul and Oscar as well.
Yeah,
they were keeping their paces. So
yeah, you'd really want to hammer home that advantage on the longer swims there, and they haven't really done it. So it's I wouldn't call it. It could be a tactical slip up there a little bit, maybe.
Maybe we will see later during the day. But what happens now is that the swims are getting shorter for a couple of hours to come, and they need to put those fins on and off.
So it becomes it's a bit of a drawback, so to speak, in terms of what their timing throughout the water there. We just saw the Shanghai Triathlon Club, Guillaume Lecallier and Romain Babin, the two Frenchmen there, the Shanghai Triathlon Club. We send our greetings to everybody watching us from China. If there's any fans of our Team 43 there for the Shanghai Triathlon Club, we hope you're going to enjoy this day's racing here and following it with us. There we go. We are back to the helicopter again as we watch the trail runners making their way along the rocky coastline. Again, I don't envy them having to navigate their way over that. As Björn was saying a little bit earlier on, but a little bit of a problem with the balance from lying horizontal in the cold water to trying to navigate along those rocks. We're talking to some of the competitors yesterday as we watch Swimrun Art ODW, Frank Martins and Sebastian Bleitgen from Germany coming up out of the water there. We have an interesting challenge facing us in terms of the mixed teams, because as you can see there on your screens, it's very difficult for us to see the numbers on the bibs of the teams. That is Team Beloved, Team 206 that we're watching there coming out of the water. Not in the lead. I've seen another mixed team there that was ahead of them. And they're being handed just a little bit of... is that water that they're drinking there? Or?
I think they're drinking sport drinks.
Yeah.
I think that's the most reasonable drink to drink at this part. Water, you need to drink something that's called isotonic.
Yeah.
The same as your body fluids.
Yeah.
So sports drinks all the way, I would say. And a couple of gulps of seawater as well.
A couple of gulps of seawater, of course, to go with the breakfast here in the Stockholm archipelago. We are 45, just about 46 minutes into ÖTILLÖ, the 2016 World Championship decider in the sport of swim run. Conditions are perfect here this morning. It's not too warm, it's not too cold. About 14 degrees in the water. We would expect that to rise throughout the day. We have a very, very exciting start to the race, certainly. Very, very tight at the top there at the moment. 119 teams made it to the starting line this morning, and we have 238 competitors out on the course at the moment. No reports of any injuries, no reports of any withdrawals. Myself and reigning world champion Björn Englund here in the studio enjoying this day's racing so far. We have two women's teams very, very close together there. No numbers on the hats that we can see, but they will soon be leaving the water and we get some sort of idea. 115, that is Team Goodenough, Sarah McClarty and Misty Becerra from the USA.
Very strong swimmers.
Two very strong swimmers there, as Björn was saying. If you're watching us in the USA, it's you're probably just about to go to bed, actually, depending on where you are in the USA. I'm not sure where the two girls are from.
And there's Antti Antonov.
There's Antti. He was Björn's first partner in ÖTILLÖ. And where is it? Who's he competing with today?
He's competing with a guy named Henrik Jansson,
Yep.
good age group triathlete. His original partner, Carl Brummer, went ill this week.
That's unfortunate. And of course, it's a little bit unfortunate that happens in this sport, basically. We do have instances where athletes have to, if somebody gets injured or whatever, and have to leave. And we're having a look at the leaderboard now. The men's leaderboard at the moment, we have Team Head Swimming in the lead at the moment. So that is Team Head Swimming. What have we got? 43.05 in the race at the first timing point. That's Oscar Olsen and Paul Krochak. So Björn's former teammate, Paul Krochak, the current reigning men's world champion, is in the lead at the moment. Then in second place, Team 71, Team Envol, powered by swimrunshop.com. And in third place, Team Swedish Armed Forces, Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson. Pretty much how we would expect the leaderboard to look for the men. If we go to the women, Team Ad Nature in first position, Team Head Swimming and Les Sirènes, a Swedish-French team there in second place. And then when it comes to the mixed team, we've got the mixed team, Team swimrunshop.com in the lead, followed by Team Orca and the Thule Adventure team. Not a whole lot of difference there. If you look, there's only 5 seconds between the men in the beginning there, and there's only, let me see, about 9 seconds between the women, and a slightly bigger gap there, 22 seconds between the first 3 teams on the leaderboard there. So looking pretty much as we would have expected at this stage in the day, Daniel.
Yes.
Or Björn, thinking of Daniel Hansson there.
They're keeping really tight. All the classes are keeping really tight together on the top 3.
Yeah.
And there's not so much, how do you call it, surprises.
Yeah.
I mean, the top teams are still in it, so...
Yeah,
and there you can see Björn Rosenthal is racing with Daniel Adams-Ray this year.
Yep.
Daniel Adams-Ray is a known artist here in Sweden.
Yes. And, it's amazing the breadth of people that we get involved in this sport. We're looking slightly down now. There is a tendency to concentrate on the elite, on the guys and the girls at the very front of it, but that is absolutely not to take away from the people further down the field. Over the 75 odd kilometres of this race, it is an enormous achievement to finish this race at all, Björn, isn't it?
Oh yes.
It's
I mean, you can't really compare it to anything.
No.
I try to compare it with it's like doing an Ironman or something, but it's ÖTILLÖ is non-comparable.
Yeah. there's nothing else. I suppose the closest I would come as a non-Swede observing this country from the outside, and you think of the great sort of Swedish classics. There's a big cycling race, and there's the Vansbro Sim, which is a long swimming race, and that. And I was thinking the Vasaloppet, which is 90 kilometers cross-country skiing. But even that seems easy by comparison. I mean, this is almost the same distance, but it's running and swimming. Whereas there you're basically gliding along snow and drinking blueberry soup. So it seems relatively easy by comparison. That's going to lead to great fun on the hashtag #ÖTILLÖ as all the cross-country skiers come on and tell me about how much they have to train and that kind of thing. But,
well, I've done the Vasaloppet as well, and I was very, very tired.
You were tired at the end. There you go. So we have it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. The Vasaloppet is not a walk in the park either. But I'm still going to rank ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run. I'm still going to rank that just a little bit higher. Do we have people waving at the camera there? Those who are slightly further down the field, taking their time there, just making sure that they get through this race, and waving to the helicopter camera there, getting some spectacular images now. They really seem to be enjoying themselves out of the course.
Yes, and I mean, at this part, you've done the first swim, so all the tension you had before the race are getting down now.
Yeah, it's
now it's turning into just pure fun.
Again, I'm wondering about the use of the word fun, because I mean, no, but it absolutely comes through that people do actually enjoy this.
Yes.
Now, yesterday on my Facebook page, when I was saying to people, I mean, I love this race. I love coming out here on this boat and getting to do this job that I'm doing with you here today. But people were saying, I mean, they were almost saying that, the participants, that they're all mad to want to do this. And I go, no, you don't get it. You don't get it. It is actually very enjoyable to be out there and testing yourself on the course with your teammates, isn't it?
Oh, yes. I mean, the whole atmosphere, and I mean, the course is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. I haven't appreciated enough, I think, when I'm racing, because you're quite focused. But I mean, when you're out training on this course, it's something unique, really.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing when you think of the people who choose to spend their 3 or 4 week summer vacation here in Scandinavia, and they come out to this part of the world. Now, not many of them would think of leaving their deck chair and going running and swimming for 75 kilometers. We're going to hand over to Adam at Vansholmen here.
Here with who are you?
I'm fine. It's very good.
Was it a good start of the race?
Good.
So far, so good. Okay, so far, so good. We have Daniel Adams-Ray. We're looking after Petter, and it's a nice feeling here on this island. And they're drinking some sport drinks and some water, and we'll see if some other athletes have some time for short comments. How does it feel?
My name?
Your name,
Yeah, Philippe Blanc and Didier Morin.
Okay. Go hard. You see, some of the athletes here have some time, but his partner, he want to go directly up to the first climb on this island. And we also have some volunteers here that's giving some drinks. How does it feel to be a volunteer at ÖTILLÖ?
Great fun.
It's your second time here.
Third, fourth, fifth, maybe. Sixth? No, fourth. Fifth. And it's the same panic every year, but that's why we're here.
Yeah, but it's a nice panic. Well-organized chaos.
Well-organized chaos, exactly. It's like following lemmings, organizing lemmings.
So do you have some friends taking part in this race?
Not this year. All that energy. Energy.
There we go, some very short comments from some of the competitors here at ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the race, in the sport of swim run. I'm here with Björn Englund, who's the reigning world champion, for another few hours, but that is gradually ticking down here. 54 hours, almost 1 hour since they left Sandhamn this morning. It's going to be a very, very interesting day indeed. So far we've seen that everybody's very tight together as we see taking on board some fluids there. Björn saying that isotonic drinks were the important things to be getting in there, getting the body fluids balanced, as we see them come up out of the water, over the slippery rocks and to the hydration station. Our reporter out in the field there getting some very short comments, but it seems that we were saying that the elite doesn't usually have a whole lot of time to stop, but even further down the field now that people are interested in getting past here as quickly as possible. There's Petter.
And why are you doing this?
I don't know.
Yeah, but for a good reason. They also have a charity thing today. Petter and his partner, they raising money for cancer. So yeah, I think you check out Petter on social media, and you will find out how to raise money for that good thing.
There we go. That was Petter Askegren, a very famous artist here in Sweden, raps in Swedish, and will be very well known, raising money for cancer today. So check out his social media channels. Maybe our social media team might hook you up with some links there. There's Rush team coming in there to get a little bit of rehydration. Gilbert Cavedon and Philippe Morel from Switzerland. And indeed, anybody who is watching them in Switzerland, family or friends who are just getting to work or just getting up here this morning, there is your team. We hope you're enjoying their progress. And Team Levallois, the mixed team there, just coming through the hydration station. As you say, picking up a quick isotonic drink there. We see the various different types of flotation devices that are being used. Some improvised, some not, some specially created for the sport of swim run. Pretty much everybody using the hand paddles, it seems, Björn.
Yes.
It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to be attacking this course without them. Some of the women's teams in there. That's Team 104. Who's that? That's Team Playmo. Renee Hoover and Mona Nielsen are back for another crack at this course. Nobody taking a whole lot of time over their drinks there, having a quick drink. What's lovely to see is the environmental aspect. People seem to be throwing their paper cups into the trash bag there. The team from Shanghai Triathlon Club are there as well.
For Extreme, and you are Extreme. How was the start?
Oh, a bit cold. Bit cold, but we took it in turns, so we warmed up.
Yeah, and you look really happy.
Oh, yeah, I'm super happy to get through that long swim.
Amazing. I hope you see you guys a little bit later. Gotta have some drinks now.
Yeah. What is so fun with this race?
What's so fun? New challenges, new people. And I've never been on this island before. First time in my life here.
Yeah, good feeling here. Nice atmosphere, and yeah, they're doing a really good job so far. So, bye guys. See you on next island maybe.
Brilliant. He's never been on this island before, and if I remember rightly, he'll spend about 5 minutes on that island because it's quite a short run and then into the water again. So that's a statement that he will get to make 26 times today. We're racing across 26 different islands here in the Stockholm archipelago as we look at Team ÖTILLÖ Runby swim runners. I have to say I'm having great difficulty because certain things we pronounce here in Swedish and certain things we pronounce in English, and it's not all the time that these things make sense, Björn, but we will battle away with this. Which team was that? Was that team, let me see. No, it wasn't California Swim Run we saw passing there. We have team number 79 or 71. Sorry, that would be Envolp. No, I wouldn't imagine that was Nicolas Ramirez and Pontus Lindberg. There we go. We had Team Hippocampus, Christophe Duval Kiefer and Francois Barou, two British gentlemen taking part here. We have very good-natured, very good-humoured racers taking part this morning. That was Swimrun Magazine Europe, Christopher Campbell and Grégoire Eloi from France. And indeed, if you're watching in France or Switzerland or anywhere else from the Shanghai Triathlon Club, we welcome you to our broadcast. We're bringing you the entirety of ÖTILLÖ here from Utövarshus, where the finish line is. And we're bringing you the entire race. There, Girls What Can, team number 109. Who have we got there? We have Jenny Rice from Great Britain and Claire Wilson from Great Britain taking part there. The two of them very, very tight together. I think there's a line between the two of them. And Team Fjellsport.no, our neighbours in the west there from Norway, team number 57. That is made up of no less than, if we flip the page here, we have Odd Ivar Solvold and Vegard Furulund from Norway there. In the beginning, of course, Björn, I'm not sure how it was when you first started racing. Was it in 2009 you did your first ÖTILLÖ? And then it would have been mostly Swedish competitors, am I right?
Yes.
And now we have a very international field. I'm just wondering that now that the World Series of Swimrun is underway, would you expect to see more people travelling from Asia and from America to take part in this race next year? And does that make it tougher then for the Swedish competitors to qualify?
Yes and yes. We will see. I think we will see, and that's because we have things like this.
Yep.
Broadcasting it to the entire world. I mean, social media and everything, and the word of swimrun is getting out to the whole world. And I mean, people are up for a challenge.
Yeah.
And this is one of the ultimate challenges that you can do. And of course, when more people start doing swimrun, the competition part is getting much tougher, and qualifying for this race in a couple of years will be harder than it is today.
Yeah, we saw one of the founders of the race, Matt Scott, speaking a little bit earlier on in the interview, and he was saying that there are now semi-professional swim runners out there. How is money made in this sport? Is it prize money? Is it sponsorship money? How do you go about making a living from this sport?
I would say I don't think that there's anyone doing this full time.
No.
There's a couple of guys, as Marika and Staffan, they're the current world champions in the mixed team.
Yep.
But they also racing adventure racing.
Yes.
Otherwise, most of these guys are working full-time jobs.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of money in it. We don't do this for the money. We do this for the experience and for the fun of it, and to feed your ego.
Again, it is that sense of achievement. As we look at Team CrossFit Täby Endurance, that is definitely a Swedish team. It's Anna Madsen and Emily Nygren there, two of the women taking part here today. Again, we see the field is thinning out a little bit here towards the end of it, but in no way do we want to detract from the achievement of people who are taking part here just because they're not at the very front. Team Helt Säkert AB, AB will be a Swedish company then. Team number 26, that is Timmy Stålnacke and Kristoffer Fransson, two Swedes there. Everybody finding different ways up through these rocks and that kind of thing. Just looking at, there seems to be some sort of what class of equipment is that? Oh, sorry, it's a telescopic line or an elastic line between the two of them. And then a very, very small flotation device on the hip of some of the runners there. And basically, I'm imagining if that's tied to the right hip, you're basically going to switch that between the legs when you're swimming and then whip it out of the way.
Yes.
Runemarö is our next destination here. As we see the runners appearing from the trees there, we're going to see if we can catch up with who it is who is at the very front. We have one men's team, one mixed team just breaking through the cover of the trees there. Another men's team following up just behind them. They're still a pretty good pace as the trail running goes over the rocks there and down towards the water again. It's we're back to Vansholmen there, where there's most of the athletes appear to have made their way through there. I can see a few still in the water behind them there, so the field thinning out considerably there from the bunched up field that we had at the very beginning. So it's beginning to thin out a little bit now. But again, it's when we were talking last night on Facebook Live, I said it was a marathon, not a sprint. It's closer to 2 marathons than just the one. And we're now 1 hour and 3 minutes into the race. And if you joined us at the very top of the show at 6 a.m. Central European time as the race was starting, you would have heard Björn describe the first 3 hours as a warm-up. How's the warm-up look like it's going to you so far, Björn?
It's a fast warm-up.
It's a fast warm-up this morning.
I think they, when they reach this third island, I think it's still in record time, so it's going very fast.
It's going very, very fast. And we did speak today about the conditions are very, very good. Decent temperature in the water, decent air temperature. We have no sunshine beating down on them. Of course, running in a wetsuit, as Björn mentioned earlier on, you're going to be overheating all the time. So we expect a course record to be set today if the conditions continue like this. And as we see the athletes coming out of the trees there. If we look a little further on towards the longer runs on the course and that kind of thing, if we talk about nutrition, because we're also coming up to one of the points there where nutrition is important. I mean, obviously you have to get up at 4:15. What would you eat before taking on the course?
Whatever your stomach
whatever you can keep down.
Yes. Speaking for myself, but I think I speak for the majority of the participants, you're so nervous, and it's quite difficult and it's so early on the day as well, so you're not that hungry.
Yeah.
all of these athletes would know what to eat, what their stomach will accept.
Yeah.
Because just an hour after the breakfast, the race starts.
Yeah.
So you can't be that filled up with food as
Yeah.
well. Probably some porridge or some cereal or some sort. A sandwich, an egg or two maybe, but that's about it. A coffee.
Yeah. Of course, if you look at the sport of cycling, if you go back to the Tour de France and that kind of thing, the cafe culture in France, very popular, a little espresso before you go. Of course, they will be having other things to pep them up sometimes in these sports as well. But it must be, I mean, you find it difficult enough to stand here and to talk to you guys after having breakfast at this hour of the morning, but it is the porridge and that kind of thing. Now, what they get throughout the day as well, a lot of these sort of protein bars and that kind of thing, are they any use, or is it only carbohydrates that you're looking for?
Well, I think carbohydrates is definitely the second most important thing. The most important thing is liquid.
Yeah.
And isotonic liquids, and isotonic liquid is a liquid that contains salt.
Yeah.
Basically, because you don't only lose water during a race like this, you lose a lot of salts.
Yeah.
So you need to compensate for that. And then the second most important thing is to get those carbohydrates in.
Yeah.
And these guys, they are mainly eating gels.
Okay, yeah.
Concentrated sugars, really.
Concentrated sugars,
Yeah.
so it wouldn't be candy or this kind of thing, no?
No, it doesn't taste like candy.
I can imagine. So all the fun of eating sugar is taken out
Yeah.
of there. But how much weight would you expect to lose over the course of 75 kilometers at ÖTILLÖ?
If you would gain your nutrition during this race optimally, you will not lose a pound.
Would you not? No.
No. Probably most of the athletes will lose maybe 2 pounds or 4 pounds, but that's mainly water.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So it's they've been losing water. So
yes,
that's
they're
quite easily
dehydrated.
replaced. Yeah.
Yes.
Now we're going to have a chat with Björn's former teammate and fellow reigning world champion. This is Paul Krochak giving us his feelings about today's race and defending his title.
So we're in Stockholm, we're soon in Sundom, and for the race, your emotions?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I mean, this is what it's all about. So, yeah, feeling good. Day is finally almost here, or at least we're en route out to the island. So, yeah, feeling really good.
What is your battle plan to defend your title?
Better plan to defend the title? Well, pretty simply to go from Sandhamn to Utah just as fast as we possibly can, and hopefully faster than anyone else.
That's your plan also?
Yeah, we know where our cards on our hands. We're just going to play them right, and I'm going to rely on Paul's experience and just keep his trail, and yeah, it'll be good.
Emotional planning for the race?
Yeah, emotional planning. Just have fun. Have fun. That's all we're here for. Is have fun, get as tired as we can, give everything, and yeah.
The legs are getting itchy now, so we can't wait to just.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. That's Björn's former partner, Paul Krochak there. Now, Paul talked about having fun there, but knowing Paul as I do and having gotten to know him over the last couple of years, he only ever really has fun when he's winning. Is that correct, Björn? Is that fair?
No, I mean, no. Paul, that's both for me and Paul. I mean, we're aiming at this race and we want to win. And of course, you can have those 5 minutes after you get to the goal and ended up second. But 5 minutes in, we're having a beer, we're having a laugh, sitting in the sauna.
Yeah.
Paul is a really easygoing guy. He's one of the greatest guys I know. He never have any long-term hard feelings at all.
Yeah. Well, you partnered with him you were teammates for quite some time, weren't you? How many times did you run ÖTILLÖ together?
3 times.
3 times.
Yes.
And you won twice and came second once. Is that
yes.
correct? Yep. So you would know him. And how much do you train together? Did you meet him every weekend or every day after work, or how did the training work out?
During the summer season, I mean, from late spring and during the summer, at least 1 or 2 sessions together every week.
Yeah.
But of course, I mean, we all have our lives to live.
Of course. Yeah.
And but a swimrun session at least every week.
Yeah.
Of course, Paul always traveled to back to Canada. He's from Canada originally.
Yeah.
About a month every summer, but otherwise we would make sure to train together, and that's a really important thing for all the teams, training together, getting to know each other.
Yeah, we see the teams coming up out of the water there now. That's team number 48. There's team number 2 is Swedish Armed Forces, Lillemoberg and Daniel Hansson. Then Oscar and Paul just behind them there. Just in front of them was the Valhalla Racing, Lars Finanger and David Thompson, the 2 Americans. I know Paul is from Canada. I'm just wondering if we've ever had one of those things, maybe we can check through the day, if we've ever had a team without a Swede that has won ÖTILLÖ. I don't think we have we? If we go back over that, we'll certainly check that out for you throughout the day. And see, I'm just thinking that Team Valhalla Racing, Lars Finanger and David Thompson, looking very, very strong to begin with here. They've been there since the very, very beginning, leading indeed the first run on the road down from Sandhamn towards the water and hanging in there. Though that group that's just left and headed off, looking like they have a little bit of a lead. They've created a little bit of distance between themselves and the rest of the group at the front there. So, but still fairly tight together. I mean, there was 3 men's teams there within a few seconds of one another. So it's still very much early days here in ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run, coming to you live here from the Stockholm archipelago here in Sweden. We welcome you from wherever you're watching around the world. We hope that you're sitting at home in front of social media, following the hashtag #ÖTILLÖ and cheering on your teams from wherever they may be. My name is Philip O'Connor. It's Björn Englund, reigning world champion for another few hours at least, and we're bringing you the entire event live. As you can see the clock behind me there at the finish line, 1 hour and 11 minutes since the athletes left the start line at Sandhamn, and we are going to be here until the bitter end. Björn was saying a little bit earlier in the broadcast that he would expect the course record of 8 hours and 16 minutes to be broken today, and that would mean that basically in about 7 hours time, that around about lunchtime or just after lunch here in Sweden, that we would see the first competitors crossing the line here behind us. The weather conditions this morning, Björn, we've seen that they're pretty ideal for a swim run race here in the archipelago.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's some waves, quite big waves actually, bigger than I expected. But I think they are coming from behind, so they will just be in your advantage. I think so.
Is that I see a butterfly stroke being used by one of the competitors.
This is a really shallow part, so I think it's jumping from the ocean floor.
It's
there,
just pushing his feet off the seabed there and coming up there. Other than that, the butterfly would be one of the most exhausting strokes you could possibly do, and maybe something that shouldn't be engaged in this early in the race, an hour and 12 minutes into the race. As we see some slightly heavy steps coming up there. Team number 13, that's Team Enfit, Mika Luoto and Timo Lemmetyla from Finland coming up there. And a little bit of difficulty seeing with the mixed teams, the numbers on the vest there. We'll see if there's anything we can do about that. I doubt it at this late stage, but we will do our best to bring you the news of the mixed teams as we come along. We have a men's team there tied together. I can't see a number on the vest there either. Let me see, who's that? No, we'll have to let that one roll, but we do see the 2 competitors, both with flotation devices there on the right. Bjorn saying very early on in the race that that's team number 3. In fact, that's Team Envol, Julian Dent and Peter Preston, the 2 Australians there.
Oh, yes.
2 minutes and 11 seconds behind the leaders. And there you see the helicopter that's been bringing us the images from the field from early this morning. Plenty of pleasure craft out there, plenty of boats out there to make sure that the athletes make their way through the water as safely and securely as possible. So the race is starting to take shape. We have had, in the beginning, we had a very, very tight group at the front. There might have been 40 or 50 athletes there. That's now starting to thin out a little bit as the elite take it over and run from the very front. What have we got there? Is that Team 46? I think that's Team 46.
Yes,
that's Team Swimshop.se, Onga Loppet, Stefano Costoni and Neil Zetterström. 2 very experienced competitors there who've been passed through here many times. And no, it's almost impossible to see. Is that team? No, it's very, very difficult to see on those bibs. We'll have to have a little chat with race director Mikael Lemel. Of course, all the ÖTILLÖ logos and everything else changed over the last year, that kind of thing. They've done a fantastic job, but a little greater contrast between the green bibs or the fluorescent green bibs of the mixed teams would be very much appreciated, certainly by us here in the studio and probably by you watching there at home as well. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, if you're following the race on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, use the ÖTILLÖ hashtag, and we'll see if we can deal with some of your questions as we look at the Team Teilweise Locker, team number 47 there. A little bit of a time differential there, 44 minutes and 38 seconds. It's going to be a lot longer than that. That was the last checkpoint that they made their way through there, I'm sure. So that's the time differential that we're getting there. It's Knut Balzhaug and Malte Steen from Norway and Germany, respectively. There's plenty of international teams there. I'm looking down through the list. We have people from France, from Spain, from Sweden. I think there's even a team from Moldova there, Team 64, Sporter, Dmitry Voloshin and Liviu Croitoru from Moldova taking part as well. We have Canadians, we have an Australian pair who just passed us by there. We have several British teams involved and plenty from France as well, and Switzerland, of course, which is home to the Engadin Swimrun. If you just hold up that bib a little bit, we might be able to get a guess.
This is Per and Fanny. They racing for Team Orca.
That's Team Orca, yeah.
They probably could win this.
They probably could win this.
Yes, really strong swimmers.
Yeah, they're a couple of minutes behind at this point in time, though. I think we've seen some other mixed teams pass by before them. But again, it's still very, very early days yet.
Yes.
The best mixed teams will be coming in around somewhere between 8.5, maybe 9 hours. Staffan and Marika, absolutely. The current world champions, Team Apollo Sports, head swimming. Staffan Björkland and Marika Wagner absolutely crushed the course record in winning last year. So for the mixed team, certainly. So we would expect a reasonably quick time. Haven't seen Staffan and Marika now for a little while, but we will catch up with them throughout the day. As we see Team 33 trotting out of the water there. That's Team Löp Labbet, Henrik Wahlberg and Klaas Virén.
A little bit far behind, actually, because these guys are really strong swimmers. Maybe something have happened to them, I would guess.
I was just going to remark there that they would be two experienced competitors in this race as well. So it's unusual to see them as we see the next group. Quite a tight-knit group coming in towards the shore now as well. There's a single digit on that bib, I can say that. That's team number 9. That's Team Swimshop.se. Fredrik Rosenholm and Marcus Ahlström there, the two Swedes coming in. They're taking their time there. No great rush out of the water by the looks of things. They were 1 minute and 7 seconds down. I would imagine they will probably be slightly further behind even at this stage. And that's a bunch of 4 or 5 men's teams that are making it out of the water there now.
And this is smart. I think these guys are keeping as a group now.
Yeah.
And they know why, because then they don't need to be in front on all the swims.
Yeah, so they're just going to stick together then and just let somebody else lead the way. As we look at team number 6 there, Team Swimrun Art ODW, that is Frank Martens from Germany and Sebastian Bleitgen, his countryman as well there, hanging in there. Some heavy steps there. The Guns and Dentists.
Yes.
I think I've seen that name before here in this race. As Joachim Axelsson of Sweden and his compatriot Fredrik Schreiber-Alban.
And there's Antti and Henrik.
There's Antti, your former teammate, of course, Team Be Free Accounting. That's Antti and Henrik. For about 4.5 minutes down there. We have our reporter out in the field bringing us some news there. Or maybe we don't. We have 2 reporters out in the field. We're going to go over to Kalle, who is out in the field. Maybe we can get an update from him. There he is, just at the water's edge there.
Let's see. Yeah, some people are getting in. We're here at Rundkleppen. Behind us right there is around 8 teams coming in, mixed, women's and men's. So good so far, guys. Yeah, awesome. The winners from last year's, one of them at least, Team 110. Yeah, they're still in a big rush, so it's kind of hard to get a question out of them. They're here at Rundkleppen now, crossing the water just straight over, as you can see. A lot of boats, a lot of media covering this. So let's see if we have someone else coming in behind us right now. I think it's let's see. A couple of men's coming in behind us. Let's see how they feel. Good job, guys. Everything okay? Yeah? Biggest struggle so far then? It's fine. Just fine. Okay, the report is just fine and keep smiling. It's a bit windy. We have a mixed teams coming right behind us. And I think it's the mixed team, the winner from last year. It's Marika. Yes. Marika and Staffan is coming in, the winners from the mixed team last year. You see them in the green and pink shirts in the lead here.
Det är inga gula västar jag ser. Det är grönt 106 och 106.
Good job, guys.
Nummer 8.
So far so good, right?
206.
Cold, warm? Okay, they're actually too busy to answer. Everything okay? Too warm or too cold? Perfect. It's fine. Awesome. Good luck, guys. Vill du ha oss mer så? Vi kollar vi kan backa lite. I'm sure we will. Ja, och du kommer ligga där och fota så, eller? Och fota upp? Ja, okej. Fattar. Okay. We have team 60 coming in. Planning their routes, looking ahead. Pushing in some energy gel.
Kalle looks like he's in severe danger there where he's positioned himself. It looks like he's going to get run over at some point by these competitors.
Yeah.
I think they see the water and they see the guy asking questions and they're kind of going, get out of the way, I want to get into the water, I want to get this next swim underway there.
And these are competitive athletes, they don't have time to stop.
Exactly, I was going to say that we had Marika and Staffan there, the current mixed world champions, Staffan Björklund and Marika Wagner, and they wouldn't exactly have a whole lot of time for hanging around here.
No.
They'll be wanting to hit that swim. They've a couple of minutes to make up. Again, it's early days. There's plenty of time left in this race just yet. But it seems to me, we can certainly feel it here, the commentary position. And looking at the water there, Bjorn, the wind seems to be getting up there. The waves seem to be getting a little bit bigger. Do the waves, they're coming from right to left here. Is this going to be a tough swim, the few hundred meters across to the next island there? Does that look difficult to you? How would you rate this one?
I think so, because this is two islands quite close to each other. So what you have is that you have open water to your right.
Yep.
And the waves are pressing into this sund. How do you call it sund?
Yes, into a sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there could be a lot of currents moving right to left.
Yep.
So these guys are probably aiming a little bit right to the target right now.
Yeah, if we look at the left-hand third of the picture there, we can see that they start off slightly to the right and then sort of move back over to the left as we see some of the women's teams coming out there. What number is that? Was that 117 we saw there? Team M&M, Malin Broström and Marie Dassler, the two Swedes there. Hard to see at this point in time. I also thought that I saw Team 103, Team Head Swimming, Bibben Nordblom and Maya Tesch. Bibben, of course, she ran with her mother. I think they won, was it 2 years ago, herself and her mother ran the race together.
Yes.
And they won the race there. So I'm not sure if her mother's competing at all this year. It doesn't look like it.
I don't think so. And they are actually, I'm surprised that they are so far in front.
Yeah.
Because their strength, I think, is the running part. And there's been a lot of swimming going on now, so they are in for a really good time.
They are making the most of it at the moment. Bibben, of course, is a tremendous trail runner, has taken part in Ironman competitions and that. And who have we got there? Yeah, if we go to the leaderboard there, we can have a look now. Team Orlando Swim, team number 4, is leading the men's race at the moment, ahead of Team Valhalla Racing, and in third place then Team Swedish Armed Forces. But you can see they're all within 25 seconds of one another, so still very, very tight at the top of the men's leaderboard. If we move on to the women, we have Team Ad Nature, Team 110 there. That's Christine Larson and Annika Eriksson, the two Swedes leading there. And team number 2, Good Enough, are in second place, with team head swimming the aforementioned Bibben Nordblom and Maya Tesch in third place. Moving on to the mixed class, we have team swimrunshop.com in first place, 4 seconds ahead of team Orca, so very tight there. And a further, 16 seconds back there, or 18 seconds back, is the Thule Adventure team, team number 221 in the mixed class. That team made up of, that is Adriel Young and Eva Nyström, the Australian-Swedish team there. So quite tight still at the very top of the leaderboard. But we are now an hour and 24 minutes, an hour and 25 minutes into this race. So, but still very, very tight at the front, it seems. Björn's memorable quote from a little bit earlier on was that the first 3 hours are a warm-up, which I find fascinating, but it's actually exactly the way it's turning out now. There's nobody making a real break for the front of it. Are we going back over to our reporter in the field? We're going to see if he can find somebody to talk to out here on the trail.
They're still in a hurry, these guys.
There's no choice. He's going to get run over again.
Running or swimming? What sport?
Swimmer.
Swimmers. The good, best ones. Okay, good luck, guys. Waiting for the sun. Yeah, it's but around the corner. Okay, no diving. You see? Yeah, as you can see, these are French teams. Team 16. Bon chance, guys. Bon chance. We have a mixture of 21 countries. Awesome, guys. A fun course, right? You know, the weird part is they're all smiling. Yeah, the weird part is they're all smiling, they're all laughing. It's, according to my opinion, it's too cold to actually laugh or smile. They're happy. It's a big struggle so far, but they've been out for 1 hour and 27 minutes now. Well done, guys. Chat.
There we go there, our reporter out in the field bringing you a flavour of what is happening there as the competitors make their way into the water once more. It looks to be a little bit difficult to establish a swimming rhythm. As we see there's nobody doing any sort of spectacular dives. They're just jumping into the water and then trying as quickly as they can to find a rhythm there, Björn. Some high waves coming in from the right-hand side, as we noted before there. We had some creative interview technique as well there, as our reporter was jogging alongside one of the competitors there, trying to get a few comments from him. I'm sure as time wears on now, we'll get a little bit more insight from them as they slow down and come to the hydration and the feeding stations as they go along. Plenty of pleasure craft still in the water there, people out taking videos for their Instagram feed, taking pictures and that kind of thing, and plenty of athletes still keeping up with the leaders here and keeping them in sight. We're looking at, I'm not sure which island it is they're swimming to now.
I think they're swimming to Rundmarö.
That's Rundmarö. Yeah, we're going to go over a little bit. We'll have a look at the map here on our computer here. We can zoom in just a little bit. I'm sure Björn can see that. Rundmarö is just up here.
That's the first long run. It's about 9k run on
That's
Rundmarö.
about 9k, so we'll be going from this green point here at the very top of Rundmarö and then on down to Uppenby there. So we can see that's pretty much the distance that has been covered so far. If we start at Sandhamn over here where the star is, so they've run pretty much run and swim to the west now. So they'll be coming across Rundmarö and then moving down south before moving on to the rest of the course. And then after that, it's pretty much a straight run south until they come southeast in towards us. So we're just giving you a view, an overview, if you like, of exactly how far is left to run and swim here today in this Swimrun World Championship decider. There's Oernon, of course, where yourself and Paul made the decisive break last year. So there's an awful lot of distance left to run. This race is still in its infancy, and there towards the bottom of the map now, just moving it up into the centre, you will see Ute-Vadshus, which is where I am standing with Björn Englund, bringing you this live broadcast of ÖTILLÖ, the decider, the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run. Maybe we can go back to the pictures from out in the field there so we can get an idea of the conditions. Here the weather looks reasonably calm. Plenty of pleasure craft, as I said, out in the water as the competitors walk up out of the water now. I think we're looking slightly down the field. These aren't the leaders that we're looking at here. Team number 16 there, that is the unexpected Morgan Berger and Julien Antoine from France. And indeed, we welcome viewers from France and from around the world who are watching us. That is actually Team 18. So that's Team Bormax Training. Per Kay and Lars Nielsen there coming up out of the water. That's might be very helpful to have a beard in the cold water today, one would imagine, keep you a little bit warmer now. But it doesn't look to be too uncomfortable. They don't exactly look like they're shivering coming out of the water there, Björn. So maybe the water isn't as cold as we might have expected.
Yes, I think it's about 15, 17 degrees. And I mean, for swim runners, 15 degrees, that's warm water.
15 degrees, a lot of holiday makers wouldn't agree with you.
No.
If it was 15 degrees here in the archipelago, I don't think we'd see that many people. But it's actually quite a comfortable temperature for this sport.
Yes.
And we mentioned a little bit earlier on as well about the wetsuits and that kind of thing. Do you actually get cold in the water, or how? I know the wetsuit is only to just above the knee, if I remember rightly. Do you get cold in the water? Do you actually feel the chill in the water when it's 15 or 16 degrees, or is that completely okay?
You do during the long runs. No, during the long swims.
Longer swims, yeah.
And especially during the long swims that are later on in the race.
Yeah.
Because then you're struggling with keeping your heat up.
Yeah.
Your energy is focusing on other parts of your body.
Yeah. It's a tough enough challenge. There we have the sharks making their way into the water, but these sharks are of the more benevolent kind. We don't have too much to worry from Issam Idrewindin and Frédéric Lamache from France there. Plenty of competitors from France here at the front of the field, it must be said. We seem to be mentioning their names a lot. As you look at Team 107, that is Les Poulets, which is Lisa Daffé and Marion Puch, also from France. So a strong French presence here. I wonder if that has to do with the Engadin swim run, one of the longer running swim run events that we have. They seem to be doing quite well here, the French up at the top of the field here, making a very good representation. But we also have competitors from Australia, we have competitors from Norway, from Germany, so very much an international sport there. Now if we go back to the interview we heard a little bit earlier on with Matt Scott, we talked about the World Series of Swim Run. And one of the things we've been speaking about is endurance sports in general here this morning, and it seems to be that this is the kind of thing that could catch on, because the sport of triathlon is massively popular all over the world. So this is something that that could catch on, but it's not something that you can do anywhere. You need to have this archipelago structure. You need to have a series of different islands that people can run over and swim between. Björn.
Yes, I mean, yeah, you need to have good training grounds.
Yeah.
And of course, it's also a matter of having safety when you're out training.
Of course.
I wouldn't recommend going out on this course without having a boat beside you.
Yeah.
Because these grounds are heavily trafficked by boats during the seasons. But of course, I mean, I think you could do swim run pretty anywhere where there's land and there's a lake.
Is there anywhere you've been in the world, Björn, that you saw, oh, you know, this might make... I know the Isles of Scilly was a really, really popular addition to the World Series calendar this year. Is there anywhere you've seen on your travels that you think, yeah, that place would be perfect for a swim run race?
Yes, I actually went as a coach on a trip to Croatia.
Very nice.
And Croatia has a really beautiful archipelago, and actually there might be some races coming up. I've heard rumors about.
I think we have some breaking news coming here from the ÖTILLÖ studio as Björn informs us that maybe, is it somewhere around the Istrian Peninsula there in
I don't
Croatia?
know so much about it. I just heard rumors floating around here at
Croatia might be the next place. I was in Croatia there about a year or two ago, and now that you mention it, it would be absolutely the perfect place there, just off the Dalmatian coast, I think it's called there. There are some fabulous islands there, and indeed, I don't know if it would be a lot of fun to run during the summer because it gets very, very warm there during the summer, but certainly in the spring it might be a fantastic place for a race.
Yes, and I think Maybe that's a race where you can go without a wetsuit if the
Yeah.
water temperature is warm enough.
That would be fascinating to see. Would that make a big difference in terms of, you wouldn't be as restricted in the running part then? Is that right?
Yes, and I mean there's one big race here in Sweden called Ångaloppet.
Yes.
It's about between winter time is about 2 hours.
Yeah.
And
So that would be a sprint in this context.
Yeah, it's a sprint. Relatively speaking, it's a sprint. But that one you can do without a wetsuit. And what you see there is that strong swimmers seems to be in front in that race,
Yeah.
because you don't have that floating effect
Yeah.
that you get from your wetsuit.
Okay, so the wetsuit kind of slows you down a little bit. It just keeps you afloat.
Yeah, it actually helps you swim faster.
Yeah.
And having a good position in the water.
Yeah. It's fascinating the way all these different factors play in together.
Yes.
The equipment makes a difference. It can slow you down in certain circumstances. It can speed you up in others. In terms of endurance races and triathlons in general, I mean, Sweden is probably the leading nation in swimrun at the moment because of the fact that the sport originated here.
Yes.
In terms of triathlons, where would the strong athletes be coming from? Is it the USA? Is it Great Britain? Where do you see the geographic representation?
Yeah, strong triathletes comes mainly from America, Australia, anywhere really where you can train outside for the majority of the year.
Yeah.
Of course, here in the Nordic countries, you can't go out riding your bike
Yeah.
from November until March or April.
Yeah, it's very difficult conditions, yeah.
So good triathletes seems to come from places like Australia, America, Great Britain, of course. I don't know how they train because it's rain there all the time, but
Yeah. Well, I suppose it might not be that comfortable to train for a triathlon in Great Britain, as we watch some spectacular pictures, it has to be said, following the athletes across one of the islands and back into the water again now. The rhythm of the race very much established here. The athletes are into their rhythm here. There doesn't seem to be much doubt about it, although this pair don't look like they're in any hurry to get into the water again, but there they go, straight in, no messing. A quick little tactical discussion maybe before they hit the water
Yes.
again, and now they are going hammer and tongs in the water. But if we go back to that, then yeah, maybe it might not be as comfortable to train in Great Britain, but you can still cycle in the rain, even though it may not be that comfortable.
And of course that makes up a harshness.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easier to race if you train in harsh conditions.
Exactly, yeah. I'm thinking that especially those who would have raced here last year when it was quite windy and that, and I'm looking at this photographer and I don't think there's anybody on the production crew here on ÖTILLÖ who's envious of that photographer who's there, his head bare in the water with his waterproof camera and taking what will no doubt be spectacular images of the athletes as they come through here. But yeah, none of us is envious of that gentleman there. We can see that they're still very, very close together. The field hasn't spread out as much as we previously would have expected. In previous years, the strong swimmers would have taken advantage of the longer swims at the beginning of the race, established a bit of a gap between them and the rest of the field. Hasn't really happened this year. As Bjorn was saying, part of that might be a little bit tactical, where the drafting effect, where teams like to tuck in behind one another, let the strong swimmers lead the way, and then they just follow on from that. You don't have to worry about navigation if you're following after a couple of strong swimmers there. They'll do the job for you, so to speak. It is a team sport. You go out there with two people in each team, but how much cooperation is there between the teams on the course, Bjorn?
Not so much, because all teams have different tactics.
Yep.
There could be some, talks going on the day before the race about the first big swim.
Yeah.
Where you can team up with other teams and hopefully make a gap to the fast running but slow swimming teams.
Yes, yeah.
But after the first swim, there's really the team is up for themselves.
Yeah.
Really.
All bets are off. It's
Yes.
every team for themselves after
Yes.
that. Yeah, it's interesting how that dynamic sort of works out. I suppose it's important to find yourself that little bit of space to be able to swim freely, so that you're not swimming into the legs of another team right in front of you. So yeah, it's. We could probably speak all day, and we will indeed speak a great deal about the tactics between, especially when we come to the when we come to the longer runs later on in the day, because I'd imagine as well, how much communication is there between you and your teammate? Of course, you were with Paul Krochak, reigning world champions last year. Do you speak to Paul? Do you have a chat as you're jogging along the 20 kilometres?
We try to. I mean, mainly we talk about how we we feel and are
Yep.
feeling strong. Yes.
Yep.
What about this next swim? You know how we're going to perform there. But after a while, you need to focus on something else except you being tired.
Yeah.
So on Oernon, it's really, you can talk about anything, and we always say what is said between Oernon North and Oernon South, that stays on Oernon. Could be a couple of secrets.
That's very much the crucible. That was where the race was decided last year, as Paul and Bjorn passed out their nearest competitors and took an iron grip on the race and managed to hold it all the way to the very end. It was a fascinating and very exciting race there last year. That comes fairly late on, though. There's an awful lot that happens before
Yes.
then. I mean, it's pretty much after the half distance of the race. And then basically what you've got is, you've got 30, 35, maybe 40 kilometers of racing. Then you come to a 20-kilometer run, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're sitting at home enjoying your first cup of tea or cup of coffee this morning, imagine that these racers have now been on the course for an hour and 40 minutes exactly as we come to you here from Ute of Alshus. And then after 30, 40 kilometers, you have a 20-kilometer run. This is the level of endurance that is asked from these athletes. And as Bjorn says, what is said on Oernon stays on Oernon. Do you tend to sort of lose the run of things? Do you tend to go a little bit crazy out on the course at that point?
I think so, because I mean, the body is smart. The body is, moving energy towards your muscles.
Yeah.
The brain is secondary.
It's strictly secondary by that point. So basically, what you're telling me is that you can get through it, just shut down the brain and sort of get on. Well, I suppose it's an almost a survival instinct at that point as well. If you were to concentrate on how much pain there was in the body or how much lactic acid there was in the body, you probably wouldn't get very far. Although this guy, I have to say, number 25, team Swimrun magazine Europe, that's Christopher Campbell and Grégoire Eloy, the two Frenchmen there. He always seems to have a grin for the Campbell. I'm not sure if it's Christophe or if it is Grégoire, but he's certainly in good humour there. You can see the orange band between the two of them. Of course, the rules state that you're never allowed to be more than 10 metres from your teammate. And Christophe and Grégoire there with the line holding the two of them very, very close together. It'll be a couple of metres long, maybe not any longer than that. Certainly playing up for the cameras there as they strike out for the next shore on the other side. And team 112 there, that's team CrossFit TB Endurance, Anna Madsen and Emily Nygren hitting the water there, and they're just slightly ahead of the men's team. 2-0 mental, everything is mental. Sebastian Clash and Nicolas Charrier, yet another French team here. The French very, very strongly represented, certainly at the front of the field. We had a mixed team there, team 226, that is the beauty and the best, Maria Fronlund and Ralph Pirker, two Swedes there entering the water as well. And after them we see, is that team 224 that's entering there, Terrible Tuesdays, Fredrik Åström and Amy Abraham there, the two Swedes. Another mixed team there, 227 is E-team, that's Maria Ivanova from Russia and Dmitry Yahoro from Belarus. We have an interview with them that we can actually have a quick look at here to tell us a little bit more about the international aspect and what brings them here to Sweden and to ÖTILLÖ.
Daniel Svensson.
Kristina Sundal, and we are in Team Kanandarsk Swimrun.
And you're the team leader, or?
No, yes, I'm the supporter.
Okay, supporter. Good to have supporter here in Stockholm also. And you qualified to this race at the Engadin Swimrun.
Yes, that was a beautiful race. So we were really happy that we managed to qualify because it was really very tough, both the running and the swimming in very cold water. But the race was epic. So.
Yeah, tell me more about the swimrun race in Engadin.
Yes, it was beautiful mountain running with a lot of trails, and the swimming were in lakes. And it was really cold in the beginning of the swim because the lakes were very deep into the mountains. So it was probably about 10 degrees Celsius. And I'm not a really big person, so the cold affected me really hard on the run, yes. But I love doing mountain running, so we managed to qualify.
And that was your first race together?
Yes, that was the first race together, and this is going to be the second one. So it's going to be nice tomorrow, I think. It's going to be hard and a beautiful race.
How did you prepare for this race?
Yes, I did Norseman just 4 weeks ago, so I haven't been able to train lots of hours after that. My body has been really in resting shape. So I hope that my training before the Norseman will do good on this race.
And what do you think about tomorrow? Will they do a good result at ÖTILLÖ?
Yes, I think they doing good results. And I love fishing. I come here.
Okay, maybe it's good fishing out there too. And how did you prepare for this race after Engadin Swimrun?
Yeah, I have do Öloppet together with a friend of mine, and so after when we arrived from Engadin, then I have a more long distance running and swimming. So hopefully we have trained a lot of enough to arrive this and complete the race. So hopefully.
Yeah, it seems like you're finding a nice team here. How do you find your partner to those kind of races?
Yes, I met Daniel through one of my best friends, Eva Freeman, who is a very good swim runner. So she introduced me to Daniel and told me he was a good partner for me. So it has worked out well, even though we haven't been able to train that much together due to all kind of other races that we needed to prepare for.
Do you have some backgrounds in some other kind of sports?
No, for 3 years ago I started with Swimrun. Before I had played some ice hockey and go out and running and so on. So, but for 3 years ago, a good friend of mine, my best friend, so then we take the decision to do Öloppen in Gothenburg because it was a new upcoming event. So that's the start, and after that I love Swimrun because you find the nature and you can go out and swim, go out in the sea and see a lot of islands. So very good exercise to see a lot of the nature. So.
Yes, I've been a former gymnastic, so my body is used to train 30 hours a week. And when I started running, I just did it for fun with the trail running, and I just attended a race and came out really with good results. So yes, I just love what I'm doing right now.
How much do you training each week?
Well, I'm a full-time worker, so I have to be very efficient with the time I spend on my training. So maybe between 8 to 20 hours, depending on the week.
Around 10 hours. It depends on how much family time and work time you need to have. So, but around 10 to 12. I think.
Yeah, a good mix between work and training.
Yeah, it's good. You need to take care of yourself, so you can have quality time with your family and your work. So therefore, you need the training also, I think.
Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, good luck with the team leading.
With your work and your family. That was Daniel Svensson there, who works as an IT manager for Volvo. I think by his accent, he's from somewhere around the Swedish west coast. And his team partner there in team Karl-Anderska, that was Christina Sundahl, who works as a doctor in Norway. So finding the time, I don't know, Björn, if how easy is it to find the time to train when you're working full time as well? How many hours a week would you have trained before you became world champion?
I train about between maybe 8 and 12 hours a week.
Okay.
That's not that much compared to other competitors, but my body it never responded to heavy dosage of training.
Yeah.
I always thought once training most bang for the buck. So if I was out for 1 hour, I made sure to make it efficiently.
You get the maximum out of that. It's one of those things that as science develops, and of course being a clinical doctor yourself, that as science develops, we learn more and more about it. And one of the things that I found interesting, that I read about recently, was this panic training. Before you come to a big race like ÖTILLÖ, that you go, in the last week before, you go, oh, I'm not fit enough. I've got to
Yes.
train more and more. But that's actually a bad thing to do,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
How do you get over that? How do you sort of switch off the little voice in the head that says you've got to train more and more?
First of all, prepare well.
Yep.
And I mean, you know better than your preparations. And another thing is experience. Doing a thing for the first time, you always think, seeing the other competitors, that, oh hell, I've trained 2 little hours. You always have trained 2 little hours.
Yeah.
You can have trained 40 hours a week. You will still think that you have trained too
You haven't
little.
trained enough.
Yes. But I mean, you're never better than your training history, and training the last week before, that's a no-go. That's a no-go, because then you're supposed to build up your body again. You have broke it down repeatedly from hard training.
Yeah.
The weeks before, you need to build it up stronger than it was before.
How individual is that, though? Because you mentioned that you would go out and you do the absolute maximum for 1 hour. And the other thing I'd like to ask you is, would you ever train for the full distance of ÖTILLÖ, 75 kilometers? Who has 8 hours that they can go out on a Saturday and do these things?
No one does that. I don't think no one does that.
No.
I know me and Paul and the other teams as well. Maximum about maybe 6 hours of swimrun sessions, but then you don't go at an ÖTILLÖ pace.
Yeah,
you're slower during those sessions, and then of course during the season, most of the teams, they compete a lot as well.
Yeah,
and those competitions before ÖTILLÖ is the best practice, really.
Yeah. So you try to reach a certain level and then keep that through most of the season, and then peak on the first Monday in September.
Yes.
Yeah. I find it amazing, really, that that you can come to ÖTILLÖ, and you spoke about you don't do it at ÖTILLÖ pace until you get to ÖTILLÖ. But how then do you know that your body is going to be capable of responding when you ask it to do that in this race?
That's the problem. You don't know. You don't know how well your body is going to respond. You don't know how it's going to respond 6 hours into the race.
Yeah.
And most of the teams, they will make it to Oernon.
Yeah.
But on Oernon, that's where you start to feel, is this going to work or is it not going to work?
Yeah.
Until then, all of the teams, and especially the elite teams, will feel strong. But once you hit Oernon, and once you hit that pavement roads, that's where you realize if you're having a bad day or if you're having the best day of your life.
That's where it's decided. And of course,
Yes.
that was where the race was decided last year when Bjorn and Paul took the lead in the men's race and never relinquished it after that. But, to the untrained eye, so to speak, when you see the paved roads in Oernon, we've seen people running across slippery rocks this morning. We think that looks very difficult. Would it not be nice to have a sort of a paved road for them to run along?
No.
But that's not the case.
No.
You just go, oh.
Yeah.
Is it harder on the legs? Is it that the pace goes up and that kind of thing?
Yes, both. Your muscles they fatigued, they are stiff, you're tired, and hitting that hard surface.
Yeah.
That really takes a toll on your body. It's really difficult, and also because when you hit that pavement roads, you need to keep the pace up.
Yes.
And you need to go fast.
Yeah.
Everyone is hurting like hell on Oernon.
At that point.
Yes.
And does it become a mental challenge more so than a physical challenge at that point?
Yes.
And what is it that keeps you going? Is it your teammate? Is it something you find in yourself? Are there some people that just give up at that point?
Different from team to team, but many teams have the goal on Oernon to make it to the cutoff. There's a cutoff at the end of Oernon. If you make it to the Oernon cutoff, you will get to come to Ute.
You're pretty much guaranteed to finish
the race. Yeah, you're guaranteed
the race.
to finish the race. Amongst the top teams, they are getting reports quite often, maybe every third K or something.
Yeah.
People are always standing cheering. And that keeps you motivating, hopefully picking up to teams in front, and that was the case for me and Paul last year.
Yeah, as our pictures have switched there, we're going to the Red Bull timing station there, so we can see teams coming in there. Team number 9 coming in there, that's swimshop.se, Fredrik Rosenholm and Marcus Ahlström, the Swedes there. And we may be able to get some comments there from Petter as he passes by there.
Okay, welcome to Styrsvik. We're here at Energy Deposit number 2, full of bananas, Cliff Bars, energy drinks. We have a lot of teams coming in. They are about a couple of minutes behind the leading teams. The leading girls, just passed us about 30 seconds ago. They have been out for 1 hour and 55 minutes. So let's see if we can get some questions answered. They're in a lot of a hurry, these guys. So. Okay, guys, what's the focus? Energy drinks?
Yeah,
bars?
just get as much energy as possible.
Much energy as possible. Calories? Yeah? 500 calories to stop.
Yeah, at this station.
At this station. Okay, so you hear it's a lot of planning. He said 500 calories at this station, so they have a lot of guys. These guys are planning out how much energy they need. So we have cinnamon buns, we have candy, yeah. As you can see now, they're filling up on energy. They're not a single one just drinking. So far so good, guys. What's the choice on energy?
It doesn't matter.
Best and biggest struggle so far, then?
Best. Oh, jeez. Ask simpler questions.
Okay. What's the choice?
One tiny tumble we had, but
okay,
it's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, the cold water helps.
Oh, good. Yeah. What's the energy take now?
Huh?
What's the energy intake now?
Oh, Jesus.
Everything.
Anything you have.
Everything we have. So it's not a matter what it is, just a matter. It's a lot. You need to stuff in as much as possible. So it's, as I said, cinnamon buns, bananas. It's energy drinks, and then energy bars, candy. Yeah, fast carbonates. And they have to choose from. It's Red Bull, it's energy drinks and water, of course, because they're not carrying anything. We have a couple of teams carrying energy bars inside their jackets, wetsuits. So yeah, we have about Okay, we're here with Michael Lemmel, the race director, energy station number 2. Okay, do you see any favorites so far?
Well, it's really interesting to see what's going on at the moment, because we have I think 5 teams that are really close together at the very front, or they are together, and they're battling very hard.
Yeah.
They're at the moment they are at the. They're keeping the time schedule of the fastest time ever on this course.
Yeah, that's cool.
But it will be interesting to see if they will basically knock each other out along the way too. So some tight faces. In mixed category, 2 new teams together in the front, doing well, which is also very cool. Staffan and Marika a little behind, but I think they usually start slow and then they just increase the pace. And women's team, Christine and Annika, look super strong.
Yeah.
Super strong.
Agreed.
But it's a long race.
Yeah, it is.
It's a long race.
Do you see any struggles so far?
No, everyone's doing great at the moment. And now they have another 4 kilometers of running here on Rundmarö. And then they start doing some island hopping before they do another 7 kilometers on Namda. So looking good at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. We are 2 hours into the race. So yes, this is energy station number 2. How far is it to the next energy station?
The next energy station is about 5 kilometers from here.
Okay.
It's to the bottom of Rundmarö. Then there's a short swim. It's ÖTILLÖ. Then it's a short swim over to Munke. And on Munke is the energy station.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, cool.
Thank
Enjoy
you,
it.
Miguel.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll see if we're going to catch up with some teams and run alongside them. Okay, let's see. We can catch team number 63, I think, if they're up for the task.
Thank you, everybody.
Sarah, walk.
Okay, guys, fueling up, tying shoelaces. Everything okay?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Any favorites?
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Is it too hot or too cold in the water?
It's perfect.
It's perfect. Okay,
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Okay, we're following a mixed team. 212.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, biggest struggle so far?
No problem so far. So
no problem so far.
So far, so good.
What's the difference in the temperature between running and swimming in the suits?
Huge.
So far it's good. It's
So far
okay.
good.
It's okay.
Yeah. So let's see. You're 2 hours into the race.
Yeah.
How do you plan ahead? Is it a steady pace or?
Yeah. Go like this.
Steady pace.
Yeah.
You keep tempo on the whole track or go with the?
I think we
stomach feel?
we
Go with the flow.
with the flow. Yes.
Okay.
With
Good luck,
the
guys.
stomach.
Yeah. Good luck. Well, good luck, guys. Yeah, it seemed really strong. We had a lot of, like Mikael said, we had a lot of competition. Yeah, we're heading back to the studio. So we'll see you on the next island.
Indeed, our reporter out in the field there, getting to build up a bit of a sweat and feel just a little bit what it's like to take part in the Swimrun World Championships, although he only ran about 200 metres and these guys have a much longer run in front of them before the next feeding station. You also heard there from race director Mikael Lemel, and he was telling us that the split times so far are very, very fast. Yes. So they're up there with the fastest, as Bjorn predicted that there was a very good chance that the course record of 8 hours and 16 minutes would be broken today. So at the moment the race seems to be going according to plan. We have a bunch of teams there at the very front. An interesting situation opening up there in the women's race. Team Ad Nature, Christine Lawson and Annika Eriksson there looking very good at the front of that. We have our helicopter back in the air now as well, bringing you what I can only describe as breathtaking images from the Stockholm archipelago here. Beautiful green wooded islands, and this is the terrain over which and through which our 119 teams, our 238 competitors are making their way today. A look at the leaderboard. Lille Moberg, Daniel Hansson of Team Swedish Armed Forces now in the lead, coming in at 1 minute 59 to that last station there. Team Envol, powered by swimrunshop.com, in second place, and Team Head Swimming, featuring one of the current world champions, Paul Krochak, and his new partner Oscar, are in the third place there. The women's team, Team Ad Nature, leading ahead of Team Head Swimming and Team Good Enough there in third place. And in the mixed class we have Team Thule Adventure Team, swimrunshop.com, and then Team Orca in third place. Interestingly enough there, let me see, we have, it is Team Head Swimming is Annika and Staffan, the current reigning world champions in the mixed class, but of course we would expect them to make up their time a little bit later on when the longer runs start to happen. The images we're seeing here are from our helicopter up above the islands, where we're able to follow some of the trail runners as they go along. As you can see, there's an amazing difference in terrain here. From earlier on in the race, we could see the rocky, stony little trails along the edge of the water, and now we are onto more paved roads, so it varies throughout the day. Is this Rundmarö that we were watching there? Is that where we are at the moment on the course? Yes. That's Rundmarö, and that's about a 4-kilometre run, is it?
It's a 9-kilometre run.
9-kilometre
yes.
run, okay. So that's quite a considerable, I mean, that's, you know, when you consider that the entire distance is about 75 kilometres, that's quite a considerable length of a run here. So it's one of the longer runs on the course there. As you can see, fairly decent conditions underfoot. So this is the point where the stronger runners will start to make their presence felt. As you look at team number 54, Puppy TS Originals of Henrik Rostrom and Matthias Siebe, the two Swedes there. coming down towards our camera before turning right there across the trail again. Fairly decent conditions underfoot. A little bit of rain here in the archipelago yesterday. What in my home country of Ireland they would have called a soft day yesterday. So it's very pleasant conditions out there. As you can see, quite overcast, which keeps the rays of the sun off the athletes. They'll be delighted with that, running as they do in their wetsuits and swimming in their running shoes. You are watching ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the sport of swimrun. This is it. This is the daddy of them all. This is the big one. They have qualified here on merit. Some have even got places on lotteries. But be assured that the best swimrun athletes in the world, with the exception of Bjorn Englund, are out there on that course this morning. Bjorn is here with me in the studio giving his expert advice and opinions and giving us some real great insight into what it is to take part in one of the toughest endurance races in the world. There we see it was almost like they were holding hands there, but I think there's some nutrition being shared there between Team 55, Team Apollo Sports, Emil Moberg and Daniel Girai there, the two Swedes, as they come down into the Red Bull nutrition and hydration station. There we have the women's team, Team 106, Les Sirens, Sally Karlfjord and Sabrina Moret, a Swedish-French team there coming in there. And Team Apollo Sports, team number 55, Emil Moberg and Daniel Girai, who just went past us there. It was very interesting to see, Bjorn, when they came to this nutrition and hydration station, that basically the athletes do not care what they eat. It's just calories is what they're looking for at this point.
Depends. I think most of the teams actually know what they're going to
They've already decided.
Put into the bodies, yeah. Most of them, I think, is taking a couple of drinks and some gels. Some of them are maybe eating a protein bar or cinnamon bun, but that's quite early on still. So I think most of the teams focusing on just getting hydration and some calories.
Yep. Cinnamon buns, it would have struck me that, you know, if you're an endurance athlete, cinnamon buns wouldn't be a normal part of your diet. But is it sort of fast carbohydrates? Is it something that the body can absorb quickly?
Yeah, you know, endurance athletes tends to be the most sugar-loving people in the world.
But is that just during the race? Because would you eat these things when you're in training? Would you, the great Swedish tradition, of course, of fika, we have seven different kinds of cookies, and I mean, this is a wonderful country for baked goods and that kind of thing. But would you eat those while you were training, or is it only during the race when you need the calories that you would eat them?
The best fikas are done after a hard training session.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, and the triathletes and swim runners, at least in Stockholm, the ones I know, they are pros at drinking coffee and eating cakes after a long session.
Cake after a run. But is it a little bit of a reward for the hard work that has gone into? Absolutely.
Yes.
So that's why you do it. It's not because the love of trail running or that kind of thing. It's
because
you love cake.
Exactly.
I'm starting to see a future for myself in the sport of swim run in that case. But as you look at these beautiful pictures again from the helicopter, we see two swimmers very, very tight, very, very close together. Can't see exactly which islands it is that they are swimming between at the moment. But it looks like lovely, clear, calm waters on that particular swim. The small little waves emanating from the two swimmers there, going in an arrow pattern. I'm just wondering now, I'm not sure if we even had the helicopter last year, but would you be disturbed by the rotors of the helicopter or the downdraft?
No, I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. I can't really relate because I don't think I've been experienced it, but I don't think so.
Yeah, this is the first year that we've been able to bring you helicopter pictures in our live broadcast, which will be going on pretty much to the bitter end here. We'll stay until most of the competitors has crossed the line here. We're expecting the winners, if, as Bjorn says, we do have a new course record set a little bit later on. They'll be coming to us a little after 2 o'clock, we would expect. And is that the gels there? That looks like the gels.
Yes, that's Matthias. He's a friend of mine.
Yep.
He's taking some gels and drinking some
energy drinks, isotonic drink there.
They can. I think it's Team Tallahassee. They can finish top 10. I think in the mixed category.
Putting them in the top 10 in the mixed category, and two of the girls there. Just a quick little skip. That's not a skipping rope she has there, but a quick little skip over the rope there to get back on the trail, and out they go on a lovely paved road. It must be, once you get into your rhythm like this, it must actually be quite pleasant to be out there on a Monday morning.
Yes.
It's lovely weather, not too hot, of course. Good forecast for the day. No rain forecast, as far as I know, along the course. There's Team Tallahassee there. We can see 2 hours and 7 minutes they passed the last timing station at, which also coincides with the Run Maro hydration and nutrition station. You can see them filling up the little water bladder or hydration bladder that she's carrying with her there. That is team number 209 I saw there? Hard to see, of course. Team Carbon, Oscar Davison and Martina Oernon. If it is 209, there's team 229. That is ex-Bionic France, Laurent Valette and Camille Machon from France there. A lot of French athletes, as we've mentioned already several times this morning. The popularity of the Engadin swim run race in Switzerland, bringing us a lot of French competitors, thankfully, and we're delighted to have them here. And indeed, we're delighted to have viewers from France and around the world joining us here on Facebook, on YouTube, on ÖTILLÖ.com, and endurance fans around the world joining us for this, the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run. And there is a competitor, I'm not sure if it was one of the Frenchmen, who's enjoying the hospitality of a Swedish cinnamon bun at the hydration station here, the Red Bull timing station there. We are going to take a short little break there as we look at team number 61, the Sharks, Issam Idrijounieh and Frédéric Lamache from France. We're going to take a little bit of a break in our broadcast here. We'll be missing for about 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes or so. But during that time, we're not going to leave you bored at all. We're going to take a little bit of a review of the swim run season so far, starting, I think it is, with the ÖTILLÖ swim run race from a little bit earlier this season. We'll be back to you in about 25 minutes' time.
ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Series is presented by Garmin, Camps and Nature, and Head.
This year is great because we're starting something new. Here we are at ÖTILLÖ, the origin and the birthplace of swimrun, and we have a great race coming up.
It's going to be an awesome race, and we're going to go hard from the start.
Yeah, for sure, going for the victory again. But it's going to be a good fight.
ÖTILLÖ Swimrun ÖTILLÖ 2016, we have 297 registered teams from 18 nations. So I'm looking forward for some fun action.
fun race. Feels good to be on top.
Good race. Feels great to be here to win. It's amazing, fantastic.
It was really fun, but now it's time to rest.
In a few minutes. In a few minutes,
ÖTILLÖ
dawn will break
Swimrun
here,
World
and the archipelago
Championship
will once
is
again be
presented
revealed to
by
the world in all its rugged
Garmin.
beauty. But today there's a difference. Today it provides the backdrop to one
Camps
of the
at
toughest
nature.
endurance races known to man. As for the 11th year in a row,
Head.
it hosts
ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship is presented by Garmin. Camps at Nature. Head. And Vivo Barefoot.
Good morning and welcome back to ÖTILLÖ. We are here at the finish line in the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run. My name is Philip O'Connor. This is Bjorn Englund, the current men's world champion, for another few hours at least. We are 2 hours and 44 minutes, almost 45 minutes into the race now. Bjorn described the first 3 hours as a warm-up, and what a race it is hotting up to be. It's an absolute thriller out there in the course so far. In the men's race, I can tell you, we're going to have a quick look at the leaderboard there. We have Lille Mubay and Daniel Hansson are leading the men's race by 6 seconds, by only 6 seconds after 2 hours and 40 odd minutes of racing there. So there we see in second place Valhalla Racing, something of a surprise team of Lars Finanger and David Thompson there. And in third place, Team Head Swimming, that is Oskar Olsen and Paul Krochak. Paul, of course, was Bjorn's partner when they won the World Championship last year. Before we go to the women and the mixed classes there, Bjorn, I'd just like to ask you, Valhalla Racing are what we call an uppstickare in Swedish. They've kind of managed to sneak in there between two of the favourites, so to speak. So what are your feelings on the leaderboard as it stands at the moment?
Well, Swedish Armed Forces and Team Head Swimming, no surprises there. But Valhalla Racing, I must confess, I didn't know that they were this good.
Exactly, and they're certainly showing their talents out on the on the course today. Now, the time difference there is about 8 seconds separating first and third after 2.5 hours of racing. It's very, very tight at the top.
Oh,
here,
yes,
right?
that's nothing. That's nothing. They're probably back to back.
There you go. It is all to play for out here. We remember a thrilling time at Oernon last year when it was the 20-kilometre run there, the crucible of ÖTILLÖ, where it was all decided. And we're looking forward to another thrilling race there when we get to that point a little bit later on in the day. Bjorn and I were speaking earlier on, and he told me that he expected the course record to be broken today. Race director Mika Lemel tells us that the split times, we are on course for a new course record today. We'll go down the leaderboard to the women's race, where Team Ad Nature are leading that race ahead of Team Swimming and Team Icebug. A little bit more of a gap there, 4 minutes and 19 seconds between first and second, and 8 minutes back to third, but still not a huge gap in terms of the length of this race.
No, definitely. I mean, there's a long way to go, and 4 minutes could be eaten up in an hour.
In an hour is all
Yes.
it takes to eat up 4 minutes. And if we go to the mixed class there, we have Thule Adventure Team who are leading there, 1 minute and 9 seconds only ahead of swimrunshop.com. And then in third place there, we have Team Orca. But again, it's all to play for, so to speak there. If we look at last year's winners, Marika Wagner, Astal, Staffan Björklund, Team Head Swimming there, they're not even in the running, so to speak, on the leaderboard at the moment, but they're not too far away as far as we know.
No, I think they're about 8 minutes behind, but of course their strength is when the terrain is getting tougher and the runs are getting longer. So 8 minutes for them.
And it's well known.
They still have a chance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's well known in the sport of swimrun that Marika is a very powerful competitor. And once she hits those paved roads, all of a sudden they will start to eat into that lead. We hope, of course, that you have been joining us since 6 o'clock this morning, just before dawn here when the race started. But if you didn't, if you took a little bit of a lie on this morning and you're just having your morning coffee now, have a look at this. This is a little bit of a roundup of the action that we've had until this point here at ÖTILLÖ. In a few minutes, dawn will break here and the archipelago will once again be revealed to the world in all its rugged beauty. But today there's a difference. Today it provides the backdrop for one of the toughest endurance races known to man, as for the 11th year in a row it hosts ÖTILLÖ, the championship decider in the sport of swimrun. Over the course of this day-long race, the teams will battle the elements, the geography and the very limits of their own strength and endurance as they crown 2016 swimrun. The rules are very, very simple. They must follow the course from Sandhamn to where I stand here in ÖTILLÖ. There are 26 different swims, 52 transitions from water to land and vice versa. At no point can they be more than 10 meters from their teammate. They may bring whatever they like with them, with some restrictions on flotation devices, but anything that leaves the starting gate must be carried over the finish line here behind us. Sandhamn. And there they go, they are off.
It's quite nice to finally get to the water and because that first swim, that's the swim you think about during the night and during this early morning. But once you're in the water, really, then it's just keep on going, you know.
How was the start? Oh, a bit cold. Bit cold, but took it in turns, so we warmed up.
Yeah, and you look really happy.
Oh yeah, I'm super happy to get through that long swim.
So they've run pretty much run and swim to the west now. So they'll be coming across Rundmøre and then moving down south before moving on to the rest of the course.
We have, I think, 5 teams that are really close together at the very front. They're keeping the time schedule of the fastest time ever on this course.
Yeah, that's cool.
But it will be interesting to see if they will basically knock each other out along the way too. So some tight faces.
Of the morning's action here at ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the sport of swimrun. A few minutes ago we went through the leaderboard, and Björn, just as we were watching that recap, I noticed on the leaderboard that the top 10 teams are all within 10 minutes of each other. Is this the tightest field we've ever had at ÖTILLÖ?
Probably.
It's turning out to be a fantastic day of racing here in the Stockholm archipelago. As we cut back to the images from out on the course, is it Norra Nämndö that we are looking at there as the athletes hit the water? They are well into their stride now. They've been on the course for 2 hours and 50 minutes. As you can see them, I wouldn't say climbing down the rocks, but certainly trotting down the rocks there as they make their way into the water again. And this is where it starts to get interesting. It's a series of short runs and short swims now between the energy stations and across the islands. 26 in total as we watch one of the athletes slip there just down to the right of your picture as they come into the water. That's one of the men's teams. I can't see the number on the bib there. But as Bjorn was mentioning earlier on, there is a serious injury risk out there due to the slippery rocks and that kind of thing. We have 26 islands in total that they traverse. So that's in and out of the water 52 times. And Bjorn, you were saying that the weather conditions this morning are pretty much ideal for this Swimrun World Championship decider.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, temperature-wise, both in the water and in the air. But actually, it's the waves are bigger than I expected it to be. I can't really tell if the waves are coming from behind. It looks like they're coming from a little bit from the side right now.
Yep.
And of course, that makes it more difficult to swim. So maybe not 100% ideal, but for sure, good for a fast race.
They're fairly decent conditions for a fast race. I think this time last year we were very much affected by the wind. I think the waves, and of course you took part in and you won that race last year. So it was much more difficult swimming conditions maybe. But they do look like rather large waves that coming from right to left. It's hard to see from our pictures there if they're coming sort of into the face of the racers or if they're just coming sort of straight across them. But you mentioned as well that you have to adjust your navigation a little bit to allow for these waves.
Yes, because you can see at the bunch of swimmers here that when they navigate, they have to keep their head up for a couple of strokes. And that's because if you're in the bottom of a wave and you navigate, the wave is in your way for your side. So yeah, you can see the first swimmer here is navigating quite intensively.
Yeah.
And that's because you need to be on top of a wave to get a good sight of where you're going.
And would you reckon, is this one of the parts of the course where there's a strong undercurrent in the water? Will that actually be playing a part as well?
I can't really tell if this part is particular have undercurrents, but that can depend from year to year. But what we call the pig swim.
Yes.
It's a long swim in the middle of the race. It's 1.4 kilometer swim. That has always a lot of currents.
Yeah, the pig swim, of course, one of the famous parts of this, one of the toughest endurance races known to man. 75 kilometers from Sandhamn to ÖTILLÖ. This competition actually started as a drunken bet, but it's no laughing matter now in its 11th year. The World Championship decider in the sport of swim run, as we see a dinghy make its way across there. Of course, many pleasure craft out there, many boats out there, making sure that our athletes, 238 of them, all make it to the finish line safely. There are a number of cut-off points throughout the race. This is not a race for the faint-hearted. Unless you can keep the pace, you are out. And those timing stations are throughout the race there. So you actually can fall into that trap as well, can't you, Bjorn? That you make it to one gate and you go, oh, I made it with 10 minutes to spare. But that's no excuse to slow down. You actually have to speed up if you're going to make the next one.
Yes.
An elite athlete like you, you've never been in that position where you've been close to being kicked out of the race, no?
No, I haven't.
No, but it must be very, very difficult for them. But it is, I mean, it's not just a physical challenge. This is a mental challenge as well. 3 hours into the race here, of course, for those of you who don't know, Bjorn is also a medical doctor. How is the body reacting to the race at the moment? What's breaking down? What's happening in the body right now?
Well, if you cheated on your nutrition, now it's the time where you noticed it.
You get into trouble here.
Yes, you get into trouble because now it's 3 hours in, and that's about the amount of carbohydrates or fast energy you have stored in your body. It won't last for any longer.
Okay.
So you need to be fueling up constantly during the race, and also a couple of days before. Most of the athletes, I think, will have added more carbohydrates to the diet, maybe in the fluid carbohydrates as well.
Yeah.
Just storing up as maximal as possible.
Yeah. Of course, we saw as the athletes came through the Red Bull feeding station a little bit earlier on, there was a variety of foods and gels on offer to them, and some of the athletes were saying they didn't care what it was. Certainly further down the field, they didn't care what it was. The elite athletes were kind of taking the gels and that kind of thing very, very quickly, moving quickly through the feeding and hydration stations. A little bit lower down the field, it was like, give me a banana, give me a cinnamon bun, I'll put the two together, I'll make something completely new. But they were just getting the calories in there. And indeed, I think one competitor said to our reporter out in the field that his only goal there was 500 calories. He was going to eat 500 calories and then just get back out there again. So there we see Team Swedish Armed Forces, our leaders there. The last timing session they came through was a 2 hours, 20 minutes and 9 seconds. And they will be coming up on the next timing station very, very soon. So we'll get a better idea of exactly where they are in the race. When they came through that timing station, they were 6 seconds ahead of Valhalla Racing. That is absolutely nothing. That is neck and neck, 2 hours and 20 minutes into one of the longest and most arduous endurance races there are out there. And Team Valhalla Racing was only 2 seconds ahead of Team Head Swimming, Oscar Olsen and Bjorn's former teammate Paul Krochak from Canada. So it's very, very tight there at the front. Now, we didn't see the other athletes that close together, so there may be a little bit of a gap opening up, but to all intents and purposes, they're still neck and neck almost 3 hours into the race. There is Team Head Swimming coming up out of the water in third place there at the last timing station. And Team 48, that is Team Valhalla Racing there, neck and neck. And we see them helping each other up out of the teammates, helping each other up. There are 3 teams together here, quite simply. Team Run Fast 77 have broken into that leaderboard there as well. So they are up there with the absolute elite in it. That's Fredrik Axegård and Alex Flores, the 2 Swedes there as well. So plenty of Swedes neck and neck as they go along there. We have a reporter out on the course. I would sincerely doubt that they are going to talk to any of the elite athletes, but they may be able to give us, a little bit later on, they'll be able to give us their feelings as the teams pass by. We saw some of the athletes struggling to get up out of the water. The rocks are wet, they are slippery, and now we can go over to Kalle maybe and see what he has to say there down by the water's edge at Norra Nämdö, I mean.
Yes, right now we are here at the north part of Nämdö, and we see one of the first team here. They were taking different like lanes in the water. Some of the team, they were taking this part of the island, and some of the team was going to the right instead. So yeah, and we have some more team here, and it's nice to be so close to everyone here, and you feel the wind, you feel you feel the spirit of ÖTILLÖ. So yeah, nice to be here, and we will come back later with some interviews with not the top athletes, but still very fast athletes. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, Kalle, for that update there from Norra Nämdö as we see orlandoswim.se coming to land there. I can tell you that the first 4 teams have passed time station number 7. And listen to this. Team Swedish Armed Forces in the lead. 2 hours, 56 minutes and 30 seconds it took them to get there. 20 seconds after them is Team Head Swimming in a dead heat with Team Run Fast 77. A dead heat as they went 3 hours, almost 3 hours into the race. They passed timing station number 7 neck and neck. And 3 seconds after them is Team Valhalla Racing. So we have a very, very tight leaderboard at the top here. To all intents and purposes, there is nothing between them. There is a hair's breadth between the top 4 teams here as we see Team 68 leaving the water now. So it is very, very tight at the top. Björn Englund, did you expect it to be this close 3 hours into the warm-up of this race, so to speak?
Not this many teams in the top.
Yeah.
I would have thought that maybe 2, 3 or 4 teams would stick together.
Yeah.
But now I think 5 teams has passed, and there's a couple of teams coming up as well, and it's really tight. It's just a couple of minutes, and now they have about 9 kilometers of running.
Yeah.
So maybe the field will start to split up now.
It'll start to spread out a little bit now, yeah. The swimming certainly being the great leveler here this morning. I'm just looking at it here, and there is 2 minutes and 14 seconds between the top 6 teams, right? This is basically like looking at the 100 meters in the Olympics. Everybody is very, very tight together, and there is nothing to separate them at the moment. Over the course of the next 9 kilometers, that may change. Of course, your former teammate Paul Krochak, a powerful runner.
Yes.
His new teammate Oscar Olsen, how's Oscar's running swimming? Is he more a runner than a swimmer in your estimation?
Yes, he is, and his strength is in the terrain sections.
Yeah.
He's a really strong terrain runner, probably stronger than I was when I was in shape, and a little bit stronger than Paul. Paul's strength is comes now when they hit Nämdö. It's quite easy running, and that's where Paul's strength comes into play. So I will think Paul will do the majority of the leading.
Yeah, he'll pace it now across
Yes.
Oernon. If we look at the women's table there, they have yet to hit, the first of the women have yet to come in land at time station number 7, but we can tell you the team Ad Nature are at the top there, Christine Larsen and Annika Eriksson, and in second place Bibben Nordblom and Maja Tesch, team head swimming there in second place. Now the interesting thing there, and we talked about a little bit as being swinging between the teams, because you tend to swap partners in swimrun maybe a little bit more than you would in other sports. So it was Annika and Maja last year who came out and won, despite being thrown together in the last minute, if I remember rightly.
Yes, they did.
And Bibben Nordblom, of course, she won the previous year in 2015. She won partnered by her mother.
Yes.
And now she has partnered with last year's winner, Maja, but they are currently behind Christine Larsen and Annika Eriksson there. So it's kind of getting like a soap opera. If you remember Dallas in the 1980s, it's kind of, trying to keep all these things together. But there's a matter of a couple of minutes between them. We can't see the actual split there, but it is, about 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes between those teams at the last point. It will be interesting to see when they pass the next timing station number 7.
Yes, and the third team, it's with Ulrike Eriksson and Helena Sivertsson.
Yes.
Ulrike Eriksson won the mixed class, I think, 2 years ago.
Yes.
So she's also a strong contender.
Sivertsson is also an experienced competitor here. As I say, the sport of swimrun, which was founded here as a result of a drunken bet. Of course, there is a strong Swedish presence in it, but quite a strong international presence this year as well, and is growing for every year. The World Series of Swimrun bringing this sport to venues around the world. A quick look at the leaderboard in the mixed section there tells us that the Thule Adventure team of Adriel Young from Australia and Eva Nyström from Sweden are leading that particular race ahead of team swimrunshop.com. Diane Sadik and Rickard Berglund are just behind them, maybe a minute and 10 seconds behind them. And after that is Team Orca, Fanny Dagvart Lilleström and Per Kristoffersen in third place there. Again, it's very, very tight at the top. In previous years, we have seen the field separate reasonably quickly between the elite and the rest of the runners, but often even in the elite there, you would have leads of 6, 8, 10 minutes opened up at this point. That hasn't happened this year. It's very, very close together. We look at team number 39, looking for a little bit of guidance coming out of the water there.
I think that's Faris Al Sultan, actually.
Yeah, it is indeed. Faris Al Sultan and Peter there. Let me see, what is the name of that team? It's Team Old Tri-Bears is the name of that team there. Faris struggling to get out of the water there. They're looking for a little bit of guidance there from the shoreline as to where they should come ashore. We're going to watch them coming up out of the water now. You can see with the slippery rocks ahead there, two very, very experienced competitors.
Yes.
And some pictures being taken there. We can see the line keeping the two of them together in the water and indeed on the land here as they try to make their way gingerly up the slope there.
They're not so far behind, actually. They're doing very well.
They're quite well. Of course, yeah, this is not an Nämdö, so they would probably be within maybe 5 minutes of the first competitors.
Yes.
We'll have a look there and see if we can see exactly what point they are at. Team number, we'll find that out as we go along. Yeah, there are 7 teams that have passed timing station number 7 now. It's very, very tight at the top. There's only 2 minutes and 30 seconds between 7 teams. And this is my 3rd year doing this race. I honestly cannot remember a time when the group at the front was that tight. We're not only going to concentrate on the group at the front, though, because we have 238 athletes out on the course. We have the elites, the guys who come and girls who come here expecting to win the race. That's one group. But there are also a bunch of people out there testing themselves against nature and against the course. And beyond, that's really the attraction of these endurance sports. It's getting out there and testing yourself against the elements, right?
Yes, that's. I think that's what the majority of these athletes are seeking. It's the adventure, it's the challenge.
And what is it that makes ÖTILLÖ such a special race in that case?
The distance, the harsh nature, the elements, really. And of course, I mean, ÖTILLÖ has it's something about it. Just saying ÖTILLÖ, it's some mythical thing about this race.
It has really become a sort of an expression. You know, it's one of those really loaded expressions now in the language or the terminology of endurance sports.
Yes.
So when you say ÖTILLÖ, and the more it sort of spreads itself, it has attained this mythical status. Of course, this is the 11th year of the race here. It is now the World Championship decider. You've taken part in some of the shorter sprint races in your time. Are they as satisfying, or is this the one that everybody looks forward to in the calendar every year?
Yes, it is. I mean, for everyone who's doing it and having it in their calendar, this is the main event. And all other races is just something leading up to this.
That is just the starter, ladies and gentlemen, says Björn Englund. This is the main course. This is the daddy of them all. This is the big one. The first Monday in September every year, you will find us here on ÖTILLÖ waiting for the best athletes, the best endurance athletes in the world to make their way through the finish line behind us as we watch them. Still the same strong swimming stroke that they started out from Sandhamn with this morning. There's some powerful work being put in there, both in the water and on land, as we watch these tremendous athletes make their way across the water towards Norra Nämdö, I think we're looking at there. Has competition increased in recent years? I'm just thinking about this leaderboard, 2.5 minutes between the top 6 or 7 teams. As this sport becomes more international, has the competition increased? Is it getting harder and harder every year to win this race?
Yes. I mean, for every year there's another, maybe in each class there's another 2 or 3 teams that everyone is talking about. A couple of years ago, maybe there were 3 teams in the top.
Yeah.
And you know that one of them was going to win.
Yeah.
This year, it's maybe in a men's field, probably, if not 10, but 7, 8 teams that could win this race. And in the mixed teams and in the women's teams as well, there's about 5 teams in each class that could actually win.
There you go. And, what would be the perfect background for a swim run athlete? Because people come at this from all sides. We have some people here who are in the military, who are in the police force, who train a lot as part of their job. We have people like yourself from the medical profession who bring a great deal of knowledge and experience. You know, if you were to create the perfect swim run athlete, what would you be looking for in that person?
I think that you should have a background in swimming back when you were young, because swimming tends to be the most difficult thing. Running comes naturally to someone. Even though if you start to run when you're 25, 30, 40 years old, you will still have that motor programmed somewhere in your brain. But swimming, I mean, swimming crawl is not a natural movement.
No.
So you need to have been doing that as a child and able to become a good swimmer. So I think you should have a background swimming. You don't necessarily need to have been a great swimmer when you were young, but have done some swim training. And then probably if I were to just combine different athletes into a super swim runner, I would take a good swimmer and combine it with a good orienteering.
Okay, so not a marathon runner, but
no,
an orienteering.
Yes, because this is, I run marathons as well. This is, you can't compare it to a marathon. It's something completely different.
It's interesting that you see certain people, as we mentioned a little earlier on the broadcast, you know, they think, oh, you know, I'm great at triathlons, I've done 10 triathlons, and then they come here and they sink into the field because they expect it to be like a triathlon, which is a very sort of clean and clinical version. But this is dirt under the fingernail sport right here. As we look at the pictures there, we can see the silver Pilen boats just off to the left here. That's normally used to ferry passengers from the mainland of Stockholm out to the Stockholm archipelago here. 30,000 islands out here, but today we will be focusing on 26 of them. The 26 islands that form the backdrop to ÖTILLÖ, the decider in the World Championship of Swimrun, as we see a whole bunch of mixed class athletes coming across there. I can see from the green bibs and the green swim caps that we have competitors in the mixed class there, followed by 2 red caps of men competing in the men's class there. And a little bit further behind, we can't really see at that distance, but there's quite a distance between the 2 competitors there. The silver Pilen boat just drifting a little bit outwards there. One of those things that there is very heavy boat traffic here in the Stockholm archipelago, even in September now when the summer season is really over here. The summer houses are boarded up for the winter. There's still a lot of year-round residents who live here on the islands just outside of Stockholm, and idyllic and beautiful surroundings indeed. if you do have the chance to visit this part of the world and you're watching us anywhere else, come here. Preferably come here on the first Monday in September. Join us here on ÖTILLÖ at the finish line and witness this fantastic day of endurance racing and this fantastic day of sport. Bjorn, sum it up so far. Has this lived up to your expectations? 3 hours and 9 minutes into the race, are you enjoying being a spectator, or would you prefer to be out there in the water and on the trail?
Still mixed emotions.
It must be very tough. We had a little bit of a break there earlier on where we showed you a little bit of some of the highlights of the season so far, including the ÖTILLÖ Swimrun race, and we're eating breakfast, and I was trying to tempt Bjorn into saying whether he'd make a comeback or not. I expected him to say no, but it's not completely ruled out, is it?
Days like this, of course, you want to come back and compete. But again, if I was in shape, I wouldn't be standing here. I would be in the field competing.
You'd be out there, yeah.
Yes, but I'm not. And when this has sunken in a couple of weeks, probably I would have a much clearer no to your question.
Clearer no to your question. It is interesting though, because certain people are capable, and we have the utmost respect for these athletes who are out there today. They went to the start line this morning in Sandhamn and they knew they weren't going to win, and they don't care, because that's not what they're here for.
Exactly.
They're here to test themselves against this course. Their objective here is to make all these cut-offs, to make sure that they get through the gate in time. And I mean, I have to say, I have enormous respect for people like that, but for you it's a little bit different, because I think that your ambition when you enter this race is to come across that finish line behind us in first place every time, right?
Yes. And it's a little bit close now to I mean, I think I would do ÖTILLÖ again. I'm pretty sure I will do it again.
Yeah. But
then back in the field.
But can you ever see yourself doing it for the fun of it? Because it's hard to see, you know, for the outsider, it's hard to see the fun in going out there and putting yourself through 8 or 9 hours of racing at this level, you know, and not getting a gold medal around your neck. So can you see yourself becoming that person who's happy just to take part?
Definitely. But I think it will take a couple of years.
I suppose you probably have to get over that as well. As long as you think that you have the chance of winning, that
Yes.
is something that you're going to want to do. Unfortunately, Bjorn cannot win today. He's standing here beside me, and I'm very grateful for that fact. But a man who can win is his former teammate Paul Krochak from Canada, who is out there on the course at the moment. He would have been in second place there with his new partner, Oskar Olsson, another Swede. Those two are out there. I'm sure Paul is giving it his all there. At the moment, as far as we know, they're in the middle of the 9-kilometre run on Norra Nämndö. A lot of preparation has gone into this. Have you spoken to Paul about his training this year, even though you weren't going to be partnering up with him?
Yes. Paul has been training well, very well actually, because Paul became a father. He and Katie had a child about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
And I would have thought that Nico, his name is, would have got him into trouble in training-wise.
Yeah.
But he's been up at about 4 a.m. doing his sessions, and I mean, Paul is so dedicated.
Yeah.
I never met a guy so dedicated to his training as Paul, but still being 100% father and husband and everything else.
Yeah, it's incredible the way these athletes manage to do it. As we look at the leaderboard here, that shows us that Paul Krochak of Team Head Swimming is in second place there, 20 seconds behind Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson of Team Swedish Armed Forces, and Team Run Fast 77 tied neck and neck with Team Head Swimming there for third place, and just behind them then is Team Valhalla Racing, who are only 3 seconds behind them again. So an absolute cauldron in the men's section this year. A little bit of a greater gap between the top 3 women's teams, but again, you know, you're talking about 7 or 8 minutes there this early in the race. We're only about 3 hours in, 3 hours and 12 minutes in at this point, so it's actually nothing. 8 minutes is nothing there. You could eat up 3 or 4 minutes in an hour, as Bjorn was pointing out to us a little bit earlier on. And indeed, the mixed class there, Team Swimrun Shop and Team Thule Adventure team, should I say, mixed up there together and very, very close together, just 11 seconds between the top 2 teams there as well. Team Orca there, you see that they are registered as being 2 hours and 37 minutes, but they haven't come through the 7th timing gate yet. That's why their time looks a little bit different. So as soon as they come through there, that will update and we'll have a bit of a better idea of what's happening there. As we go back to our pictures now from the water, fine, solid, powerful strokes there through the water. Some fairly heavy waves. They look like they're coming slightly behind and from the side there, Bjorn. So the athlete's getting a little bit of help there from Mother Nature.
Yes.
As we mentioned a little bit earlier on, it's very important. You can see the flotation device there between the legs of the swimmers. So do you kick at all in the water, Bjorn, or do you just let the flotation device carry your legs through it?
Yes. I think the legs should rest during the swims.
Yep.
In a long run, like in a long race like this, you need to use your arms when swimming and your legs when running.
Yep.
and rest your legs while swimming and rest your arms while running.
While running there, yeah. As we see a fairly treacherous climb up there over the wet rocks there. We can see, is that Team Envol?
I think
team
so.
number 3. Yeah, that's Team Envol. Julian Dent from Australia and Peter Preston, also from Australia. Trying to find a safe way to get up these very, very slippery rocks there.
And this is why it's important to be out on the course beforehand.
Yep.
To know where to exit the water.
Yep.
Because now you see this has taken soon 30 seconds for them to just get up from the water. And that's 30 seconds that could be earned if you know exactly where to go up.
And of course, these would be some of the top teams. These would be, you know, top 10 teams that will be hoping to finish up on the podium here today. As we see their team number 47, I think that was our German friends, if I'm not mistaken. That is Knut Balshog from Norway, and Malte Steyer from Germany. So a German/Norwegian team there. So a little bit of time being lost there, and it is the kind of thing that, you know, we spoke earlier on about what we call marginal gains here. If you have the slightest little advantage that you can gain here, we talked as well about if you have a strong swimmer in your team, that maybe the weaker swimmer might wear flippers to keep up so that you can make the most of that. So it's all about the marginal gains in the teams that want to finish on the podium and indeed anywhere in the top 10. A fascinating day of racing here. We mentioned there, just if I'll just duck out a shot for 1 second, we mentioned the flotation device, and you might explain to us how this works and how you would use this in the course of the race, Bjorn.
Yes, this of course needs to be lightweight because you need to run with it.
Of course, yeah.
And what you do when you're entering a swim, that you put this between your thighs.
Yeah.
And that will help you to raise your feet a little bit more to the surface.
Yeah.
And of course, when you're wearing shoes, this becomes even more important.
Okay.
Because the shoes are working as a ankara.
As an anchor, yeah.
Anchorage, yeah. Not Anchorage, that's maybe a city.
That's in Alaska, I think, yeah.
It's an anchor. So it's really important to get this position in the water.
To get level in the water,
yes,
yeah.
And that's this pull buoy will help you with it.
And does this part goes under, is that right? The thicker part goes under the legs, okay? And we have this part over. Okay, we mentioned Alaska there, which is, or Anchorage, which is in Alaska there. We don't actually have a swim run race there just yet, but swim run is extending around the world. The World Series of Swim Run, we talked a little bit earlier on that there may be a chance that we'll have races in Croatia that next year. We're going to go to our reporters out on the field now. Hopefully we can cut to some of the action images out there. We have 2 reporters out in the field bringing us the latest. At Solvik, I believe we're going to now. I'm not sure exactly what point on the course that is.
In the middle of Nemda.
In the middle of Nemda, so it's one of the hydration stations. And is that Paul there?
I think so.
That looks like Paul Krochak there. Bjorn's former teammate, but there are 2 teams. We're ducking under the tape there. We had 2 teams there. These guys probably won't talk to us, but they will certainly be getting out of there as quick as possible.
Yes, they're...
Paul and Oscar hitting the road there.
And Swedish Armed Forces.
And Team Swedish Armed Forces. So neck and neck between the 2 top teams in the race at the moment. Literally 1 second between them. As I look at my screen here, there is 1 second between Team Head Swimming and Team Swedish Armed Forces. Ladies and gentlemen, do not touch that dial. It's all happening here at the World Series, or the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run. This is the closest race I've ever seen, and it's just getting closer and closer for every station that we pass here. One of the mixed teams coming up out of the water there.
I think it's Team Orca.
Is that Team Orca there?
Yes, I think they're in 3rd.
They're in 3rd position there in the mixed class there. They are coming up out of the water there. You can see nobody bothering to take the swim run towel there. They're just running pretty much over it completely there. Team Caledonia there, the men's team, number 49, coming up out of the water there. Caledonia, of course, the old Latin word for Scotland. And it's Fraser Cartmel and Andrew Fargus coming up there. It wouldn't surprise me if those 2 gentlemen will be swapping their wetsuits for a pair of kilts when they get to the celebrations here this evening a little bit later on. But it will take them a few hours before they get to change from their damp wetsuit into a dry kilt a little bit later on. 3 hours and 18 minutes into the race now, and it is starting to take shape. And that shape is that it is very, very, very tight at the top before spreading out a little bit down through the field. Team Head Swimming leading the men's race, 3 hours, 16 minutes and 20 seconds. Team Armed Forces, Lille Mubay and Daniel Hansson in 2nd place, 3 hours, 16 minutes and 21 seconds. It basically doesn't get any closer than that. As we watch another team coming in here to the hydration station, that is Team Run Fast 77, Fredrik Axegård and Alex Flores coming in there, just 20 seconds or so behind, we're being told.
They're a little bit of a surprise. as well. They did very well in the shorter races this summer, but I wouldn't expect them to be this far.
Yeah, and who's that? Is that Team 77 there that we see coming?
That's 71. That's Envol.
That's Envol, Nicolas Ramirez and Pontus Lindberg there. Team Valhalla Racing haven't popped up on our screen just yet. Lars Finanger and David Thompson, the two Americans there, they were splitting. They were in second place a little bit earlier on there, splitting two of the favourites, but we haven't seen them pop up now. We'll wait and see if they can manage to show up on our screens here now when we get the latest timings and see what they are up to. But very, very tight at the top there. Still very, very close. Many of the teams very, very close together at the top there. We're bringing up the leaderboard, or my leaderboard here, certainly in front of me on my screen. We're going to go over to Kalle here and see what he has to say, what's happening there as the elite teams pass through. We're going to leave them for a little while because we don't actually have any racers coming through there at the moment. So, as I say, the elite racers coming through that particular section of the course there. So we have Kalle and Autumn there, but there's nobody there for them to talk to. So we're going to go to Autumn instead. He's just at the edge of the water here as the racers come up to land over those slippery rocks there. Not sure anybody's going to stop and talk to Autumn, but we can always give it a go. Maybe he can give us a feel for what's happening there and the pace of the race as it passes him by here, 3 hours and 20 minutes in.
This is another strong team, Head Swimming 2.
The second head swimming team, yes.
Yes, and you can see that these guys are using the fins. They have it on their backs now.
Yes, that is Kenny Meyer and Nils Svensson.
So this is a team that, okay, they're about 2.5 minutes behind now, but it's the pig swim coming up, and they have their fins ready for the pig swim, so they could gain, or they could catch up those 2 minutes on the pig swim.
That's going to be a pretty good big advantage as the pig swim comes up. Grissimmet in Swedish. It speaks for itself. This is one of those energy-sapping swims. And indeed, with the two fins there might make a difference. We are going to see if we can speak to our reporters in the field. We don't have anything from them for the time being. We shall keep an ear out for them, and they will report in to us as soon as they see or hear anything or have anybody interesting for us to talk to. Still very tight at the top of the leaderboard. You can see the course is marked out over the course of its 75 odd kilometres. The course is marked out the whole way. Plenty of volunteers, plenty of stewards out there, as you can see, showing the way there. And without them, it would be absolutely impossible for us to hold this World Championship race here in the Stockholm Archipelago. As we see team number 4 come in, taking on board Oernon.se. That is Jonas Ekman and Lars Ekman, the two Swedes there coming in there. They talked to us yesterday. You can see them grabbing whatever drinks and everything else they can. This is not fine
Team 4
dining.
just arrived at
We're going to go over to the guys now.
They are, let's see. They are maybe 4 minutes behind the leaders, and the leaders are 8 minutes ahead of the winners from last year. So they're filling up on energy drink, bars. They're just stopping for like 15 seconds maybe to fuel up, fill up, get some energy from the public, and yeah, we're waiting for some more teams.
And aiming for the finish line.
Yeah, and what about the water? It's cold or?
Quite cold, not extremely cold, but it's cold. Yeah.
Yeah. Keep on going now.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys. And we also have Daniel Adams-Ray here. Daniel, how's it going?
Ja, det går skitbra. Eller sorry man. Nice man.
Okay, nice man. Yeah, keep up the spirit, Daniel Adams-Ray. Seems he having a nice day out here in the archipelago of Stockholm. So yeah, and maybe we can take one more team here, and then we will go to the next island. And yeah, it seems to be a lots of fast and yeah, good athletes here. And we have some mixed team here. And they seems to be in a hurry. Yeah, they are in kind of. I think it's maybe you have four teams here right now. So yeah.
Thank you very much indeed for that report out on the course there. As we can see, the mixed class very competitive, very tight at the top there as well. We are seeing things that we've probably never seen before in the 11 years of ÖTILLÖ, that 3.5 hours into the race, when you would expect the field to be spreading out, that is not the case. It is very, very, very tight at the top. If I look at the men's leaderboard here, I can see that 6 minutes and 18 seconds are separating the top 7 teams. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that that is absolutely nothing in the sport of swimrun, especially with so many long runs ahead. We have the pig swim to come, and we have Oernon to come. There is an awful lot of drama left in this day yet. It's a pleasant day here in the Stockholm archipelago. There's no sun out. It's quite overcast. You might love to see the sort of the postcard pictures of the sun shining down on the red timber houses. That's not what we want to see. We want to see a few clouds to protect our racers. We want reasonably decent temperatures so they don't get too warm. Team Head Swimming leading the men's race ahead of the Team Swedish Armed Forces, 1 second behind. 10 seconds after them is Team Run Fast 77, and then a further 8 seconds behind we have Team Envol, powered by swimrunshop.com. We are looking at one of the hydration stations there at the Ad Nature timing station, where they also have a chance to get a little bit of sustenance, a little bit of nutrition, a little bit of hydration there as well. As I say, we were looking at the mixed class there. I'm going to see if I can bring up just here on my screen in front of me. It won't come up for you, ladies and gentlemen, but we can see what happens with the mixed classes there. We can't get it up at the moment, but I can tell you that the mixed classes the mixed teams that we've seen coming through there are very, very close together indeed. So it's still all to play for out on the course there, as we see the next men's team coming down there, getting a little bit of applause, a little bit of encouragement as they come in there. Team number 39. We have, that is Team Old Tribers. That's Faris Al Sultan and Peter I think it was Faris who had a little bit of a problem getting out of the water there, Björn. And
Yes.
now they've made it a smattering of camera flashes as a few
Yes.
pictures are taken. The two of them have their swim caps off there. Not a whole lot of nutrition taken on board there by Faris. Probably wants to make up for the time lost getting out of the water there.
But I think Faris has good knowledge about how he's going to manage his nutrition. I think he won the Kona Hawaii Ironman World Championship in 2005. He's won a couple of another Ironman.
We're talking about a serious endurance athlete
Yes.
there, in other words. Fantastic pictures from out on the course there. And again, tribute must be paid to the stewards that we have out there as we watch one of the mixed teams coming through there. That's Team Wolfwear Swimrun coming through there, Team 220.
Yeah, this is an interesting mixed team. They can be in the top, maybe on the podium. They placed themselves very well on the shorter races this summer as well. So.
Yes, Andrew McLean from Great Britain and Helen Malin from Estonia from across the Baltic Sea here, of course, on the other side of the Stockholm archipelago. Those two doing very, very well there. One of the teams that, as Bjorn said, could place in the top 10. Still a few minutes up to the other teams as we will look at Team Ad Nature coming through there, team number 44. They are a little bit behind right now. I'm just looking at, I'm going to bring you the latest results in the mixed class. This is at timing station 7. Swimrunshop.com in the lead. Thule Adventure Team, Adriel Young and Eva Nyström there in second place. Team Orca in third place. 8 minutes separating the top, or about 8 minutes separating the top 3 teams in the mixed class. Again, that's not very much indeed, because with the longer runs to come, that could very well be evened out there. What I'm surprised there, you would look at the current champions Staffan Björklund and Marika Wagner are about 13 minutes behind the leaders there. It's quite a distance, but then I don't know, that again, we've still got 4 hours or more left in the mixed race.
Yes,
so.
that could be eaten up on Oernon, but as you, I'm quite surprised that they're almost 13 minutes behind now.
Yeah. It's basically time for them to put the pedal to the metal if they're going to start to close that gap. We're going to have a quick look at the women's leaderboard as well. Exciting things happening at the top of that. As we try to bring it up here, it's we're out in the Stockholm archipelago, so we're dependent on the internet working out here. We have Team Ad Nature leading there in the women's class, 3 minutes and 21. Team Head Swimming obviously haven't come past the latest timing station yet, but after that it's Team Icebug and Team Good Enough there. I think probably we're looking at the top 4 teams there, provided nothing strange happens there. Actually, we can bring in even later leaderboard there. We have 11 seconds between Team Swim Run Shop and the ÖTILLÖ adventure team there.
That's a mixed team.
Sorry, that's the mix that we're looking at again there. Yeah, there we go. The difference now is currently about 7 minutes between Christine Larsen and Annika Eriksson, team Ad Nature. In second place is team Head Swimming, Bibben Nordblom and Maya Tesch there. They are about 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes behind there, according to the latest timings that we have there. We also have Team Icebug, Team Good Enough and Team Les Sirènes there as well. Team Cubid and Team Ultra Swimrun are there or thereabouts, but again, no more than with the mixed class and Marika and Staffan. It's time for them to put the pedal to the metal if they are going to make the most of their opportunity and make it to the podium here in the World Championship decider of Swimrun, which is ÖTILLÖ. A tremendous morning's racing so far. It's only going to get better from here. We have the pig swim ahead of us. We have Oernon ahead of us. We have a very glad spectator there waving to everybody around the world who is watching us here live from ÖTILLÖ. This myself, Philip O'Connor, and Björn Englund bringing us his expert opinions, the fountain of knowledge about the sport of swimrun.
I think Egon is waving to his wife Karin back home.
Ah, okay. where is home for that gentleman?
Stockholm.
It's Stockholm.
He was supposed to race, but he got injured this summer, so Stefano, his friend, is racing with Nils Zetterström this year, who is the founder of Ångaloppet.
It must be very disappointing if you're training for this race for so long, Björn, and then all of a sudden you get your opportunity and maybe a week out or 2 weeks out. Last year we had somebody pull out the night before because they had some sort of stomach complaint. It must be enormously disappointing for that to happen.
And of course, you don't let yourself down, you let a friend down as well.
Yep.
Of course, you can't control if you're getting sick or getting injured. That's unavoidable, but of course it's 100% more disappointment.
Yes, indeed. We talked a little bit about the swinging nature of swimrun, that in the event that somebody does get sick or does get injured and can't make the race, a scramble then begins, because it's not easy to get into ÖTILLÖ. You either have to get there on merit or you have to win a lottery. You have to be selected on your previous performances, or you can win a lottery place there, but you've got to make the most of it. But then if you have to replace somebody, how do you go about doing that? Is there a message board that you go out and say, right, I need somebody to do ÖTILLÖ with me? Who is mad enough to take it on?
Yes, there is actually. I think most people have someone in mind that they call, or maybe have a couple of possible replacements in mind.
Yeah.
But I know that on Facebook and different chat groups and so on, there's lots of discussions going on, and people, it's no problem getting a replacement for ÖTILLÖ, because people are basically saying a week before, here I am, I'm free.
Yeah.
First Monday of September, pick me if you want a friend.
There's people lining up. They have the airline ticket to Stockholm bought. They're ready to go.
Exactly.
I can't remember exactly. We will ask race director Mikael Lemel a little bit later on when he gets here to the finish line at ÖTILLÖ exactly how many teams we had on standby. But there tends to be hundreds of teams that are looking for the opportunity to take part in this race. That just goes to show how the sport is growing. If you had listened to the commentary earlier on this morning, you will have heard about teams from France, from Germany, from Norway, from Moldova, from Russia, from Belarus, from all over the world. Teams are coming to take part, from Australia. This sport is growing. The World Series of Swimrun is now a fact. We've been talking this morning about races in North America and indeed in Croatia a little bit later on. It's starting to expand, but what does it need to reach the next level? Does it need higher profile athletes? Does it need more sponsorship? Does it need to spread in social media? If you are Mikael Lemel now and race director for ÖTILLÖ, and I don't think anybody wants that job. It's a tough 24-hour, 7-day a week, 365-day a year job. What would be the one thing that you would do to improve the sport? I don't want to put you on the spot there, Björn, but whenever you're ready.
Can we come back to that? I don't know, really.
Well, we will certainly come back to that. As I say, the sport is growing.
Yeah.
Seems to be organic that the sport is growing as it does. We've spoken to a lot of the competitors on their way here as they gathered in Stockholm yesterday and took the boat out to Sandhamn. So maybe we'll take a little clip now and ask the participants themselves what they think of the race, about their preparations and what they're looking forward to from today. I'm not sure which clips we have lined up there. We have Team 10 there. Maybe we might have a look at what they had to say. This is Team Ad Nature. Peter Askegren, who's been involved here for many years, a famous Swedish artist, a rapper here, who took part for the first time 3 years ago, suffered a knee injury, but still managed to take himself around the course. I've never seen anybody as elated as when we finished. And he is back for the third time to take part this year. So maybe we might have a little look at the clip of what he had to say ahead of the race when we interviewed him yesterday.
Yeah, tell me, who are you?
My name is Petter, and I'm an artist who loves swimrun.
Yeah, and I'm Morten. also love swimrun. Yeah.
And why are you here in Sandhamn right now?
This is my third time. I'm going to participate in ÖTILLÖ swimrun race, and this is the first time for me and Morten to race together, and it's your fourth time? Fourth time, yeah. And this is the biggest, nicest swimrun you can do. It's the mother of all swimruns, I think.
Yeah, and we're also doing it as a charity for the Children Cancer Association Foundation. So we hope to raise some money for that foundation.
And if you want to support this charity thing, how can you do it?
The easiest way is to go to hejastina.se, and there's a link to the charity site.
You have to spell it out, Hejastina.
Yeah.
H-E-J-A
dot. No, not dot, and then STINA.se.
Hejastina.se.
Yeah, and if we talk a little bit more about swimrun, how did you come into this sport, Petter?
It was a friend of mine named Joey Borssén who convinced me to participate in ÖTILLÖ, and in the beginning I didn't really know what it was until I saw the distances and started training like hell. And during the training I started to like swimming, because when I was young I didn't like swimming at all. And I think it's a nice way to be in the nature, and ÖTILLÖ it's a race that me and Morten is going to be together the whole day, and it's going to take us at least 12 hours to get to the final destination, and it's a nice way to spend the day. And I like the way that you rest your legs when you swim, and when you run you rest your upper body, and just that's a long race.
And do you have some tips for the athletes that are here for the first time?
Don't forget to eat every 30 minutes something, I think, because as long as you get energy in your body you can still continue to run and swim and whatever. Take it really cool and calm in the beginning, because I think a lot of people start the race and start to panic in the first swim, because the first swim is it's pretty cold and it's pretty long also. I think it's like 1700, yeah, something like that, yeah. So take it easy. That's my best tip, and don't burn all your energy in the beginning.
And you have been here 4 times before?
3 times before, so this is the 4th time. Started back in 2010 and did 3 years in a row, and but it's always a challenge, this course, yeah.
Do you have some backgrounds in some other sports?
No, only long distance running and some triathlon. But then I came into swimrun, and it's a great sport, and you do it in like a team, and that's even more fun to fight together for a whole day. Yeah.
I think that's one of the greatest things about swimrun, is that you can compete with a friend in men class, in women class, in mixed class, and everybody start at the same time. And it's a really cool community, I think, of people like participating in this kind of sport.
And how did you find your partner here?
Morten contacted me about this charity, and actually I didn't have a partner in ÖTILLÖ, and I was supposed to do Silly first, but I couldn't, because I think I was on tour performing. And so I told him, like, maybe we can do ÖTILLÖ instead, and so here we are.
Have you done some more swimruns this year?
Did Ute swimrun, Borås swimrun, and Ångaloppet sprint. So it's not that, I mean, 14 and 15 I did a lot more races actually, but I think I'm in better shape today than I was in 14 and 15. But I have something in my nose now, so I don't know. Sounds pretty weird.
Okay, hope for the best tomorrow. How does a training week looks for you?
I don't really like to swim inside, you know, what do you call it, swim house, or what do you say? I don't know the word. Okay, anyway. I like to swim open water, so if I can, I want to swim open water. And basically, I've been running a lot and doing physical training, like much upper body and back and chest because of the swimming. Because in the end of the run, you have to be strong there. I think that's that's what I learned from 14 and 15.
Yeah, good luck tomorrow, and don't forget to support your charity. Can you repeat it?
www.hejastina.se. hejastina.se.
Whole load of Swinglish there from Petter. hejastina.se, hejastina.se. The two lads out there competing for a children's cancer charity today, so have a look at that if you can. So great advice there from Petter, saying don't burn out too early, and you've got to be strong at the end, is how he put it there. We're going to take a short break, but before we do so, Petter mentioned that he was supposed to take place in the Isles of Scilly race a little bit later on, a new addition to the Swimrun World Series calendar, a hugely successful race. Have a look at how it went right here.
Swimrun World Series is presented by Garmin, Camps and Nature, and Head.
Now we're here at the Isles of Scilly, which is a very, very special location. And we have races coming from 15 nations.
We did 3 races last year. We wanted to do the first ÖTILLÖ branded race in the UK because we're from the UK.
My friend here that is a little bit crazy was giving me the opportunity to say, okay, let's go to Scilly Island to see what will happen.
It's for the challenge and also maybe to take a place for the championship.
The islands are special for the Swimrun series because every time the competitor turns a different direction on the course, they're going to have an amazing new experience. One minute they're going to be on white sandy beaches, the next minute they're going to be in the world famous Tresco Abbey Gardens, and then they'll be running through the nature trails, and all of it is breathtaking but very different. So I dare say when they're doing such an endurance-led course that it'll keep their sort of mind occupied as they're competing.
We also move through an environment which has more historical places per square meter than anywhere else in the UK, in the ground and in the environment all around us. So it's just a historical and wonderful place to be.
Happy to be at the finish line. We had a tough time with Maria struggling this race, so
we're so happy. This was awesome. It was a great day. Yep. We have had fun.
And the scary thing is when we go to World Champs, it's longer. So we've got some more training to do.
ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship is presented by Garmin, Camps at Nature, Head, and Vivo Barefoot.
Good morning and welcome back to Ute, where we are bringing you live coverage of ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the sport of swimrun. If you look at the finish line here behind me, you can say that we're into the 5th hour here. We've just gone past 4 hours of competition here in the Stockholm archipelago this morning. We'll bring you the latest from the leaderboard. We can tell you the team Swedish Armed Forces are in the lead in the men's class, 3 hours, 45 minutes and 31 seconds when they reach gate number 9. After them is Team Head Swimming, as you can see, 16 seconds later, 3 hours, 45 minutes and 57 seconds. What we can tell you now is that they have come to the part of the course known as the pig swim, Grissimmet in Swedish. And Björn Englund, my expert commentator here to my side, he has his spies out on the course who have been telling us that Team Swedish Armed Forces and Team Head Swimming have entered the water at pretty much the same time, Björn.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So we're still neck and neck there out on the course, around about the halfway point, slightly behind the halfway point, if we put it that way, on the course. The course record's 8 hours and 16 minutes. We expect that that could be broken today. We're not going to say that it will be broken today, but they are certainly setting a record pace out there on the course. Over to Kalle.
Okay guys, welcome to Mörtö Club. We're here with team number 3. We have team 1 and 2 out there, if you see them behind me. Team 4 is stepping in right here. It's quite steep down here to the water. Okay, they're really chasing. So, Team 71 coming in. You're just behind them, guys. Okay, so Team 71 is Team 4 out in the pig swim, as we call it. So, okay, it's a bit hard to navigate through these rocks. We can have a
at the first competitors, the leading group there, as they undertake the pig swim towards Kvinnoholmen there. The last two teams we saw into the water there were Team Envol, powered by swimrunshop.com. That's Nicola Ramirez and Pontus Lindberg. Nicolas from France, Pontus from here in Sweden. And Team Run Fast 77, Fredrik Axegård and Alex Flores just hitting the water there. So we have the top 4 teams within a couple of minutes of each other still, about 3.5 minutes separating them. There has been a little bit of an extension there. When last we spoke to you, or at the last sort of timing station there, the time 8 Ad Nature timing station there, we had about 6 minutes between the top 6 teams. That stretched out to 7 minutes and 20 seconds. So a little bit of separation starting to happen in the field. But again, in a race of this size, in an endurance race of this magnitude, that is absolutely nothing. That could be made up in the space of an hour in one of the longer runs. There are still the hard yards left to go on Oernon, for example. And all will be told when they get to there. We've still got a little bit of distance left to go to that point. The pig swim to Kvinnoholmen. Björn, you mentioned a little bit earlier on that this is a very special swim, not least because of the currents that can appear on this stretch of water.
Yes, I mean, look at the water here. There's almost no waves at all, but you can see that the water is pushing from right to left.
Mm-hmm.
And imagine this part with waves.
Yes.
So even though no waves, there's still a current. And here's head swimming too.
Yep.
And they're not so far by, maybe a couple of minutes from the 2 first team, and they are using fins. I would guess that in these calm waters, they will gain about 3 or 4 minutes during this swim with the help of their fins.
Now, if that was to be the case and they were to gain 3 or 4 minutes, that is a considerable gap that they can eat up there using the fins. Now, obviously they're going to waste about 10 or 20, maybe 30 seconds getting the fins on. But as soon as they hit the open water there, and they're just about to hit it now, they did make the transition reasonably quickly. The hand paddles on there, quick half backstroke, and now you can see the pace of them going through the water. The fins making an enormous difference.
I think they're going to be 3rd out of the water.
You reckon they're going to be 3rd out of the water from the pig swim? Again, we talked a little bit earlier on Bjorn, and indeed, was it Petter Askegren was saying there in the clip that we played before we went to the break there, that about resting the legs during the swims and then resting the upper body during the runs. These guys have obviously decided not to do that. They've decided that there's a timing advantage that they can gain here, and my God, they are tearing through the water there on the way to Kvinneholmen as part of the pig swim. Again, Bjorn, I'm fascinated to know, how is the body feeling at this point in time, 4 hours into the race?
Depends on, but normally you still have quite a lot of strength left. But at the end of this swim, you could be very, very cold.
Yeah.
And after this swim, you will have a quite difficult running part in the, I wouldn't say trail running, because there's no trail really. It's just running through unmarked terrain in the forest.
Okay. It's kind of like orienteering at that point then.
Almost. You follow the signs, of course, but you have to jump above and below logs that have fallen.
Yeah.
And there's no trails to follow. And after this swim, your body is quite stiff.
Yeah. How long is the pig swim?
1,400 meters.
1,400 meters, 1.4 kilometers. So that's one of the longer swims on the course.
Yes.
Would it be the second longest maybe on the course?
It's the second longest. And you would think that after this swim, it will be nice to have done the 2 longest swim, but pretty close after this swim, you will have a swim that is 1K.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost think that swim is the worst one.
Because you've expended so much energy.
Yeah, you expended energy and you're very cold. And then you need to do another 1,000 meters. Here you can see this is the Olander swim, guys.
Yes.
Lars, who is in front, he's using fins. And Jonas, who is in the back, he's not using fins. So Lars is pulling their way through the water right now. I think both of them have lost their swim caps.
Yeah, they seem to have disappeared somewhere along the way.
And that will also be a disadvantage right now, because the swim cap keeps your head a little bit warmer.
Yeah.
Hopefully they will get new ones once they reach the other side.
That's a possibility. There'll be a few spares along the line.
Yes, and I mean, if you're losing your cap, you can't help it. It's
one of these things that happens over the course of a 75-kilometer endurance race, the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run, and it's absolutely fascinating to see what's happening here. If we can pan the camera a little bit to the right, as we did earlier on, we could pretty much see all of the top 5 teams in the water on the pig swim on the way to Kvinneholmen. This is as tight as this race is going to get. There have been mere seconds between the top teams at various points throughout the morning, and that might be great when they leave the gate at Sandhamn, but for that to be happening 4 hours and 7 minutes into the race is absolutely incredible. Where this race is going to be decided remains to be seen, but I can guarantee you that what happens here on the pig swim will have a massive effect on the outcome of this race, even if there is an awful long time left to go. We haven't seen any of the women's teams or any of the mixed teams make it into the water at the pig swim yet. There's usually a little bit of a gap to the elite mixed and women's teams, but be sure that they will be there soon enough. It will be interesting to see if team Run Fast that had the flippers. Who were we saying there?
No,
that had the fins?
the fins was head swimming 2. And I think they were in 5th when they jumped in to the water here.
Yep. There is a little bit of time being made up there. We do expect the Finns there. We have elite teams, of course, in the mixed and in the women there as well, and they will be expected into the water at any second. The men's team slightly out in front at the moment, but again, there is very, very little between any of them across any of the classes. They are still very, very close together there. Fantastic pictures. The 1.4 kilometer swim, as Bjorn said, the risk is that by the end of this, especially with a swim cap, you're going to be very, very cold getting out of the water. There's a very, very difficult 1 kilometer trail followed by another 1 kilometer swim. So this is really the separation between those who want to be on the podium at the end of the race and those who are there to, not exactly to make up the numbers, but those who are there with a different challenge, so to speak. Again, to bring you at the top of the leaderboard in the men's section at the moment, the Swedish Armed Forces team of Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson, the winners in 2014 they won?
Yes.
They are in first place. Then you have last year's winner, along with Björn, who's here alongside me, Paul Krochak, with his new partner, Oskar Olsson. They're in second place, just a few seconds behind. And then Nicolas Ramirez and Pontus Lindberg there, the Frenchman and the Swede, Team Envol, powered by swimrunshop.com, in third place. We saw Team Run Fast 77, Fredrik Axelgård and Alex Flores enter the water there. And then Team Head Swimming, Kenny Meyer and Nils Svensson, the 2 Swedes there, entering the water in 5th place. Still very, very, very tight at the top there. As I said, we're keeping an eye out for the women's and the mixed teams coming down there as well. But the weather hasn't changed at all. It might be a couple of degrees warmer than when we started our broadcast here at 6 o'clock this morning. It's now 4 hours and 10 minutes after that point. The weather's been very, very stable. We haven't noticed any major waves out there. I mean, some big waves on occasion, but nothing certainly compared to last year's race when there was a very strong wind there. We might move over and have a look at the women's leaderboard for the time being, if we can bring that up there. Maybe just go through the interesting combination. Again, we spoke about the concept of swinging here, where teams swap partners left, right and centre. And indeed, this year, the leaders are Christine Larsen and Annika Eriksson of Team Ad Nature. I think Annika had teamed up with Maja Tesch to win last year, but Maja Tesch is now in second place. She's partnering Bibben Nordblom this year, who in turn won in 2014. So it's kind of interesting there that we have the same women moving around between different teams at the top of it. And in third place there, a couple of minutes behind them, or 7 minutes behind them, is Team Icebug. That is Ulrika Eriksson, Helena Sivertsson. So the top 6 positions all occupied by Swedes at the moment. In fourth place is Team Goodenough, Sarah McClarty and Misty Becerra there. They're a little bit behind again. Let me see, they'll be about 13 minutes behind third place there. So they have a little bit of time to make up. So it looks like the top 3 positions, certainly the top 3 teams may have been decided, but the top 3 positions certainly have not been decided as of yet. It's still all to play for out there. The only team that has made it in the mixed class through timing gate number 9 is Audrey Young of Australia and Eva Nyström, Team Thule Adventure Team, and they are topping the mixed leaderboard at the moment. We might be able to bring that up on screen as well and just see what the latest timings have been from there. We have Team Swimrunshop.com, Team 203. They are in second place. That's Dian Sadik and Richard Berglund, the 2 Swedes there. Team Orca are in third place. A good bit behind, it has to be said, if we want to compare to the other classes. Team 202. That is Fanny Dankvart Lilleström and Per Kristoffersen. Team Carbon in Team 209 there. That is Oskar Davidsson and Martina Ågren there. And I'm hearing that maybe we can go back out to the course for a little update there if Kalle is with us there. On the other side of the pig swim there, we hopefully will be seeing the swimmers coming out of the water there on the other side of the 1.4 kilometre pig swim. Do we have Kalle there? We'll hand it over. No sign of Kalle just yet, but this is... As we wait on the swimmers to come out of the water at the end of the pig swim, here's a little roundup of the latest action from ÖTILLÖ, the decider in the World Championship swim run for 2016. We have Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson are leading the men's race by 6 seconds, by only 6 seconds after 2 hours and 40 odd minutes of racing there. Is this the tightest field we've ever had at ÖTILLÖ?
Probably.
Race director Mika Lamel tells us that the split times, we are on course for a new course record today. There is 1 second between Team Head Swimming and Team Swedish Armed Forces. Ladies and gentlemen, do not touch that dial. It's all happening here at the World Series, or the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run. This is the closest race I've ever seen, and it's just getting closer and closer.
What about the water? It's cold or?
Quite cold. Not extremely cold, but it's cold. Yeah.
Keep on going now.
Thank you.
If I look at the men's leaderboard here, I can see that 6 minutes and 18 seconds are separating the top 7 teams. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that that is absolutely nothing in the sport of swim run, especially with so many long runs ahead. We have the pig swim to come and we have Oernon to come. There is an awful lot of drama left in this day yet. There we go. A quick recap of the latest developments here from the 2016 ÖTILLÖ race, the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run, being brought to you live here by myself, Philip O'Connor, by Bjorn Englund, and by our wonderful production team who are behind the camera and in the production office, bringing you these tremendous pictures of this very, very exciting race. We are 4 hours and 14 minutes into the race, and it's tremendously exciting out there. Very tight at the top of all 3 classes: the men's class, the women's class, and the mixed class. We're going to go over for a report from out in the field there.
It actually feels the best. It's fall.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
The temperature.
It's about 50 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than what we have in Texas. Yeah. In Texas was actually good training because running without a wetsuit is the same as running in a wetsuit. in Sweden.
So what's the tactic for the big swim?
Catch those guys.
Catch those
That's
guys.
Ferris, right?
Yeah,
Ferris
Ferris.
Sultan?
Yeah.
No problem. No problem.
You look even healthier than he did. So
He looked kind of.
yeah.
Yeah, you're going to say the same thing to the next guys.
Hi, Anders. Hi, Yuri.
Hey, Kaya. Hi, Elin. Oh, hi, Emily. How are you? I love you, sweetie. All right.
Way to go, guys.
You've got a beautiful country.
Yes, thanks for having me.
No worries.
We're going to leave and you're going to be like, yeah, we're German. All right. See ya.
See you. Take care.
Racing, Lars Finanger and David Thompson from the USA, telling us that the conditions in Texas are slightly different to what they're experiencing here today, Björn.
I guess.
They're just setting out on the pig swim there, Gry Simmet towards Kvinnoholmen. The two guys actually started. You were surprised that they started so well. They've fallen off a little bit now, but it's still a very, very respectable position. They're in 7th place overall, about 11 minutes behind the leaders at the moment.
Yeah, I'm surprised they took their time on with the interview.
Yeah,
actually, but.
Would you say they might have sort of given up at this point? That they're
Yes,
now just happy
yes.
to make it to the end. Yeah.
Maybe aiming at the top 10 or something, but definitely not the podium.
Yeah. Now we see Team Ad Nature, Rasmus Ringstrand and Jonathan Torsholt Svensson coming to Kalle now. I'm wondering if they're going to have a moment to speak to him. They look like they're not going to bother.
Rasmus likes to talk though, so.
Yeah, exactly. Way to go, guys.
I think Rasmus didn't have a whole lot to say. Usually a very talkative gentleman, as Bjorn was just saying, but didn't have a lot to say for himself there. Busy getting the flippers on and getting into the pig swim. They might make up a little bit of time with the flippers there. We're hoping to soon go to Kvinnoholmen, where the leading group is about to come out of the water in the men's section. As I say, very, very tight at the front there. Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson of Team Swedish Armed Forces enter the water in the lead. That is by no means a guarantee that they are going to be in the lead when they leave the water, because Team Head Swimming with Oskar Olsson and Björn's former teammate Paul Krochak, one of the reigning world champions in the men's class, could very well have caught up there. And if they didn't, they'll be looking to do so over the course of the 1 kilometre trail run that follows here. Shortly after them, Team Envol, powered by swimrunshop.com, Nicola Ramirez and Pontus Lindberg, the Swede there in 3rd place. Team Run Fast 77 were just after them in 4th. And Team Head Swimming, Kenny Mayer and Niels Svensson just behind them. So we'd expect them to be coming out of this 1.4 kilometre swim. How long does this swim take? 22, 23 minutes?
Yeah, I would say so. Today, 20 minutes and maybe 22, 23 minutes or something.
Yeah, we're looking at the conditions there. It looks a little bit choppy there. There are
Yeah, a
few
little
waves.
bit in the middle of this swim, I see. And this is very, very smart. I don't know if maybe these two teams during the last run here talk to each other and, okay, it us two in front. Let's help each other out during the swim. So maybe they in charge for half of the section.
Yeah, so they're going to pace each other. So
Maybe,
the first team will.
maybe.
It's remarkable that one would go to one's nearest rivals in this situation and say that. But that's the nature of the beast. It's 75 kilometres. Nobody is going to get around this course alone. Swimrun, of course, a team sport. The two leave the gate together at Sandhamn. They can never be more than 10 metres away from one another. Now, it's one thing being less than 10 metres away from your teammate. It's a whole other story to be less than 10 metres away from 1st or 2nd place, and they are very, very tight. 4 hours and 20 minutes almost into the race. They are very, very close together. We see a couple of kayaks there, keeping an eye on our athletes, making sure that they stay safe. And in the background, you can see the little splashes, the little white breaking surf there as they make their way through the water towards Kvinnoholmen at the end of this grueling 1.4 kilometre swim. A big risk, as Bjorn says, that they get out of this water very, very cold. They're straight into a very tough 1 kilometre trail run that's all running and very little trail. There's no asphalt, there's no concrete, there's nothing like that to run on. And then they're straight back into the water for another 1 kilometre. So this is one of those make or break points on the course. There's time to be gained here, but there's also an awful lot of time that can be lost. Weather conditions, as I say, it's a nice crisp day here, fairly overcast, no sun beating down to overheat our competitors. It looks quite comfortable out there. We reckon that the water temperature somewhere between 14 and 17 degrees. Optimal would be about 15, 16 degrees for our swimmers out there today. But of course, all the competitors now are pretty much wearing wetsuits that are constructed for the sport of swimrun, Bjorn.
Yes, at the same time, swimrun is about compromising, and you want to be fit and loose on the runs, but you want to have the buoyancy and the warming effect of the suit during the swims. So swimrun suits aren't really perfect for swimming and not perfect for running, but they are perfect for swimrun.
Yeah. It is that kind of a thing, though, that I mean, we talk about extreme sports and we talk about endurance sports, you know, but it is that nature of even within the space of one race, because, you know, for all we know, the sun could come up soon.
Oh, yes.
And then all of a sudden we have a totally different race, and it's not like you can change your wetsuit halfway through, right?
No.
So it is all about that compromise and finding the right tools, the right equipment to use for any particular race. The weather forecast we have is that there will be no fantastic Mediterranean sunshine. This is the Stockholm archipelago after all. The summer has passed. You can see our swimmers passing the ÖTILLÖ buoy there, which is giving them a little bit of guidance, a little bit of a direction. And in that quick clip there, I think we saw two teams, again, reasonably close together. So they're keeping it very, very tight at the front here today at the World Championship decider in the sport of swimrun. We welcome all those who are watching around the world, whether you are watching because of your love of this sport, whether you're watching because you're cheering on a particular athlete. Let us know on the ÖTILLÖ hashtag. Feel free to pose any questions you have to Bjorn here by my side, a man who has seen it all in this sport and stood on the top step of the podium many times, and on the second step of the podium probably once more than he would have liked. He would have liked to be a little bit higher up there a couple of years back. We see the Thule Adventure team now coming down in the mixed class towards Kalle there at the water's edge. I'm wondering if they're leading. Are they the first mixed team in
I
there?
would guess so. This is Adriel Young and Eva Nyström. Eva Nyström was at least a very good long-distance triathlete.
Yeah.
I think she's more aiming at adventure racing right now.
Yeah.
She has done 9 hours, 9 minutes, I think, on an Ironman distance, and that's really good.
Brilliant. We are going to go over to Kvinno Holman. Sorry to interrupt you there, Bjorn, as the first swimmers come out.
Yeah, as you can see, we have the first swimmers here at Kvinnholmen after a really long time in the water. 1.4 kilometers, and that's almost the half distance of Vansbrosimmet, who's the biggest swimming race in Sweden. And here we have the first team. I think they are kind of lots of focus on the race right now. So I'm not sure if we can have a. I see some small injuries here on his knees, but okay, and almost more than 10 meters now. They have to speed up now. Number 2 in the team, and out in the water we have team number 3. And as you can see here, it's kind of windy. It's kind of cold. I'm not too into jumping in the water right now. So, but we come back later with some comments from the team a little bit back. So see you later.
And if we could just move a reporter out of the picture there, we'll keep an eye on whoever's coming out of the water here just to see who is in third place at this time. As you saw, Team Swedish Armed Forces, Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson, and Team Head Swimming, Oskar Olsson and Paul Krochak, pretty much leaving at the same time. Team Run Fast 77 coming in third place.
Good swim.
So they would have passed out Team Envol on that swim there. Were these the guys using the fins?
No, they weren't. They did a very solid swim, Run Fast.
That is incredible now, over the 1.4 kilometers to actually pass somebody out in the water, something that that very seldom happens at this stage in the race. 4 hours and 23 minutes into the race, we see them come up into second place. The difference on the leaderboard as we look at it at the moment, they're just coming past the 10th timing gate here. Team Swedish Armed Forces 4 hours, 23 minutes and 6 seconds it took them to reach there. Team head swimming 4 hours, 23 and 28. So the few problems that either Oscar or Paul had coming out of the water there, slowing them down just a little bit. But again, the gap is only a matter of seconds here. And the third and fourth place teams are not that far behind them at all. Our camera crew is going back down towards the water there. A couple of minutes, 2, maybe 3 minutes at the most, separating the top 4 teams here. We're getting a little bit of a separation here, but it certainly is not much of a separation at all. It's all to play for here. Again, 1 kilometre of very, very tough terrain to be run, and then another 1 kilometre swim as we look at teamswimshop.se, team number 46. That is Stefano Plestinoni and Niels Zetterström, the 2 Swedes, as they make their way down towards the pig swim. 1.4 kilometres they have to look forward to.
Yeah, but I think they do, because these are really good swimmers.
So this is, I mean, I often wondered about the pig swim in particular, because coming as it does almost in the middle of the race, you know, when you're starting to feel tired and that kind of thing, the strong swimmers, this will be no problem for them. They'll just go, right, let us hit the water and let's go.
They've done quite a lot of running now, and I would suspect that these guys are looking forward to this swim.
Looking forward to get in the water as we go back to the water's edge at Kvinnoholmen. We see another team climbing up there just behind the rocks, taking the hard way around and over the slippery rocks, and we're hoping to get a comment here. We'll go back to Kalle, who is over there. I'm not sure if these guys are going to stop, but we'll see what we can do.
I guess not.
Good job, good job. Can I have a short comment?
It was cold. Take care of the rope, take care of the rope.
Yeah, as you can hear, it's cold, and they are in a hurry. Of course, they are the 4th team here. So, yeah, we're waiting for the next team, and yeah, they have to keep the speed up for, so they can hunt the podium places.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Adam. It was cold. Yeah, I suppose that's probably 14, 15, 16, 17 degrees. As I say, holiday makers here in the Swedish archipelago probably wouldn't do a whole lot of swimming at that point, but it's no bother to our swimmers here as we look at Team 203 in the mixed class, teamswimrunshop.com. They're up there with the best of them in the mixed class, just hitting the water. And just behind them, Team Teilweise Locker. I think that's one of our, is that our Norwegian-German friends? I think it is, yeah. That is Knut Boshaug and Malte Steyer just hitting the water there as one of the top teams in the men's class there, just behind one of the mixed teams. So it's still very, very tight at the top. I seem to remember, Bjorn, in your halcyon days, so to speak, you used to be far ahead of the field at this point, did you not? He's too modest to say that on camera now, but no, but you would expect that some of the better teams or some of the stronger teams would have been much further ahead now, but now it's very tight.
Because before this you had the long run on Nämndö. And of course me and Paul were strong runners, so we always planned to get a gap on Nämndö. So we pushed it quite hard always on Nämndö. So we usually we would have a minute or two to the pig swim.
And was that to have like a buffer for when you hit the water? Yeah.
Yes.
You have a little bit of a lead there to defend as you get into the water. As we follow these dramatic pictures, I think we're still at Kvinnoholmen here as some of the leading men's teams are making it out of the water. Fairly treacherous there in the rocks as we see the fins being pulled off there. And I think Bjorn Englund may very well have been very much correct in his assessment there. They're about 8 minutes behind at the start of the swim and now 4 minutes and 58 seconds behind. So an awful lot. The Finns have made up an awful lot of room, or made an awful difference in terms of making up the time towards the 2 or 3 teams at the very, very head of the pack there. So, well, they can keep that up now. Of course, another 1 kilometre swim coming very, very shortly on the map. As we have 2 teams coming out of the water together, I think. Olandaswim.se is one of the teams that's coming out there.
Yes.
And now they will be making their way towards the next timing station, the 1 kilometre run and then a 1 kilometre swim, losing a couple of precious seconds there by getting tied up in the line.
And that's a problem with wearing this much gear. Of course, when you have everything on, like in the water, you are fast.
Yeah.
But then they need to do this 26 times.
Yeah.
And I mean, that took about 30 seconds.
To get out of there, yeah.
So you need to be calculated. Are we actually earning time by doing this?
It is that opportunity cost, of course, that if you spend 30 seconds putting on the flippers, are you going to gain at least 30 seconds in the water? So that's the way. And then, of course, there's carrying the extra weight. Because as we said earlier on, the rules state that you can bring pretty much anything you want with you, but it has to cross that finish line. Otherwise, you're disqualified. A tough race so far. Some very, very dramatic pictures coming out there now. We are very much looking forward. At this stage, I think I'm looking forward to Oernon more than I've ever been doing in my life. Even last year, as I said, that was where the race was decided. There were some very dramatic developments there. But it wouldn't surprise me to see the lead change hands once or twice, even when we get to Oernon, because we're talking about some very, very strong runners. We're talking about some very strong competitors there as well. So I don't think anybody's going to be giving up at that point.
No. I wouldn't be surprised if the two top teams now, Swedish Armed Forces and Head Swimming, would enter Oernon at the same time.
Yep. And do you think there's some sort of, we spoke a little bit about the pig swim, grissimmet as it is called in Swedish there. We spoke about them maybe helping each other out, maybe cooperating, one drafting the other, and maybe then switching places during the pig swim there. But you reckon all bets are off once they get to Oernon. That's it. That's where the race really begins. That's we called it last year. We called it the crucible of this particular race. We feel that it's going to be that again. I'm going to put you on the spot again, Björn. If it comes down to it, and the two teams do arrive at Oernon at the same time, what do you expect to happen there? Is it a toss of a coin there?
No, I think they will be in. I think they will stick together for the first about 5Ks because the first 5Ks that's almost all terrain running.
Yeah.
But once they hit the graveled roads and then the asphalt, I think that Paul and Oscar will try to push it.
I'm going to accuse you of a little bit of partiality here. Paul, of course, was your teammate when you won last year. Is that sort of, you know Paul well, you know his strengths very well?
No, I know Daniel and Lelle quite well as well, because I raced with Lelle also in Engadin.
Again,
and I know that why Paul and Oscar would want to make a gap on Oernon. That's because after Oernon, the end of Oernon and the rest of the course is really tough terrain.
Yep.
And Daniel and Lelle are really good at that type of terrain.
The terrain
so
running,
they would need a couple of minutes, I would guess.
So they need to start thinking about how they can get ahead before that happens. We're watching Team Envol hit the water here at the pig swim. You can see they're just preparing themselves. No hesitation whatsoever. The elastic rope between the two of them there, hitting the water as quickly as possible and kicking out, starting out on the 1.4 kilometer swim there. A tough task coming as it does in the middle of the race, 4 hours and 31 minutes in at this point. We brought up the leaderboard there briefly whilst we were discussing what the tactics will be on Oernon. Can we bring it up again there and we'll just go through the top competitors in the men's, the women's and the mixed field at the moment. In the men's, we can see the Swedish Armed Forces are still in the lead, 22 seconds ahead of Team Head Swimming at the last measurement, and Team Run Fast 77 were 1 minute and 27 seconds behind the leaders the last we saw. In the women's section there, if we can bring that up as well, I just have my screen here beside me. Christina Larsson and Annika Eriksson, the Team Ad Nature, are battling it out with Team Head Swimming there, Bibben Nordblom and Maja Tesch. Battling it out at the top there. There is, let me see, about, what would we say? There's a good 8 or 9 minutes there between those two teams. And then in the mixed section, Thule Adventure Team, Audrey Young and Eva Nyström that we saw hitting the water there. 4 hours and 7 seconds, 49 at the last point. They're just ahead of Team Swimrunshop.com, who were about 4 minutes behind there, 3 minutes, 57 seconds behind. And Team Orca there in third place, 10 minutes and 43 seconds behind the leaders of the mixed section at that point in time. We're still looking at the start of the pig swim there. We don't have any contenders coming in there. We do have a reporter who just disappeared out of the picture as the contenders come in. We'll see if we can talk to any of these athletes coming out at the start of the 1.4 kilometer pig swim.
Okay, welcome to the pig swim. What's the tactic?
Just to keep my head above water.
Head above water?
Yeah.
Okay.
So good so far? Up and down. It comes in waves.
Okay. You're looking good though.
Well, that's kind of you to say.
No worries. Yeah, keep it up. Okay, guys, how is the water feeling?
Good. Good. No waves this year.
No way. Yeah. So this is
no
the pig
way.
swim.
Yeah. Yes.
Any tactics?
Speed.
Speed is key. Good luck, guys.
There we go. We have two
so
teams.
that's 7 teams heading off on the pig swim. I think it's 1,400 meters.
2 teams that stopped
We have
briefly
more
there
teams
to
coming
talk
in
to
now.
our reporter. We had the British team, Team Samwell, Bobby Oag and Tom Perchard, and indeed welcome to anybody who is watching in Great Britain. The 2 lads are progressing majestically, it has to be said, as we watch another couple of teams come down the cliff. WS76 Oakley there, that's team number 62. Made up of Niklas Wallenholm and Johan Korloff there coming down as they get ready to enter the water. It's a little bit cold as Team Apollo Sports Head Swimming comes in there as well. They will be among the top teams there. That's Staffan Björklund and Marika Wagner, who won last year. They won the mixed class. They're a little bit behind in the mixed class this year, so they're going to really need to eat up some time here on the pig swim and setting off with powerful strokes out towards Kvinnoholmen there. They're really going to need to put the work in now. Maybe not here on the pig swim. They'll just need to get here as quickly as possible. Make up some little time in the trail running, and then hopefully when they get to Oernon, they will make up further time there and really make a race of it in the mixed class. But they're a good bit down now, and time, I wouldn't exactly say time is running out. There's probably another good 4 hours before the winning mixed team crosses the finish line here behind us. We're seeing one of the women's teams. This may very well be the first women's team to hit the water.
Yes,
if I'm
I
not
think
mistaken.
it's Christine and Annika from Team Ad Nature.
Yep, it is indeed Team Ad Nature are about to hit the water. They won't be bothering to stop to talk to Kalle. They will want to get into the water as quick as possible and maintain the lead that they currently hold in the women's class. It was about 9 minutes, I think, that their lead was the last time we had a look, ahead of Bibben Nordblom and Maya Tesh of Team Head Swimming. They hit the water there. They look like they're going pretty well. We can see, I don't know if that is Christine or Annika who's at the back there, but you can see she's basically letting her legs float along behind her there, Bjorn.
Yes, this is an example of perfect teamwork because Annika is a better swimmer than Christine. So Annika will be in lead of all the swims.
Yep.
And Christine is such a great runner.
Yeah.
So she will be in the lead for all the runs, I would think.
So
and they would keep, I think they will have a line between each other at all times during the entire race.
You think so? They'll stick closely together and work it out from there. As we see 2 of the men's competitors there making their way in there. A little bit choppy
Faris
there.
Al-Sultan, I think, with Peter Ohm. Yes.
That's I have to bless your eyesight there now to be able to distinguish. Yeah, we can see the head coming out of the water there, Team 39. Faris Al-Sultan, we spoke to him yesterday. He was looking forward to it. A little bit of problems in terms of getting his team together and that kind of thing, but he survived all those things now. His goggles have popped off there. I'm sure he will survive that as well. The next thing he needs to survive is a walk up the slippery rocks. We're going to see if we can have a chat with Adam down there by the water's edge. Over to you, Adam.
Yes, and we have the next team at Kvinnholmen, and they have they're struggling a little bit coming up through the water after a kind of long swim. Can we have a short comment here?
It was cold.
A short comment.
Yeah, freezing, but now that's done. Good to be up on the island again.
Yeah, just run now.
Yeah.
And how was the race so far?
Good, but getting harder, I guess. Halfway done, I think.
Yeah, they are done with maybe the toughest swim during this swim run in the archipelago of Stockholm. So, yeah, they are, of course, they are in a hurry, but yeah, thanks for some words at least.
Yes, indeed, and thank you, Adam. It's a very thankless task that you have out there on the course today. Of course, the top athletes in each class won't be wanting to waste any time talking to reporters. If they're going to talk to anybody, they're going to talk to us after they cross this finish line, Bjorn. Do you find it irritating when people out on the course, when you come to these nutrition stations and hydration stations, and, somebody wants to say, oh, how you doing? Do you just ignore them and keep going?
Hi, and then just keep going.
That's it.
Yeah,
No
we try to be nice. We try to
but
be nice.
That's not the priority.
No, we wouldn't stop to talk to any reporters, that's for sure.
That's probably the correct tactic, because as we were saying earlier on, it's all about the marginal gains here. It's about winning the seconds so that you can win the race in general. But that said, I have to say I've been very impressed with, over the years that I've been involved in the race, with the sense of community among people who are involved in Swimrun.
Yes.
Do you ever, I know you live down in Oernon and off the coast of Sweden, do you ever sort of meet up with people to train or do you sort of discuss tactics and nutrition and that kind of thing during the off season or indeed during the season?
Yes. I mean, I lived in Stockholm until this summer. So in Öland, I'm quite alone. I don't. Whenever I'm running with my wetsuit, the farmer looks at me kind of odd, and I wonder what the hell you're doing. But in Stockholm, yes, there's a strong community both in triathlon and swimrun in Stockholm, and I think that's the same for the big cities in Sweden like Gothenburg and Malmö and so on.
Yeah, as we see.
Really strong community.
Are we going back for a comment here? We're just going to look at some pictures here as they see the man in the orange woolly cap there, which is excellent for navigation purposes. You'll be able to find your way onto these slippery rocks. Valhalla Racing are our two American friends in team number 48. That is Lars Finanger and David Thompson. They were comparing it a little bit earlier on about running or training in places like Texas. We've seen a lot of competitors come out of the water saying how cold it was. What effect does that have on the body? Is it hard to shake that off then when you come into the trail running?
Yes, you can see, I don't know if these two guys are a good example of it, but as you saw on Faisal Sultan and Peter Room, they were very stiff coming up.
Yeah.
And you can see these guys, the slippery rocks, the bodies and muscles have stiffened up during this swim. You're kind of out of balance. That's a big, difficult thing coming out from the cold water, and especially when you've been into water for about 25 minutes, as these guys had.
So okay, here we go.
A short comment.
Short comment. That was cold but fun. We're having a good race so far, and we got to warm up.
Yeah, some love at Kvinneholmen.
Yeah, he's peeing too. Yeah, it's nice and warm. He is warm. Okay, we can't talk because our voices are frozen, our mouths are frozen.
Yes, but good job, man.
There you go. That will give you an idea of exactly how cold it is in the water. I think he said he's peeing too, and the final comment from one of our competitors was pee is warm. We'll see how warm he feels as he runs away and the wind starts to catch him as he goes along there. Tough conditions in the water. As Bjorn was saying earlier on, you tend to free or stiffen up a little bit in the water. And now the key now, I suppose, is to get the blood flowing again, and get the body warmed up. I don't suppose there's anything you can eat. There's anything else you can do. It's just a case of put your head down and run now, Bjorn.
I think they will have a sip of energy drink or something here, but I mean, there's nothing you can drink or eat that would get you warmed up. The only thing is to keep on moving. Don't stop here. Don't stop. The biggest fault you can do here is to stop and wait for a couple of minutes. Then you start to cramp.
Yep.
You need to get your legs moving again and get you warmed up.
Yeah. Could I ask you a little bit about lactic acid? Does lactic acid sort of build up continuously, or can you keep it away if you just keep moving?
Yes, I think all of these athletes are keeping the lactic acid away, because lactic acid mainly is produced when your body, when you race very, very hard.
Yeah.
For maybe a race that will take you 10 minutes or 15 minutes or something. In a race like this, you should never, ever get lactic acid in your system.
Shouldn't happen.
Yes, because then your body will have a problem with getting rid of that lactic acid that you have building up.
Yeah. Could be the beginning of the end. I think we're going to go back over to our reporter here.
Do you have time for a short comment?
Yeah, of course.
How does it feel?
Cold.
But good.
Very cold.
Okay, but let's do something about it.
Yeah, run.
Run fast. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, it seems like lots of the athletes are cold here. Nothing strange about that. It's Swedish fall, the only season in Sweden that always has the same. So it's Swedish fall in the Stockholm archipelago, and we're coming back later.
There you go there. That was Rasmus Reinstrand and Jonathan Torshall Svensson talking to us there. Were you saying that he swam to Åland?
Yes, last year Rasmus together with his friend Simon, who was these were the two guys leading until ÖTILLÖ last year.
Ah, yes.
But during their early summer, they swim from north of Stockholm they swimrun themselves from north of Stockholm to Åland.
So they created their own course here
Yes.
in the Stockholm archipelago.
And they did
Åland.
it for a good cause as well, for keeping the Baltic Sea clean.
Brilliant. The Baltic Sea, of course, Åland is a Finnish protectorate. It's Swedish-speaking, but it's actually governed by Finland there. As we see Team 45 hitting the water there, that is Be Free Accounting. Antti Antonov, of course, a former swimrun partner of Björn Englund, and Henrik Jansson hitting the water there as they head for Kvinnoholmen. Yeah, so we were talking a little bit earlier on about the conditions and the geography that you need to create a swimrun race. And interestingly enough, it's not... You can't have it in certain places because the water is too cold year-round. So, for example, northern Scotland, where there's plenty of islands, you can't have a swimrun race there because the water never gets warm enough, really, to have a swimrun race. We spoke earlier on about the possibility of maybe a race next year in Croatia, certainly the Dalmatian coast there, the Istrian Peninsula. Kind of has the topography that you would expect from that. But I'd imagine there's, of course, the Thousand Lakes race in Germany this year was also a great success, I believe. Unfortunately, I wasn't there myself. But there must be some great places out there. I'm sure if you look around the world, the likes of Greece, I don't know if they'd have...
yes.
Yeah, Bjorn's face lit up as soon as I mentioned Greece there. So a little bit of heat there and be able to run maybe not in a wetsuit. That would appeal to some people. I'm sure it would appeal to the people that we are looking at right now who are in the water on the pig swim. 1.4 kilometres in what we have been told is very cold water. If you look closely at the competitors there, you can see their legs basically floating behind them. No kicking motion being carried out whatsoever, being pulled forward. On the power of their arms alone and with the paddles that they have in their hands. I don't think I've seen a single competitor who doesn't have the paddles. I suppose it would probably be leaving a major advantage behind if you didn't have the paddles. And indeed, we'll have a look at the paddles a little bit later on in the show here. We'll be able to show you exactly what these things are like. Bjorn, if somebody is sitting at home, are we going back over for a little... We might go back over for a little comment first before we continue our discussion here. In order to do so, we have to have some athletes for our reporter to talk to, and here they come down the cliff.
How is the mood, guys?
Great.
Great? Yeah. Water temperature?
It's okay.
It's okay. How about you?
Temperature-wise?
Good, great.
Yes, great. Just look just fine. A bit too happy, if you ask me, but...
Talking walk. Okay, first mixed team here. Tell me about the race so far.
Oh, we're going good. It's a bit of fun. It's all right. We're taking it a bit easy at the moment, and then hopefully it pays off later.
Okay, a short comment. Yeah, I have to go. That's the comment. Yeah, I totally understand it. I've been an athlete in the cross-country skiing field before. So yeah, you don't have time for comments during the races actually. So yeah, but we were giving a try at least. So we're coming back later and taking some more short comments and yeah. Yeah, we're really feeling the spirit of ÖTILLÖ here at the Kvinnoholmen right now.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Our reporter there trying to talk to Thule Adventure Team, Audrey Young from Australia and Eva Nyström from Sweden. And of course, like any of the leaders in this race, they don't want to waste a single second talking where they don't have to, as we see more and more competitors make their way now to the pig swim here on their way to Kvinnoholmen. It's a little bit cold in the water that they seem to be reporting there, but plenty of them. Again, I have to say I'm very impressed with how tight the field is so far. You know, we have an awful lot of competitors. Usually there's a big gap between the top competitors.
And I think we a couple of minutes ago we saw ahead swimming Bibi Nordblom and Maja Tesch entering the water now. That would mean that they maybe are 10 minutes or something behind Christine and Annika in first place.
Still all to play for here. We might get a comment from our competitors here.
Okay, water temperature, is it fine? Cold?
It's cold.
It's cold. Well, they look very focused.
This is Stefano.
Yeah, okay, 1.4 kilometer in the water. How does it feel right now?
Quite cold for the first time in my life in a swimrun court.
How does it feel for you?
It's magic. Love it.
Okay, magic. I love it. Yeah, that's really good, really good comment.
There you go. That was Stefano Prestinoni and Niels Zetterström, I think, coming up out of the water there. First time in his life he was cold swimming, I think he said. So the temperature is maybe not what it should be. Team 203, swimrunshop.com. Diane Sadik and Rickard Berglund, the two Swedes there coming out of the water. I think, where were they? Were they in second
I
place?
think they might be in second place.
Yeah.
And they're not far behind Adriel Young and
No, it's only been 2 or 3 minutes maybe since we spoke to them.
Really close. I think these guys are better swimmers. I'm not sure. But Adriel Young and Evan Nyström, I know they're really good runners. So
I think they seem to be giving very, very short comments to a reporter again, so maybe it wasn't such a bad idea that we skipped them. Again, the leaders in each group will not want to be wasting time talking to us for the time being. They will do their talking when they have crossed the finish line here at ÖTILLÖ in several hours' time. We're coming up on 4 hours and 50 minutes of racing already. Every year we look at this race, Bjorn, and we think to ourselves, oh, you know, it's going to be a very, very long day here in the commentary position. And I can tell you that it absolutely flies by. It seems that it was only 5 minutes ago that we stood here at 6 o'clock and we looked at everybody on the start line in Sandhamn there. While we have the camera on the studio, I'm just going to show you a little bit closer what the hand paddles that the athletes are using look like. On the back of these, we won't be able to see it here, but there's one for the left hand, one for the right hand. So these are formed in a very, very specific way. Bjorn, could you just show us how you put these things on, how quickly these things can be done? It's
like that.
Takes a second or two,
Yes.
just goes over the middle finger. And obviously then, is it very secure? It's sort of stuck on, there's no
Yes.
chance that's going to come off in the water or
No.
anything else like that. And when you're running later on, when you get to the trail running aspect of the race then, do you have a pocket or something that you put these things in?
yes, normally I will tend to just open up the race suit
and pop it inside.
Pop it inside, yeah.
Excellent.
Because you really, when you are running, you don't want to hold anything in your hands. You want to have free hands.
I don't know if the wind resistance is going to be a factor there, but again, when we talked about marginal gains, if you just bear with me there in the studio, we have one of Bjorn's shoes as well, and I'm picking this up, and it actually feels this is the lightest shoe I've ever held. If we look closely there, we can see that it's a very, very thin sole along the bottom there. It's very, very thin. There's none of this sort of cushioning. There's none of this sort of bounce up and down. The famous air technology that one manufacturer uses. Tell us about these shoes. You were telling us that they dry out very, very quickly. Is that right?
Yes, I mean the fabric on all these type of very lightweight terrain shoes are so thin, so they don't absorb any water, and you're not left with any water inside the shoe because all of the water runs out from this mesh material.
Yeah. If we hold up the shoe as well, we can hold it up to the camera, and you can see there that it's sort of studded. It's almost like a football boot in places. I'd imagine that's very, very handy when you're running along the rocky trails.
Yes, and especially on the trail runs where there are quite dirty roads and soil and so on. So you need to have this what do you call it, dubs? No.
Yeah, studs.
Studs.
Yeah.
To have a good grip on the ground, and of course, this also makes the slippery parts less slippery.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The rubber it's neither soft nor hard. It's somewhere in between, and I suppose that goes back to the compromise that Swimrun is all about. We won't be able to see this on camera, unfortunately, but I can actually almost see through. As Bjorn was saying, the material there is very, very thin, so it doesn't hold water at all, and you can almost see through the shoes there. Is this one of the famous shoes that you used in the sprint race on Saturday, is it?
Yes, I used that.
It is. I'm going to take this home and I'm going to put it in a glass case. You know, to hold a former world champion shoe in my hand is a very privileged moment for me. We might take one last piece of equipment that we'll have a quick look at. We've spoken an awful lot this morning about the Swimrun wetsuit, and to go one better than the shoes, we're going to hold up Bjorn's wetsuit here. Now, you explained that there's a difference, Bjorn, between the top half and the bottom half of the wetsuit.
Yes.
What's the difference there?
Well, you need to be able to run quite freely in this suit. So the bottom part from from
the midsection
midsection and down, there's a really lightweight material. Above this section, you have neoprene material.
Yep.
So your torso and your arms will get a little bit more heat from this, and it will also get you buoyancy.
Yep.
So it's kind of a mix between a wetsuit and running tights.
Yep, the running tights. Yeah, I see it's very, very soft material. It feels a little bit damp there, so it wouldn't surprise me if Bjorn was out at 4 o'clock this morning, maybe running some of the trails and taking some of the swims there. And as you can see on the back there is the neoprene material, as Bjorn says, for keeping the heat in and that kind of thing. What's the lowest temperature that you could swim in with a wetsuit like that and still feel the benefit of it?
I would say about 12 degrees.
About 12 degrees.
Under 12 degrees, and you can see that some teams are still keeping their long sleeves on. I would race a long sleeve wetsuit when the temperature starts to go below 13, 12 degrees.
Yep.
But of course, then you have the disadvantage on the run, making you very hot.
Well, of course, you'll be made very hot. Is there any sort of limit in terms of arm movement and that kind of thing? Because, of course, I know we rest the arms when you're in the running, but you still need to keep your arms moving to keep that up. So, but does that restrict your movement at all?
Yes, a little bit, and it makes you much warmer. And another part is that some teams, and we did it when we came up on Oernon, we remove the upper part of the suit.
Yes.
And if you have long arms, that will take you more time to remove, and it will take you more time to put on again.
Yep. It's interesting the way you have to sort of control the temperature of the body is one of those things that we don't think of when we talk about it, but really controlling the temperature of the body is absolutely key in the sport of swimrun. So but do you get enough ventilation if you were just to open the zipper on your wetsuit, or do you have to fold it down completely under your vest, so to speak?
No. The majority of runs we keep, and I think all athletes, they keep the wetsuit on.
Yeah.
Most of the athletes would take off their upper part of the wetsuit during their run on Rundmarö, Nämndö, and on Oernon.
Yeah.
And these are runs above 9K.
Okay, everything over 9K.
Yeah, that's and also when you have swimmed in these cold waters, it's pretty nice to have that warm wetsuit on for the first 2Ks. But what the swimrun suits have is that they have the zipper in front, and that's a difference compared to triathlon suits or open water wetsuits, which always have a zipper on the back.
They normally have the zipper in the back, as we see team number 8 there making their way into the water. I think that was Team Kieran Racing. Jonas Jarl-Magnefer and Henrik Malmström, 2 more Swedes, making their way into the 1.4 kilometer pig swim, as it's called. I wonder, I'm sure you're a student of the history of swimrun. Where does the pig swim title come from? Can you remember that?
Actually, I don't know.
That's a question from Mikael Lemel, the
yes,
race director.
Or we might, someone could Facebook me or send me a text or something. I'm pretty sure some of my friends would know.
Oh, I'm sure that the legend of that the pig swim comes out there. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. If you're swimming 1.4 kilometers in cold water in those kind of currents, I can pretty much guess where it came from. But if you were the person who came up with that particular term, the pig swim, Grisimmet, feel free to contact us on the ÖTILLÖ hashtag or via Facebook, or as Björn says, send them a text or that kind of thing, and get in touch there with any questions that you may have. Again, we'd like to take this opportunity to welcome viewers and supporters and friends around the world who are watching the World Championship decider here in the sport of swimrun. We're hoping very shortly to have a leaderboard update when we find out exactly where the teams are on the pitch, on the course, and more importantly, to find out exactly the time gap between them, because it has been very, very, very close since they left Sandhamn at 6 o'clock this morning. We're expecting the major developments, of course, to be on Oernon a little bit later on, as we come up on 5 hours or 4 hours and 56 minutes we've raced already. As I say, the time is flying by. Almost 11 o'clock in the morning here. Stockholm is Central European time, and we have a tremendous day's racing that has been happening so far. We have a comment for the field.
This is known as the Twix station because this is the only food we have, because it's important here that they don't stop. They're very cold in the water, and we need them to get going quickly. So no stopping, Twix only, go.
Okay, and the first athletes, did they take some Twix?
No, interesting. The first 5 athletes, they didn't take Twix. Everybody else takes Twix. Okay. No. Oh, okay. Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, the second mixed team, they were taking some Twix. Can I try 2? Sure. Okay, try 1.
It's the food of champions. The food of champions.
Yeah, food of champions. And yeah, I like it. And gives me more energy, and now we're waiting for lots of teams here at the Twix station at Kvinnholmen. So yeah, see you soon again.
There we go. That's one of those things that you kind of regret when you're on television, when you take a bite out of something like that, and it actually takes more calories to chew it than what it does than you actually get out of the food itself. Björn, you've eaten these things before on the course as you go around.
I try to eat them. The problem is, though, that this is after the pig swim. And your face is so stiff and your jaw muscles are like locked, and there's someone standing with a Twix,
Yeah.
and you want to eat the Twix, but you can't.
You're just
You
not
can't.
physically able
No.
to do it. So as we saw there, the leading teams there just flew by the Twix station. They weren't having anything to do with it, unfortunately. I'm sure maybe if you have a little bit of time, a little bit further down the field, as you look at Team Nynäshamns Song Bryggeri.
Ångbåtsbryggeri. It's the brewery of the öl.
Yes,
There.
there is a specially constructed beer that is made for this race, and that tends to be imbibed in large quantities.
Yes.
Just off here behind us to our right, when the competitors gather after the race there.
And I must brag a little bit. This is actually my brother-in-law who is the brewer of.
And he is going to be a popular
beer.
man later on in the day, I
Yeah.
can tell you. We are going to see if we can bring up. I've now got access to a map here on my screen in front of me. If we could switch over to that for a second. There we go. We can see that team number 2 is still in the lead. Swedish Armed Forces, Lelle Moberg, Daniel Hansson. This is a live update from out on the course. Team number 1, team head swimming, Oskar Olsson and Paul Krochak there in second place. It looks like team number 5 are then in third place, a little bit further back. That is team Run Fast 77, Fredrik Axelgaard. And then we have team number 71 who are in fourth place after that. That was team Envol, powered by swimrunshop.com, Nicola Ramirez and Pontus Lindberg. After them, team 68, team head swimming 2, Kenny Mayer and Niels Svensson have definitely made up a serious amount of time there on the pig swim. So we're starting to see the teams tighten up there in the middle of the island there. There's still some distance to go there, as we can see the long 1 kilometre swim there. This trail run that we're seeing here, as Bjorn mentioned, is quite very much the trail run, very few paved surfaces there. Great the way we can see this moving on in real time. So we will expect team number 2 there, the leaders, Team Swedish Armed Forces, Lelle Moberg, Daniel Hansson, will be hitting the water there in the very, very near future at timing gate number 12. They then have a 1 kilometre swim across the water here, as we can see. Then a short run before another short swim. So now we're into the serious transitions here. There are 52 transitions across the 26 islands from land to water and vice versa. And this is where it gets tough. The body has been going now for exactly 5 hours and 42 seconds, as the clock behind me tells me here. So this is where it gets tough now. Getting in and out of the water, not having time to heat up, getting cooled down an awful lot, being stiff, having to climb over slippery rocks. This is really where the race starts to be decided. It really is who has the blood circulation, who can get the oxygen to their muscles as quick as possible, Björn.
Yes, and this is where the head comes into play. I mean, your body is screaming, stop, just stop, take the boat back to Utah.
Yeah.
But you need to get tough here, because now you're running out of energy. That's another important thing, to keep throwing in those gels, maybe every maybe every 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, you got to keep
because
topping
you
it
have
up.
no reserves now.
Yeah. As we looked at, I can see now that Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson of the leading team are actually in the water already. My map is telling me they are on the way to Shimmandø. There's one brief stop off there before they make a short swim onto Shimmandø. Then there's quite a considerable distance to be run here. Is this a sort of a paved section of the course that's coming up soon?
No, Shimmandø is a trail section, but it's quite easy going trails.
Yeah, it's a relatively easy trail section. We're going to go over to Kalle there, who might be talking to some competitors and eating Twixes as much as he can.
And here we have the first ladies team. Maybe we can get a short comment. How does it feel?
It feels good.
And some Twix for the leaders also. Short comment.
Tack. Very good, very good.
Very good, very good. And very good with Twix.
There you go.
Yeah, are you happy?
Willy Wonka
the leading
impression
team, they were
in
taking
memory
some
of Gene
Twix.
Wilder, who passed away last week, the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
It's proven to be the best.
Yeah, as you said, food for champion.
Food for champions, yeah.
And I reckon if we search our reporter now, you will find his pockets filled with candy bars. Plenty of sustenance needed for our reporters out in the field, and we thank them. We appreciate the job that they do out there, as we see the first women's team making their way through there, looking in pretty good form altogether, grabbing a quick Twix, and off they go. Which team? That was Team Ad Nature, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Christine Larsen and Annika Eriksson. It will be interesting to see where Bibben Nordblom and Maya Tesch are in relation to them now. They enter the water shortly afterwards, a couple of minutes afterwards, but it will be interesting to see exactly where they wind up. in terms of the distance between the two. Now we did have a map there, and now we've lost it a little bit, but we'll get Kim, our technician, to give us a little bit of a hand with that. There we go, team number 16. That is the unexpected Morgan Bayer and Julien Antoine, two of our French competitors. Bienvenue to them. They're about to hit the water here on the pig swim. Fantastic pictures there of the archipelago, relatively calm. Ready to go there?
Nice currents. Yeah, we need to go.
Yeah, and what about the Twix?
Twix? I don't know, man. It's all good. Everything is good now.
Everything is good now. So, yeah, it seems like Daniel Adams-Ray having a really nice time at this swim run in the archipelago of Stockholm.
Yeah, it's hard not to enjoy the environment of the Stockholm archipelago, especially when it is such a stunning backdrop for such an amazing endurance race as ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run, being held as always in the first Monday in September. Fantastic weather conditions, maybe a little bit cold in the water, but it doesn't look to me like the athletes are too concerned with that. Certainly not in the leading groups. And indeed, further down the field, the athletes that we've spoken to, they mentioned that it is a little bit cold, but I don't see anybody hopping off. I don't see anybody hanging up their swim paddles just yet, Björn.
No, and you can see it's nice to see everyone getting out from the pig swim. They're so relieved.
Yeah, well, you know, there's a good reason for that. I suppose 1.4 kilometers. We did mention that the next run is a very tough trail run. After the pig swim, which is 1.4 kilometers in cold water, they have a trail run, which is 1 kilometer. Then they have another 1 kilometer swim, and then you're into Chimendeux, where it gets a little bit more humid. You get a little bit longer on dry land. You get a little bit more time to recover there. We might go back over to the map that I have on my screen here, and we can look a little bit further down as we look through from Chimendeux there. There's a short swim again. Timing gate number 13 there will tell us an awful lot about how this race is developing. And then there's Oernon. This is one of the longer runs here.
That's Oernon.
That's Oernon. So that is where we expect that much of this race will be decided. That is a monster run. Yeah. That is 20 kilometers almost before we make it down here. Most of it, the beginning of it, of course, is a trail running, and then the second part of it is paved, so it's pretty decent surface to run on. And Björn, you were saying that this is the point where the mental aspect starts to come into play. We'll zoom out a little bit there. Maybe we'll have a little look at what is left of the course there. Oernon, of course, one of the major runs there. And then it is a series of short swims. It's really all starting to happen now, isn't it? It's after this that this race is going to be decided. We can go back up a little bit and see exactly where our competitors are. And I think this is going to be the screen that we spend a lot of our time looking at until we get a connection there. We see how tightly the teams are bunched on their way over to Chimendeux, on the way to Oernon, which is where the race was decided last year. Can you remember at which point you took the lead on Oernon last year? Was it early in the run? Was it late in the run?
It was about halfway through Oernon when you passed the church.
Okay.
You can see where T14 is.
Yeah, where T14 is there. That was where you took the lead.
Yes, a couple of 1 kilometer later we took the lead, and yes.
So somewhere around about here.
Yes, I would say.
What's it like when you finally manage to do that? When you see, you mentioned that Paul Krochak, your teammate last year, he felt like he was hallucinating when he saw your opponents in front of you there. But there must be a great kick of adrenaline.
Oh yes, yes.
Get great energy there.
Yes, I mean, I don't know what's. When you we're talking about the mental aspects on Oernon, and when you get these positive feedbacks that we're gaining on the leading team, you become so strong. And when you finally pass them, we were so tired, but we wanted to look so strong.
Yeah.
And I can't remember if we said anything. I think we just gave each other the thumbs up. I think that Simon and Rasmus know that the battle for first place was lost for them.
It ended there.
Yes, but they still managed to get into fourth place. I think that was very strong.
And have you ever been on the other side of that equation where somebody goes by you and they put their shoulders back and they go? And I mean, that must be very hard to accept when you can't find anything. You can't find a kick there to do it.
That was the thing with 2014.
Yes.
We were in the lead with about 4 minutes. And then we were getting these negative feedbacks, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and then suddenly we saw them, we heard them, and then they passed us.
Yeah.
And that's it's so devastating at that moment, and it's so difficult to find more strength again.
Yeah.
It's like Ironman. A pass is seldom reversed, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing that certainly in my time in the last 3 races here that I've covered, I don't think I've ever seen anybody retake the lead. Once the lead is gone, it's very, very difficult to find the momentum. It's very, very difficult to find the mental and the physical strength, because we have to remember that this is, you know, you're talking about 40, 45, 50 kilometers into a very, very tough race, and the reserves just aren't really there.
No.
If you get dropped, if you go behind on Oernon, you're pretty much done for the day.
Yes, you're running on adrenaline.
Now, the other thing is, how do you, as you mentioned, the 2 guys that you passed out last year, they still held on for 4th place, but that also means that 2 other teams went past them.
Yes.
Again, it must be a sort of a devastating thing. Do you think that once you get passed out once, is that it then? Is it so hard to pick yourself up again that you're easy prey for the rest of the field?
It could be. It could be. I don't really know. But again, you need to change your once passed. You need to change your focus. You need to change your tactics. And that's also a big part of this mental challenge on Oernon. I mean, coming second, coming third, coming fourth, that's huge. That's very well done as well.
There's a big difference there.
So yeah,
it's a tough enough race, as I say. I would not like to be in that position out there where I'm on Oernon giving it all I have, and then I see the likes of this gentleman to my left here, the current world champion, gliding past me without a care in the world. But that's not something we'll be seeing this year. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick interview here with a British team that is over here, Team 108, teamsportextreme.com. We have 2 British competitors who gave us a lovely interview yesterday. Rosemary Bide and Isabel Joyner talked about why they're coming here to Stockholm to take part in the World Championship decider in the sport of swimrun, ÖTILLÖ.
So, how does it feel to be in Stockholm?
Pretty good. Yeah, good. Nice weather. Last year it was raining. This is much better. Yes. Excited as well about the race.
So how much have you been training now for this race?
A lot. And we've done more training out on the rocks. We've been going down to the beaches near where we live and trying to get in and out of the sea and do more training over uneven rocky ground to try and prepare ourselves better. Yes.
And mentally, how have you been preparing yourself?
I think I feel more positive than last year. I think I know a little bit more about what I'm letting myself in for. So yeah, I feel a bit better, more positive. And I've been looking at the route and thinking about what kind of times we might want to make, and also looking at how we did last year and where we lost time and where we were doing well, and using that kind of preparing mentally for what's facing us by kind of thinking about what kind of targets we have and kind of taking distraction off the pain and the effort of the race.
There you go, our 2 British competitors joining us here this year again. And interesting to hear how they talked about the mental preparation and the planning. How much do you talk to your teammate about how you're going to approach a race like ÖTILLÖ?
I think a lot.
There's a lot of talk goes on.
Yes. Because you train with each other, you have these long hour sessions.
The long nights of the soul.
Yes, and you talk about this race, and yes, it becomes a big part of your relationship, really.
I'm imagining then that, we've talked about the swinging that goes on, people changing teams and that, but I'd imagine that you must create a very, very strong bond with the person that you compete with.
Yes.
Is that something that lasts? Does it sort of, do you talk to the guys, like Paul, do you talk to him, would you consider yourself friends now off the course as well?
Oh, yes, of course. And I think that's the reason we stuck together for that long as well. If you want to keep on racing with a friend, you need not just to get along on the race course, you need to get along in your other life as well.
And interesting that just as Bjorn said that, Antti Antonov came into shot there, Team 45, Be Free Accounting, and he, together with Henrik Jansson, Bjorn's first ÖTILLÖ in 2009 was done in company with Antti Antonov. Where did you finish that year? What position do you finish?
Second.
Second that year, in your first attempt at the race. And you decided pretty much the day before that you got on the bus and you came up to Stockholm to take part, right? And Antti the kind of guy, did you run just once with him?
No, we run with each other for 4 years.
For 4 years,
yes,
okay.
And we won 2011, and we were second and fourth as well.
Second and fourth. And what led you then to pick up with Paul and to create the new team? Was it just circumstance?
Yeah, the thing was that I was giving up triathlon back in 2012, and Antti wanted to continue doing triathlons, and I wanted to focus on swim runs, and I just met Paul. We met each other at our local running club in Stockholm, and he was a great runner, and we trained with each other very much, but I didn't know that he was a swimmer as well. And as soon as I heard, I popped the question during a long session on Djurgården in Stockholm, and that was about a year before ÖTILLÖ, and we've been in as a team since then.
And there's no hard feelings with Antti, for instance, that that you went.
Not at all.
You
not
didn't
at
cheat
all.
on him with Paul.
No,
Not
at all.
Just looking at some of the teams passing by there, Team Beloved, Tom Ralité and Elfie Oernon from France there, the mixed team 206 just coming up out of the water there, just missed that bib number. There's 212. Hofet goes swimming. That is Fredrik Nilsson and Stina Svensson, two of the Swedes there. As I say, an awful lot of international representation is growing every year. Is that team 116 or 118 we see coming out there? That's 118. That is Team Icebug, who were in third place a little bit earlier on. We shall try and see where we have them at this point in time.
Might be second or third now, I think.
You reckon they're up to third already? We'll have a look at the leaderboard a little bit later on when we get it back up here on my screen. But yeah, we'll have a look at the leaderboard. I think is the best thing we can do at this point in time. Reorientate ourselves now that we passed them by. Yes, indeed, Team Icebug are in third in the women's class. Team Ad Nature still a good bit out in front there, over the halfway point there in the race, Team Ad Nature. And they're just ahead of Team Head Swimming. They have quite a good lead over Team Head Swimming, so it's all to lose there for Team Ad Nature. A considerable lead there. In the men's section, we have Team Swedish Armed Forces with a 1 minute 9 second lead over Team Head Swimming, featuring Paul Krochak and Oskar Olsson, and they are 5 minutes and 31 seconds ahead of Team Run Fast 77. So still very tight in the men's race. 5 minutes with the 20-kilometer run on Oernon still to come is very, very little indeed. Thule Adventure Team there with a halfway decent lead over swimrunshop.com, but still 4 minutes and 2 seconds is not really a whole lot there either. Team Orca a little bit further behind there, 10 minutes and 19 seconds behind. They could still do it. It's a bit of a tall order for Team Orca, but the leaderboard is certainly beginning to take its shape now ahead of the long run there at Oernon, where things tend to be decided and where it feels like they will be decided once again this year. We are 5 hours and 15 minutes into the race. If we're going to have a world record broken or a course record broken, they're going to have to arrive in about 3 hours' time. The first men's team will have to arrive in about 3 hours' time here behind us. What do you think, Bjorn? Are we still on course for a course record?
Oh, yes, definitely.
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 We talked a little bit earlier on about how the standard is getting better and better and better every year. The equipment is improving. The competitors are improving. Can you see a sort of a sub 8 hour run? That would be an amazing thing to see here today. Right?
Oh, yes. I don't think it will be sub 8 hours today. I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But the course record, I think, will be broken.
The course record will be broken. Of course, we've just had the pig swim, 1.4 kilometres of a swim for the top competitors in the men's, the women's and the mixed fields. And they have complained of the water being a little bit cold. That may slow people down. We've seen them very stiff getting out of the water. They're coming up there, as they move towards Schumendö. There's a 1 kilometre trail run, then another 1 kilometre swim. Then they're on to Schumendö for a good long run before they make a couple of short hops then and arrive on Oernon for the rest of the 20 kilometres, as I say, that tends to decide this race. That is the one that really sorts out the leaders from the rest of the pack. Of course, we're not only here to talk about the winners. It's a fantastic achievement of the 119 teams that went to the starting line, 238 competitors. Some are here because they want the top step on the podium, the second step on the podium, the third step on the podium. Some are here because they want to compete the race. Some are here because they are running for charity and your generous sponsorship, like team number 10 in the men's race, Team Ad Nature Heja Stina, the Swedish artist Petter Askegren, raising money for a children's cancer project. Look up at Petter there on social media and you'll find out more about that. We're looking at TT Smartfish coming out of the water there, team number 37 in the men's competition. Is that, let me see, John Okelo-Torp and Philip Tavel,
yes.
a Norwegian and a Swede there, putting aside any differences that they may have in the field of cross-country skiing and getting together to run ÖTILLÖ together. A true sense of nations coming together there.
Yeah.
As we've seen with Swedes and Estonians, we've a couple of Swedes and Norwegians there.
And I think Philip Tavel actually was in the ÖTILLÖ competition in the beginning of 2006, 2007 and something like
so
that.
he'd be a veteran of this
Yes,
race,
he's
so
a
to
veteran.
speak. So even more so than your good self.
Yeah, I don't think he has competed though during the last years. If I remember correctly, he's a good mountain bike cyclist.
A mountain biker as well. That might be an interview that's worth doing a little bit later on if we can ask him about his comeback. Team 37, we have, that's TT Smartfish coming up there.
Yeah, it seems like you want to give short comments also.
Yeah, that was cold. Actually, quite nice.
Cold?
Yeah, coldish. It's really cold, actually.
So, and what's happening now?
Have no clue. I think a long run, and then some swimming, some running, and then the jacuzzi, and then the beer.
Okay.
I have no clue how far is it to go.
Yes, go.
Okay, let's go.
Good luck, guys.
There we go. It will be interesting to see as those gentlemen come out of the water if there'll be any Twixes left for them. We've seen most of them disappear into the pockets of our reporter. It's a terrible accusation to be making, but he can't hear me, so I feel free to go ahead and do that. We can bring you an update on the developments here on our map. We can tell you that our leading two teams on the men's side, we have the first two teams there, Team Head Swimming and Team Swedish Armed Forces. Team Swedish Armed Forces in the lead there. They are now on Shimmondö. They are now entering into that fairly long run there as they make their way towards the time station 13 and then across to Oernon, where, as we've said many times here in this broadcast, that we expect that the race will be decided. We can see a bit of a gap happening there, a bit of a gap opening up there between them and our third and fourth place teams. Still fairly tight, and it's going to be an interesting race there between the two teams in third and fourth place. We have Team Run Fast 77 who are there and Team Envol who are there very, very close together. So what you're looking at there is a serious battle going on for the bottom step of the podium for third place here, because you know, if you're going to be in this race and you're not going to win it, well then surely you want to finish as high up as you can.
Oh, yes.
And knowing the four competitors that are involved there, they are very, very close to together there in the water on the way to Shimmondö as we zoom out and we see the two top teams there.
And this is a difficult position for them now. Maybe they have about 4 minutes up to the first two teams.
Mm-hmm.
Are they aiming for first place or are they aiming for the podium? Are they, you know, chancing on catching the first guys, or do they want to, you know, observe their podium place?
That's the thing. I mean, do they really want to? I mean, if you put your foot to the floor now, if you're in third, maybe fourth place now, and you want to put your foot to the floor, is there a risk that you will burn out sometime on the long run over?
Yes.
Oh, no, there's definitely that risk there, regardless of how you manage your nutrition and that kind of thing. As we look at the German Sparkle Party, number 31, very interesting team name. Of course, the teams themselves decide these. It's Markus Rössel and Fabian Eberhard from Germany. If there are family or friends or fans watching there in Germany, we welcome you to this broadcast. Keep it tuned here. There's fascinating races to come, and not least, you will see your two heroes come across the finish line a little bit later on in our broadcast. Is that team 31? That vest is being stressed out a little bit there, it has to be said there. Yeah, that is Team 31, our German friends there. Are we getting a comment for them? We're not. They're going straight for the Twixes and continuing on. Team Nordic Trail, team number 230 in the mixed competition there. That is Matilda Bertlin and Erik Frode, two Swedes there, making their way past. Plenty of photographers out there, both amateur and professional, capturing the action for you, most of which you'll be able to see on ÖTILLÖ.se after the race is over. The organisers usually do a great job as we see the local wildlife out there. Would they be geese? I don't know. I'm not an outdoorsman. So.
Swans.
There are three swans. Reminds me of the great Irish legend of the three swans that were the children of Lear. We'll have to look up that at some other point, but that has nothing to do with what we're looking at here and the fascinating drama that is about to be played out on Oernon. 5 minutes and 22 seconds into the race, as you can see here behind me. It's all happening now, ladies and gentlemen. It's all getting sorted out up the front. We have team number 2, which is Team Swedish Armed Forces, Lelle Moberg, Daniel Hansson, winners here 2 years ago. They have a slight lead ahead of Team Head Swimming, Oskar Olsson, paired with last year's world champion alongside with this man, Björn Englund. Paul Krochak was last year's world champion along with Björn. Those two teams are battling it out now. I can tell you that the third and fourth place teams, Team Envol in fourth and Team Run Fast 77, are also on dry land at Shimmondö now. So it's all happening now. They're going to run across across Shimenda, slightly to the west, to the southwest. Then there's going to be another short swim, and then they are on to Oernon. That's when we find out what the tactic is. That's when we see who has enough left in the tank to take the lead. As we mentioned about 10 or 15 minutes ago in this broadcast, that's when we expect to see one team pass out the other, if it indeed that is going to happen here. And once that happens, we will see this race decided. We expect to see them come across the line in about 3 hours, slightly less than 3 hours time here. They will cross the line behind us here, and we will bring you the interviews with the winners, with the second place, with the third place teams. We'll bring you the winners. Anybody who has anything interesting to say will be brought to you live and direct here on Facebook, on YouTube. And we are waterside here at Shimenda, I think. Are they leaving Shimenda? No, they're not leaving Shimenda. Shimenda Buns is where they are there. So it's a little bit of a short swim there, I think, is it? It's great for me to be standing here saying it's a short swim when I will be bone dry for the rest of the day.
It's a 1K swim.
Yeah, sorry, this is the slightly longer swim here. This is the 1K swim that goes from this point here over to Shimenda, over to Bunsa, towards Bunsa, and then Shimenda there. So they're coming off a reasonably long run here. I'd imagine they'll probably be happy enough to get into the water at this T12 point here. And off the trail run there, after a reasonably tough trail run. It always looks like the boats are sailing very, very close to the competitors. But I suppose these are experienced boat people, so they know not to get too close to the swimmers there and wash them out of it with big waves. And they don't tend to move that fast in the water, the boats either, so they're not going to see them washed away there or flushed away in the water as they go along.
After this swim, this is the last long swim.
Yes, 1 kilometer.
And after this, it's mainly running. And that also feels pretty nice because you're cold, your arms are getting tired.
Yeah.
It's actually looking forward almost to these long runs, getting your suit off. And
yeah, of course, most of the swimming is in the first half, the first 2/3 of this race before the long run there to Oernon, the 20 kilometers. As we see Team Nordic Trail coming up out of the water there. They're just going onto the trail here after the pig swim, but it looks like, no, that's Team Crawlkusher.com. That is Johan Johansson and Anna Schlosser, the two Swedes there making their way up. As we see a lone camera tripod left up there. The tripod has been abandoned now as we go down the slippery rocks to meet the competitors as they come out of the water after that the pig swim. This, to me, is one of the tougher parts of the course, it has to be said, because, you know, that trail run in the middle of two very, very long swims. And as you say, the upper body sort of suffers. Do you tend to go to the gym to train as well, or do you only train in the water?
Maybe you should go to the gym.
You should go to the gym, so not admitting that you go yourself, but it might be an idea.
I find the gym so boring.
Okay, so you'd rather be out swimming in the water and that kind of thing. There are plenty of people who would prefer to be in the gym and not subject themselves to the elements at all. That was team number 60 there climbing out of the water. Was it team number 60?
Yes, I think so.
We are
That's
Orca Masters,
yes,
Oriol Guillemont and Ola Lagerström, a Spanish-Swedish team there.
Oriol is a big swimrun personality.
He's a big swimrun person. He's been around for a long time.
Yes, good
one of the veterans of the race.
Definitely.
Some wonderful images there of the rocky landscape. As I mentioned at the very beginning of this broadcast, 12,000 years ago, the end of the Ice Age, when the Stockholm Archipelago was first revealed to the world. Very, very rocky, rugged landscape that makes it absolutely perfect for the sport of swimrun, which was indeed born and created here as the result of a drunken bet. That happened a long, long time ago. Those days are long forgotten. The equipment has changed, the rules have changed. And what once took 24 hours between Sandhamn and Utö, we're now wondering if we'll actually see it done in less than 8 hours. An amazing development in the space of the 10 or 15 years since this sport began. Later in the day, we will, of course, have Mikael Lemel, the race director and the man responsible for driving the development of the sport of swimrun, which has gone from ÖTILLÖ to being the Swimrun World Series, with races slated to take part in all parts of the world next year. As we see our steward there guiding our competitors into the water, telling them the best route to take down the slippery rocks and into the water. And indeed, cameras being brandished at every turn there as people seek the best angles and the best footage from the day. As we look at teamswimrunshop.com, team number 203, that is Dian Sadiq and Rickard Berglund, who are in second or third place a little bit earlier on, as Rickard slides down into the water, and there goes Dian not far afterwards. And Rickard strikes out for the shore on the opposite side there. That is moving towards kilometres, if I remember rightly. There we have team swimshop.se /Ungeloppet, team number 46, and they take the shortcut straight into the water. No messing there for Stefano Prestinoni and Niels Zetterström. Straight into the water there. They managed to save a couple of seconds there. If we're talking about marginal gains, that was an excellent example of it. We are back at the end of the pig swim now, looking at a couple of the men's competitors coming out there. The unexpected team number 16, that was Morgan Bayer and Julien Antoine, the two Frenchmen there, coming out of the water. As Björn was noting earlier on, very stiff after the long 1.4 kilometre swim in water that the competitors have told us is quite cold here this morning. So it's tough enough circumstances for them as they climb out of the water and make their way up the rocks. Stewards there in the orange hats, of course, partially to keep themselves warm, but also to give an indication to the competitors of where they need to be going inland.
Yeah, do you have time for a short comment?
It's good to see you. It's nice. It's nice to see you.
Yeah, it's because of...
it's very long and they are wavy, yes.
Yeah, a long wavy swim. And some problem here too with a rope. But they are really happy to see us here on the shoreline. So yeah, keep running now.
Yes.
There we go. R2.
Yeah, from swimming to running. Yeah, that's Swimrun.
It's a fairly good summation, right enough, as our two French competitors get themselves together. Again, marginal gains. Seconds being lost here as he ties the rope around his waist. The difference is there's a marked difference between the competitors who really want to be at the top and on the podium, and the guys who are content to just to crush it out on the course and to make sure that they get through the cutoffs each time, and to make sure that they get there and that they make it to the end, to the goal, to the finish line here behind us in good time before these gates all close. Team 49 Caledonia, as I say, this must be our Scottish competitors here. Two gentlemen from Great Britain. You have Fraser Cartmel and Andrew Fargus, who are taking part here. I think I remember Fraser taking part before. Fell in love with the sport here when he was asked to jump in at short notice. And he jumped in very, very quickly there. A bit of a backstroke away there, bringing in some different muscles into, or different muscle groups even, into the swimming aspect of it. No line between those two competitors. But there is a line here between Team Nynäshamns Bryggeri, a brother-in-law to Björn, who have created a special beer that will be used to celebrate a little bit later on. 35.2 kilometres into their race, almost at the halfway point, 5.5 hours into the race as they take their time coming out of the water. At this point, Björn, we mentioned that after about 3 hours that the body's used up all the carbohydrates. What's happening about 5.5 hours in? How tired are the muscles at this point?
Oh, they're very sore, screaming for energy. All the carbohydrates that you have stored in your muscles are almost completely empty.
Mm-hmm.
So your system is really feeding up whatever you put in, and the stomach will take up.
Yep.
And fat.
That's so. As a fat-burning exercise, this
yes,
is the best thing you can do.
The thing is, with these athletes, they don't have such big fat storages.
Yeah, there's no reserves of fat to be burned off. So basically, it's basically like driving a car. It's whatever you put in, you get out.
Oh
at
yeah,
this point in time.
And these guys are running on the fumes right now, and pure will.
That's the thing. I think the mental aspect of it is. I may have underestimated it in the beginning, but it is that idea of, okay, just keep putting one foot in front of the other, just keep making these swimming strokes and get to the end of this course. The compression tights that our two competitors there from team number 9 are wearing, are they a big help? Is that just to keep warm? What would they be used for?
Well, some people find it more easy to run in them because they stabilizes the calf muscles, really. And what a lot of competitors do is that they put a little bit of floating devices inside the calf socks.
Okay.
So you can see it's not like everyone has huge calf muscles. It's because they have a little bit of rubber or something inside foam to lift their feet up a little bit more during the swims.
Okay, so and there's nothing illegal about that, of course.
No, no,
Flotation
no.
devices, as long as they're of a specific size. There is a size in the rule book for how big flotation devices can be. If it was me, I'd be out there with one of those blow-up beds and doing things very, very slowly, it has to be said. But these competitors, they know better than that. It's fascinating to think that, again, if we talk about marginal gains, that, you know, if you have some small sort of flotation device, because it is 10 kilometres of open water swimming, that's not to be sneezed at. It's a tough task. We can see some of the mixed team competitors now making their way up over the rocks there. And there's a men's team coming in behind them. Very rhythmic strokes there from the two, just beginning to lose it now a little bit. The waves are picking up just a little bit. I think I can hear the wind in the trees around our commentary position here, as if the wind is picking up a little bit. But again, it's nothing compared to last year. There's Team Rosenborn Style, team number 231, Hanna Johansson and Philip Berglöf. Two Swedes there making their way out of the water, maintaining a good pace there as they go along. It's very, very tricky, very, very treacherous there. After the long, cold swim, the muscles have stiffened up there, climbing over the slippery, wet rocks. You can see the moss and slime as they go along.
Rosenbaum style, they must be inspired by Erika Rosenbaum, who is a big, also a big swimrun personality. I actually think she was the one who came up with the term with the phrase swimrun.
She was the originator of that particular team. Yes. There we see our Norwegian-Danish team, Teilweise Locker, and one of these days I will pronounce that correctly, Knut Balshaug and Malte Stad. Coming, are they on their way in? They are indeed on their way into the water rather than out of it. Another long-ish swim. I think it's the last long-ish swim that they have to do there. I noticed one is wearing the calf socks, one is wearing very low cut. They almost look like jogging socks there altogether. What kind of socks would you recommend? Because obviously you want something that's not going to absorb a lot of water, correct?
Yes. That's the thing. Thin socks. I wasn't so keen on wearing these calf socks, but that's just a personal choice for me.
Yeah.
Some people think they're great, but I always wear low cut socks, really, really thin, so it wouldn't absorb any water.
And we just see one of the teams coming out of the water here. This is good enough. We had a bit of a fall there, did we? That was Sarah McClarty and Misty Becerra, who were doing very, very well earlier on. It looks like we have a slight injury there.
And I think Sarah McClarty was the one who injured herself last year.
I think they were doing very, very well at the point when they had to pull out. We have plenty of stewards there. We have plenty of medical staff on hand should anything untoward happen to any of our athletes there. Of course, safety is paramount. We love to see the 240 athletes, or the 238 as it was today, leaving the gate at Sandhamn, but we also like to see them all coming in here. We are back now on I think it's the Shimendö side that we're looking at here. We have our reporter, our intrepid reporter there. Pockets slightly less full of candy bars at this point in time. Hopefully he's been distributing them as he goes along. Looking out over it. As I look at my map here, I can see that our leaders, Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson, are making their way towards T13. So they're on their way from Shimendö now. They'll be soon enough, they will be making their way into the water there. That is team number 3. Is that team Envol? Yeah, Julian Dent and Peter Preston, the two Australians, are there or thereabouts again. A good 40 minutes behind there. They're over halfway through the race. At their last point, they were about 40 minutes behind there, but still a respectable enough time when you consider how long it can take to get around this course. Of course, the course record is 8 hours and 16 minutes, but for those who are there just for the challenge of completing the race, it can take a lot longer than that. It can take up towards maybe 10, 11 hours in some cases. I'm just wondering, Björn, for those guys, I know you haven't been in this position yourself, but for those guys who are out on the course, is it not somewhat depressing to think that people are sitting here with their feet up and an ÖTILLÖ beer after having a sauna, and you're still out there fighting with this course?
No, because you know when you're out there and the finish is starting to getting closer, that you're going to enjoy that beer so much more.
Exactly. Well, I mean, it must be one thing to enjoy the beer when you get here, but you know, if you have to break off, it must be no fun whatsoever to be sitting here, having not completed the race. So, we have some more competitors on their way down towards the water here. As I can tell you, I just on my screen here on the table here to my right, I can see that Lille Mobay and Dario Hansson are getting ever closer. There is still an absolutely neck and neck race going on there for third place between one of the Envol teams.
There's Apollo Sport.
There's Apollo Sports head swimming 201, the mixed team. That is Staffan Björklund, Marika Wagner, last year's world champions. 15 minutes behind there. It's starting to look a little bit difficult for them. It's going to take an awful lot if they're going to make up that much time as they hop into the water together. To make up 15 minutes for them, I think we may very well be looking at a new world champion or new world champions in the mixed class.
Maybe, but however, this is the time for them to shine. This is the perfect. This is the favorite part of the course for them.
Okay, so it's tougher this year than you haven't. Yeah, it's worse.
So far so good. I say the same thing every time I meet you now. Really cold, but great time. Ooh.
Yeah, and you have a food station up here.
Yes, that will be perfect.
Yeah, perfect with the food station. So yeah, they're going for some Twix now. The food for champions, like the volunteers said there. And here we have another men's team. Short comment.
60, amazing. A little cold. We're getting there. We're there now. Yeah. It's nearly done. Yeah. The second paddle. Look.
Nice. Okay, nice atmosphere here at Kvinnholmen, and yeah, here we also have the American team that we were talking with yesterday. So yeah, but nice atmosphere. Lots of teams having good speed here. Some of the team have some struggling, like the girls from US. But I think they're back on track now. Maybe we can have a short comment here. We were talking with those crazy ladies. What do you say?
No broken bones, just leg cramps.
Yeah, leg cramp, that's okay. And what about you?
I'm a little cold right now, but okay. We're having fun.
Yeah, they're having fun, and that's the most important thing, having fun. And I think they will make it this year also. She was breaking her knee last year, and now she was having some cramp. So some struggling next to the shoreline, but now they're back on track and running in the forest up here.
There you go. That was Sarah McClarty and Misty Becerra from the United States of America, as you could tell from the Stars and Stripe hand paddles. And they look a little bit dirty. They look a little bit tired now, but they told us no broken bones. Here's what they had to say yesterday as they made their way to Sandhamn.
Okay, and here we have two girls from US. What's your name?
Misty Becerra.
Sarah McClarty.
And you competing for Made in US. What's the team name?
Team Good Enough.
Team Good Enough. And how does it feel to be back in Sweden again?
We're pretty excited, a little nervous, but it's a little bit warmer, I've noticed as well, just the temperature and the sun being out, so I'm pretty excited about that.
How did you prepare for this race?
Not very well. It's very hot in Florida. We can't wear our wetsuits. We have no rocks. So it's very hard to prepare in Florida, but we made it through the race last year, so we know what we have to do this year. So we had dreams about last year.
Yeah, tell me more about last year.
It was going really well until the third island, and I slipped and fell, and I ended up breaking my kneecap. So I broke my bone in half. But we didn't know it at the time. So I did a lot of screaming on the ground. She said, it's okay, just stand up and see if you can walk on it. So I did, and then we ran 35 more miles, made it to the finish line, and then a week later, back in the United States, I got an x-ray that showed that I had fractured my kneecap, so.
I hope you had a good insurance.
I didn't need any. No surgery, no nothing, just 3 months of rest, and then we qualified again to come back this year, and then we started training again in January.
It seems like you have a good spirit in your team.
Oh, we definitely do. We do a lot of races together, and so we're used to competing together, training together. So, yeah, we're excited. Excited to be here again.
Yeah, except from like running and swimming, do you train some other things?
We do adventure racing as well. We also did Xterra racing for the last couple of years. So we do have experience with Sarah's first longest race was 24 hours this year of adventure racing. And so not only swimming, running, but we also mountain bike.
Okay, so you have a background in other sports.
Yeah. I was a swimmer and a triathlete. I competed professionally until last year when I broke my knee, and then I retired. So now I'm a retired professional athlete, and I get to go do whatever I want and have fun. So why not come back to ÖTILLÖ again and try it again? And I know I pronounced that terribly wrong, but that is the American version.
Yeah, we can give it a try again. ÖTILLÖ.
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 Yeah, pretty good. So good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
And how many people from US are here?
I think there's just 3 teams, 2 men's team and our team. So just 6 Americans this year, but we hope to represent real well. We need an American team on the podium here.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
It is truly amazing to think that what started as a drunken bet between 4 friends is now inviting teams from America. We have 6 American athletes competing here today. And not only that, that is the toughest girl you will ever come across.
Yeah.
She busted her kneecap in the race last year, fractured it, and continued running for 35 miles, 50-something kilometres if we're going to recount these days. That's a tremendous performance, Bjorn. Can I ask you if that's even physically possible, to have a broken kneecap and do that?
Obviously, but I wouldn't recommend it.
It's not something, and this is a medical doctor here, so if you do have a broken kneecap, we would recommend that you break the race. But having seen Sarah and Misty there, one of them had a bit of a bad fall coming up over the rocks there, and it just took her 5 minutes and she recovered from that though. So if one of them came back from a broken kneecap last year, you're gonna have to shoot them so that they don't make it to the finish line this year. We go back out to the field. We can see the waves are picking up a little bit as Rush team makes their way onto the shore. We are looking at Gilbert Cavillon and Philippe Morel from Switzerland. I'm sure they will have appreciated the fact that ÖTILLÖ and the Swimrun has spread all the way down to the Engadin Swimrun race, a very popular race there in Switzerland, and one of the first to be held outside of Sweden, where the sport was born, as I mentioned, as a result of a drunken bet. We have stewards going down there. I don't know if he's going to help these guys up or offer them a hand as they come along there. Very, very slippery, very, very treacherous on the rocks there. Just guiding them up there away from the worst of it. I'm not sure if his shoes are going to be any better than what theirs are.
Feelings after 1.4 kilometers in the water?
It's so twisty, very twisty, but it was okay. It wasn't as bad as expected. We had the wind on our back most of the time, so we didn't have to fight too much, but it's cold, a bit cold.
And now it's time for running?
Yeah, not a long run before the next 1K swim, I think, but fine.
Yeah, and the food station up there.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There we go, our 2 Swiss competitors making their way across the rocks there. They were saying that, they've got not a long run before the 1K swim. It appears to me, Bjorn, that, they've almost learned the course off by heart. You don't take any maps or anything with you, no?
No, I mean, the mandatory equipment is included with a map. So, but everyone is wearing that map inside a pocket.
Yeah.
Underneath the suit. What many people do, though, is that they, on their arms or on their paddles or on their pull buoy, they write down all the different stages.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 26 islands and 26 swim. It's hard to remember how long each run will going to be.
So they write these things down and they have it as a sort of a cheat sheet. They can look down at their paddle or that kind of thing. I can tell you that the sun made a very, very, very brief appearance here at ÖTILLÖ. As you can see from our pictures there, if you look at the horizon, the sky is turning a beautiful shade of blue. The clouds are starting to break up just as this race is beginning to reach its climax. Team Swedish Armed Forces in the lead, 3 minutes and 25 seconds ahead of Team Head Swimming. They're 7 minutes and 39 seconds ahead of Team Run Fast 77, and there is one more team after that. One of the Team Envols, I think, is just after that. team number 71. Envol, powered by swimrunshop.com, are very, very close behind in 4th position. They are now, the first two teams, Team Swedish Armed Forces and Team Head Swimming, are now on Oernon, so it's all going to start happening there, the long 20-kilometre run there. If we look at the women's section, it's starting to look like Team Ad Nature, like the World Championship title in Swimrun is theirs to lose. They have a lead of almost 12 minutes over Team Head Swimming there, and they have a lead of 12 minutes and 34 seconds over Team Icebug. Second and third place there, very much up for grabs. In the mixed class, ÖTILLÖ Adventure Team have a lead of 4 minutes there, not all that great as they make their way towards Oernon. Team swimrunshop.com 4 minutes and 2 seconds behind. Team Orca there 13 minutes and 33 seconds behind. So the mixed title looks like it's between ÖTILLÖ Adventure Team and swimrunshop.com. But right at the moment we are going to concentrate on Team Swedish Armed Forces and Team Head Swimming. Where would you rather be on the leaderboard right now? Would you rather be leading or would you rather be in second place at this point in time?
Well, I don't know. I think now that Daniel and Lelle has pushed it really hard.
There seems to be a gap increasing there, yeah.
They used the good terrain techniques on Schimende.
If we can bring up the map there, we can just give viewers some idea of where they are at the moment. We can see that this here, number 2, that is Team Swedish Armed Forces leading the race at the moment. And it looks to me like if we, over here on Schimende, they had a little bit of a lead. But if we look over here, the lead seems to have increased somewhat there.
I think
So if it is the case now that Oscar Olsson and Paul Krochak there, as we can see in second place, your former teammate there, as the map edges its way forward. Lelle Moberg, Daniel Hansson there in the lead at the moment. You've competed against Lelle and Daniel before. You've run with Paul before. I think you competed with Daniel before. Who holds the upper hand at this point in time?
I think Daniel and Lelle, because now they are getting positive feedbacks that they're increasing their lead all the time. I mean, they were 1 minute behind maybe 20 minutes ago or something, and now all of a sudden they're 3.5 minutes, no, 1 minute ahead, and now all of a sudden they increased their lead to 3.5 minutes.
Yep.
And that's really strengthening for the morale to hear.
They have got their foot to the floor. Another team with their foot to the floor is Team OrlandoSwim.se. Jonas and Lars Ekman appear to be catching up in the water between Schimende and Oernon there as well. So a battle, a three-way battle for third place is going on there between them, Team Runfast 77 and Team Envol, sponsored by swimrunshop.com. We are a little bit further back, just at the end of the pig swim there. We can see some competitors coming out of the water there. We might get a couple of comments for them. There looks to be a tight hamstring there coming up out of the rocks there. We'll hand it over to our reporter on site to see what he has to say to us.
Okay, short comment. Feelings after 1.4 kilometers in the water.
It is a very strong wind and hard, extremely hard swimming.
Yeah, Twix is up there, so yeah, good luck. Yeah, they're looking for some Twix after 1.4 kilometers in the water, and it's kind of hard with the north wind now. So they like drifting a little bit to the left here. So yeah, but it seems that they will make it, and we have some more team out in the water. I see one mixed team out there and one men's team out there too. So yeah, maybe we'll wait for some more team here, and then we will go for the next location.
Good. No twisted ankles. Knock.
Not so far, yeah. Okay, good luck, guys. Thanks. Good luck, guys. Okay, so team 45 and team 220 just passed us. They're about to do a 1K swim across the open water, and one team coming in. So yeah, keep it up.
There we go. These images will give the viewer at home some idea of the complexity of the variety of terrain that these competitors have to run over. I can tell you now, as I look to the screen to my right where the map is, more and more of the racers are arriving on Oernon. It's all starting to happen there, and it appears that Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson of Team Swedish Armed Forces are actually increasing their lead. So rather than being reeled in by the rest of the field, they seem to be increasing their lead over Team Head Swimming. It is indeed Team Head Swimming. They're in second place, isn't it? Yeah, Team Head Swimming are in second place there. So it's all happening there. We have 5, maybe 6 teams now already in land at Oernon. So it's all happening there. A 20-kilometre run there. A 3-way battle for a third place. There's an immense pitched battle going on out there on Oernon. But it appears that Lille Mobile and Daniel Hansson currently have the upper hand there as we look at the swimmers making their way through the water. There's a snorkeler there in picture at the moment. I'm not really sure what they're doing there, but they certainly aren't taking part in the race. But it is a lovely morning to be out there, even if it is a little bit cold in the water. We're just coming up on midday here, 8 minutes before midday. The race is almost 6 hours old. If we are to have a course record, we would want to see them within 8 hours and 16 minutes. So it's a little bit over 2 hours before we would expect to see them arriving here behind us. Bjorn, as we said, are you surprised now that Lille Mobile and Daniel Hansson are pressing home their advantage as we look at the forest that the racers are coming through there?
A little bit, but
a little bit colder. Okay, awesome. So it's 1K. Is that far for you now?
No, it's no, it's nothing.
That small one.
Yeah.
Okay, keep it up, guys. Go to work.
There you go. A few comments from the forest there. Just before we went over to the forest, we were talking to Bjorn England, and you were saying, Bjorn, that you're starting to understand the tactics that Lille and Daniel are using out there in the course.
Yes, I think their purpose was to push really hard after the pig swim, using that harsh terrain to their advantage, because they're really strong terrain runners.
Yep.
Of course, now that they are up on Oernon, Paul and Oscar are really good road runners, so we will see if they can catch that gap.
If they can reel them in a little bit.
Yes.
Another bit of news that I can give you is the Team Envol, powered by swimrunshop.com. Nicolas Ramirez and Pontus Lindberg, the French-Swedish team there, they were in third place. They've now dropped back to fifth. And we see Team Head Swimming too. Kenny Meyer and Niels Svensson have made up a little bit of ground there. They are now in fourth place, and they are catching up reasonably rapidly on team number 4, OlanderSwim.se. So we mentioned that there's very seldom sort of people passing one another out several times, but there are certainly changes being made there at the top of the leaderboard as we watch some of the swimmers. That's a fine beard that's coming out of the water there. There's going to be some resistance to the water there. He was looking for a hand out of the water, and instead he got a high five. There's no help given here.
All questions for Marina.
It was great. You like swimming? You like swimming?
Yeah. Привет, Peter.
Okay. Okay, once more.
What?
Say it again.
Peter, привет! Да, Russia!
Okay, a Russian team here, and a Russian invasion in the Swedish archipelago. Nice. Oh, okay.
Normally, a Russian invasion of the Swedish archipelago is what keeps this country of 9 million people awake at night. But as long as the Russian invasion is that friendly, we'll be happy enough.
5th time for me now, and Jim is the first time. We have some swims here.
Yeah, that was a tough swim. That really was. I made it.
Yeah, but you're still very happy.
Oh, yeah, of course I'm happy. I'm getting towards the finish of a beer. That's what I'm looking for.
Halfway, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, halfway, and he's happy, and I'm happy. I guess you guys are happy as well.
Happy?
Yeah, we are happy when we're meeting up with you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, cool.
Sport Extreme.
Yeah. Well, we'll buy you a beer at the end.
See, and we gotta go, man. So.
Yeah, they gotta go, and we're looking for the next team here, great atmosphere here at Kvinnholmen. Yeehaw!
Härligt.
There we go. He has
Yeah, it's
progressed
slippery
from
here.
a pocket full of Twixes to getting bought a beer by our British competitors. James Pratt and Daniel Becker, so there'll be no more chocolate for him today. We're still keeping an eye on some of the competitors coming out of the water here. We don't have a whole lot of them left on the pig swim at the moment. We've a little bit of a break going down the field there. I can tell you that the lead does appear to be extending, and not only our current world champion, that is Paul Klochak and Oskar Olsson, not only are they falling behind team number 2, Team Swedish Armed Forces, Lille Mobile and Daniel Hansson, they're also being reeled in by team OlanderSwim.se. It appears that Jonas Ekman and Lars Josh Ekman are very, very, very close to second place.
Yeah, it was cold. The peak swim was fine, and then it was cold afterwards, really cold. And now we get some bouillon and warming up, and this looks better here.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Okay, you're about to do a big choice. You're either jumping off the cliff or gliding.
Are we jumping?
Jumping?
We're jumping.
Okay, why?
Because it's fast. It's more fun.
That's right. Okay, let's see it. Yeah, that's right. Let's do some jumping, okay?
We'll take off the shoes first.
Yeah? Good choice. Okay, let's follow them up here. That's the right way. Same 6. Doing a bit of a tactic. Shoes off. Storing their shoes inside the swimsuit. Looks a bit uncomfortable, but works. Yeah. So it's a 1K swim across the open water, and they're aiming for strobe lights across the sea, so it's easy to find for them. Okay, shoes are being stored at some weird places, but it's working. Okay, let's see some jumping. Ready, guys? Do it! Go, 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 go! Okay, so that was Team 6.
There we go there. That was
Still
Frank
happy spirit.
Martins and Sebastian Bleitgen from Germany, both hitting the water and setting a fairly cracking pace, it has to be said, for the 1 kilometre swim over towards Schumendö. All the action taking place on Oernon at the moment. It's all getting very, very exciting indeed in the race. We still have several hours to go. It's at least 2 hours we would expect before the first racers arrive at the finish line here behind us. They've been racing for almost 6 hours now, 5 hours and 59 minutes since they left the gate in Sandhamn. We're going to take a short little break in our presentation for you now. We'll be back at 12:45 Central European time in about 45 minutes. But in the meantime, whilst we go and we have a little break, check this out from a race earlier on in the season when we repeated our success in Switzerland with the Engadin Swimrun race.
So, how does it feel to be in Stockholm?
Yeah, good. Nice weather. Last year it was raining. This is much better. Yes. Excited as well about the race.
How much have you been training now for this race?
We are and we've done more
And this is our third
training out on the rocks. We've been going down to the
run.
beach.
So we hope to enjoy. So how does it feel to be in Stockholm?
We are Bunch team.
And this is our third swim run. So we hope to enjoy this beautiful place here.
We've done triathlon for a long time, for a number of years, and sort of worked our way up to Ironmans, and this seemed like the next great adventure.
It's a totally different race to the Isles of Scilly, and there was a lot more swimming. It was in the sea, which we're used to, whereas here we're obviously at altitude, and there's a lot more running compared to swimming as well. So and running uphill.
Engadin Swimrun for the third year is really nice to come here back to the Silvaplana and to the Engadin Valley, because the first year when we were here, people didn't know what we were doing, and now we're marking the course and people stop you, they want to ask about the race. Everybody knows about the race.
People saw the runners in wetsuits and swimming with their shoes on, and it was kind of excited, and now people start to ask for it. When will it be again?
The Engadine Valley is predestined to host this really fantastic event. And our goal is that the competitors, they fall in love with our valley and come back also for some other occasions.
Always when I'm racing, I'm focusing on the race, but still I miss my son, so it's so great to see him. Also during the course and here in the finish line.
And I think sometimes with the friendship, happiness, the joy, you can reach great results.
It's so awesome to get to do this with your best friend. So...
And we didn't expect to win today.
No.
ÖTILLÖ Swimrun World Championship is presented by Garmin, Camps at Nature, Head, and Vivo Barefoot.
Good afternoon, viewers around the world. You are watching ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run. And I know we promised you a 45-minute break, but I'm afraid events have overtaken us. And we are back live after just 37 minutes because we are now on Oernon and we can look at the leaders as they make their way across the 20-kilometer run there. Who are we looking at? We are looking at Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson, the two leaders at the moment. And they're not just leading that tractor that is receding into the distance behind them. They are also leading Oscar Olsen and reigning world champion Paul Krochak. They are 3 minutes and 12 seconds ahead as they come through the crucible, which is Oernon. I have with me Björn Englund, who was crowned world champion with Paul Krochak last year. 3 minutes and 12 seconds of a lead at this point in the race. They've come past the church here on Oernon. Björn, how do you think this race is looking now? How is it going to pan out?
It's all in the hands of Lelle and Daniel now. They got a couple of minutes ahead during the runs on Kilometres coming to Oernon. But actually I thought that they were going to increase their advantage on Oscar and Paul. But actually Oscar and Paul have kept the same pace as Daniel and Lelle, as we see here, for the entire run on Oernon. So they are going exactly at the same pace.
Yeah, we can see there from the map that this isn't GPS, so it's not actually real time, but we can see that the two are quite close together. So it looks like Oscar and Paul are not that far behind. No. This is based on average times over the last few kilometres. If we go back to the live pictures there, maybe just in case they do pop into the picture there, they look a little bit tired. I can see they're running on, they don't want to run on the tarmac area there. The ground's a little bit softer just on the edge of the road. Is the physical toll of this endurance race, this 75-kilometre race, is it starting to tell now? Or do they still have enough left in the tank to make it to the finish line behind us ahead of everybody else?
Yeah, hopefully they have. But I mean, at this point, every step hurts. Your muscles are so sore, so your thighs are hurting for each step you take. You can see they're doing this very smart. They are changing the guy in front. So Daniel was in front a couple of minutes ago, and now they just changed the position. So now Lelle is in front. And this is very smart because I think they're using a line between each other.
Yep.
So the one in front is in charge of keeping the pace, and the one behind can do it a little bit with a little bit less energy.
Yeah, they can switch off a little bit mentally and just follow in the rhythm that is set by the pacemaker here. I notice as well that they're taking the straightest line when they come to the curves, and they're running straight across it. They're not sticking to one side of the road or the other. So every step is vital here.
Oh, definitely. No extra meters.
If you remember from last year, of course, you ran this race. This was the point. It was on this island that the race was won for yourself and Paul Krochak. Is there any nutrition station coming up? Is there anything for them to look forward to? Or is it just the hard kilometres that are left?
What they have done now is that they passed Oernon Church a couple of kilometers ago, and there's an aid station there.
Yep.
And I think that they have taken some gels with them.
Okay, so
they're carrying it, in the pockets or in the suit, because next energy station is maybe about 40 minutes ahead.
Okay, and that's a long way to go.
Yes.
I think you mentioned a little bit earlier on, or maybe it was one of our athletes that mentioned a little bit earlier on, every 20 minutes, every half an hour, that they'd like to be getting some sort of energy on board here. So and these are certainly two very experienced athletes. This is far from the first time that they have competed in ÖTILLÖ. They have been here before. These streets, these roads, these trails are no strangers to them.
No.
So they will know exactly what they need at this point.
And then probably been out there training several times this summer as well, so they know exactly what's ahead.
That's another, if we look at the athletes who want to wind up on the podium here, Björn, would they run this exact course or close to this exact course maybe once or twice before they arrive here?
Oh, definitely. definitely. They will be out here during the summer and doing different section of the course. And it's quite easy accessible as well. You can take the ordinary ferries out to these islands, and won't do the longer swims without the safety boats. But there's a couple of, you can do some runs and the shorter swims by yourself.
Well, certainly one of the things that they could have done if they wanted to practice ahead of this, the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run, was to take themselves to Oernon and to run this punishing 20 kilometres. Now, we have to remember that there's probably 40 kilometres or more already in their legs. They've already had maybe 8.5 kilometres of open water swimming. So this really is a sort of a punishing time where they really have to dig deep. They are not the only ones who have to dig deep. If we bring up the leaderboard there, we'll be able to tell you the situation, the lie of the land at the moment in the men's, in the women's and in the mixed classes. At the moment we are looking at the leaders, Team Sweden Armed Forces, Lillemor by Daniel Hansson, champions 2 years ago. That crown was snatched from them in dramatic fashion on these very roads this time last year when Björn, who is here beside me, and Paul Krochak, who is a little bit behind, took their title from them. We are looking at the mixed class here. The Thule Adventure team is leading the mixed class from Team Swimrunshop.com and Team Orca. There's quite a big gap there from the first place team to the third place team, 16 minutes and 17 seconds. There's very little chance that they will be able to catch up. Team Swimrunshop.com may very well be able to catch up. 3 minutes and 54 seconds. It's all to play for here on Oernon. If we look at the women's class there, we have Team Ad Nature, who've got a gap of 8 minutes and 34 seconds to Team Icebug. And after that, we have Team Head Swimming, 9 minutes and 31 seconds after the leaders there. So quite an appreciable gap there. I've said a couple of time stations ago that in the women's class, it was Team Ad Nature's to lose. They're in the lead there as their cameraman pulls away from the leaders there. We're going to see what we've got in terms of images to come up here. We will see the leaders coming through here again. It would be interesting to see as well exactly what the distance is. In terms of time, is 3 minutes and 12 seconds between Team Swedish Armed Forces and Team Head Swimming. Of course, Oskar Olsson and Paul Krochak, Björn's former teammate, and of course the reigning world champion. To see 3 minutes and 12 seconds, it still feels doable in some way. It still feels that if Paul and Oskar can find something in the tank there, that they might just be able to do that, because you were able to tell me earlier that Paul is a very, very strong distance runner, or long distance runner, so to speak. But in order to do that, what has to happen for Lele and Daniel? Is it something catastrophic, an injury?
No, I think if Daniel and Lele start to get tired and start to get negative splits, meaning that they're getting splits that Oskar and Paul are catching up, then they might have a chance. But I have to say that if Lele and Daniel play the cards right now, the win is theirs.
And is there a risk that they could become too conservative? That they say, okay, we don't want to empty ourselves out here on Oernon. We don't have to keep a very, very high pace. We have this buffer of 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Is there a risk that they might let Paul and Oskar back into the race? Or will they be keen enough to keep up the pace at 90% of or 95% of what they should be at?
That's a good question. I think they know the course, and they know Paul and Oskar quite well. So I don't think they dare to let the pace down.
Yeah.
I think they will keep the pace up. But I mean, so much can happen. There's still probably about an hour
If
to
I could
race.
just interrupt you there,
Yes.
I do see some people behind them on that straight stretch of road, and it would be fascinating to know. I don't know if that's somebody on a bicycle who's just out enjoying the spectacle that is ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run. But if Paul and Oskar were to gain sight of the backs of the two leaders, Lillemor and Daniel Hansson now, it would give them a great boost.
Yes. That's what they need right now. They need to catch them with their eyesight.
Yeah, it looks like we do have a cyclist passing through now. This is a bit like the Tour de France, where the locals line the sidelines, and this might be a couple of split times coming up here.
Yeah,
no?
probably.
That's what's going on
Yes.
there, yeah. That certainly wouldn't be counted as outside help informing people of split times, but nobody looking over their shoulder just yet, so maybe they're a little bit further back than we originally thought. After Team Head Swimming, the third place team in the men's contest is Team Envol, powered by swimrunshop.com, and they are 12 minutes and 33 seconds. Is there a little bit of cramp there? I'm just looking at, oh no, he might be going for a gel there.
Yeah, I
at the
think
front of
it's
the suit.
Daniel is taking out the gel.
Yeah.
I think Daniel Lelle looks super strong.
You think so?
Yeah, super strong. I mean, they have been out now for how long? Soon 7 hours.
Yep.
And it doesn't look to go that fast, but actually they're probably keeping a pace at about 4:10, 4:15 minutes each K.
Yeah. That's a fairly good pace
Yeah,
for a long day in the
that's
field.
a 10K at just about 40 minutes. So
that's a lot under, like a long way under what the average fun runner would manage. You know, for 40 minutes. There we go. We have our cyclist has stopped, spying away there, taking a couple of pictures. Beautiful surroundings, of course, here in the Stockholm archipelago. The sun has threatened to make an appearance on several occasions today, hasn't quite done it yet, and for that we are quite grateful. We would love to give you a very pleasant early autumn day here in Stockholm, but that wouldn't suit our athletes at all, and we're all about the health and safety of our athletes and hopefully finding conditions in which they can thrive, as Lelle and Daniel appear to be doing at the moment. If we back up the truck a little bit there, Bjorn, you spoke about the 1 kilometre run just before Chimandö there, or was it on Chimandö there, that the trail run there, that's where you think that they made up the most time?
yes, I think after the long swim, so the pig swim, there's about 1K of harsh terrain, and I think they went ahead for about 1 minute to 1 minute and a half. And then they got another minute or so on Chimandö. So at the end of Chimandö, Lelle and Daniel was about 3 minutes ahead. But after that, they seem to have kept an even pace.
It's most incredible when you think that for the first half of the race, the opening group was so tight. You had the top three at one point were within 6 seconds of each other after 3 or 4 hours of racing, which is something that I've never seen before in this sport. And this is my third time here commentating on the World Championships. A few little gifts there, a little bit of hydration to be had. They're taking some valuable seconds there, so obviously they're not too worried about what's coming behind them. They know that they have a couple of minutes there before setting off down the trail again. Looking very comfortable. They had a little look over their shoulder there.
Yeah, I saw Lelle look around his shoulder. I don't know if...
he looked a little bit longer than what one might have expected, maybe. So it will be interesting to see here. I'm not sure how the road twists and turns from here on in. But if our cameraman could keep an eye on this road and see...
And of course, this is a very difficult position to be in as well, because these are the guys everyone is chasing.
Exactly.
And it's tough to be chased.
That's the thing. It's one thing being the hunter, it's another thing being the prey. And right now we are looking at the prey for the rest of the field in ÖTILLÖ 2016, the World Championship decider in the sport of swimrun. What you are looking at is Lelle Boumaic and Daniel Hansson, who pressed home an advantage there, gained after the pig swim over Chimandö, and then increased here at Oernon at the lead of 3 minutes and 12 seconds as they passed the last timing station there. We are going to see if we can get you pictures. We're going to see if we can find out where the second place racers are, because it's very important for the development of the race here and how it's going to go to find out where the second place team of Paul Krochak and Oskar Olsson are. If you were in second place now, okay, you're getting split times out along the course. Is that people that you've asked to come here to Utö or to Stockholm Square or to the archipelago? Do you say to your friends, look, I'm going to need a little bit of help here. Bring your bicycle and help me out on the race?
Yes. A couple of them.
Yep.
A couple of teams have that. Of course, it's difficult to get a lot of friends out on a Monday in the Swedish archipelago.
True.
But there's a lot of people sharing as well that will give you times. But you can't always trust those
No,
times.
that's the problem with that kind of information.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to be exact. I mean, if somebody has a stopwatch or somebody says, well, they passed here 5 minutes ago. There's a big difference between 5 minutes and 3 minutes as time starts to run out here. If we look at the clock behind us, 6 hours and 51 minutes since this race started in Sandhamn this morning. It was neck and neck for pretty much all of the first half of the race. And it's only now that a gap is beginning to open up with Team Swedish Armed Forces, Lelle Boumaic, Daniel Hansson stretching it out a little bit, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Now, it all depends, as I say, we have sent our camera crew back to see where the second place athletes, that's Oskar Olsson and Paul Krochak, are. So we'll try to get an idea from our camera person there and from our camera team there out in the field. We're going to talk to them and see if we can work out how many kilometres or how many minutes or how many miles or whatever it is they are behind them, and try to work out if there is any risk of the leaders being caught at all. Needless to say, further down the field, there were not just two teams that we're talking about at the moment who started today. There were 119 teams featuring 238 athletes competing across 3 classes who started at Sandham this morning just as dawn broke here. We have the women's class, we have the mixed class as well. The women's class, that race looks like going one way only. We have an 8-minute lead for one of the teams there. The mixed class a little bit more competitive, but it has been a fantastic day's racing. And again, Bjorn, I'm going to have to ask you the question, as you see things develop here on Oernon after what happened last year and what you're seeing this year, would you like to be out there yourself running these last few kilometres?
I'm not.
Just looking to see, is that Paul and Oscar there as the camera crew pulls in behind them?
It didn't look like Paul and Oscar, I'm not sure.
No, I think we may very well have seen another group passing by there. It's a very, very fluid situation out on the course. We know who the leaders are. We know approximately where they are. What's the next big milestone for the leaders? Is it the next swim? Is it the next timing station? Is it the next hydration station?
Yes, probably getting to the south part of Oernon. Then you have a swim of about 350 meters.
Yep.
And after that, you will run on a very difficult island for about 1K, have a 400-meter swim, and then get up to a 2K run on an island.
Okay.
And
sorry to interrupt you there, Bjorn. I'm receiving word in my earpiece that the second place team is only about 30 seconds after, according to our camera crew, that is out in the field. So that means that Paul Krochak and Oscar Olsen, who were dropped very much in the trail running around Shimmandør, the island of Shimmandør there, have eaten up the ground to Lele Mobe and Daniel Hansel. And there's a very good chance that when they looked over their shoulder there, just as they turned down that trail there, that they would have seen their pursuers in the background there. So we're going to get our camera team there to go back to where the leaders are, and we'll follow that drama as closely as we possibly can. We might have a look at the map on our screens now, just to give the viewers at home a little bit of a feeling for where we are right now. We'll go down to the bottom of the map to begin with. We'll start at the end, so to speak. Ute Vardshus is where I and Bjorn are standing right at this very minute talking to you. So you can see how short the distance is here between T15, T16. Then I think this is the 1 kilometre run that you were talking about. Maybe it's one of these islands here,
yes,
certainly, Bjorn.
That one.
And then there's a couple of small swims before they enter onto Ute here at the north end of the island, and then run all the way here to the area called Gruvbryggan. Now, number 2 here, this represents our leaders, Lele Mobe and Daniel Hansson. The number 1 here represents their pursuers, Oscar Olsen and Paul Krochak. I'd like to remind everybody viewing at home, this is not GPS, it's not real time. We're not 100% sure. This is based on average speeds over time. So it's based on the chips that they have in their vests. But from the eyewitness reports that we have from our camera crew out there, there is only 30 seconds between first place and second place. Now, previously, we've always said that this race is decided, it's won and lost on Oernon. That may very well be the case if they can manage to catch them on Oernon. If not, is there another opportunity to pass them out between where they are now and between where we are here at the finish line at Ute?
Yes. If one team felt that they are stronger on the runs, they will probably make a move for it on the 2K run.
On the 2K,
on the 2K run, because after that 2K run, you will have this about 3 small islands with very short swim of about just between 20 and 50 meters between them.
Okay.
And it's really, it's really tough to make any time on each other during those few islands.
Yep.
But then again, they can play tactics, and if another team felt that they are stronger on the run, they might save it until they get up on Ute.
Yep.
Because on Ute they will have a 3K run from Ute North up to us here at the goal.
So there's a 3K spurt that's waiting at the very, very end.
It could be, and it has never been.
We have never seen that before. We've always enjoyed this race. It's a fantastic environment. It's a fantastic place to see. It's a fantastic competition, both between the athletes themselves, but also against themselves. But we have never really had a sprint finish. There's always been a lead of several minutes as the winners come and join us here at the finish line before the interviews. But this time it is very, very close. We've been saying it since we started broadcasting at 6 o'clock this morning. Do not touch that dial. It has never been closer in the Swimrun World Championships. I wonder if we can go back to some pictures from out in the field now. If we can't, it makes no difference to me because the excitement is mounting here. We're just thinking about those small, so these transitions, there are 52 transitions in ÖTILLÖ from water to land and vice versa. Surely those things are key now ahead of these short swims. Surely there are marginal gains to be made there in terms of seconds that could prove to be very valuable. We are back with our live pictures now from out in the field. We are looking at, I think that is from Oernon, and that is our cameraman Jesper, who is desperately seeking to close the gap between first and second as he flies past them. He's headed in the opposite direction, I think, to where the business end of things are.
Yes, I think the first teams has passed this point.
Yeah, the first teams have probably passed this point at this point in time. He's heading back there. Team number 3 that we saw there, that would have been, let me get my charts up and together here. There's a bit of a difference to them, but that it should have been team number 71 that we saw there. That is one of the Envol teams. Envol powered by swimrunshop.com. Nicolas Ramirez and Pontus Lindberg. Nicolas the Frenchman and Pontus from here in Sweden. Teams number 4 and 5 there as well. So we'll try to send our camera crew back up to the very front. It's going to be interesting now because they're about to enter the water again. They are now finished with the crucible that is Oernon, and they will be hitting the water for a series of short swims and almost sprints here. Can we talk a little bit beyond about the terrain here? If we go back to our map, we might have a little look at what the terrain is like across these islands, because we mentioned it's not just islands, they're islets, they're almost tiny little rocks as well.
Yes.
So if we bring up the map on the screen there, we will see that the leaders are just making their way towards timing gate 15, and that gate as well will also give us a much more concrete idea. So if we look here, if we go down after timing gate 15, between that and timing 15, there's quite a short swim here. What's the terrain like here? It seems to be around the coast, so I'm imagining it's quite rocky there.
Yes, it's very rocky, it's very slippery, even though if it hasn't rained, it's slippery anyways. So you just need to stay on your feet, and you're quite tired after the long run on Oernon.
Yep.
So you're keeping yourself just close to the shore for the entire run. And then you have a swim, and that swim is about 400 or 500 meters.
Okay.
And when you get up on the island, it's quite difficult to get up on that island. It's quite steep stones,
climb out of the water, yeah.
cliffs coming up. And then you have quite nice trail running for about 2.2 Ks, I think.
Okay.
And after this one, you will see that there's a couple of small islands lying after each other, and between these small islands you really have just about 20 to maybe 50 meters of swimming. So here you need to be really fast in the transitions, because 30 you don't want to lose 30 seconds at that point.
Absolutely.
If you're lying head to head racing.
This area here, just ahead of timing point number 17, looks very much like a banana skin in terms of, you know, like if you slip getting out of the water here, if you bang a knee, if that slows you down even for a few minutes, because the body will recover. The adrenaline is pumping with these guys at this stage, and the body will recover. But it looks like somewhere where it could be won and lost. But I'm also looking at this distance here, this 2.2 kilometer run here, and realistically, unless the two boys, Lele Mobe and Daria Hansa, are overtaken here on Oernon, which is not going to happen now, it's likely to happen on this 2.2 kilometer stretch.
Yes.
Who do you give the advantage to in that case? Is the advantage here with the hunter or with the hunted?
Oh.
And I have to take into account the fact that you've competed with, you know, these are friends of yours, and both within the community you've competed with them.
I think you want to be the hunter, but you hunter meaning that you have eyesight of the team in front of you all the time, because then you can calculate their pace.
Yeah.
And you know what you have left in your muscles, and if you feel strong, if you feel like, okay, we're not losing any time, we're actually gaining time on these guys, just keep calm, and you know when you hit ÖTILLÖ, you can go for 110%.
That's it. 7 hours into the race now. 7 hours since they left Sandhamn at dawn this morning, and it's still neck and neck. There's only a matter of seconds, maybe minutes, between the top two teams. I personally cannot remember a race that has ever been as close as this. Over 75 kilometers. Usually at this stage, the field is stretched out like a string of sausages with very little meat at one end. There's only the prima meat is at one end, and these are the two guys up front there. So we will see how this plays out now. It looks like our leaders are coming through timing gate 15. I'm going to mess around with my screen here and see what happens. It will pop up as time goes on there. It hasn't come just yet, but we'll see very, very shortly who was there. 7 hours and 1 minute since it started. If we talk about the course record, the record for this course, ladies and gentlemen, is 8 hours and 16 minutes. How is it looking? Are we going to break that? Is it going to take them an hour?
They're definitely going to break the record. I said before that not sub 8 hours, but It could be some 8 hours today.
It could be very, very close. So for the next hour, whatever you're doing, if you're on your lunch, if you're at home from school, forget about all that, right? Get the internet there, get the coffee or the tea or whatever on, sit down, sit back and relax as this race plays out, because there is going to be a dramatic finish to this race, one way or the other, and possible sub 8 hours for 75 kilometres of swim run racing, 10 kilometres of open water swimming, 65 kilometres of trail running. This is one of the most amazing sporting things you will see all year. And when you have been inspired by that and you want to apply to take part in ÖTILLÖ next year, how does one become a swim run athlete, Björn?
Start finding yourself a good partner with the same ambitions as yourself. And then just sign up for, don't start maybe with ÖTILLÖ, sign up for a sprint or one of the shorter competitions. And just have a feel for it. And after that, if your team works well, and if you find that this is a thing for you, then try to qualify for ÖTILLÖ, because ÖTILLÖ is, it's the Kona of swimrunner, really. Yeah.
This is it. This is the daddy of them all, the World Championship race in swimrun. And I'm sure you'll be sort of accepting, Björn, like if somebody wants to apply to have you as a teammate, will you be accepting that for next year? For a sprint race or something like that? We leave that later on. You can find Björn on social media there and see if you can apply there. But it's a great idea. We did mention a little bit earlier on that certain sports, when you get involved in them for the first time, you realise that's it, I'm home. And swimrun appears to have become a sport, not just for those who are competing today, but many people seem to be enjoying. There's a huge long waiting list, which we shall talk about a little bit later on, but there are hundreds of teams on the waiting list to take part in this event. So I'm actually quite surprised that nobody dragged you into ÖTILLÖ. You know, when you have so many people jumping off or leaving at a late stage. Did anybody approach you this year and say, come on, run with me?
I had a few questions, yes.
You had a few invitations.
Invitations,
there.
Yes.
And who was it?
I won't tell, but there was a couple.
That will be saved for the chat rooms later on. But were you ever tempted to say?
Oh yes, I was so tempted. But I thought about it for a couple of minutes, and you so badly want to say yes.
Yeah.
But you have to. My body is not the trust right now.
Yeah. I'm glad one of us has the common sense to say no to things like that. I certainly wouldn't. I wouldn't be taking on ÖTILLÖ now, but there are certain other categories of things that I might take on. We are looking at the first team are coming to Oernon South now. They're going to be coming through the trees here at any second and coming down and entering the water. We are waiting patiently to see who it is. You can see the tape there hanging off the branches, and we are looking. It is indeed Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson. They won't, I would sincerely doubt they'll be speaking to anybody, especially if they know that the other guys are slightly, only a short distance behind them. About a little under 8 kilometres left in their race as they enter the water. It will be interesting to see where they wind up after this swim. So that's Oernon South. This swim is not that long. Is this a few hundred metres, 400 or 500 metres?
300 metres,
300 metres. Plenty of spectators out in boats here to witness these tremendous athletes leaving it all out there on the course. And now we will be waiting to see who enters the water next and when. We know it's going to be Paul Krochak. We know it's going to be Oscar Olsen. But the question is when and if they can reel in the leaders. There's probably a good chance that because of this, the fact that this is 300 metres, if they're a minute, 2 minutes behind, they're likely to be able to see them in the water. But then, of course, they have to get into the water themselves, and they're not going to close much of the gap in there. I wonder if there's any sign of them. I'm sure our camera crew will be aware of when they come down the hill there, so we'll get some sort of a sense of the lie of the land out there on South Oernon. 7 hours, 4 minutes and 11 seconds it took them to reach that point. So they are now in the water for about a minute and a half for that 300-metre swim. Now we are down to where championships are decided. We are down to the last few kilometres. It doesn't look like a whole lot on the map, but there is about 7.5 kilometres of racing still to go there. There's still some hard trails to be run. There's still some hard swims to be done, even if they are a lot shorter than what the competitors faced earlier on. But by the time they've got all that done and the last sprint, which is probably going to turn out to be of 3 kilometres here, before they reach the finish line here behind us, do we have word from the field that yes, they are coming through here now. Now we will get the exact time of when our second place team, of just how far behind our second place team are, and I would guess that it's not that far at all. It is about 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes and 20 seconds at this stage.
They have run faster.
Yeah, they have definitely eaten up the time here. I'm not sure they know how close they are at this point in time. I think it's about now that they'll catch sight of them. It was 2 minutes and 2 seconds behind. Is time running out? Do they have time to catch up? 2 minutes and 2 seconds of a lead now. Can they eat that up in the next couple of runs? There's about 5.5 kilometres maybe or so of running left, maybe a little bit more.
It's a close call. It's a close call. I mean, 2 minutes. What was a little bit more than I expected, actually.
Yeah.
And now they're navigating a little bit to their right. They need to get on course.
So every second is absolutely vital here.
Yes.
There are 122 seconds after 60 odd kilometers, 68, 69 kilometers of racing. There is 122 seconds is all that separates these two teams at the front. Team Swedish Armed Forces, Lele Moberg and Daniel Hansen leading the race by 122 seconds from Oscar Olsen and Paul Krochak, the Swede and the Canadian. Paul, of course, the reigning world champion with this man, Björn, but it's not going to be going on for much longer. We expect to see them here within the hour, 7 minutes past 1 here, Central European time, and we would expect to see them here by about 10 past 2, I would say, probably at the very latest at the pace that they're going at. Yeah? We expect the course record not to be broken, but to be smashed with several minutes again today. Another indication of how far the sport of swimrun has come, how far the equipment has come, and how far the athletes themselves have come in recent years. Can you remember, Björn, the first time that you did ÖTILLÖ was in 2009?
Yes.
What time did you do then? Can you remember briefly?
I think it was about 9 hours, 30 minutes, but then we rode bikes on Oernon.
9 hours, so 9 hours including a cycle ride. That will show you exactly how far we have come. We're going to take a quick 2-minute recap of the pig swim, one of the toughest, most arduous parts of ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship race in swimrun. I can say that we're into the 5th hour here. We've just gone past 4 hours of competition here in the Stockholm archipelago this morning. They have come to the part of the course known as the pig swim, Grissimmet in Swedish. Team Swedish Armed Forces and Team Head Swimming have entered the water at pretty much the same time. We have the top 4 teams within a couple of minutes of each other still, about 3.5 minutes separating them. It is indeed Team Ad Nature are about to hit the water. They won't be bothering to stop to talk to Kalle. They will want to get into the water as quick as possible and maintain the lead that they currently hold in the women's class.
As you can see, we have the first swimmers here at Kvinnholmen after a really long time in the water.
The end of this swim, you could be very, very cold.
A short comment.
Yeah, freezing, but now that's done.
And you can see these guys, the slippery rocks, the bodies and muscles have stiffened up during this swim. You're kind of out of balance.
We gotta warm up.
Yeah, some love at Kvinnholmen.
Yeah, he's peeing too.
Yes, and this is where the head comes into play. I mean, your body is screaming, stop, just stop, take the boat back to it.
Yep.
But you need to get tough here, because now you're running out of energy. That's another important thing, to keep throwing in those gels, maybe every 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, you got to keep
because you have no reserves now.
It's fascinating, it's thrilling, it's exhilarating. It is the climax of ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the sport of swimrun. We've been following the men's race very, very closely. We're just going to take a look at the leaderboard in the women's and in the mixed classes just now to bring you up to date with the latest from the course from those two tournaments. We can tell you that Team Ad Nature is currently leading the women's race. They've got a pretty healthy lead there of 8 minutes and 34 seconds over Team Icebug. And in third place, we have Team Head Swimming, Bibben Nordblom and Maya Tesh. And that represents a little bit of a change there. There's a minute or so of a difference there in the women's table. If we go back there, we had the women's table. Yeah, Team Icebug is now into second place there. So they picked that up. An interesting enough one because of the fact that the women's team there, Bibben Nordblom, who won a couple of years back together with her mother, they were in second place for a long time, but it now appears that they've been overtaken and that they are now back into third place. What are we looking at? Yeah, that's and then team head swimming there.
Yeah, so there's only 1 minute between them, so this is really a battle for second place. I think at nature, they are unbeatable right now because they are so strong, Christine and Annika. But between Team Icebug and head swimming, there's going to be, and you can see the fourth team are quite far behind them. So
there's a pretty big gap there.
It's going to be a challenge for second place.
Absolutely. And Team Good Enough there, our American friends that we heard from a little bit earlier on, despite suffering a bit of a fall there, they're still only 2 minutes or so behind fourth place there. So a fascinating battle there, both for second and third and for fourth and fifth place there. If we look at the mixed table there at all, we shall see that I think it's there's a few different teams there in the mix for the places. We're just waiting on that to come up here. The joys of working in the Stockholm archipelago. That hasn't come up at all, and it seems that it's taking a little bit of time to come up there. We've been following the men's race very, very closely, of course. We could tell you very, very recently that Lele Moberg and Daniel Hansel led the race. They had a 2 minute and 2 second lead. 122 seconds is all that separates them. We'll go back to the mixed leaderboard here. Thule Adventure Team have a 3 minute 54 second lead over swimrunshop.com. It's between those two. It's between those two to see who wins the mixed class. Team Orca 16 minutes back there. They are not going to be in the running for the top step of the podium, but they should secure third place, provided Apollo Sports / Head Swimming don't catch up with them. Huffet Goes Swimming, a superb performance from them, but they're a half an hour, 33 minutes behind the leaders. So it's still between Thule Adventure Team and swimrunshop.com to see who is going to walk away with the honours in the mixed class. And if we take it up there, we have the Thule Adventure Team, Audrey Young from Australia and Eva Nyström, the Swede there, making up the leading team. And Team 203 is Diane Sadik and Rickard Berglund. So 3 out of 4 competitors there are Swedes in the top 2. A little bit disappointing perhaps for Team 201 there, who are in 4th place, Apollo Sports / Head Swimming. That's Staffan Björklund and Marika Wagner, last year's winners. And they absolutely murdered the course record for the mixed teams last year, if I remember rightly. So they'll be a little bit disappointed, and I'm sure they'll have the chance to tell us why when they come across the finish line in, let me see, an hour and a half time, a little bit later on. We're going to return our attention to the fascinating men's race that's happening between Team Head Swimming and Team Swedish Armed Forces. Swedish Armed Forces in the lead there by 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Big gap then back to Team Envol, powered by swimrunshop.com. They are a further 10.5 minutes behind. We can consider them out of the running for first place. They are out of the running for second place, and they could very well be out of the running for third place if Team Run Fast 77 can pick up the pace a little bit. They're only about 40 seconds behind there. And close on the heels of them are Olanderswim.se at 14.5 minutes behind the leader, Swedish Armed Forces. Very, very tight at the top, as it has been since dawn this morning in Sandhamn when these teams left to start on this race 75 kilometres away, and it's all happening at the business end of things there. If we can go back to the last we heard, the men's teams had made it into the water there just on south of Oernon, and they are now making their way across 2 short enough swims before a 2.2 kilometre run. And as I was asking Bjorn a little bit earlier on, it is possible to close the gap of 2 minutes in the time that's left, but time is running out.
Yes, time is running out. And you have to remember that it's trail running coming up now, and Lele and Daniel are really good trail runners.
Yep.
Of course, Oscar and Paul aren't that bad in the terrain either. So this is a mental battle right now, I think.
That's the next question. You've been in this position before. You were in this position as recently as last year. Okay, that was Oernon. It wasn't so much trail running as such. But how do you find, especially as teammates, how do you find the energy at this point in time when you've been on the road since 6 o'clock, 7 hours and 15 minutes ago? Where do you find the energy for that one last kick that might decide the World Championship?
Oh, you dig deep. You dig deep and you fuel yourself on adrenaline.
That's all it comes
Yes,
down to now. The adrenaline is flowing out there in the course, and indeed it's flowing in here in the studio. We're doing our best to follow it as we come. Hopefully we will pick up our leaders again as they make it over the last 2.2 kilometre run there. Then they'll be making their way onto ÖTILLÖ here. We're right outside ÖTILLÖ Vardshus, which is in the Stockholm archipelago. A beautiful location here, and you will see the runners finishing up behind you here. We have a camera on the finish line, but you will see the runners coming through here, and then they will be brought straight into us in the studio, where we will be interviewing them straight away after their victory. But it remains to be seen who that will be. Talk a little bit about the personalities. You have Lelle Moberg, you have Daniel Hansson. Daniel you have competed with previously, right?
Oh, Lelle.
With Lelle you have
Yes.
competed with previously, but you know Daniel reasonably well
Yes.
as well. What are they like as guys? Are they easygoing? Are they desperate to win? You know, how disappointed would they be if they lost this lead? Would they be able to deal with that at all?
Yes, I think so. They're pleasant, good guys, easy to be around with, good to train with, good to have a beer with. But
we're not training with them now. We're not having a beer
No.
with them now. We're trying to catch them out here. So, how much will they be aware of the fact that the two guys are behind them? I'm sure
they know. They know. Yeah. They know exactly, and they are very focused. I don't think that if there's going to be if the gap is going to close, the teams won't talk to each other.
There'll be no words will be exchanged.
No
Nothing
words
like that.
will be exchanged. They will be, though, 5 minutes after the finish line, but not out on the course.
So that's it. There will be no words exchanged. I don't even know if they will look to one side. You mentioned last year that when you passed out your direct opponents, that there was a bit of a thumbs up, but there'll be
no more.
no friends lost out there this evening, no enemies made, but they'll just go straight by them if at all possible. As I said, we have our reporters out in the field. We have our camera teams out in the field. It's a difficult environment to work with, but they are hopping between the islands here. They're hopping on and off boats. They'll be doing their best to bring you the pictures, the first pictures we get on the smaller islands here before the finale, the 3-kilometre sprint that will happen here in ÖTILLÖ and that will finish on the finish line behind us here. The sun is starting to come out here as well. It's a glorious, glorious day. I don't think the sun is going to make any difference at this late stage in the race.
No, not at all. I think it's quite nice, actually.
It's very pleasant here. I know we're still wearing jackets and that kind of thing, but that's more insurance. It was a little bit chilly this morning. As I said a little bit earlier on, we were very, very happy to have the overcast weather. We think that it suited the athletes there. Some of them did complain about the chill in the water. If you look at the short swims that are left now, because the pig swim and the longer swims are earlier in the race, right?
Yes.
Now, at this stage, the swims is just a case of cooling down quickly if it's 50, 60 or 100 metres. So it'd be quite welcome to dive into the water now.
Definitely, yeah.
So we're hoping then that will give them the energy that they need. Are there any more feeding or hydration stations left after?
Yes, there is one energy station at the beginning of that 2.2k run.
Okay.
But after that, and I don't think that they will eat that much, maybe have a drink or a gel or something.
Yeah.
But you don't want to lose any time standing there fueling up.
No, so there'll be no small talk, no chatting there.
No.
They are into the energy. After the energy station on Oernon, we come into what we call the final 15. The final 15 is where it all gets decided, and certainly this year much more than most. Again, I can't stress enough to you how little of a lead 122 seconds is after 7 hours and 19 minutes of racing. And now we see some of the spectators who are around enjoying this race, and we see one of the teams coming through the trees there. That is team number 71, Envol, powered by swimrunshop.com. A tremendous performance from them. Okay,
yes.
But you know, if you're watching this at home for the first time and you're seeing that the differential there is 15 minutes, 15 minutes is still not very much in terms of a 75-kilometre race. You know, I mean, you wouldn't get a bus very far in 15 minutes.
No.
And
these are great athletes. I mean, the guy in front is Pontus Lindberg. He's one of Sweden's best long-distance triathletes.
Yep.
He's done an Ironman at 8 hours, 10 minutes or something, I think.
That's a fair achievement. And that's Pontus out in front leading the swim here on their behalf. I'm just looking at the leaderboard, which has popped up on my little screen to the right as we look at the team Envol, sponsored by swimrunshop.com. I can see that the guys have passed at the time gate number 16, Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson. 7 hours, 19 minutes and 44 seconds as they cross the line there, about 40, 50 seconds ago. And we will keep an eagle eye on where their nearest competitors are to see if they have managed to either gain or lose any time. I can tell you as well that behind me here at the finish line, The activity is starting in earnest. We have well-wishers, we have friends, we have family, we have crew, we have sponsors, we have massage experts, we have therapists, we have everybody showing up to make sure that they get the welcome they deserve when they come through very, very shortly. I couldn't see a bib number there. That is bib number 4.
Yeah, that is Orlando Swim.
Orlando Swim. So they're quite close together.
Lars and Jonas. Yes, and now they're putting the fins on. Maybe they could catch Pontus and Nicholas during this swim. But of course, they're wearing the fins, and now there's coming up a couple of shorter swims.
Yeah.
And they will need to take them on and off.
Yeah. So there's a couple of quick transitions that will need to be made, and that, of course, will be slowed down by the use of the fins there. But we'll see, there isn't a whole lot of distance in these swims where they can get the benefit of the fins. So it may well cancel out. The time gained wearing the fins may well be cancelled out by the time it takes to put them on and to take them off. So you can see in the background there, the sun is beginning to shine behind us. You can see the activity there. There are people wandering around. At 6 o'clock this morning when we started our broadcast, it was pretty lonesome out here. There was just ourselves and the camera crew and the production crew who are here. We see team number 5, Run Fast 77, entering the water now very, very shortly after Team N Ball, sponsored by swimrunshop.com. So they're hitting the water very shortly afterwards. There's only maybe 100 meters, 60, 70 meters there.
I mean, the third place, that's a
an
really
enormous
exciting battle, yeah.
I can tell you that we are still waiting for news of time gate number 16 to see if our second place team has come in there. No word of that just yet. It could be my internet connection here in the Stockholm archipelago. It could be the fact that they have lost a little bit of time, Paul Krochak and Oskar Olsson. We will bring you news of that as soon as we have it. We're looking at one of the short swims and one of the final swims in ÖTILLÖ 2016, the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run. It has been a long, arduous and fascinating season where the sport of swim run has continued its march around the world as we go back to what looks like Oernon. Some lovely footage there as our camera team pulls away or drives into a ditch, one or the other. There we go. We have some of our runners out on the trail there. If you weren't actually running 75 kilometres, this looks like a lovely way to spend an afternoon.
Oh, yes.
The Stockholm archipelago. There's orlandoswim.se.
I don't think, because Orlando Swim jumped in the water.
They just went to the water there, so it would be an absolute miracle if that was orlandoswim.se. It looks like, there we go, there is the leaderboard now. We still have the 2 minutes and 2 seconds lead there because Team Head Swimming appear not to have gone by. Actually, the lead has increased. It's just popped up on the leaderboard that I have here beside me. Swedish Armed Forces 7:19.44. Team Head Swimming 7:23.06. So the time is now 3 minutes and 22 seconds behind. Lily Moberg and Daniel Hansen have increased their lead even more over the course of the last swim and the short run across one of the islands. And now it's looking very much like the world title will change hands. Not only Bjorn standing here beside me will no longer be a world champion after today, but his partner last year, Paul Krochak from Canada, will also be losing his footing and fall down into second place in the world rankings as Lily Moberg and Daniel Hansen reclaim the crown that they first claimed in 2014. Fascinating to see there that it went from 122 seconds to 202 seconds.
Yes.
So that's at 80 seconds were gained somewhere along the lines there. Again, it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but that is an absolutely gigantic spurt that they have put on there. And surely, Bjorn, they cannot be caught now.
I don't think so. I think they will win.
Barring a catastrophic injury or something like that, there's no way that these guys are going to be caught. And in picture we have Team 110. That is our leading women's team: Ad Nature, Christine Larsson and Annika Eriksson. And it's very, very easy when you talk about the men's race to forget about the brilliant races that are going on behind.
Yes.
But what a powerful performance these two women have put in today. This is spectacular. And not only that, but we'll have to look up the record, the women's record for the course. But that could very well be smashed today.
I think that will be smashed, yes.
We're looking at it. Do you recognise the terrain here? This is Oernon.
Yeah, this is on Oernon. I can't really tell where on Oernon.
It's on the northern part. I'm wondering if it's past the church or after the church. Of course, it's very difficult for us to tell.
I think it's after the church, but I won't say too much now.
We won't say too much. There's no sense in saying too much. We're going to have a little look at our map here and see. It's team number 110. There's a lot of teams on Oernon right now. I'm seeing that there are some women's teams already there. They were it was a 211. They are north of the church there and making very, very good time. So it appears to me as well that not only do we have a sport that is growing, but the gap between the top athletes is getting less and less all the time, and the gap between the top female and male athletes is getting less all the time. This is a sport that is definitely going places, and I hope that if you're sitting at home enjoying this race, that maybe you might go and visit some of the sponsors' websites, the likes of Ad Nature, the likes of Head Swimming, check out some of the kit, and maybe give this a go at some point next year yourself, because I would be delighted to be mentioning your name in next year's broadcast. It's a fascinating sport, and it's a wonderful day out here in the archipelago. Again, Bjorn, I've probably asked you this question 5 times today, but as you look at these pictures now, I can almost feel the tension coming off you as you're watching the pictures on the screen there. And it kind of strikes me that maybe you're not done with this sport yet. But do you have any other ambitions? We saw a great race stage in the Isle of Scilly this year for the first time. Like, if there was to be a race in Croatia or in the Great Lakes of North America, would that tempt you out of retirement?
I can't really tell, but one race I want to have another go at, if I was to choose, that would be Engadin Swimrun.
Yeah.
I would love to come back because that's a beautiful, beautiful place just to be in.
Yep.
And it's a spectacular course, and I felt that yeah, I would like to go back there and compete again.
That would be a tremendous race to see indeed. Unfortunately, I've never had the privilege of being down there and commentating on the race, but I may well visit it next year, because it does look, again, the archipelago here in Stockholm is the classic backdrop for ÖTILLÖ, for swimrun racing, but Engadin very, very quickly became a favourite among the athletes and among the spectators, and they've taken it to their hearts very, very much. The sun coming out here, I'm sure it's getting a little bit warmer out there. The girls are wearing long sleeves on their wetsuits.
Yes, I don't think they have taken off the top of their wetsuits, and that's a gamble on this long run.
You think that can sort of, yeah, it is, again, 20 odd kilometres that they would be running there on Oernon.
Yes.
There is a chance that, you know, maybe when you come out of the water, you're not in a hurry to open up your wetsuit. It's been cold. Yeah, the pig swim is a recent memory. Then there's a 1 kilometre swim after that before you get to Oernon. The girls not doing that now. Is there a risk for overheating here a little bit?
Yes, it is, and it's a risk that you are losing too much fluid and too much salts, really.
Yep.
These women are experienced swim runners,
yep,
and they have done this course before. I think they know if they're going to make it or not. But I mean, now when the sun has come out and you see the snow clouds, that's all in the sky, and this could be, they are going to be hot. They are going to look forward to the swim on the south part of Oernon for sure.
I would imagine so. There are a few short swims after this long, punishing, grueling 20-kilometre run, and now comes a little bit of relief that Bjorn was talking about there. There'll be a little bit of liquid taken on board, and indeed they got a bit of a spray with a garden hose there. And as any child worth their salt will tell you, that's a great thing to have on a warm summer's day. If you look behind us here, you can see that the sun is now shining over Ute Vardshus, over the finish line behind us, where we expect the first competitors in about a little more than a half an hour's time. If we got them here in half an hour, that would be the first sub 8 hour ÖTILLÖ. I don't know if we're going to see that. I have a feeling that we may very well see that today. We might have a look at the map here and see exactly where our competitors are. If we can bring that up in the studio. We have a sort of a 2.2 kilometre run there. Again, it looks very, very close, but we have to remind our viewers sitting at home there that this is not in real time. It's not GPS. It's based on average speeds. The gap between our second place team, ironically, which are number 1 here, Team Head Swimming, who are in second place there. The gap to them at the last official timing station, which was T16, as you see on the map, was 3 minutes and 22 seconds. So team number 2 could very well have a much greater lead than the way it looks on our map at the moment. You can see there, as Bjorn was saying then, that there's a couple of welcome short swims there in the sunshine. They'll bounce across these couple of islands. We see one team going into the water there, putting on the swim caps. It is team number 68, Head Swimming 2, Kenny Mayer and Neil Svensson there, pulling back up the arms of the wetsuit. I'd imagine that's probably South Oernon that we're looking at there.
And I think they're quite tired now, because you should have put on your wetsuit when you hit the water, so you don't need to stand on the shore doing this. But of course, they've been out for 7 hours plus now, so of course they are tired. And
we're up to 7.5 hours now as one of the lads puts his bib on there. He does look very, very tired. There's probably little consolation to him at this point in time that there's only about 7 kilometres left in his race. I'm sure he would be much happier to be standing beside us with an ÖTILLÖ beer in his hand. but that will come a little bit later in the day. He might have another hour or so to race before he gets here. And now we put on the flippers as well, so they're losing even more time here. But I think they have something of a margin to the teams behind them. Certainly the top 5 men's teams were very, very close together. But I think they do have a little bit, I think there's probably a good 5 or 10 minutes back to the next place team. Team number 13, I think is Team MFit? Could very well be, but they do have, if we look at the map there again, we can see that team number 68 that we're just looking at there, they do have a fair time margin back there. So they pretty much got 5th place secured there. If we zoom in a little bit, we'll be able to see that it's neck and neck there for 3rd place. There's a fascinating battle going on there, so much so that we cannot even separate them on our map. That's Team Orlando Swim and Team Envol, sponsored by swimrun.com, that we are looking at there. So a fascinating battle there. If we scroll up through that, we'll see that we might actually scroll out, is probably the quickest thing to do, and we will see that the field is now much more stretched out than what it was in the very beginning. We see an awful lot of people on North Oernon. But again, Bjorn, I would say that if we look at this here, like this time last year, a lot of these people wouldn't have even been at this point when the champions had finished. So this shows an enormous development in terms of the pace of the race and the speed that things are done at these times. Now, if we take the elite athletes as being one class, but the people who do this for the challenge, they are also improving dramatically in terms of their performance.
And if you look at this bunch of guys all hoarded up in looks like a big queue, but they are doing times now, finishing times that would earn them a podium positions just a couple of years ago.
Just a few years back, yeah. I have to say, this looks like more fun. Okay, it looks like punishment to be out in the front, but to be in here, there must be a great feeling to be running alongside people and maybe overtaking somebody else overtakes you, and maybe that's also part of the reason that it spurs people on to achieve things that maybe they didn't think that they could achieve when they woke up at 4:15 this morning.
That's the way it is, and a lot of these people know each other very well.
Yeah.
And there's like local battles going on.
There is that thing. I mean, I'm sure there was in the bar of the hotel in Sandhamn last night, which is pretty much where this whole thing started. As a drunken bet, I bet we can get there faster than you. So I would imagine there was quite a lot of conversations last night in the bar going, I bet you, €10 or £15 or whatever it was, or the first beer when we get to Utah, that I'll finish ahead of you. And I'm sure it must be a great sense of achievement when one does do that, but I don't think you'd be too unhappy if you lost, as long as you enjoy the day out there. Of course, we have stressed before that this race can be a little bit cruel. There are cut-off points throughout the race that people have to make it through them. For instance, the one on South Oernon, they have to get there by 6 o'clock. That gives most of the competitors a very, very long time. They have another, 4.5 hours to make that cut-off point. So they can keep a fairly leisurely pace going. That said, most of them aren't. Most of them are setting a cracking pace there. We saw that much of the field is now at North Oernon there on the 20-kilometre run there. And there's not too many left behind them. As I look down the field there on Nemda, there's probably 1 or 2 left there at the very end there. These people might be at risk there at timing gate number 9 there, team 224. It is Terrible Tuesdays, Fredrik Åström and Amy Abraham, the 2 Swedes there. They are a little bit of a risk there, but as we said, if you just up the tempo there, you'll get through the gates and you'll get here to Utah in time for the festivities and the prize giving a little bit later on. We're going to move our focus back towards the top of the field now and towards the men's contest that is happening up there. We can see that it's still fairly tight, but again, I'd remind you this is based on average speeds and may not represent the actual gap between the competitors on the field at the moment. Paul Krochak and Oskar Olsen in the slipstream there of Lele Bobai and Daniel Hansson, with another 2 men's teams already on this particular island. Some short swims, some short sprints across a couple of islands here, and then they will be on to Utah, northern Utah here, where they have a 3-kilometre run there. With a lead of 3 minutes and 22 seconds and a 3-kilometre run here, you're talking about making it 1 minute per kilometre. I don't think that's all that feasible at this point.
That's tough. They did a very, very good run after the swim from South Oernon.
From South Oernon.
Yeah, well, really strong on that 1K shoreline run.
And it's amazing really to think that this race was so tight for so long, and yet it seems to be both the tactical aspect of it and in making the most of the trail running, which Lele and Daniel will be particularly strong at, but they've really been very, very clever in terms of where they've maximised their advantage there.
I think they have played their cards perfectly today. I think that they had a tactic and they followed the tactic.
And would it be so that you'd plan these things in detail, that you say, right, Shimunda, at 60, 63, 64 kilometres, I'm going to make my kick there, I'm going to make my spurt there? Or do you decide these things as you go along out on the course?
You always have a couple of race plans that you have planned for ahead. And that's because you never know if are we going to be alone with a lead of about 2 minutes, or are we going to be behind? Are we going to be, as we saw now, really close with each other? So you need to have different tactics for different scenarios.
There was a famous Prussian general whose name I can't remember at the moment, who said that no plan ever survives the first contact with the enemy, but it looks like Lele Mobe and Daniel Hansen's plan has survived the first contact with the enemy and survived the 70 odd kilometres that they have traversed to get to the point where they are almost on Ute. They're probably about 15, 20 minutes away maybe from getting to Ute, and then it's just a case of getting there as fast as they can. Of course, they're not just running for the World Championship here, they are running for the course record of 8 hours and 16 minutes and possibly even a sub 8 hour ÖTILLÖ race, which would be absolutely incredible. If we look at the clock here, it's 7 hours and 36 minutes since they started off. It's looking to me like it's going to be tight if they're going to get under 8 hours. But that said, they should be well able to knock a few minutes off the course record. I don't think they're going to slow down at this point in time. No doubt they will be aware of the fact that they have a 3-minute lead. But even at this stage, they're not going to fall into a false sense of security saying that, oh, it's 3 minutes.
No
chance.
And that's the biggest mistake you can do.
Is to think that your lead is unassailable.
Yeah, you need to push it all the way to the finish line.
I can tell you now that the boat has arrived here on Ute with the belongings of all the participants. They were collected this morning at about 5 o'clock. Everybody dropped their bag off as they collected their bib and their timing chip, which is what we use to bring you this map to tell you where they approximately are on the course. The boat arrived recently in the harbour. Everything has been loaded up onto a truck and is being unloaded here now behind our camera and commentary position. So we are reaching the climax of ÖTILLÖ for 2016, the World Championship decider in the sport of swim run. We are waiting to gain eyes on our leaders again. As I say, we can look at the map and we can see how close they are, but what we really want to see is when they enter onto Ute. We can hear the speaker behind us is starting up as well, starting to welcome the friends and the families and the fans that you can see just walking around in the background as they wait for the competitors to arrive here. And as I say, we will hopefully have them straight in here to the commentary position as soon as they have arrived across the finish line. Let me see, 1, 2, 3. I think that's another island there. There's probably 4 very, very short swims left there, anything between 20 and 50 metres, and then about 3 kilometres of running, a little bit of trail running across 3 islands. So very, very quick transitions there. I can hear the speaker behind me telling the guests who have arrived here exactly how far away they think the guys are. We hope that you're enjoying these fantastic images that we are bringing you and the excitement of this race that is ÖTILLÖ, that started out as a drunken bet and now has become something of a global sport. You've been around a long time again, Bjorn, and how have you noticed the interest increasing? Is it in social media and the Facebook groups? Do you get new people joining all the time? Or is it just something that happens when you come to races that you see new faces?
All of it, really. It started out really small, but I mean 2009, 2010, when I started doing swim runs, no one really knew what it was. When we were out swimming, swim running in the lakes here in Stockholm, everyone was looking at us and who are these crazy people swimming with their shoes?
Yeah.
And no one outside the sport really knew what this was. You have to explain it every time.
Yeah.
Now everyone seems to know about swimrun. I mean, if you meet people at your workplace or anywhere, people have heard about swimrun. They have some, not doing it by themselves. They have someone they know or someone in the family doing it. So it's swimrun is a common word now.
It seems to be, it's growing all the time, and now ÖTILLÖ is the climax of a season called the World Series of Swimrun, truly becoming a global sport. And we will indeed talk to Mika Lemel, race director, a little bit later on about his plans, as we always do. We'll talk about this year and his plans for next year as we watch one of the mixed teams. The wetsuits are open, peeled down around the waist. Beautiful conditions out there, maybe getting a little bit warm in the sunshine as the mixed teams run towards us. I don't know, is that our leaders?
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Is it 2:20? I'm looking at there.
It could be 2:20. Wolfer Swimrun is Helen Malin and Andrew McLean.
Andrew McLean, the British athlete there, making his way down. This is on Oernon as well, I would imagine. The southern part of it almost.
Okay.
We have the leaders coming towards the water here for the last swim. Very, very short swim before they come up on the other side. This is absolutely incredible. 7 hours and 40 minutes after they left Sandhamn, and the leaders Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansen are about to enter the water for the last time. Straight in, no messing, powerful strokes, looking as fresh as they did at 6 o'clock this morning, just before dawn, when they set out on this remarkable journey. A lot of strong waves there, but the swim is so short that I don't really think they'll be all that bothered by what it is that's hitting them now. Coming from right to left, the waves coming right across them, the two of them tight, close together in the water as they make the short swim over towards ÖTILLÖ, ahead of the last run up here to the finish line behind us. This is incredible. As you see, there's boats in the background there. We can see the edge of ÖTILLÖ. Team Swedish Armed Forces, 68.1 kilometres, 7 hours and 19 minutes and 44 seconds to the last timing point. We'll get another timing point at T17 where we'll get their exact time, but they seem to be way, way ahead, and the only thing that can stop them now is themselves.
It's going to be sub 8 hours.
There we have it from a man who would know, from a man who has broken this course record himself. A very experienced swim runner there. And Mikael Lemel is with us in the studio to witness this historic event. We are going to give Mikael the hand mic, absolutely. Are we back in the studio there just as Mikael Lemel? How are you?
I'm good. We've had a fantastic day, I think.
We have had a tremendous day, and I think the best is yet to come here. Bjorn has been telling me that he expects this race to be over in under 8 hours. What is your expert opinion on that?
Well, you never know until the fat lady sings, I think, is the story.
I think I can hear her warming up.
I think she should be warming up because I think they will be very close to kicking those 8 hours completely off the side of the ship. So
now, if they do that, that breaks the previous course record with 16 minutes. Am I correct?
Well, it depends on how fast they are, yeah, and how fast they are, how much they beat those 8 hours with. So I really think they might just. I think it's going to be very cool what happens in the next couple of 20 minutes here.
It'll be fascinating to see. If we look back on the swim run season as a whole, Mickey, how has it been for you?
Well, for us, it's been a very cool year because we started in May by changing the whole setup and renaming all the races ÖTILLÖ, Isles of Scilly, Engadine. We introduced a new race with the Isles of Scilly in the UK, which was just magnificent. We changed logos, and we started with sprints the day before the long races. And, you know, we changed everything to start something new, and it seems like it's panning out the way we wanted it to. I think more and more people understand that we are doing this from the same platform, and we have more and more racers that want to participate in our races. So at the moment, it seems like we're having a great time. We even had the honor to have Bjorn racing yesterday, or participating yesterday. I don't know if I would call it racing, but it was fun.
Yeah,
it was great to see you there.
Yeah, thank you.
It sounds to me like Mikael is trying to organise a comeback there by provoking you a little bit. Let's have a little look back at what has happened here so far today. ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the sport of swimrun. So it's all happening now. They're going to run across Schimende, slightly to the southwest. Then there's going to be another short swim, and then they are on to Oernon. That's when we find out what the tactic is. That's when we see who has enough left in the tank to take the lead.
Some struggling next to the shoreline, but now they're back on track and running in the forest up here. Short comment.
Amazing. A little cold. We're getting there. We're there now. It's nearly done.
What do you say?
No broken bones, just leg cramps.
Yeah, leg cramp, that's okay. And what about you?
I'm a little cold right now, but okay. We're having fun.
We are now on Oernon, and we can look at the leaders as they make their way across the 20-kilometre run there. They are 3 minutes and 12 seconds ahead as they come through the crucible, which is Oernon. They look a little bit tired. I can see they're running on they don't want to run on the tarmac area there. The ground's a little bit softer just on the edge of the road. The Thule Adventure team is leading the mixed class from Team SwimRunShop.com and Team Orca. If we look at the women's class there, we have Team Ad Nature, who've got a gap gap of 8 minutes and 34 seconds to Team Icebug, and after that we have Team Head Swimming 9 minutes and 31 seconds after the leaders there. Are back at Ute, and not only are we on Ute, we've been here all the time, but the other crowd that are on Ute just now, it's Lele Mube and Daniel Hansson. The leaders of the men's race have started their run in here, the last 3 kilometre run. If we cut to the map, we can show you approximately where they are. They've come through timing gate T17. They're basically out of sight now. There is little or no chance, unless there's a catastrophic injury or an act of God or a bolt of lightning or something like that. That is what it's going to take for Oscar Olsen or Paul Krochak to catch up with them at this point in time. The first we will see of them is when they approach the finish line here. We'll pick them up on our camera as they turn the corner there. We have cameras out along the course that we want to follow the rest of the race with. We can tell you that they are in sight now and that they are on course. At the moment, it is 7 minutes 46 seconds up on the clock. We talked a little bit about their pacing earlier on, Bjorn, as they were running about 4:20 per kilometre. Do you still think it's possible that they might get over these 3 kilometres, that they might get in just under 8 hours?
I think there will be under 8 hours. I think there will be a couple of minutes under 8 hours, actually.
That is
because if it's 3K to go, I think they were up on Ute at about 7:40.
Yeah.
And then they have 20 minutes to run 3Ks, and there's no chance that they will run. It will take longer than 20 minutes for them to run these 3Ks, and they know that they have the sub 8 hours in sight.
Yep.
So they will hammer it down this last 3Ks.
The way those two guys are running now, they could probably run it backwards and still run sub 8 hours. I'd say the adrenaline is pumping with the two guys there. Again, these two guys, Lele Mube and Daniel Hansson, they won ÖTILLÖ in 2014. They lost their title to Björn and to Paul Krochak in 2015. And now they have come back out and absolutely mashed this course. They came onto land here in Ute at 7 minutes 40 seconds. So was it? No, it wasn't 7 minutes 40:50. We have the wrong time up there, but I think it was around about 7 minutes and 40 seconds that they came in land here. So to run 3 kilometers at that time, I mean, it's looking like it's very much the done thing. That changes the game, really, because, you know, we've raised the bar year on year here. We had tough weather conditions last year. We still had some very good times, but under 8 hours. I mean, if somebody told you in 2009, when you first took part in this race with Antti, that somebody would do the course in 8 hours, what would you have said to them then?
No way.
No chance.
No chance.
What does it? How can they do this? Is it the equipment? Is it the tactics? Is it nutrition? What makes it?
Yes, the experience, of course, because, I mean, if you would compare Lele and Daniel running a marathon, plain marathon, 2009, 2010, and now, they wouldn't be half an hour faster.
No.
So it's something. It has to do with the experience, equipment, of course. Nutrition is a key aspect, and I think the most important thing is the teamwork.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, people run as a thing of the ending of the season.
Yeah.
As an ending of a triathlon season.
Yep.
Now they're training as a team, and they do it for 12 months, just aiming at this competition. And that's the key for sub 8 hours.
We heard from Matt Scott a little bit earlier on, who's been involved in Swimrun and ÖTILLÖ from the very beginning, and he was saying that it's now almost a semi-professional sport because sponsors are taking an interest in it, and that they're providing money and the ability for people to train here. And indeed, one of the women's teams, I think it was our American friends there from Team Good Enough, that was Sarah McClarty and Misty Becerra, and they were telling us that one of them had been a professional endurance athlete before, and she had chosen to get in on this. So we're getting more and more semi-professional and professional people taking part. We've now got up the time. It was 7 minutes 42 seconds. 7 hours, 42 minutes and 43 seconds that the two boys put foot on land here at Ute. So they are not very far away at all. Now, I just hope that we see them coming behind us as they make their way up here towards the finish line. We are looking at one of the second teams in the water there. That could very well be, is that Paul Krochak and Oscar Olsen?
Is that Ute? If it's Ute, I'm pretty sure it's head swimming.
That's probably team head swimming right enough. A little bit difficult to see now. We have beautiful sunshine here now. in the Swedish archipelago. We had literally a perfect day weather-wise for Swimrun. It hasn't been too warm. It's been overcast for most of the day. That benefits the runners, of course, because they don't get too hot. We now see these two guys separating a little bit more probably than they should. Somebody went a little bit wild there. They're now back on track, the two of them together. And now we are following, I think that's our leaders in the mixed competition, is it? Team 221, ÖTILLÖ Adventure Team, Adriel Young and Eva Nyström.
Oh, yes. If it's
we have our leaders there on Oernon.
They are running really strong.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're in good shape there.
Yes.
It's incredible, really, to think that, again, just a few short years ago when we started to cover this event live, that the teams would be on their knees at this point in time. And yet now, everybody in the field looks pretty strong there. I mean, we say that as they take a few steps.
but this is smart. I mean, they're feeling that they're getting tired.
Yep.
And now probably that they have decided that every climb we will walk.
Yeah.
Because then we can run the other stretches of the course.
Run flat out. Is that 2:06 that we're looking at there? No, I don't think it's 2:06. It is 2:06 that we're looking at there. That's Team Beloved. That's Tom Ralité and Elfie Oernon from France. Delighted to have them here. Of course, Swimrun, a very, very popular sport in France. And we see around Tom's waist there that he has his wetsuit is tied around his waist, as is the flotation device, his sandwiches, his tent and his bicycle. He seems to have an awful lot of packing there. Team Head Swimming, that's probably not who it is, but
no, it's not.
We're looking at the French pair here. Max 20 kilometres an hour is what the sign in the background says, and that's pretty much what they're doing as they make their way there. But as you say, Bjorn, it's very, very clever now to conserve their energy and make sure that they make it to the end of the race without injuring themselves or pulling a muscle. So walking along hand in hand, it's a lovely day for a walk here in the Stockholm archipelago. I'm sure that they'll break into a jog very, very soon there. As soon as they see our cameraman there, they'll want to be showing their best side. We have our second pair. This race is all but over. Oscar Olsen and Paul Krochak are on the land here. They landed 8 minutes and 3 seconds behind now, so a massive, massive gap opened up. At one point there, as they left Söder Oernon, I think it was 122 seconds between the two teams. That is now extended out to 8 minutes and 3 seconds. So an absolutely incredible lead built up over the last part of the race when they should have been at their most tired. But it feels in a little way, Bjorn, as if Paul and Oscar have given up.
Yes, somewhere along the last stretches of this course, they realized that they weren't going to win. They were probably very, very tired. And what they wanted to do now is just to get into second place, and they don't want to risk that second place. Yeah. So they will probably just look over the shoulders a couple of times and secure that runner-up place.
So they're going contrary to the advice of the great singer Neil Young, who said it was better to burn out than to fade away. The guys don't want to burn out here. They don't want to hand that third place over to anybody else. I'm sure there's a difference in the prize that they can expect for coming second compared to what they would get if they came third as well. So I'm sure they'd be happy enough to take a second prize. Already, I think we should start looking to 2017. What will Paul do now?
Oh, we will have to ask him.
But now, hold on.
I don't think
he's not here just yet, and he won't be here for a while. But knowing him as you do, and having competed with him for so long, is this going to hurt? Is this going to sting for Paul?
I think it might be that he gets even more hungry to come back another year. But I don't know. He has to answer that question himself. I know Paul loves to train and he loves to race. And
yep, it is definitely a question that we will ask him a little bit later on in the day when he gets in here. We would expect the winners to be here. We're up to 7 hours 54 minutes, coming up at 7 hours and 55 minutes. We will be keeping an eye out for the leaders. As we said, we do expect them to crush the course record. We also expect them to make it within about under 8 hours. That's what we're hoping to see here. So we'll keep an eye on the screen here. You'll see them come around from the left-hand side of your screen there. Mika Lamel waiting just inside, the dark shadowy figure there standing just out of the sunshine, and he will be there, as he is always there every year, to greet everyone who finishes this race. We are looking forward to seeing them come around the corner there. We will keep an eye out. I may have to turn away from our camera here in the studio as we keep an eye out down the track. There's a great sense of anticipation here. Everybody who's been indoors in the restaurants, at the Vadshus, the hotel, all the different little cabins that are around the place here, they are making their way out to welcome everybody. There's plenty of Swimrun fans, plenty of Swimrun veterans who've taken part in this race before who are also here. We see people making their way up the hill now. Everybody is making their way down towards where they expect the athletes to come from. So it's just a matter of minutes away now, 7:55 and 30 seconds since they left Sandhamn this morning. It will be absolutely incredible, not just to win the World Championship, but also to see them come in under 8 hours, if that now is possible. I can tell you that Björn Englund is a very popular man here as he turns around and everybody sees who is standing in the studio. They're all waving to him. And we are back with the mixed team on the road again. They picked up the pace again, a little bit of an uphill incline there. But it's a good time to remember all those who are still out on the course, still battling away, giving it their all, leaving it all out there in order to get here to the finish line right behind us at the Ute Vardshus. How will the celebrations be a little bit later on this evening, Björn? Do you actually have the capability to drink more than one beer and then go to sleep? Or does the adrenaline keep going long into the night?
Yes, you will have a couple of beers probably, but you will go to bed at about maybe 10 o'clock or something, because then you just pass out.
That's it. I'd say there'll be plenty of people who'll be very, very, very tired indeed there. We have our cameras out on the road there that are following the race. We also have our camera at the finish line here, and there seems to be some sort of excitement. Usually from our old commentary position where we've been in previous years, you can see as the athletes come into view, and I get the feeling that somebody has spotted them coming into view there, and that they will be on their way up the last hill there. Indeed, the motion towards the finishing line would suggest that they are on their way up here. I'm going to check my microphone here. We are ready to interview them as soon as they come off the course. They have 3 minutes to get here. If they want to break the 8 hours record, they've got 2 minutes and 50 seconds to get here. The tension is rising here as people arrive here. We're photographers all arriving here, ready to capture this historic moment if indeed it does get broken. If indeed the record does get broken, we're trying to advise people of our camera there. You can see them walking into shot there. We'll see if we can move them around to the other side. You can see the tape set up across the finish line there as well, fluttering in the breeze here on this beautiful afternoon in the Stockholm archipelago. Time is ticking. This is starting to feel like one of those action movies. It looks like the clock on a bomb at this stage. We really, really want these guys to get in under 8 hours and to really put the final seal of approval on a historic day. We want to make sure as well that you're able to see that at home and that the camera isn't blocked there. We might have to bring somebody out from our production studio just to give our cameraman a hand there and just keep people out of his shot, because we absolutely do not want to miss the point where Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson cross this line. Less than 2 minutes now, and we hear the applause now. We hear the applause as they approach. Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson are within sight of the crowd here at the finish line. Any second now, they will come around that corner. They're inside of the crowd here, being warmly applauded as they make their way through the last hard, shocking meters that they've had to take. Started out less than 8 hours ago at Sandhamn this morning. After leaving it all out on the course, you can hear the crowd whistling in the background as they absolutely crush this course record. They have 1 minute and 10 seconds if they want to get in under 8 hours, and they are going to do it. They are going to do it by some margin. Here they come up the final meters. Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson in a time of 7:59 and 6 seconds. The new world champions in swimrun for 2016, recrowned, reclaiming the title they took in 2014 in the finest style we have ever seen here on Ute. Less than 8 hours, the course record smashed with over 16 minutes. The photographers gather, the two boys share a moment. The adrenaline absolutely flying. Now that we'll have the first interview out there for the cameras, and the two of them are completely and utterly and totally spent as they cross the line. And Mickey Lemel is just as happy as the two boys for crossing that line. An absolutely incredible performance as the speaker takes over. An emotional moment for the two boys, having started out so early. 7 hours, 59 minutes and 4 seconds since they started out this morning. We'll bring them in now. I'm not sure we can get a line from the sound from the speaker there. We'll have to get them for our own exclusive interview now when we get them over here. We are going back out into the field as we wait for the two boys to come over to us here. We will interview them live as soon as we can. We are back out looking at one of the final swims. Of course, Paul Kluchak and Oskar Olsen are not that far behind them. We've passed the 8-hour mark, 8 hours and 35 seconds now. Paul and Oskar unfortunately won't make it under that mark, but they will be very, very, very close indeed. There might be another 6 or 7 minutes before they get up here, but we're looking forward to talking to them as well. We'll get the two lads in here. They're just talking to the speaker here for the invited guests, for the friends, for the family, for the people that have made their way to ÖTILLÖ. Bjorn, we're just back on camera here. It's hard to take your eyes away from this, but you know, this has to be the greatest thing we've ever seen in this sport. And it feels like I say that every year. Again, I'll ask the question, how does this make you feel as a former champion? You know, do you feel bad now that you're no longer a world champion?
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, if I wanted to compete, I would have been there. Yet now I'm just glad for Lelle and Daniel. I know them very well, and I know how hard they have trained. I know how hard they have fought during this day. And this is a mile mark, sub 8 hours. It's amazing.
The shivers are still going down my spine there as I watch that clock and the two boys cross the line. Because, I mean, to be honest, when we stood here at 6 o'clock this morning, and you look at the old record of 8 hours and 16 minutes, and I thought to myself, well, you know, 8 hours and 10 would be nice. And then they ground it into tiny pieces.
Yes. I mean, and the most fascinating part during this race was Lelle and Daniel's race from south of Oernon up to ÖTILLÖ. That was super fast. I mean, they earned about 8 minutes on Paul and Oskar.
That was enormously surprising because they had a slender enough lead, and we certainly talked a lot about how Paul and Oskar would reduce the lead that they did have, and instead they managed to increase it. I mean, can we put that solely down to the trail running? Where do they find that? I'm sure we can ask them ourselves in a couple of minutes, but where do you think they found that extra energy from?
I think they know that part of the course very, very well.
Yeah.
They've been out there training, and they probably know that they had the sub 8 hours in sight as well, and that just kept them going.
We certainly have plenty of questions that we will want to ask the two of them when we get them over here to our commentary position. There's an extensive interview being conducted there by the speaker behind us, and as well he should do. He's just finished with the two boys now. There's a couple more photographs to be taken and that kind of thing, and then we will bring them in here to the studio as quickly as possible as we go back to events out on the course. Of course, there are still the bulk of the athletes are still out there on the course. There's still plenty of swimming and plenty of running left to be done as the champagne is open. We might go back to our goal line camera or our finish line camera if we can for a second, just for the opening of the winners' champagne there. I can tell you as you watch these pictures that the two boys I'm surprised they have the energy left to get the cork out of the bottle of champagne, which they are letting go here now. They might give it a little bit of a shake as well. I can't see exactly who that is in the water at the time being, but I can tell you that the two boys behind me are looking very, very tired indeed. There wouldn't be a whole lot of energy left there at all. What's the best way to recover after this race as the champagne sprays on the goal line? I'm delighted that we can bring you those pictures. It's going to be like interviewing a blind man here later on. Have it all sprayed over there. There will be some tremendous pictures for tomorrow's newspapers as the two winners, Lelle Moubai and Daniel Hansson, looking fit and well and delighted to finally get a little sip of something that isn't a gel or an energy drink or anything for the first time in 8 hours. We're still a few minutes away from having the second place team brought in there. I'm going to see if the race director Mikael Lemel can bring them in there as we watch team number 71, Team Envol, sponsored by swimrunshop.com. I think that was a picture of them or images of them making their way onto the island here at ÖTILLÖ. Lelle and Daniel talking away there to Mikael Lemel. Of course, they would be characters that would know each other very, very well. The two winners there with a long and strong history in the swim run game. Are we going to bring the guys in here? Yeah, we're going to have an interview with the winners now. Bjorn there giving due respect to the two gentlemen who have just won the race. Bring in the bottle, bring in the bottle.
Grattis!
Now we have our two winners coming in there.
Fan vad duktiga ni är. Fy fan vad duktiga ni är.
brutalaste jag sett mellan södra Oernon.
Now, this is what happens when we have champions, Swedish champions in swimrun get together. Gentlemen, join us in here. We want to give a bit of a live interview. Step up, step up, step up, and tell me, how did you win that race?
We followed our game plan and tried to save some energy for the last 2 hours.
The game plan appeared to work very, very well. Did you plan to kick that late? Was it on Oernon and later that you planned to win the race?
No, the game plan was just to take it easy in the beginning, definitely in the first 2 hours, and get a good energy plan working. And when that was working, we would, if someone would go, we would go with them. And Paul and Oscar, they made a push on Nämde, so we thought, excellent, then we can put up the speed.
Yep.
So they really helped us to get up the speed. And I think from there on, we actually kept that speed.
Yep. How aware were you? At one point, there was only 2 minutes separating yourself between Paul and Oscar. So you were only a slight bit ahead there coming in towards the end of the race. Were you aware of that, or were you just running your own race?
Yeah, we knew. We saw them. I think they were like 48 seconds after us for a while. So, but we knew there were some technical running and swimming in the end and suited us better than them. So we went for it.
Yes, but it was mentally tough. They said in at the Oernon church, they said we had like 3 minutes, 5 minutes. We didn't know for sure, but definitely that we were going fast. And then suddenly we saw them behind us.
Yeah,
and it was mentally tough. We had to restart again from like we're actually winning this to we need to push. We need to do a really hard push now.
And for the first time since around about Oernon Church, we're looking at Paul and Oscar as they come in here. But you never believed that these guys would catch you. You seem to be able to kick on and to find new energy so you could get away from them again. Yeah.
Well, we didn't know, but we knew we had some extra power saved. So.
Were you ever worried that they might catch you?
Oh, definitely. They had the visual on us, and it was not many 100 meters. It was like 45 seconds. So, of course, we were scared. And the psychologically part of the race is if they catch us, they will get a psychological advantage.
A bit of a boost there.
Yeah.
And finally, was it a goal of yours to run ÖTILLÖ in under 8 hours?
Yeah, it's been for 2 years now, so it's a dream come true.
It's a dream come true.
It's a dream. It's a dream.
And finally, how are we going to celebrate this victory? Oh, you've already started. I saw the bottle floating around there.
We're going to celebrate it a lot.
Start from now on.
Yeah, Björn said that you would be in bed by 10 o'clock. But,
yeah, probably with red eyes. Not managing anymore. We go hard. We don't know. We do our best.
That's great. And I assume you'll be back here to defend your title next year in 2017?
This is a fun race. We will be back.
Yeah, if Björn comes back.
It's a dare.
No. That will be ironed out in the bar a little bit later on. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Congratulations on your win, and we'll see you here again next year. Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson there. And of course, whilst we were talking to Lelle and Daniel, we had the second place team, Paul and Oscar, have just crossed the finish line. So we're going to get them in here to the interview studio and hear their opinion on the race.
And I mean, it's
they also broke the course record in under 8 minutes, 8 hours and 10 minutes. So I didn't see exactly what the time was there. It will pop up on my screen in any second. But they also crushed the course record, which is an indication of how much this sport is progressing year on year.
It's easy to forget now that they ended up second, but I mean, look at the time. I think they were in at about 8 hours, 7 minutes.
That's an incredible time.
It's an incredible performance.
I can see that as being kind of, the kind of thing that would spur Paul on, and indeed Oscar, to try and beat that next year, to get under 8 hours. Okay, they won't be the first to do it, but it will still be an achievement for them as athletes to get under that time, We'll keep an eye out now. There is a discussion here going on. A very friendly discussion, it has to be said, between the first and second place. Paul Krochak there, unfortunately losing his title. And then Oscar giving a little bit of an interview there to our speaker here at the finish line. So we'll get the lads in as soon as we can and give you their thoughts as well. I may as well just keep on holding this microphone There we have team number 6 we're looking at there in the men's race. Swimrun Art ODW, that is Frank Martins and Sebastian Bleitgen, that we haven't seen for a little while there, taking on a little bit of sustenance there. You can see that there are still energy drinks to be had, there's still cinnamon buns and gels to be had, there's still a lot of racing to be done out on the course. This race is about a lot of different things in the final 15, the last 15 kilometres from Oernon down to ÖTILLÖ. This race is about a lot of different things. It is not only about the winners. There's an awful lot of achievements happening out there. There's an awful lot of people who are set and beating goals of their own out there today. Even though we've seen some tremendous things at sub-8 ÖTILLÖ, it's also great to see these guys who might come in a little bit later, but their achievement is no less for that. I'm going to have a quick look over my shoulder here and see if Paul Krochak is there. We need to get him funneled in here to us so that we can put a couple of hard questions to him, but we're going to be decent enough to him, seeing as he came in second place there. I'm sure he'll want to talk to his former teammate Björn here after that achievement. We'll just back up a little bit and see, Paul is he's actually got Paul had a son there about 6 months ago,
yes.
didn't he? Yeah. And Paul is currently embracing his son here. Paul's wife is at the finish line to greet her husband, and indeed his son is there as well. So talk about an early introduction to Swimrun. His son is at his first race at 6 months of age, which is that's not bad going. So I could well be standing here, and indeed you could be standing here with me in 20 years' time. I don't know if Paul will still be capable of running at that point. We are back out at the back of the field at Yetkar, where there are still plenty of runners out there and swimmers. Shimmendö, that's where we are, a little bit further back up the field. But as I say, this is the sort of this is where it's really happening. This is the contenders who are bunched up together that we looked at a little bit earlier on, still progressing at a rapid rate through the course, and they're making their way down across that slippery rock there. Many competitors now on the southern part of Oernon, many competitors there on the northern part of Oernon. In fact, the lion's share of them would be around Oernon there. If we look at our little map, we might even zoom out a little bit more, and we can see that there are competitors everywhere there. So if we could get the full scale, there we go. We have everybody out there. A couple still left on Nemdö. I'm not sure that they're going to make the timing gates. There could be little injuries and pulled muscles there as we see them make their way down to the water. Good relaxed pace, good steady pace being put in by these teams who are determined to make it here to the end. It's incredible to see how far ahead. I wonder actually if the times were adjusted, the cut-off times were adjusted to make up for the fact that the pace of the race is so much quicker now. I can't imagine they would have been. No. It would be unfair to some people there. We seem to have lost Paul Krochak and Oscar. We might see if we can get somebody to grab them there and bring them into us here, because we'd be more than delighted to talk to them about what it was like to chase the other pairing, try to chase them down, and then to have them in sight and then to let their quarry get away. That must have been a very difficult experience. I suppose at that point in time, so late in the race, it all depends on what you got in the tank, and unfortunately for them today, they didn't seem to be able to answer the call at that point. Beautiful pictures there, the sun sparkling off the water here in the Stockholm archipelago. We are into the latter stages for pretty much everybody of ÖTILLÖ. Still some of the hard running left on Oernon. It's going to be a little bit more difficult now that the sun is up. There's still a little bit of a breeze here, which is going to help them cool down a little bit if they open up the wetsuit and get a little bit of a draft going along the 20-kilometre run that is there. There's the athletes that we're looking at now. I'm not sure quite where we are there. I think that might be north on the way to Oernon. That is one of the last long swims there. So we'll see how they get on there. They're still not that far away. You're talking about a couple of hours maximum there, Björn, right? If they make it at a decent pace.
Yes, I think these teams will maybe make it in about 13 hours or something.
And about 13 hours?
12 hours,
12
yeah,
hours.
because I think that was the swim to the island before Shimmendö, so they still have the long run on Oernon to go.
There we have Team Nynäshamns Ångbryggeri.
Yes.
Team number 32. Is that Oernon kyrka?
Yes,
the
that's
church
Oernon
at
kyrka. That's the middle of Oernon. This is where the final 15 starts.
This is where the final 15 starts. The championship kilometres. They've 60 kilometres of racing in their legs and in their arms at this point in time. You can see them rehydrating there. There's no real need to rush it unless they have a goal on the clock that they want to beat. But for most people now, it's about getting through the gates before the cut-offs and making their way safely and securely and in one piece to the finish line here behind us. So far, we have only had 2 teams to cross the line. 8 hours and 14 seconds. We are coming up on the previous course record of 8 hours and 16 minutes. But we have two teams there who are on the island of Utö, but who haven't made it this far just yet, and they're battling it out for third place there. Team number 71, which is Team Envol, sponsored by swimrunshop.com, I think it was. And we have the fourth team, which is Ålanderswim.se, Johan Ekman and Lars Ekman, who are also on Utö there, so they shouldn't be too far away. The guys who came second there, Paul Krochak and Oskar Olsson, are just grabbing something quick to eat there, and I don't think we begrudge them that after such a long day in the field. I'm just peeking out from behind our commentary position now to see where they are. Just behind the commentary position, we've actually set up a beautiful area this year. It's tented in, so it's nice and enclosed. The finishers can wait there. They can have something to eat. They can have something to drink. Indeed, there are showers close by, so they can start to socialise pretty much immediately after the race is over. I have to say, Bjorn, this looks like a very comfortable swim here. Nice pace to it.
It does.
No great killer instinct having to be displayed out there now. But a beautiful surroundings. The waves there, I mean, we're probably looking at waves from the boat there as well that might make it a little bit choppier than what it would normally be.
It's a little bit choppy, but I don't think this is a problem for these swimmers.
They're getting through there. Team number 64, that's Dmitry Voloshin and Liviu Kroitoru from Moldova, who are competing here. Again, more evidence of the international nature of Swimrun, the Swimrun World Series. We have our third place competitors coming up now, do we? I'm just looking to see what we've got. Is it Team Envol powered by swimrunshop.com? Nicola Ramirez and Pontus Lindberg. We can't actually see from our commentary position who it is, but they are making their way towards the finish line now, so we might switch to our camera at the finish line just to see the last pair coming in here. No, it is team number 5. It is Team Run Fast 77, Fredrik Axegård and Alex Flores.
Well done.
Making their way in there. An absolutely powerful sprint finish from the two boys. 8 hours, 16 minutes and 50 odd seconds by the time they crossed the line there. An incredible effort by the two guys to secure third place in the race. Team Run Fast 77, Fredrik Axegård and Alex Flores, two Swedes there crossing the line. And they will now be congratulated by race director Mikael Lemel there. And indeed, they're leaning on the fence there, just saying that was very long. That's the understatement of the year, I would have said.
And these guys was really the underdogs. They performed very well during the seasons, but I don't think no one expected them to perform this well on ÖTILLÖ.
I don't suppose they would have been as
Very
experienced as some of the other teams, no? So that's an incredible performance altogether over the longer distance. There's Oscar on the other side there. We're trying to bring the guys into the shot here to get a quick interview with them if we can. Can be hard enough to get a hold of them. I see Paul hopefully on his way towards us there. He's chewing on something. I hope it's a little bit tastier than gels that he's been eating for the last little while there. And here comes Oscar now. Oscar.
My brother. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
But we didn't quite catch that, Oscar. What did you just say to Björn there?
I said I made you disappointed, brother.
And is that the feeling? You've come second in the hardest endurance race in the world as Paul joins us here. The feeling is disappointment right now.
Yeah, like only because we had 3:30 when we got up on Oernon, and they were closer to 40 seconds in the end of Oernon. And when you're that close, it's of course tough.
Yep.
But I wouldn't have any other one beating us than these guys.
Yep.
They played so fair, worked so smart, and played their cards the smartest they ever done, even though they raced this year. I usually watch you in this broadcast carefully, and I think they did like their best preparation and executed the race best of everybody.
It was an incredible finish. They managed to get in 7 hours and 59 minutes and 4 seconds.
That's amazing.
Paul, what went wrong? Because, I mean, you got to within 40 seconds, you closed the gap, and yet they seemed to find something in the tank. They were able to hit the gas again and get away from you.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely had some problems on the last islands, but we really went sort of all in on Oernon. And, after that, we just didn't have much left.
We have to give it to them that they are faster than us in the terrain, and also in some exits and getting into the water sometimes.
Yeah.
So I think they won the race in the terrain.
Paul, this is the second time. I had the joy of standing beside you last year when you won, but unfortunately this is the second time I've stood beside you when you didn't win. How is this one compared to other years?
This one, never been more happy with second place. I mean, you know, 6 weeks ago I was having partner issues. I honestly didn't even know if I was going to race. And then I meet this guy 4 weeks ago. And I mean, such short time to make... To do what we've done in 4 weeks, and not only that, but like, this is one of the greatest guys I've ever met. So I mean, not only second place, I'm so happy. This is just like, it's awesome. And yeah, first would have been better, but whatever. I mean, it's so happy. And 8:07, I mean, that's so good. I was pretty surprised.
That was a brilliant time as well. I mean, Oscar, I know it's early days yet, but are you now ready to prepare for next year?
Yeah, the guy asked me here actually when I finished, and the only guys I can race with up to this point is these two guys.
Yep.
So he quit, so I just thought, okay, I'm never going to do ÖTILLÖ in my life. And then he called me 4 weeks ago and was like, oh, you're the second best. So, of course, I really want to go with you. No,
you're just saying that because he's here.
No, I mean, that came out wrong. I didn't mean second best. I mean, like the second choice since I became friends with him, and then I got to know Paul through Björn. So that's why I said second. Like was my first. And then,
That's a good save right there. You did very well, Oscar.
But then, so if I can, it's all about teammating. Like he told you about the teammate issue, and we see things on the course all the time. And what their success winning so much was they are so. Complementing each other, and I think even on the swim and even on the run, we have a lot of people here that, for example, one team I'm not going to mention, but they were in the front pack a long time, and great swimmer, great runner, and pulling each other all the time. We were just like helping each other and coaching and not pulling so much with rope, like staying in each other's feet. I pull, he pulled in the swim. I pulled at the run, he pulled at the run. So it makes it the speed much more floating and dynamic. And so that's the key, the team, and it's hard to get a partner like these two.
Paul, will you be back again next year?
No, that's it for me. I'm 41 years old. I got a baby I basically, I had to give up the last 6 months, the entire summer to train 5-6 hours a day, and I got to do some serious payback to the wife and the little boy.
When you're so close, 8 hours and 7 minutes, you crushed the old course record.
Forget it. Talk to this guy. I ain't coming back. I love this sport. It's brilliant, but I just can't. Like, actually, I quote Bjorn, if I come back, it's to do it purely for fun. I can't invest like this anymore. It's been fun, but I'm 40. I have time to move on.
Well, I think everybody who's watched these races over the years and followed your career and watched you compete, both with Bjorn and Oscar, appreciates the effort that you put in there. It was a fantastic race today. Congratulations, guys. Enjoy the evening ahead, and we'll talk to you again later on. Thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure. It is always a pleasure to be involved in ÖTILLÖ with these fantastic athletes. We heard there from Oscar Olsson and from Paul Krochak, who just announced that he is retiring from the competitive sport of swimrun. He might come back and do it for the fun of it, but at 41 years of age and with a young baby whom he greeted there at the finish line, what do you think of that decision, Bjorn? You're kind of, I can see you chewing your jaw there going, man, don't give up just yet.
It's quite emotional meeting these guys, and of course I know Oscar and Paul very well. And
yeah.
They're such good guys, and very humble about their second place, I think.
Absolutely.
And they should be really pleased with themselves. They did 8 hours, 7 minutes. That's, if they were to win at that time, we will say that's a great effort. Now they were beaten, but we can't take away their performance.
It's like a fairy tale. As we look at team number 60 there, the Orca Masters, Oriol Guillamont and Ola Lagerström. I think you were saying before that these two guys are something of, they're well known within swimrun circles. And they're out there and they're picking them up and they're laying them down out there. I know the pace doesn't look like it's certainly not burning their way through the field, but that's not what it's all about either. Over 75 kilometres, you have to recognise that you got to have the energy to make your way all the way through this race. And if there's one thing worse than sort of finishing this race, I would say, if there's one thing that hurts more physically than finishing this race, it's got to be not finishing this race.
Oh, yes.
So it's great to see these guys managing their pace and that kind of thing and making sure that they get through it. We have the first 3 teams have arrived already on what has been an incredible day of racing, but it is not done yet. The 4th team has finished as well. We also have the women's competition is yet to be decided, as is the mixed competition. And we might bring up the leaderboard there so that we can catch up a little bit on what has happened with the women's competition, because we haven't seen that in a little while. We have had a chance to have a little look at what has been happening with the men's competition. But I'm just trying to bring it up here on my computer as well. We'll also try to get it on the screen for the viewers at home, or indeed for the viewers in work or wherever they happen to be. Yeah, Team Ad Nature are still in the lead there. They were in the lead by about 7 minutes, 6.5 minutes there. Christine Larsson and Annika Eriksson were leading from Team Icebug. Ulrika Eriksson and Helena Sivertsson, who had overtaken Bibben Nordblom and Maja Testar to move into 2nd place. Still very, very tight there. There's 12 minutes separating the top 3 ladies teams there. We might go back and have a look at just the women's teams and the mixed teams if we can, but a fascinating battle there at the top of the table for the women's race there. Ad Nature, Christine Larsson and Annika Eriksson, Ulrika Eriksson and Helena Sivertsson sneaking in there a little bit and splitting the top 2 pairing, the pair that may have led for all of 50 kilometres maybe of this 75 kilometre, this mammoth, this gigantic, this titanic endurance race that is ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the sport of swimrun. I'm going to see if I can press this button here, and it may take a little bit of time, but I am determined to bring you the mixed table as it stands at the moment as well.
I actually think that Team Icebug have caught about 2 minutes.
You think they pulled up about 2 minutes?
Does it stand 6?
There we go. We've now moved over to it's the Thule Adventure team who are leading. Adriel Young and Eva Nyström. They are leading the race in the mixed class. So they're doing very, very well there. As we go back out to the field and have a little look at what's happening there. Team number 42, is that in the men's team? We can look up and see who that is. Team number 42 is the Brussels Triathlon Club. Dirk Zangen from Germany and Bruno Bonnecher from Belgium. Delighted to have them with us from the Brussels Triathlon Club. Picking them up and putting them down. You can see one of them has their wetsuit. I think both of them actually have their wetsuit peeled down there to get a little bit of little bit of air in around the body there when it's very, very warm indeed out there. So the sun has come up now, finally burned off the clouds here. It is a beautiful afternoon in the Stockholm archipelago. I'm sure these athletes wouldn't have minded if it waited maybe another hour to make its debut here today, but it is as it is. You've got to accept the conditions as they are out on the course. If anything, it might heat up the water a little bit by a degree or two to make the last couple of swims reasonably comfortable. There's a beautiful atmosphere, a really friendly atmosphere here at the finish line, where we have everybody gathering there to celebrate the winners so far. We still eagerly await the winners of the women's competition and of the mixed competition. They are still out there on the course. I'm going to go back to my little map here and see if I can find out exactly where they are. I don't think we have any women's teams on ÖTILLÖ just yet, but we are not far off as far as I can see. We have a few of them coming behind us there. Is that a...
Well, on the swimrun. Jonas and Lars Ekman.
Jonas and Lars Ekman are finally making their way up there. They are coming in. If we can move to the camera that is on the finish line there. We'd be brilliant to be able to see them cross the line in 5th place. There we go. Struggling across the line there. So they make their way over the line, and one of them has gone to ground completely there. So it's a difficult enough situation after the 75 odd kilometers, and just given up completely. We see the fins there, swimrun fins there at the bottom. And there we have Paul's wife making her way through there. That's okay. On a day like today, you are more than entitled to be here on the camera with us. Just going to see there, race director Mikael Lemel is there at the finish line there, where one of the Ekmans, I'm not sure which is which, has gone down there.
It's Jonas lying on the ground, and it's Lars still standing up.
Lars is still standing there. Jonas is struggling a little bit there. I'm sure he'll be back to his feet in no time. I think he's just completely worn out. There he is, back up on his feet again, which is great to see altogether. The speaker's interviewing them. Of course, the guy is getting in there in just under 8.5 hours there.
Not a bad time, it has to be said. Again, you know, if we were doing this 2 or 3 years ago, that would have been a wonderful time. Indeed, I think the course record as recently as 2 years ago was about 8:24, if I remember rightly. So that's a tremendous performance by the two boys. They were there or thereabouts for a lot of this particular race, Bjorn. They were, you know, up until about 50 kilometres, maybe before Oernon, they were hanging in there. What's the strength of the Aikmans? Is it the swimming? Was it the distance running?
The swimming. They have a kind of special tactics. They're using fins, but it's only Lars who is using fins.
Yeah.
And Jonas is just using paddles.
Yeah.
So I think that their tactic is that, I mean, Jonas is a slightly stronger swimmer than Lars.
Yep.
But Lars is in front, wearing the fins,
yeah,
pulling Jonas. And then on the runs, I think that they switch whoever is in first.
Yep.
I know Lars is actually a world champion, but in a different sport. It's femkamp. How do you call femkamp?
Oh yeah, in the heptathlon.
Yeah.
Oh, no, heptathlon is 7.
Marine
yep.
heptathlon.
Okay.
Or whatever, military events.
Yes.
So it's actually in 2012, I think he won the world championship.
That's an incredible merit, and certainly something. It's a very strong string to your bow to have when coming to ÖTILLÖ. As we watch these beautiful pictures here now, it's hard to describe the beauty of the Stockholm archipelago. We have the first mixed team on the island, and they're approaching the island in the water there. So they're just coming up onto, I think this is ÖTILLÖ there, that they're just coming up onto the rocks there. And after that, they have about 3 kilometres to run. At the pace that these athletes are moving at, you're talking about maybe about 15 minutes before the first mixed team gets here. They are in the water. We can see the 2 green swim caps there of the first mixed team. This is going to be a fascinating finish to this particular race there. I think they had a bit of a gap there compared to their competitors. Thule Adventure Team, ÖTILLÖ Young and Eva Nyström. We don't have the mixed record to hand at the moment, but it's 8:55, so it's going to be there or thereabouts. They have they're going to break that record. It's only 8.5 now, so if it's 8:55 is the mixed record, they have 25 minutes to get here.
Yes.
Again, they could run backwards up the hill here and still break that record. So that looks like ÖTILLÖ Young and Eva Nyström are going to break that record for the Thule Adventure Team. Would this pairing have surprised you? And I'm going to interrupt myself there, because Staffan Björklund and Marika Wagner, as we noted, are back into second place, and they seem to be, they're still a good bit behind the team in the lead there, but
they have done a really strong run on Oernon.
They've had a tremendously strong run there over the 20 kilometres on Oernon. I think it's just a little bit too late in that case there, because they fell behind a good bit through some of the longer swims, and then didn't really have enough. They had too much time to make up, put simply, when they did get to Oernon, because they certainly made up an awful lot of time there. In fact, we were counting them out in 4th or 5th place there a long time ago. There we see ÖTILLÖ Young of Australia and Eva Nyström make their way up onto dry land for the last time. They are now on ÖTILLÖ. All that they have left now is to take off the hand paddles. They've got to bring them here. They can't just throw them away. They've got to bring them across the finish line here and to get to us. And if they do so, within the next 23 minutes, they will have broken the mixed record. I would expect it'll probably take them, they'll be in here under 8:50, so they're going to break that record with probably 5 minutes or more, even if they take it at a very, very easy pace indeed. It's all starting to wrap up here. That would be the first mixed team across the line. The first ladies team across the line will be shortly after that, I would imagine. So we'll keep an eye on the leaderboard. We'll keep an eye on the action out in the field. We'll keep a camera down there at the edge of ÖTILLÖ so we can see them all coming there. If we are onto the women now, we have Kristin Larsson and Anna Eriksson there at 8:26. They got through time gate number 15. That one is located. Where's that one located? I think it's
at
just
the end of Oernon.
It's at the end of Oernon, yeah. So they'll be into the last sort of short trail sprints and swims there, and then they'll be on to us here in ÖTILLÖ. So they're probably not more than a half an hour away either. So it's all starting to round off here. The carnival atmosphere is starting to perk up here. You can hear the more athletes that arrive, the more families that arrive, the more supporters that arrive, and this will continue long into the night here in the Stockholm archipelago as the winners celebrate, as the losers commiserate, and as the community, the swimrun community, celebrates the end of another tremendous season here. A little later on, we're going to bring Mikael Lemel back into the picture to talk about the plans for next year, but it has been a tremendous season so far in terms of the Engadin swimrun race, the race to the Isles of Scilly was a picturesque and fantastic race as well. The 1,000 Lakes in Germany, and I can only see more and more races being added to the calendar next year. If you were just looking at yourself, Bjorn, where do you see the area of growth coming? Do you see more Swedes getting involved, or are there more people getting involved internationally in swimrun as a sport?
Internationally, it has to grow internationally, and it needs to grow outside Europe as well.
Yeah.
I think, and of course, Paul being a Canadian.
Yeah.
But so I know firsthand that Canadians and Swedes are pretty alike.
Yep.
And they would love these sort of competitions.
Yep.
So I think Canada and North America would be a tremendous market for swimrun.
I think so. I think when you think of some of the competitors we've had today, we've had some from Texas. We had the Good Enough team from Florida who were saying, it was difficult there because, it's very, very warm. You don't need to swim in a wetsuit in Florida, but they also don't have lakes. But certainly up around North and Central America there, I think you could probably find places around the Great Lakes where if the water wasn't too cold, you could certainly stage a race. And I'm intrigued by the prospect of something around, certainly Engadin was an obvious one, but then around Croatia, around that peninsula there, through Greece, that kind of thing. I mean, there must be scope there to expand swimrun there. And then, of course, to the east as well, we have competitors here from Russia and Moldova today. As we listen to, as a round of applause breaks out behind us, we have some more athletes coming up there. I can't hear who Mikael Lemel is cheering on there. I can tell you there's 8 hours and 36 minutes.
Head swimming 2, maybe.
Is this head swimming 2 that is coming
I'm
up
not
here?
sure. I'm not
Team number 68, Kenny Mayer and Neil Svensson coming up here. Team number 68, it is indeed team head swimming 2. And they will come up, they will finish about 8 hours, a little over 36. They might even get under 36 minutes.
Well done.
8:35, 56, 57, 58 seconds as they cross the line. Another tremendous performance there. There we go, team head swimming. We had the leaderboard up there very, very briefly. We might pick it up again there. Yeah, we'll bring it up again in the near future. Yeah, we have a reporter out in the field and he's talking to some of the competitors there. Hopefully not the ones in the water at the moment. We'll hand it over to him there and see where he is.
Yes, blue sky.
That was team 217 in the mixed class there. That is team 4 Fun, Göran Vanquist and Camilla Renz there. The two
swim,
Swedes.
Right?
Getting a little bit of a...
Very
we do
nice.
have a comment.
I'm so happy. It's pretty cold in the water, especially when you're behind. So I'm freezing. It's going to be nice to run.
Yeah, we're cold now, aren't we? Yeah. We better go over, take the next swim.
Yeah, next swim, and now some running.
Yes. I don't know how far. Göran has come, but to tournament.
Okay, Göran, you will take the lead.
Sorry?
You will take the lead.
Yeah, well, partly. She's a true athlete. I'm just an ordinary athlete. We better go on.
You better go on. Good luck.
Göran Vanquist and Camilla Renz there. We're going back to Oernon, but we might just talk a little bit about the team that we just spoke to there. Göran Vanquist, I see his swim cap was hiding a few grey hairs there, Björn. And you mentioned something about Göran, which is very interesting.
Yeah, Göran is, I know him and I travel with him to a swimrun camp as well, and he's such a great guy, and he's one of the most impressive competitors out there. He's 60 plus.
60 plus, that's a pretty good age to be going around out there. As we look at Team Ultra Swimrun, Christine Anderson and Johanna Wallenstein, Team 105. Great smiles there, great hand gestures being made there. You can see the flotation devices attached to each hip, hanging on for dear life to the hand paddles, one on the left hand, the other on the right hand. And the word used in this situation is one racer pulling the other. Yeah. And with the rope there between them, it literally looks like that's what's going on here. So how important is it to be able to switch between the two, to be able to split the responsibility?
That's very important, because then you can have, I don't want to call it a rest, but just a couple percentage less energy for a couple of minutes, and then you switch whoever's in front. And the line is also good to always carry with you, because I mean your partner could be having a bad day.
Yeah.
And then you, as the stronger team member, you need to be in front and
Yep.
helping your partner out. And without a line, that's quite difficult.
That was something that we heard last year from Marika Wagner when she was crowned mixed world champion with Staffan Björklund. And Staffan said to us after that basically Marika had dragged him
Yes.
around the second half of the course. And it is that thing of, people think that, men are naturally stronger than women and everything else, which turns out to be nonsense in the mixed situation, as it's often the women who are sort of, they match, and indeed they not overachieve compared to the men, but they certainly outdo the men in some parts of the racing, which is fascinating to see. We're looking at the two girls here from Team Ultra Swimrun, Christine Anderson and Johanna Wallenstein. They look comfortable enough there. They're going at a comfortable pace themselves. I think they're on the south part of Oernon at the moment. There's a lot of racers coming through there now, still tightly bunched together, stretched out over the entire 20 kilometres of Oernon. You have racers basically from start to finish at the moment, all the way from here at the Ute Vadshus and all the way stretching back to the north of Oernon at the moment. We will see. Mikael is tying up the tape again. He must be expecting something special to happen here. He's keeping his finger pointed. He can't believe the times that are going on here. So tying up the tape, the winner's tape there, that will be busted any second now by the leading mixed team that we're expecting to cross the line. It can't be too far away now. But the images we're seeing here, as the swim cap is taken off, that's team number 49 in the men's race. Certainly one of them in teams. That's Caledonia, Fraser Cartmel, and Andrew Fargus there from Scotland, I believe, that we're looking at. But it seems to be only looking at one of them. I don't know where the other one has gone. I think the other member of the team has gone a little bit further down. If we have a chance, we might bring up the mixed leaderboard, as that's probably where our next winner is going to come from. We haven't got a chance to look at that at this point in time, but I'll see if I can find it here. I'm going to click on a little button here. We can continue watching the road race. These lovely pictures from Oernon. Still, what have we got here in mix? Terrible Tuesdays. Fredrik Åström and Amy Abraham. Now that's been a long time ago since that mixed table was any sort of news there whatsoever. But we are waiting on the first mixed team there to make their way up behind us here. And indeed, if you look behind us, we have. We did have the tape set up there for the first mixed team there. So we've an awful lot of people interested around the world in following this race. So the servers are getting fairly bombarded. We'd like to welcome everybody who's watching us around the world, whether you're watching from France, from Moldova, from Russia, from Australia. If it's early in the morning and you're in America and you've tuned in to see how Team Good Enough are doing, we welcome you all along. We have seen an amazing, dramatic day of racing here that was all sorted out, as it always is, on Oernon. We've seen Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson reclaim the title that they lost last year to this man and to Paul Krochak in spectacular fashion, as they wiped out the course record, running out in under 8 hours for the first time, knocking more than 16 minutes off it. And now we're going to show you a replay of that dramatic action as that reached its climax a little bit earlier on this afternoon.
Okej, då redo. Ja, snart så. De går nu.
Less than 8 hours, the course record smashed with over 16 minutes. The photographers gather, the two boys share a moment, the adrenaline absolutely flying, and now they will have the first interview out there for the cameras, and the two of them are completely and utterly and totally spent as they cross the line. And we are back in the studio there. They were the scenes as Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson crossed the line there within 8 hours, what was it, 7 hours, 59 minutes and 50-something seconds there. They managed to break the record. They absolutely crushed the course record. The question I have for you, Björn, and again, you've run this course and you've competed here many, many times. What's the fastest time possible out here? Can these guys, can they save any time on terrain running? Can they be better on Oernon? How is this going to progress there in terms of records?
Of course they can be better. But, I mean, I think they did, not today. I don't think they could have been faster. I don't think any other team could have been faster today. Yeah. But, of course, in sports, you always have progression. Yeah. So, of course, we might see faster times, but I think it will take a couple of years, actually.
Before that record is broken? Yeah, we had the mixed table up there for a second. We might be able to bring it up again because we'd like to have a look at it. It's a little while since we did, and we are expecting the leading mixed team or the first place mixed team should be through the gate any second now behind us here. And the leading mixed team is Team Thule Adventure Team, Audrey Young from Australia and Eva Nyström, the Swede. We know that they are on Utö. We know that they have come out of the water there after the last swim. We know that they're somewhere on the 3 kilometres between here and where they exited the water. And usually what happens here is the crowd will let us know. As soon as they are sighted anywhere further down the hill, the crowd will start to cheer and we will nab them as soon as we can and bring them to you. There's no doubt at this stage that unless one of them suffers a catastrophic injury and cannot be carried or borne up here to the finish line, that they will be crowned the new world champions very, very shortly indeed. We can also tell you that Staffan Björklund and Marika Wagner, last year's world champions who crushed the mixed world record, course record last year, that they did an awful lot on Oernon, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. They left themselves too much time to make up, and even though they have eaten into that lead as much as they could on Oernon, it hasn't been enough, and they will have to content themselves with second place at best. For the time being, we might go back out onto the course and see what's happening out there. As I said, plenty of athletes still out there, still running along on Oernon for the most part now. Is that team 213 that we're looking at? Team 217 is no, that's 213 we're looking at now, which is Team Heads and Ted and Tridiet. Sorry, this is Maria Kiviranta Mölsa and Marcos Mölsa, the Finnish pairing there in the mixed race. Looking comfortable enough there, very upright stance there from Maria as she runs along there, but they're looking very, very content with themselves. It looks like Marcos has a couple of gels or something stuffed inside his wetsuit there for the long run on Oernon. Both holding the paddles, one in either hand, so they're ready to hit the water as soon as possible. A long and arduous race there. I see they're choosing the side of the road which is in shadow, probably a smart enough thing to do there when you're running in a wetsuit. Both of them have peeled the wetsuit down a little bit, and they have the compression sleeves on the lower arms there. So coming out into the sunshine now, I'm sure they will be happy enough. Maybe not with a shower of rain, but certainly with a little bit of cover there from the sun as they make their way through the last kilometres of the final 15, as the last stage from Oernon here to Utö is known in the swimrun business. We can hear the speaker in the background there giving out a few details as we wait for the best mixed team or the furthermost mixed team forward to join us here. They can't be too far away now. I think it was just after 7.5 hours when they came on to the island. And I'm just trying to bring it up here. Yeah, there's been the system has given up a little bit in terms of Thule Adventure Team. We're leading there right enough. There seems to be a little glitch in the system saying one of the teams is ahead of them, but I'm afraid we haven't seen anybody coming in ahead of them for a long time. We will bring up the mixed table at some point in the near future as we turn back to the goal line there, or the finish line there. The reason we call it the goal line is because in Swedish it's called a mållinje, and the direct translation would be goal line, but the technically correct term I suppose is the finish line, which you'll hear the word goal line used more than once today. There we see Oscar has got himself a well-deserved beer, a well-deserved clean t-shirt, and the party can begin in earnest as Paul makes his way behind us there as well. They're headed for the sauna, the two boys, picking up some of the sponsors' goodies that are being handed out here behind us. They'll be delighted with a clean t-shirt. Head for a sauna, head for a shower. I'm sure they've gotten a few calories on board there to help with the recovery. Is it easy to eat after a race like that, Björn?
It's really hard to eat. Yeah, I mean, your body is screaming for energy, but your stomach won't accept it.
Your stomach just doesn't want to know.
There's something, when you're this exhausted that these guys are when they come into the finish line, your body won't absorb anything from your stomach, so you're feeling quite sick actually.
Yeah.
But you need to put in some calories, otherwise you will not make it to the prize ceremony.
We did joke about the boys being asleep by 10 o'clock and slightly red-eyed is how they describe themselves. But how do you overcome that? Is the key to eat little and often, or is it to concentrate on fluids? Or
yes, eat a little bit, but all the time.
Yeah.
Just small bites.
The small
all
bites.
the time. Yes.
And would the recommendation then be, I mean, it's been a sort of a carb-heavy day as they try to take themselves around the course. What have we got?
Is it a mixed team?
It's team number 13 that we have coming up here. That it would be Team MFIT. Yeah, we have Team MFIT. A bit of a surprise there, Mika Lotu and Timo Lemaitre, as they come up 8 hours and 49 minutes after they left Sandhamn, and they make their way across the finish line. And as you can see, they are delighted to be making their way across the finish line. An enormous achievement to be able to do that as we go back to our live pictures from out in the boats on the water. This is further back down the field. We have to remember, of course, that not all the competitors have made it to Oernon just yet. There are some people with plenty of racing still ahead of them. So this is a team in the water there. Can't see what number they have. We have the winners in the mixed class approaching the finish line at the moment. This Tool Adventure team are making their way up. ÖTILLÖ and Eva Nyström, a time of 8 hours, 49 minutes and 50 seconds. They will absolutely crush the course record of 8:55, coming up one arm around the other. They're going to do it in 8 hours 50 minutes as they cross the line. The new world champions in the mixed class. And my word, do they ever look like they left it all out on the course, as any self-respecting world champion would. There we go. Eva Nyström there in front of us. Not exactly collapsed on the barrier, but certainly taking the support of it, as herself and ÖTILLÖ gather together, arms stretched in the air now, realising that it's all over, that they are done. Arm paddles, the water bladder stretched in the air too. A tremendous finish. And Eva has no interest in talking to anybody just yet. A bit of a hug for Mika Lemel, a bit of a hug for the cameraman. Eva is completely and utterly spent. Tears of relief now from Eva as she crosses the line. It's all over. 8 hours and 50 odd minutes after it started. We're going to see if we can get ÖTILLÖ and Eva Nyström over here to talk to us as soon as possible. I'm sure they will also want to get some fluids on board. They'll also want to get something to eat there. Eva bending at the waist, bent forward at the waist there, trying to recover her breath, trying to regain her strength and that kind of thing, as they do a quick interview with the speaker here there, and we turn our attention back to the swimmers on their way towards Oernon. They still have the 20-kilometre run ahead, maybe 27, 28 kilometres of racing still ahead. That's about a third of the race, of course, when some have already finished. A very emotional moment here for Eva behind us, who has just arrived in to win the mixed class. What would you say? Would you call that a bit of a shock, this win for ÖTILLÖ and for Eva? Or would you have expected them to
No, I
be?
expected them to be at the podium. And I know that they're really strong. Yes. Yep. But of course, they also keep pushing the records. I thought 8:55 last year for Marika and Staffan was amazing. And now they're improving the record with the 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's incredible.
We have incredible times being set here. I remember thinking last year when Marika and Staffan won, and they came in under 9 hours by 5 minutes, and I was amazed. And then these guys knock another 5 minutes off it, as if it was nothing. You know, it's most incredible. Staffan and Marika, are they coming up or are they leaving Oernon? They are coming up. They're coming up on ÖTILLÖ, I would imagine. In that case, Staffan and Marika still about probably a good 10 or 15 minutes behind.
Welcome to ÖTILLÖ, Staffan.
Eva and ÖTILLÖ.
The last island, Marika.
There we go, yeah.
You have 3.3 kilometers left. Any last thoughts?
No, I just want to finish now.
Okay, Marika, any last thoughts? Okay, they're too tired to talk. They just want to finish, said Staffan. Staffan and Marika had a tough race so far. They struggled in the middle, but have been keeping up with the rest of the mixed teams. So they have 3.3 kilometers left, so they're pretty tired, yeah.
You're a little bit disappointed. I know they were aiming to win this.
I would imagine so. They reeled them in pretty well, and then they seem to have let them go a little bit again. So poor Eva is there behind us, and she's worn out completely. I mean, it's probably no surprise that she's completely worn out after that. It's incredible. Like, the 75 kilometers, and I mean, adrenaline and tears are never too far apart from one another. So you know, the emotions of crossing the line there in such a wonderful time as well. It's incredible. We'll try to get Eva and Audrey over here now as soon as we can. We'll do a quick interview with the winners, the new world champions now. It must be a great feeling, Bjorn. I have to say I've never been crowned world champion in anything other than sitting on my sofa. But it must be a great moment when you realise that this is all the work has paid off.
This is what it's all about. The 30 minutes that follow the finish, that's the best.
That's the best part.
That's why you train.
All those hours and days and months that go into it. As the mixed team are opening their bottle of champagne, we might want to switch there to our finish line camera. We have a lot of people in the way there, but we can switch the finish line camera there and we can see them opening their bottle of champagne there. At the moment we're concentrating on the swimmers there on their way to Oernon, as far as I can see. But we have a lot of champagne being sprayed all over our new world champions. There we go, and it's been poured over them as well. They've no interest in drinking it whatsoever. A little bit is getting drunk there, yeah. So tremendous performance there by Eva and Audrey Young, or maybe Adriel Young if he's coming from.
And if someone think he or she recognize him, he's one of the lifeguards in the series of, I think it's called Bondi Beach.
Bondi Beach, indeed. We have a TV celebrity joining us very, very soon. So if you're going to go and swim a race like ÖTILLÖ, you're probably as well to have to do it with a lifeguard from Bondi Beach. We're getting a few gestures, a few pictures, a little bit of video there as well. Making the moment eternal here by filming it, by recording it, by taking pictures. The iPhones are out, the Samsung phones are out, the Sony phones are out. Everybody is taking a picture. This will be all over Instagram. It will be all over everything. And indeed, it will be all over O2O.se and sent out to the various media outlets around the world that cover this wonderful event. Mikael is delighted to get involved in a picture there as well. Adriel, can we... We're being presented with babies now. Everything is happening here at the finish line as the pictures are getting taken. And as I said with Paul Krochak's baby, this might be a champion of the future we're seeing here. And telling Mikael Lamel to be nice to the babies there. You know, we could very well be seeing champions of the future in 20, 25 years. The first thing we're going to ask Adriel when he gets over is to explain his part in that baby, but we'll bring the two of them in. Eva is taking her time to come in here. It's been a very emotional moment. We're in the studio. Adriel, congratulations. Eva, congratulations. Swimrun World Champions 2016. How does that feel?
39 is stepping out of the water.
I don't understand it.
But was this not the plan? Was this not what you expected when you got up this morning?
No, absolutely not. I just have a baby, so top 5 maybe. And we never done the race before.
You've never even raced together.
No.
This is the first time racing together. What was it that got you here ahead of everybody else in the mixed team?
It was Eva, for sure. I didn't feel her draw on me once, and I was just, every time I looked back, I was like trying to run away from her. So she was so strong all day, and we just had fun out there. It's the most unbelievable course. I've done Hawaii, I've done Norseman, but this is next level. It was such a cool course and a tough day, but we dug deep and we had an awesome day. I can't explain it. I had no ambitions of winning this race today. It just shocked us.
We thought it was maybe an hour or left when we was coming here. We didn't know this was the last.
Okay, so you got to ÖTILLÖ and you thought you had an hour left.
Yes.
Because we were standing here screaming that you were going to mash the course record, which you beat by 5 minutes. So we've had records falling today, and Eva's looking at me going, is that true? That is actually true. You beat the course record by 5 minutes here today, having not expected anything.
No, we didn't know the record before.
Could I ask you, when did you have the baby? Was it recently?
12th of May.
The 12th of May,
yes.
And you're out here crushing the course like this.
Yes.
And you gotta make sure you come back next year, you know. If you don't have any more babies between now and then.
No.
Could I ask Adriel?
We don't have any more babies.
You're done with that for the time being. I don't know. I mean, it seems to have spurred you on to great things here today. The sport of swimrun in general, how do you reckon this might go in Australia?
It's awesome. Actually, me and my fiance, we ran the first swim run ever in Australia in May this year, and people loved it. They were frothing. It was nothing like this. It was 18 kilometres total, and they thought it was too long. So this will shock a few people down there. But the sport is just going crazy now, and this is the holy grail, I guess. This is the Kona of swimrun.
How do you think they're going to cope with the distance? Because when I spoke to Bjorn this morning, he was going, well, now, you've got to remember, the first 3 hours of ÖTILLÖ is a warm-up. How do you think the Australians are going to cope with the step up in distance?
Oh, yeah, it's tough, especially that 20K run in the middle there, Oernon. It's unbelievable. And I think everyone will find it tough. I felt like we were walking the last 16K, but we just powered on, and Eva was right there the whole way. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a good test for the Australians because we're not used to that.
And we have another men's team crossing the line there, hand in hand. Eva, could I just ask you one last question? Will you be back again next year to defend this title?
No, I don't think so. I don't need. Just one, so I don't need to prove anymore.
So you're going to go out on a high then, are you?
Sorry?
You're going to go out on a high.
Yeah.
That's it. Yes. Well, you may as well quit when you're at the top. Congratulations. Very well done indeed. And we hope that you do come back next year. We always like to see people defend their titles. And Adriel, maybe if you don't run with Eva next year, you might find an Australian that you can run with and defend this or move up the classes. That's great. Thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Our new swimrun world champions in the mixed class. That was a most incredible performance. In 8 hours and 50 minutes after they left Sandhamn, and they just told us that they had no expectations whatsoever of winning. I mean, we talked a lot throughout the day about the tactics and that kind of thing, but there seemed to be a very, very simple dynamic between that pair in that basically Eva whipped him on from the back the whole time, and he said he just couldn't lose her out on the course. So it's a powerful way of, of a different tactic in one way. Just, okay, let's go out and go as fast as we can throughout the race. But they must have a fantastic basic level of fitness and conditioning there to do that.
Yeah, both of them have. I know they're strong endurance athletes, and it's so funny that I think they just kept focus on moving forward because these guys didn't even know that they were new too.
Yeah. There we go. They're just leaving behind us. They take some more video. They didn't even know, as they mentioned to us there, they thought they were on ÖTILLÖ and there was another hour left. In fact, they only had about 15 minutes left, if I timed it correctly. And they came in at 8 hours and 50 minutes, knocking a whole 5 minutes, a big wedge of time off the old record, such as it was. We've had records fall today. We've had leads eaten up. We've had leads thrown away. We've had some tremendous running. We've had some superb swimming. We've had a day of high drama here at ÖTILLÖ, and it's not over yet. We are still waiting on the second place in the mixed class. We are still waiting on the winners of the women's class. So what I'm going to do here on my little computer that I have off to my right is try to bring up the leaderboard for the women's class. We may be able to show it to you on the screen. We may not. We can tell you that Team Ad Nature, Christine Larsson and Annika Eriksson are leading the women's race at the moment, 8:43 and 44 seconds. 12 minutes behind them is Team Icebug, and after them, another 2 minutes further back, is Team Head Swimming. So a great battle going on between Team Icebug and Team Head Swimming, who are battling it out for second and third place there. And we have a reporter trying to grab a comment as he goes along.
Yes.
Yeah. Any last thoughts on those?
Only on the island, because this is the most beautiful island on
agree.
Earth.
On Earth. So you've done this race before?
Yeah, 3 times. 3 times? Right now, I don't think about the first time, but who knows, maybe one day next year I will be back, maybe with the unbroken paddle.
Oh yeah. But you made it work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All fine.
And you're fine as well?
I'm fine, yeah, thank you.
So 3.3 kilometers left.
Yeah, what's our position?
You're, let's see, maybe 12, 30, I'm not sure actually.
Okay.
I'm not going to promise you anything. But keep it up, I'll see you there.
Thank you.
There you go, we just heard from teamcamps.com.
Their third time competing, so they had a paddle that broke, but they're happy anyway and pulling it through.
There we go. Teamcamps.com reporting a broken hand paddle there, but they are battling through. That was Andre Hook and Wolfgang Grohe from Germany. Seem to be in very, very fine spirits there as they come through there. Remember, we still have an awful lot of athletes out on the course. It's only the winners who've come through here, and indeed we're still waiting on the winners of the women's race. The guys seem to be enjoying themselves there. I noticed as our reporter was running alongside them that I've tried to interview politicians in that way before, and of course it's very difficult to conduct an interview when you're jogging alongside somebody who has a race to run. Fantastic scenes here as we just crowned the winners of the mixed team there, the Thule Adventure team, which is Adriel Young from Australia and Eva Nyström. And Adriel was telling us that they've had the first swimrun race in Australia that him and his fiance had done, and that it was a huge success. I think that these are the seeds that are being sown, Bjorn, around the world, because I mean, we say that the Stockholm archipelago is unique, but there are islands and water all over the world, right?
Yeah.
So, what steps does Swimrun need to take? It's an expensive sport to be part of. Do we need more sponsors to get on board? What needs to be done?
Well, for the individual racer, compared to sports like, say, triathlon, hockey, or whatever, it's a inexpensive sport.
Yeah.
Because all you need is a pair of running shoes and a decent wetsuit.
Yeah.
And then you're good to go.
You're
really.
good to go, yeah. The hand paddles, as we see there, probably not the most expensive piece of kit in the world. But
and I mean, the pull buoys, you can see people are using plastic bottles and tape.
Yeah.
You can create them yourself. And of course, if you're training in a country where you don't need a wetsuit, as like Australia or somewhere else, it becomes even more cheaper. So it's a accessible sport.
It's interesting as well. I mean, we've been bringing you live coverage throughout the day. I always marvel at the pictures, both from here in the Stockholm archipelago, but also from Engadin, from the Isles of Scilly. That it's a fantastically beautiful sport to watch on the TV as well. We have an announcement there in the background. I can't quite hear what our announcer is saying. It's we're 9 hours and almost 5 minutes into the race here, so we have the two last teams in the water here. I'm not sure which teams we are talking. Oh, these are on their way to Oernon, I would imagine. The two last teams there. So pretty much everybody is in the water. Everybody is making their way from towards Oernon. And after that, then we have they have the 20-kilometer run ahead of them. That's going to take them a while. What was that? They've got to make a cut-off at 4 o'clock. It's going to be very, very tough for them to make the 4 o'clock cut-off, which I think is at the energy station, the milebreaker.com energy station, just before the start of the final 15. I think that's where the cut-off is, at 4 o'clock. They've got a good 10 kilometers to go before then. So if they're running at 4 minutes per kilometer, they could very well make it all right, but it's going to be a little bit tight. And then, of course, you can't let the pace slip at all, because you got to make the next gate. And indeed here, that's the 6 o'clock gate. The cut-off there is on South Oernon. So they could make it yet. What team is that? We can't really see the numbers in the water. I see a fine beard there in the water. I know we've seen number 20.
And this shows how difficult it is to make the cutoffs and make it all the way through Ötillö. Because, I mean, these guys are decent swimmers.
Yeah.
And they're having problems making the cutoffs.
Yeah. It's very difficult indeed. I think we're looking at Team Kazima Engs, Angelo Perniola and Jacopo De Prete from Italy. I mean, there's nothing wrong with these two guys. Two strong swimmers, two fine strokes. And yet I do think that there is that idea that it's quite difficult. It's not just running, it's not just swimming, it's putting all these elements together, the trail running, all that kind of thing, and getting it all to work all at the one time. I see somebody out there throwing some sort of a backstroke there, like a cross between the backstroke and the breaststroke. I'm not sure if that's a competitor or not, or somebody just out there
searching for their friend. No.
Almost taunting them. It could be a competitor. It's hard to see from those pictures there. Yeah, it looks like an ÖTILLÖ swimmer, all right, and their team partner coming into the picture there. So great images. It must be a lovely day to be swimming outside there. We are going to go back to Oernon, where we see a couple of teams tied together there. That is swimshop.se, Fredrik Rosenholm and Marcus Alston. We haven't seen these guys for a little while. And then teamswimworld.com, Utbrytarna, Kim Kvarnström and Fredrik B. De Vind. We saw them much earlier this morning. They were part of the opening pack there. And we have the leading ladies coming into shot a little bit later on there. These two teams were part of the original breakaway group of it must have been about 20-25 teams all inclusive there. We got dropped a little bit earlier on there as the field spread out just a little bit there. We're still making good time down through Oernon there. Tough enough racing there, very, very close together, one pulling the other. We're going to go, and this is North Ute. This is where the teams are coming into land. The last transition from water to land, and we see who's coming up there. It's a bit hard to see. That is one. It looks like a men's team, judging by the caps that they have on. We're just waiting on a number on the front.
I think it's Antti. be quick.
Is that Antti?
Yeah, it's
it is
Antti
indeed
with
Team
Henrik.
45, Team B3 accounting, Antti Antonov and Henrik Jonsson coming up there. They have made their way to Utö. And we have another couple of finishers arriving on the island at the moment. Not sure who it is. Team 20 in the water. That is Team Kazima Engs, Angelo Perniola and Jacopo Del Prete from Italy, struggling through the water there, doing their absolute level best to get there. Do we have... There we go. Team 44 and 33 both walking across the line together. We just saw Team Löp Labbet, Henrik Wahlberg and Klaus Wirén, two very experienced runners, and Team 44, Team Ad Nature, Rasmus Lindstrand, Jonathan Torshald Svensson. They put in a fairly hefty challenge there around about the mid part of the race and fell away again. Not exactly sure what it was that caused that, but nice to see the two teams walking across the line, arms over their shoulders. And here come Marika and Staffan, second place in the mixed class. We have Staffan Björklund and Marika Wagner still setting a cracking pace as they come across. 9 hours, 9 minutes there as they come across the line. Marika and Staffan exhausted, elated. I'm sure they'll be disappointed to begin with their second place, but they made it across the line. Coming second there to worthy winners today in the Thule Adventure team, Adriel Young and Eva Nyström. We can see the shadowy figure again of Mikael Lemel waiting to congratulate them as they come across the line. It's been a tough race. We'll try to grab them for a little bit of an interview and see what happened to them today, how they got on there. There will be a shed load of photographs first, I'm sure. Plenty of video. We see the phones out again there around the finish line as people seek to get their pictures. Again, we keep these memories for an eternity. We see there Staffan's flotation device made out of two green plastic bottles.
And actually, they lost their time during the first third of the race.
Yeah.
And from there on, they have kept an even pace with the Thule Adventure.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's amazing how the races have been decided in polar opposite parts. I mean, they lost their race in the beginning. The other race, the men's race so far, was decided at the end. The women's race remains to be seen. I mean, that was decided around about the midpoint when Christine Larsen and Annika Eriksson grabbed hold of the race from Bibben Nordblom and Maja Tesch, who slipped down to third place. The first women's team is coming on to Utö, by the looks of things. I think we're looking at Team Ad Nature. Christine Larsen and Annika Eriksson are on dry land for the last time in this year's ÖTILLÖ, the World Championship decider in the sport of swimrun. It is indeed Team Ad Nature, Christine Larsen and Annika Eriksson, who are here on dry land. And by my estimation, they should be here in about 20 minutes' time. And all they need is a halfway decent pace, and they will be here in about 20 minutes' time.
To the finish line.
Any struggles so far?
Well, I mean, you get tired after a while.
Yeah, that's a common struggle in So what has been the best part, the running or the swimming for you?
Well, I guess both are nice.
Both? Yeah.
It's okay.
Okay, and back here, what's your experience?
I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah. And we are happy you are here. So, yeah, you're 3 kilometers left. So keep it up, and we'll see you there. Good work, guys.
There we go, our leading ladies there. We had Christine Larsen and Annika Eriksson. They came onto dry land here at Utö 9 hours, 11 minutes and 30 seconds after they left Sandhamn this morning. They have a considerable lead. We won't know exactly how far ahead they are for another couple of minutes until their nearest competitor makes it to the same timing station, but I can tell you that it is considerable. The real battle in the ladies competition right now is for the second and third place. We also hope to get a quick word with Marika and Staffan, the mixed team that came second, who just came through the finishing line there a couple of minutes ago. So it's all happening here on Utö. The race is finally reaching its climax here. We've crowned the men's champion, we've crowned the women's champion, or the mixed champion, and now we will soon crown the women's champion in about 20 minutes time or so. If we have a look back over the map there, we can see that there's still the lion's share of competitors are out on the field there. We can zoom in just a little bit and see if we can see any numbers of teams in particular. There we have South Oernon, which is which is, you'll have the guys at the head of it. Then we have a gap from time station 14 and back, and then towards time station 12 there. We have a cut-off point somewhere around time station 14, I believe, which is 4 o'clock. It's getting difficult now. Those who are already on the island will probably make it. Certainly those who are at the front there will make it. Then as we go further down, I think it's at time station 15 or 16 that there's a cut-off point there of around about 6 o'clock. So if you're on Oernon now, there's a pretty good chance that you are going to make it. If not, you got to get there as quickly as you can. We saw our Italian friends in the water there struggling manfully. That was Casima Engs, Angelo Parniola and Jacopo Del Prete. They were in the water. Powerful swimming stroke, nothing wrong with it whatsoever. But as Bjorn and I were saying, it was taking them a little bit of time to get everything together, both the swimming and the running together, the transitions, and they've fallen back a little bit. So hopefully they will make the cut-off, because as I said before, if there's one thing that's painful, it's finishing this race. If there's one thing that's more painful, it's not finishing this race, especially when you get to a gate and the gate is closed and they say, sorry, your day's over, let's get this boat over to Utö instead. I'm sure everybody would like to finish it by crossing that finish line under their own steam. Bjorn, we've been here for a while. We're going to be here for a little while longer. What are you going to do this evening? Are you going to circulate with these athletes and talk to them about their achievements, or are you going to lock yourself away somewhere? How are you going to spend it?
No, I moved from Stockholm down to Öland. So it has been a long time since I have met all my friends here. Yep. So I'm going to be sociable and going to be not tired for once.
Exactly, yeah. It's been a long day here. Of course, it's been a long day for the athletes who had breakfast at 4:15. At about 5 o'clock this morning, we were up and we were in this commentary position by about 5:30, and we've been with you pretty much ever since. The odd little break here and there, and that break was mostly for you, the viewer at home, but not for us here. We could keep going all day as we go back to Oernon. That is team 219 by the looks of things, which is Apotea.se, Anna Hellström and Martin Belak from Sweden, who are running along there. And I'm going to have a look over my shoulder and see if I can grab Staffan and Marika, last year's champions, and just have a chat with the last year's mixed class champions and see where it all went pear-shaped for them. We have Staffan and Marika on the way in. Marika just getting a giant hug there from race director Mikael Lemel. We also have a 360 camera here on YouTube that you can watch there. I'm sure you'll find details of how to watch that on social media there. Is that a timing device? I think that's the timing device that Staffan has there. If we can pick up the studio camera again, we have Staffan and Marika joining us now. Staffan, Marika, welcome along. Congratulations. Second place today, first place last year. Are you overjoyed or disappointed?
Both. Super disappointed with the race. We wanted so much more, and we tried to do a better race today, but it wasn't our day. But also super happy and so proud with the finish. To be able to finish like this, not many teams do, and we know that, and I'm so proud of that.
And Staffan, tell me, what happened out there? Where did it all go wrong, so to speak?
It went wrong from the beginning. From the start, I got knocked over a few times by the other swimmers who were so tight. So I couldn't find my pace on the first swim, so I never got into the swimming really. And it was frustrating because when I navigated, I could just see how people were flying past us in the water, and mentally that was really tough and frustrating.
You picked up a lot of time later on in the race, so it might be difficult to see from the water, but we could see here that you were eating into the lead the whole time. Were you aware of that out on the course?
Not really. It was very far to the lead at some points, and I think they stopped giving us times early on, because when it's too far, you don't want to give times, because that's just picking down mentally. And we were fourth coming into Oernon, and we were fighting for the podium. We didn't know if we were gonna make it, but we know we can finish strong, and we tried to pick up everything we got.
You finished very strongly indeed, picking up a couple of places. What was it like to pass people out on Oernon?
We actually know we're strong on Oernon. We always bring extra water. We think that's a key. That's why I look so fat when we start the race. But we bring in an extra liter of water because we know it's too far between the energy stations there. So we think we have an advantage. So we just knew that we have to undress as fast as we can and then just pick a pace and stay with it. And it seems like we did a really good job with that. And we didn't say that to each other, but we knew it. And yeah, like Marika said, I'm really proud of what we did the last bit of the race from Schimmen and forward. And I'd rather forget about the first section.
And finally, a one-word question and an answer from both of you. Will you be back again next year?
Don't know.
Well, we don't know. We have Adventure Racing World Championship in August next year. And it's supposed to be a 5-day race, and recovery time for a race like that is really long. So, of course, we want to come back, but then we're gonna race just for fun and just see what that is like.
I've seen you win last year and I've seen you come second this year. I don't think either of you understand the concept of racing for fun. I think you'll be here to win again next year. Staffan, thanks very much indeed for coming and talking to us. Thanks. Congratulations on a great race. And we will indeed see them again next year. I am completely convinced of that fact. We have the leading ladies team. They are on the island. We are just waiting for confirmation of where they are on the island. Christine Larsen and Annika Eriksson are leading the pack there. As we see,
is that the third mixed team?
Is that the third mixed team? 2:03 have just crossed the line there. That is team swimrunshop.com. Diane Sadik and Rickard Berglund, the two Swedes there coming across the line in a superb time, it has to be said. 9 hours and 20 minutes and change. The women's course record is one of those things that we're going to look up there because we've seen every other record fall today. So we'll see if we can get hold of that. Maybe in the production office we might get communication of the women's course record. It's certainly there or thereabouts. I'm not sure if the pace is a little bit slower this year. We'll see what we can find there. I'm listening to the record. There's a Bob Marley record playing in the background there. So it's a very, very sort of a party atmosphere going on here at ÖTILLÖ. More and more people arriving for every minute that passes by. Medals being handed out to the participants as they go along there. We're just going to see if we can find out what the women's record is. It's one of those things that's not easy to find on the day. We keep going. I have no details on that. The 2015 winners, Annika Eriksson and Maja Tesch, of course. But I can't remember what the actual time was last year. We'll try to find that out as time goes on. We might, if there was a record set last year, and I can't remember whether there was or not. It was an incredible time. I know the time that was set last year. I know in 2014 the women's race was run by Bibben Nordblom and her mother Charlotta Nilsson. They ran it in 10:26:31. So we're still almost an hour ahead of that. Now we shall see what the times were for last year for the 2015 race. We will see if race director Mikael Lemel might be able to tell us what the he's standing there. Bjorn is just going to go and have a chat with him there and see what the story is in terms of the women's record, because that could very well be crushed as well. We have race director Mikael Lemel now going to check exactly what the women's record is. The 10th anniversary. We have the record for, just found the details for last year here actually.
I think it's above 10 hours.
It's about 10 hours there. And as tends to happen, the internet collapsed. Unfortunately, we've lost a little bit of internet access here. we are expecting the women's team to be up there very, very soon indeed, and very, very possibly a record time there.
I think the next team getting to the finish is Beep accounting with Ante Antonov and Henrik Jönsson.
10 hours, 30 minutes and 36 seconds. Marika Wagner, last year, of course, was the first woman to finish ÖTILLÖ in the 10-year history of under 9 hours. Today we had 2 men finish the men's race in under 8 hours. So these records are being forced down and forced down and forced down the whole time. So last year's time for the women was 10:30:36, and I have a feeling that is going to be absolutely smashed this year as well. Waiting on confirmation from race director Mika Lemel of what the women's record is. If there has been a faster time than that, I don't think there has been, but it could be beaten by the guts of an hour here as we look down the course, as team number 45 or 46 makes its way towards. Yeah, we are going to have an even bigger smash of a record which is going to occur here. 10 hours and 30 minutes is the women's record, and that is going to be knocked into oblivion. We know that the 2 leading women are already on the island here. Team Ad Nature, Christine Lawson and Annika Eriksson are on the island here. They are but minutes away, and the clock is at 9:24:45. Now, when your women's record is 10 hours and 30, you don't need to be a maths teacher to know that that is going to be wiped out by the time the 2 girls cross the line. They are but minutes away now. They came onto land there a short while ago. I'm just going to check my statistics again to see exactly what time it was, but they wandered onto land there without a care in the world. They spoke to our reporter there at a time of 9:11:30. That's with 3 kilometres to go, so they should be with us any second now. They've run about 5 kilometres, 5 minutes a kilometre here. 10 hours, 30 minutes and 26 seconds, I'm being told, is the previous women's record, and this is going to be knocked squarely out of the park, never to be seen again. We're trying to make out from the bodies, the tired bodies running up the hill there, the last ounce of strength in their compression calf socks being squeezed out as they come along up the hill there. And all eyes are now on the leading women's team, which is Team Ad Nature, Christine Lawson and Annika Eriksson. And this is going to be an incredible performance. I mean, I know a sub-8 hour ÖTILLÖ is one of the huge achievements on this particular day. We've had a tremendous men's race, but to knock an hour off the course record in the women's race is going to be an absolutely stunning achievement altogether. It was, I'm just trying to remember if it was Annika and if Annika was part of the winning team last year.
Yes, Annika and Maja Tesch.
Yeah, it was Annika and Maja Tesch last year, and this year Annika is running with Christine Lawson. So Annika turned up, but was that Annika's first run last year, or was it Maja's first run?
It was Maja's first run.
Yeah, yeah. I knew one of them was a debutante here last year, right enough. So Annika's been here before, but knows the course well, and it's absolutely incredible. It will be interesting to see what they put their success down to this year when they do crush this record. We have Ulrika Eriksson and Helena Sivertsson in second place in the women's competition. They came onto dry land 13 minutes and 48 seconds after their competitors, Christine Lawson and Annika Eriksson, the 2 women's leaders who are expected any second now at the finish line behind me. If they can get in the next 3 minutes, they will have beaten the record by an hour and several seconds, an hour and change, if you like. We will no doubt hear the cheers go up as they come up the hill behind us there. We see another, is that a women's team coming out of the water down below, coming up to ÖTILLÖ? It may very well be the 3rd placed women's team that's coming onto land right now. Is it? It may very well be Bibben Nordblom I see there coming up there.
Looks like that.
Hard to see the details there, but I'm sure it's going to pop up on the screen now as soon as the time registers as they pass by the final timing station before the finish line. There we go. We are back to the finish line now, eagerly awaiting the women's leaders. There's usually a burst of applause, and after that it takes 40-50 seconds for them to come up and cross the line. And imagine if they were to do so in 9 hours, in less than 9 hours and 30 minutes. That would be an incredible achievement. About 2 minutes is what I hear the speaker here saying, which would get them under the 9:30 barrier. That's incredible altogether, Bjorn. I mean,
yes,
absolutely speechless in terms of that performance. The question is, I'm not sure, is Annika's background in triathlons or is it
swimming?
In swimming.
Yeah, she's a really strong swimmer. And Christine's background is in adventure racing.
Yep.
And actually, Christine is married to Daniel Hansson, who
That is
won.
one of those details that I did not know. So we will have a husband and wife taking home the gold medals
Yes.
in their respective classes. That is definitely something to be witnessed. Mika Lamel is with us again. Do we have anything to report, Mr. Lamel?
Yes, I think we gave you the wrong information before. The fastest time, women's time on the course is 10:26 since before, and that's from 2014. Last year the time was 10 and 30.
10:30, yeah.
Okay, so it's
But
Bibben
it's 10:26. So it was Bibben and her mother who has the
Yes.
record from 2014.
2014. That was Carlotta, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, super. Either way, it
Very
looks
cool.
like that record is going to be smashed into tiny little pieces here. How does it feel
Pretty
to
cool
see?
day.
Yeah, exactly. How does it feel to see your records falling like dominoes here, Mika?
I love it. I mean, this is what it's all about. The sport is sport, and the sport is evolving. And evolution is good. I mean, if it was going the other way, it meant that people weren't interested in growing the sport and growing and training and working hard and really pushing themselves. And here you see that it's an evolution going forward, and we still are in a process. What is interesting is, you know, a couple of years ago, we said there's no fucking way that we will have anybody under 8 hours.
Yep.
And now I'm saying, okay, what can people actually do? And it's interesting, you meet somebody like Faris crosses the line, fantastic, great, blah, 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 but not my cup of tea. It's like, yeah, I love it. I think it's wonderful that people just, they have emotions.
Very
You
much
know,
so.
which is great.
It's
And,
provoking.
I mean, I've been crying 3 times already on the finish line. And now...
And there's only 4 people who finished.
yeah.
There we go.
I'm going to go again. Ciao.
Okay, enjoy. Mika makes a point of congratulating every racer who crosses the line there as we go back and have a little look at what's happening at Ute. More and more and more races coming into land here. Team 56 there just coming through the gate. That is Froggenkraut's Thomas Pignede and Felix Haupt, a Frenchman and a German respectively. They've gotten in there and there's huge smiles from the 2 lads. Delighted to be crossing the line there. 9 hours, 30 minutes. That time has passed us by. The girls must be taking it reasonably easy as they're coming up here. Fairly certain of their victory, Christine Larsson and Annika Eriksson. But they are going to crush the record. 10:26, I think Mikael said there.
Yes.
He confirmed the record's 10:26. They're going to beat it by a mile. They're going to beat it by 50 minutes at least.
And I mean, look at these times, 9:30. This would earn you a podium place about 4 years ago in the men's category.
In the men's category.
Yes.
And it's already, the bar has been pushed up so high.
Yes.
So it's going to make it more and more difficult as the competition increases. But I wonder, is that going to attract a higher class of triathlete or a higher class of endurance athlete when they see these things and go, okay, you know, is that a challenge for them? Do they
Yes.
they want to go and break these
I
records?
think so. I mean, look at the attention ÖTILLÖ is
Yep.
getting. And a win in ÖTILLÖ gets you a lot of attention and a lot of sponsors. So I hope that many people will saddle up.
Here we
saddle
go.
up
We
to-
have the women's winners. The women's leaders are making their way up now. Team Ad Nature, Christine Larsson and Annika Eriksson. Annika Eriksson, part of the team that won in 2015. She came back here in 2016. She took that clock and ground it underneath her feet along with Christine as they come up the hill now. The previous record at 10 hours and 26 minutes. They have been on the course for 9 hours and 32 minutes as they come up to the finish line to absolutely beat that record out of the park. Christine Lawson, Annika Eriksson, World Swimrun Champions 2016. And my word, you will never see a record get that much of a beating as long as you live. Team number 110, and they looked like they could go for at least another hour. An incredible performance altogether, Bjorn. Still standing up, no collapsing, none of that kind of thing going on there. Exhausted as it may be. Breathing out, a little bit of heavy breathing, hands on the knees there, but they're good to go. Team 202 coming in behind them. Team Orca, Fanny Dankvart, Lilleström and Per Kristoffersen. But they will not be allowed to crowd out the new world champions who have just crossed the line there. And indeed, they'll just take the opportunity for a group hug there. That's how pleasant and how tight and how warm this community is in the sport of swimrun. Everybody leaves every ounce of it out there on the course. Mika Lamel there getting through the congratulations of the mixed team coming in I think that's our 4th place mixed team there, coming in and moving on then to the new world champions. it's going to be fascinating to see what they have to say about this run, because they really took an iron grip on this race at about 35 kilometres, and they'll never let it go after that. Nobody got anywhere close to them. We have our speaker now who is in there, just coming into shot now to have a chat with them as we go back to one of the final swims there. I think that's the swim on the way to ÖTILLÖ. We are team number 12 there in the men's race. That is Team Aptum, Johan Larsson and Olof Häggström hitting the water there. One of many teams who have made the long run. There, as we see Team 104 there making their way. I think that's along Oernon as well there that we see Team
Yes, that's
Claymore.
Oernon.
Renee Huva and Mona Nilsson. I think I've seen those two racing around here before, if I'm not mistaken. They're making their way along Oernon there. Still a lot of teams out on the field there, picking them up and putting them down, doing their level best to get through this race, not to get dropped, not to get lost along the way, and doing some fantastic work out there. For all the talk of records, for all the talk of champions, it's wonderful to see people go out there and to reach their goals, to finish this race, to beat the clock, to beat the territory, to beat the turf, to beat the tiredness and everything else, with the body screaming stop, and they just keep on going, as we can see here. The two Swedes pounding away there. Plenty of miles left in their legs yet by the looks of things. Again, the vast majority of the athletes are now on, or I'd say a good 2/3 of the athletes, if not more, are now on Oernon on the map that I have there. So they should make it through the gate at 4 o'clock in about 25 minutes time. There's another cut-off. It will of course be very unfortunate for those who don't make it through, but I'm sure they'll learn to live with it. They'll regather themselves and be back again next year. It seems to me, Bjorn, a little bit something of an addictive sport, swim run. And once you get involved in it, you know, it's very, very hard.
Yes.
I'm surprised that you've managed to step away, to be honest. But it seems to be the newer racers who come in and they make an impression on the sport, and they immediately come back the following year. You know, they immediately want to get better at this sport. Is there any sort of a formal coaching structure within Swimrun, or is it just that you take aspects from everywhere?
I think so. I think, or you should at least train as a team and coach yourself, really.
Yep.
I don't think there's like professional swimrun coaches.
Yeah.
Probably some triathlon coaches maybe now is changing their aim into swimrun, because of course there's a lot of people want to do swimrun, and it's a big challenge for anyone who's doing it, and a lot of people for sure need guidance on how to train.
That's the thing, because I mean, as we've seen today, these are very, very unique disciplines. I mean, the difference between running on the flat and trail running has proved to be absolutely decisive today for Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson. So it's, and you can't show up never having done it before. It's just not going to happen. We have another team coming up here which is proving very, very popular. So it is something that you need to add to your game. You can't just go out and road race. You can't just go out and run marathons. You've got to do trail running as well, right?
Oh yes, you need to get off the road. I mean, the big bulk of your training, running-wise, should be off trail.
Yeah. Is it more dangerous to be running off trail, so to speak, in terms of, you know, ankle injuries and that kind of thing?
Probably, but then again, there's less chance of one getting an overuse injury.
Yeah. Pounding the knees and that kind of thing from... It can be difficult. It's always about striking a balance. We've talked all day about the compromise that is swim run, learning the different techniques and finding the balance in terms of equipment and in terms of training as well. And we're having the two girls here, Christine and Annika, are enjoying a well-earned sup of champagne at the finish line.
We also had Björn Rosenthal and Daniel Adams-Ray coming in.
That's that pair snuck in.
9:36.
They snuck in the back there as the girls were celebrating. All the photographs being taken. And it's lovely to see the tired smiles of the winners, and indeed the tired smiles of everybody who manages to cross this finish line. It's a wonderful sight altogether when you think of how much that they've put into this race and how much they've given to the whole lot, and how much of themselves have been left out there on these 26 islands that make up the ÖTILLÖ course. I'm going to see if I can wave these girls in there. I I think this team, the two guys here came, they had a reasonably high positioning in recent years, didn't they? Number 36 there.
Yes, Pierre Rosenthal has run a lot of races, a lot of races, and he's been on the podium in the mixed category before.
That's right, yeah, that's where I remember him from. There we go. We're going to grab Christine and Annika. They're looking very, very tired. They're looking like the last thing they want to do is talk to me. But unfortunately, it goes with the territory. We've got to tell everybody at home exactly how they managed to make it. Yes, we have one of the lads there saying that he wants to give up the sport of swim run. I say that won't last very, very long at all. Team 104, that is Team Playmo, Renee Huva and Mona Nielsen. And now we will have the girls back with us in 1 second. I think they're just going to have a little chat with one of our partner broadcasters here as we watch as Team 104, Team Playmo, Renee Huva and Mona Nielsen, two Swedes, passing out team number 57 in the men's competition. Team Fjellsport.no, Odd Ivar Solvold and Vegard Furulund from Norway are getting dropped by the two Swedish girls there. The two Norwegians there making sure that they have enough in the tank to get through the rest of the race there. The Swedish girls passing them out and leaving them in their wake. So it just goes to show that the girls are sisters are more than capable of doing it for themselves, as the old song used to go. So
hopefully the guys behind will get some strength and start running again, because it's a long way to walk.
Yeah, that's. I don't think they're gonna. Did you ever walk in one of these races? Did you ever just take a few steps and take it easy?
A couple of times, especially on Oernon, once the big uphills comes in. Then, I mean, you lose about 10 seconds, but again, you can save up a cramp.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Have you been struck by cramp out on the course at all?
Yeah, you have cramps like all the time, but you always find some solution to not stop, but get rid of the cramp.
You just go through it. As we look at the map here, we can see again that most of the competitors still in the race are in or around Oernon there. We're going to zoom in a little bit and we'll take you up the line of competitors, spread it out a little bit for you. Many of them are already on ÖTILLÖ, which is where we are here. You can see them nicely bunched up together as we draw this south. Then we can see that plenty of them are still on the south part of Oernon and spread out across the rest of the archipelago. There is the big island that is Oernon there. That's where the 22-kilometer race is there. Most of them, I would say the lion's share of them, have now made it that far. A few up there still on Schwimmende, making their way across there, and their ultimate destination, of course, is ÖTILLÖ Vadshus, right where we are here in ÖTILLÖ at the finish line, where we have seen the men's winners pass in under 8 hours. We have seen the mixed winners pass, and we have seen the women's winners absolutely crush the course record by 50 odd minutes, 56 minutes maybe.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's incredible. I mean, I'm standing here, I don't even know what to say about it. For the first time since we got here at 6 o'clock this morning, I'm speechless, Bjorn. It was most incredible. And now we're seeing the women's winners being interviewed by, I think it's Sveriges Television, the state broadcaster here, are interviewing them for the evening news, as well they should do. The girls are wrapped up in blankets. You'll see when they come to us in the studio here. We are watching the action in the water as one of the mixed teams makes its way across. Great rhythmic strokes there. Conserving energy, making the most of what they've got. These paddles appear to be a great help. I don't see any fins there, but I do see a couple of flotation devices there. It is an amazing asset to have the lighter shoes and to have the flotation devices around the calves and that. We have...
Good job.
Thanks. I made it.
Good evening. Bjorn, a question. I decided to put you on the spot.
Are you ready to give up triathlons now and just do swimrun races?
Well, I already have retired from triathlon, so there's no need for that. And swimrun's great, but this one here is definitely a beast. And I'm glad that I made it. Great experience, really great experience, and from what I've seen, great organization as well. Well-marked course and nice course, and safety looked very okay from my perspective, and aid stations were good, so you know I can't complain.
And what are you doing these days, first?
I was preparing a bit for this one, and I'm coaching a few pro athletes, and I still have some endorsements, and other than that, I take care of the kids.
full-time job.
So you came here for a bit of a break, is that right?
To run off from the kids a bit, yes.
What is it that makes this race stick out compared to other endurance races that you've been involved in?
Well, I mean, of course, it's special due to the conditions. I mean, it's freezing cold water. It's a 65K run, which in itself is a challenge. Then it's very technical running, and the swimming isn't easy either. So, I mean, I used to be a full-time professional, so it is pretty manageable for me. But if I think of all the age group guys that are out there and that have never trained 25, 30 hours per week in their lives, it's pretty much of an accomplishment to make it here.
We're following the map here. It's an amazing achievement to see people who set off almost 10 hours ago now, and they're still battling with that course, and they're not giving up. They're making their way down to here to us at the ÖTILLÖ. It's a fantastic sight, really, to see them doing that. But if you were to give any sort of professional tips to people who are preparing for a swim run race, what are the things that you would concentrate on?
Well, I don't know whether I'm competent enough to give swim run tips already, but from my little experience of the 2 swim runs that I've done so far, I mean, of course, it comes down to training volume to some degree, because this is just a huge event. So the more you run and the more you swim, the better it is, basically. And then, of course, particularly for this race, go do some trail running, and if you can, do open water swimming and get used to some currents, swimming in waves, and all that. And the more you're used to, the better it is.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. We have the second place ladies team have just crossed the line there. Faris, very nice to talk to you. We shall see you again at the finish line next year, I would hope. The second place ladies team has just crossed the line there. It is Team Iceberg, Ulrika Eriksson and Helena Sivertsson there, who just had to confirm that as they crossed the line there.
Look at the clock. 9:45.
9:45.03. That would have been enough to win ÖTILLÖ in any year since its inception. It is not enough to win it this year, because this year the course record was smashed to pieces by the eventual winners, Team Ad Nature, Christine Larsen and Annika Eriksson. In a way, Bjorn, it must be very difficult to accept that, you know, to run that time, 9:45, and still walk away, still to stand on the second step of the podium.
But then I think that, I mean, these two, they have given it all they have, and I think they're very pleased with the time. And if you have given it all you got, and still there's a team that is better than you couldn't have done anymore.
I suppose you can't really argue with that kind of thing. We're looking out on the course there. Team M&M, Malin Broström and Marie Dassler out on the course there, and still keeping a good pace there. We see a couple of others walking out on the course now, but not Marie and not Malin. They're still giving it all they've got there. 59 kilometres, they've got about 15 kilometres left to go. I'm not sure they'll be too worried about the time. They look pretty good in terms of the cutoffs. They look like they'll pretty much make it through all of the cutoffs as they go along there. We're still waiting on the winners of the women's event to join us here. I don't know who they're talking to, if they're talking to a newspaper or I can't think of anybody more important to talk to than us, Bjorn, but there you go. You'll have that. Some people differ in that opinion. In the meantime, we will stay with the wonderful pictures from Oernon. And this for me encapsulates, I mean, it's great to talk to the winners, it's great to see them cross the finish line, but these are the people who are keeping the sport going. These are, you know, I mean, if you want to talk about the elite, there's a couple of dozen athletes who can win the races here, but these are the guys who really make it worthwhile coming to this event.
Oh, yes. These are, I mean, of course, the podium are heroes, but these are truly heroes as well, because these are the ones they working full time, they take care of the families, and they're still out here doing this course. And I mean, to make the cutoffs, that's really, really tough. I don't think people at home realize how tough it is to make it until the dark falls here over ÖTILLÖ.
It's an incredibly long day out in the field. And I remember when I was first approached about taking part in this, I mean, somebody was explaining it to me. I was going, what? They do what? And they do it in what time frame? And I couldn't understand it. We can see some quite strong waves there, some strong currents there. Team number 31 heading up out of the water there. They're still battling away with the course there. That is the German Sparkle Party, Markus Russell and Fabian Eberhard. We haven't seen them in quite some time. We're hoping to bring in the female winners there. They're wrapped up in blankets there against the cold. We might have Team Iceberg instead. Ulrika and Helena, welcome in, welcome in. How are you?
Grattis.
Second place this year in a time of 9:45. It would have been enough to win ÖTILLÖ any other year.
Yeah.
Are you happy or are you disappointed?
Very happy. Very happy. We have had a lot of problems. We have a knee in the third island.
Yep.
Helena just fall over, and we thought we have to
Yep.
cancel all the race.
Yeah, I think we actually saw that. It took you a little while to recover from that,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, it was it was quite bad, I think.
Yep.
So it hurts a lot now on my knee. So I will go to the doctor and they will check it out.
Okay, you look like you don't care. You look like the adrenaline has kept you going for the last couple of minutes.
Adrenaline, yeah. On the last part, we have the vision of the third ones.
Yep.
So the adrenaline just.
And you just took off.
Yeah.
That's we've spoken a little bit today about being the hunter or being the hunted. So when you were the hunted, you were able to put the foot to the floor and get away there. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a very tight race for a lot of the day. Were you aware of the other teams around you and the times as you went along?
Yeah, top three we were.
Were you worried at any point?
All the time. Yeah, all the time. And about the second islands we
Yep.
saw the other team
Yep.
had. So yeah.
And finally, what are the plans now? There'll be a little visit to the doctor.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll be putting one foot up in the air. And
Yeah,
will
I
there be
think so.
celebrations then?
Yeah. Yes. Our goal was under 10 hours.
Yes.
Ulrika, you have to serve the beer now.
Yeah. Some years but I'm a little bit.
You might have to have a beer yourself before you start.
Yeah.
And
Something strong, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, so a little stronger the beer then.
Yeah, maybe.
And finally, will you be back again next year?
Oh, we have to think about that a little bit.
Usually-
we have to take this one before. Yeah.
We'll let Helena's knee get better first, and then we'll ask you that question again in a few weeks.
Yeah, maybe.
Thanks
Yeah,
very much.
yeah.
Congratulations on a wonderful performance.
Thank you.
And no doubt we will see you again next year. We're going to bring the winners in here now as well. Girls, can we get you to join us? Wonderful scenes as the winners and the second place meet. Team Ad Nature, Christine Larsen and Annika Eriksson. We're going to bring them in.
Sportsmanship first.
I think this is the first chance that they've had to have a chat there since it all ended. We also have the third women's team on the island somewhere. They've also come through the gate there. Team 103 head swimming, Bibben Nordblom and Maya Tesh. So the top three women's teams are all in now, and we will be bringing. We might even try to get hold of Bibben as well, because it's her record that disappeared today. We shall see if we can get Christine and Annika to have a little chat with us here as you keep an eye on the finish line there, just in case anything happens. There's a bit of swelling there around Helena's knee.
And I mean, top three teams all under 10 hours.
It's incredible because
And in 2009, you will almost be on the podium in the men's field, sub 10 hours, and then we rode bikes on Oernon.
that is an incredible statistic. You know,
yeah.
the idea that riding bikes along Oernon, that's where it happens. That's where the whole
Yeah.
race is decided. So it's an incredible development in the space of just 7 years that the times have been compressed that much. I mean, it has me asking the question. I never believed that this could be done or that it could be compressed this much, but it has me asking what we can expect next year already,
Yeah.
Bjorn. You know, we're still a year out from the race, and I'm asking the question of what is actually possible here. So we're going to grab the winners here now. If we can see if we can get Christine and Annika still watching the dramatic pictures there of the swimmers coming in, making their way onto Oernon, making their way onto ÖTILLÖ. Helena's just having a chat about her leg. And indeed, there's a little sharing of champagne going on here. Christine, Annika, can we grab you for a second here? The victory interview. I have to say, I'm loving this coat. Do you get to bring the coat home?
I love them. It's the best coat I ever had.
You beat the course record by 56 minutes. How?
We pushed hard all the way. When I was really tired, Annika pushed, and we have just great teamwork all the way.
But was that the plan going into the race? Did you have a goal going into the race, Annika? Did you?
Well, we had the goal to help each other. For me on the swims and Christine on the runs, and then we pushed hard on our where we are strong.
Yep. And did you have a plan to say, okay, because the race was quite tight in the beginning, everybody was pretty close together, and it took a long time for it to spread out and for you guys to sort of to get an advantage there until about 30 kilometres before home.
Okay.
So did you decide that you were going to take it easy in some parts, or did you just go?
No, we started off with our pace and didn't
Yep.
bother too much about the others.
Yeah.
And then we were pushing hard, and then I noticed on Una that Christine had a really hard time. And we heard that the other teams were sort of coming closer.
Yeah.
So then we started to get worried that now we have to start push a little bit harder.
Christine, what did you find so difficult on Oernon?
I think it was the swimming sections before Une. I don't have the background in swimming, and when it's get a little bit
rough in the water,
bumpy, then I can't relax as I do when it's calm. So yeah, I was a bit tired when we get up on Une, but then Annika took the front, and I just had to push.
You built up a pretty massive lead there towards the end, and you were about 15 minutes ahead by the time you got to ÖTILLÖ. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, I asked someone we met on the course, and he said like, "Oh, you have 14 minutes now," but I didn't really believe him. So we just pushed all we had.
We actually said when you got to ÖTILLÖ that you could run the rest backwards and still beat everybody. Were you aware of what the course record was? Because Annika, you were here talking to me this time last year, right?
Yeah, I knew last year that we were very close to the course record, and we didn't realize last year that we were so close.
Yep.
And we were a little bit, why didn't we push harder? But
You're only 4 minutes outside of last year.
Yeah, and it was a tough swims last year, so we did a really good race for last year.
Yeah.
But
you made up for it this year by beating it out the door.
yeah, that we did it so good this year. I mean, I'm just amazed.
And this is the second time in a row that we've had this conversation. Will there be a third time for you next year?
I don't know. We'll see.
And Christine, will you be part of that decision? Will you have a chat with her afterwards over a beer, maybe?
Yeah, we'll see. We just have to relax and take a shower first.
I think relax.
Then we can talk about next year.
We want to go to the sauna, and then we can start thinking about it
If you're going to the sauna, you might want to take this off before you get in. Congratulations, ladies. Thanks very much for coming and talking to us. And we will indeed see you again next year, I'm sure. Thank you. There you go, the women's winners this year, Ad Nature, Christine Lawson and Annika Eriksson. Incredible performance. I mean, I'm having a hard time, Björn, trying to decide which was better, whether them crushing the course record or the sub-8 hour winners in the men. It's just too much, really,
And I don't know if when Christine said that, we were hearing that the other teams were closing up the gap.
Yeah.
Then we just pushed harder.
Yeah.
So that's so impressive, because a lot of teams would have maybe become devastated by that news that your advantage is gaining in, and they just let's push harder then.
But that seems to have been the theme today. As we look at the people who are still out on the course, right? This is a lot more mixed up. There's a lot more passing going on. One team will pass out another. A mixed team will pass a men's team will pass a women's team. The women will take them back on the next straight. But in what we've seen today with the two groups, and indeed the three teams that led, they all said that at some point they saw their opponents and they just went for it. They weren't waiting for these guys to catch up on them. All three of them. So I think today, the story of the 2016 ÖTILLÖ is that the hunted was the one who got away with it. The hunters never really had a chance here today, And that was the bright sunlight in the afternoon or whatever. But it has been a fantastic day of racing. We're going to stay with you for another little while as we come up in 10 hours of live broadcasting here from ÖTILLÖ. We hope you've enjoyed every last bit of it as much as we have. We've had tremendous racing. We've had tremendous drama in the men's category, in the women's category, in the mixed category. We have, here we go. Our old friend Bibben is back again.
Grattis.
Cinnamon buns, you're getting the preferential treatment here so far.
Actually, you also get one. We had to share the coffee.
Is that a special delivery?
Yes.
Okay.
Every time I compete, I have Carina from Båtsaket. She brings me coffee and a cinnamon bun.
That's very kind of her. I got to get to know this Carina because it seems that she looks after people she likes. Tell us about your race today. How was it out there?
I think I can start crying because I'm so proud. We did a really good race.
You did, and if we look at the times today, under 10 hours
Isn't
now.
it crazy.
It is incredible. Now, I mean, you held the record before, Bib, and you said it with your mother a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
And now, unfortunately, you lost that record today, but you still managed in under 10 hours. How proud are you of that?
Yeah, we both said like maybe we can do under 10 hours, but we were like maybe not. But now we did it, so we are really happy.
Take me through the race. How were things in Sandhamn this morning when you got out of bed? Was everything hunky-dory? Were you happy, good to go?
Yeah, it actually were feeling good.
Yeah.
But I was nervous.
You were nervous this morning?
Yeah.
Well, you know, this is not your first time. You've been here before, right? What were you nervous
but
about?
I know the race.
Yeah, it's difficult to know. And the first part of the race was quite tight. The teams were quite close together. And then it started to extend out a little bit. Did you know where your competitors were throughout the race?
Kind of, yes, because we had people telling us, like we were only 5 minutes behind, and we saw them also in it's Styrsvik, Nämndö. Where
I
we
don't
saw
know
them
where
when
you
we
saw
go
them,
to the station when you meet the people.
Yes.
Who's been down at the
at Nämndö.
Solvik, yeah.
Yeah.
So we saw them and we knew we were close, and yeah.
That's actually, I love that part of the course because, you know, you're face to face, you get an idea, okay, this is how far I am behind. It's one thing to have people telling you, but when you see it with your own eyes, does that make you go faster and try to catch them? Does it make them go faster to try to get away from you?
I tried, but I did have like maximum breathing on the runs the whole time.
How was the training coming into the race today? Did you train a lot for this one?
Yeah.
Well, you always train a lot anyway, right?
Yeah, but I think that my swim has been getting stronger, so I felt strong on the swims from the whole race.
Yeah.
But on the runs, I was breathing a lot.
You're struggling a little bit today, yeah?
Yeah, but I kept going.
Well, you've a fantastic achievement in running ÖTILLÖ and completing the race in under 10 hours. Will we see you back here again next year?
Hopefully.
Under 9 hours? No, oh no, I'm not laughing at that. The things I've seen today, I'm not going to laugh at that anymore, you know?
There is a lot of potential in us, I guess. I mean, because we were super strong.
It was
and just the running for you, and if I get a little bit better in swimming.
We've had an athlete go down there, but you were saying if you improve your swimming a little bit?
If I can improve my swimming a bit, because she swims really, really good now.
Yeah.
And if you can be a bit faster on the runs, it will be like we will be pretty strong.
Was that the case during the race that you were in front of during the swims and Maya was in front during the runs? Or?
Yeah, the whole time.
Okay.
And can we give a shout out to your mom? Your mom isn't competing this year?
Give a shout out, like, hi Lotta. Okay.
Is Lotta
hi,
watching?
Mom.
So she won't be back next year with you, no? We'll keep this team going for the time.
Maybe I think she told you that she was regretting her decision, but also she know. Yeah. But she was like, oh, I regret it now. I want to come. Are you sure Maya is healthy? Is she sick? Last night, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty healthy.
I'm sorry, but I'm healthy. I'm going to be taking part in that race. Well, anybody who's seen the women's race today will want to race again next year. It's been absolutely outstanding. Congratulations on a tremendous performance. And we look forward to seeing you in Sandhamn at 6 o'clock in the morning again next year, where you can go one better and do it under 9 hours next time. Girls, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Congratulations. Have a great evening. Third place in the ladies' race there for Bibben Nordblom and for Maya Tesh. Maya was there, one of the winners last year, came in third place today. Another sub 10-hour race. It was absolutely incredible. We can see that the wind is picking up around about the archipelago a little bit as the swimmers make their way across. Still plenty of athletes left out on the course for the time being. Most of them have made their way through and over Oernon. Many of them are now on the small islands between Oernon and ÖTILLÖ, so there's still plenty of action left there. As you can see, South Oernon there, plenty of athletes, many of them already across onto the smaller islands there. Under these, under this smattering of dots here, you will find, I think it's 3 islands, so there's 1, 2, 3 short swims, then they come up onto ÖTILLÖ. As you can see, many of them have done already, and this is where they are aiming for. This is where I'm standing with former world champion on several occasions, it has to be said, Björn Englund at ÖTILLÖ Vardshus. This is where the whole thing comes to an end. I want to ask you to sum up this day of racing, and I don't know if we can. What has impressed you most here today, Björn?
Well, in the front, this has been the competition really. And in the men's field, it was so close. It was so tight. So many teams together for about half of the race.
Yep.
And I mean, of course, now Swedish Armed Forces won by about maybe 8 or 10 minutes.
Yep.
But it was still just 2 minutes
Yep.
when they went off Oernon.
Yep.
And I don't think that it's ever been that close. Previous years, the race has been done after Oernon, really. But
Yep.
this was a race until they reached Utah.
Yeah, they kept it going right until the very end. And it was the case that at one point, indeed, the winners, Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansson, told us that they thought they were only 40, 50 seconds ahead at one point. And that would have been there about South Oernon, that kind of thing. So it was an extremely tight race when you think that at that stage, as we look at Les Poulettes, as they hit the water there, Team 107, it was incredible that they were so tight together after maybe 67, 68 kilometres, and they were still very, very close together. Where does the sport go from here? Is this the kind of thing that deserves a bigger audience? It should be on national TV and that kind of thing. I mean, I honestly think that, what we've seen here today, it's not going to be matched in the world of triathlons or adventure races or anything else like that, is it?
No. I think it deserves, it gets a whole lot of attention, at least in Sweden, but these races deserve an international recognition as well, I think. I mean, to be in the top, both in the mixed women and men's field in this race, you are among the top endurance athletes in the world.
And I'm just looking at the endurance athletes that are left out there, and they're still swimming away at the moment. We have to remind ourselves that it's only 10 hours since they left 75 kilometres away. It's only 10 hours since they left, and the lion's share of them are within 10, 15 kilometres of where we are now. We can see some very tired runners there. You can tell by the head movement there. We're getting caught up there. There we are. We have 4 competitors together. Number 226 in the mixed team. Is that our friend?
I think that's Ralph.
The Beauty and the Best. Yeah. Ralph Peker.
Yeah.
And Maria Fronlund there.
And Ralph is he's not just a professor in surgery, in urology. He's also a former rock star in Sweden.
A former rock star in Sweden, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you get when you have Björn Englund, the Swimrun oracle, as we call him before we started broadcasting this morning, has proven his worth by these little facts there. He looks like how old would he be approximately?
I won't say, but 55, maybe. I don't really know, but he's among the oldies.
He's among the oldies here, and the oldies are keeping the flag flying. They're picking them up and putting them down. The Beauty and the Best, putting the hard kilometres in there on Oernon, will hopefully make it through the cut-offs. Looking pretty good from where I estimate them to be at the moment. There are cut-offs throughout the course, but I think race director Mika Lemel is going to have a little bit of a think about it in terms of adjustments for next year, because this race is getting faster and faster and faster, not just with the winners, not just with the elite and the semi-professionals and the guys with all the sponsors and the girls with all the sponsors, not just with them. Team Karl Anderska there, 207. We had a little chat with them along the way. That was Christina Sundal and Daniel Svensson. Christina, of course, from Norway. We spoke to them yesterday, and they gave us a little bit of a view about what they expected. It looks like Daniel's suffering a little. As I said, the rolling head is always a giveaway that people are getting tired when they're running. But even these guys, the timings that they are posting today are just incredible.
Yes.
Again, if you go back to the beginning of ÖTILLÖ, the first race took 24 hours to complete. If you go back to 2009, 2010, 2011, even 2012, there were people who were getting cut off there. It was taking 12, 14 hours to get through the course. Now it looks like everybody's going to be down to 12, 13 hours at the outside, as we see 2 teammates helping one another up there. There's team number 63 helping each other. I think they're helping each other up onto Utö. It was team 63, Human Ambition, Erik Blomberg and Tobias Marklund, the 2 Swedes there. They've slowed the pace a little bit there on Oernon, but whatever gets you through the night, as the song goes, they're going to keep walking, conserve a bit of energy there, enjoy themselves in the shade as we see more athletes hit the water there. I think this is on the way towards us here in Utö that they're diving in there. This is the very last swim, quite a short one, bit of a chance to cool down before the final 3K run that finishes up at the finish line here behind us outside Utö Vadshus. How long does the party go on for afterwards, Björn? Tell the truth.
until the small hours, as we say in Sweden.
How
for
small
some.
do the hours get?
I heard about people, I won't mention names.
No names,
but,
no names.
They did a race and they partied until like 3 or 4 o'clock or something.
That's what we like to hear.
Yeah.
I mean, endurance is what we're all about here at ÖTILLÖ.
Exactly.
And that shows massive, massive endurance, fantastic endurance.
But it's also because for the majority of these participants, ÖTILLÖ is the season finale. So after this, there's no more races. They won't train for a couple of weeks.
Yep.
So there's a huge celebration.
It's a chance to maybe have a few beers or a few glasses of wine and
Yes.
relax with people that you've been competing with and against for the entire season. If you look at the season as a whole, you have Engadin, you have the German Thousand Lakes, you have the other swimrun races around the world. Is it going to be like a calendar where people go, okay, well, I have this race in April and this one in May and compete in as many swimrun races as possible? Or will people still go and do an Ironman or a triathlon or an adventure race and then finish the season with ÖTILLÖ? What's the feeling within the swimrun community?
Yes, I think if you're supposed to do ÖTILLÖ, you can't really bother wasting time on triathlons and so on. You need to be focusing on swimrun and you need to be focusing on qualifying for the event.
Yep.
Then when it comes to the shorter races in the series, of course, then you can do it as part of a triathlon season or something like that with a good friend. But if you're aiming at ÖTILLÖ, you really need to get off the bike and get into the forest.
There you go. Puncture the tires. It's interesting because it's come to such an elite level. Just to qualify is at such an elite level now.
Yes.
You know, of course, you can buy the lottery tickets and hope for the best and that kind of thing. But for most of the qualifying positions, you have got to place very, very well in one of the qualifying races, in the sprint race in Engadin or in Isles of Scilly or something like that. So you can't just show up anymore. I mean, back in the day when there was 35 teams, you could call up Michael Lemel or send him an email the same week and say, hey, I fancy doing this, you know. But that time is long gone now. That is the old days of swimrun, so to speak. I just wondered if you could see, if you take your crystal ball, can you predict any sort of changes in equipment now that may happen that may make these races even faster? Could they develop different shoes, different flotation devices? Is there anything you see on the horizon?
Yes, probably. I mean, we still see the elite team struggling for a couple of seconds when entering and exiting the water. I think there's a lot of room to make pull buoys and hand paddles and so on more efficient to put on.
Yeah.
So you won't have that short stop for every exit or entering the water. I think we will see improvement. I mean, in race suits as well. A couple of years ago, no one would race in these fairly thin wetsuits.
Yeah.
Because they would have think it was too cold.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, people are expecting the water temperature to be 14 degrees. I mean, in swimrun, 14 degrees is a breeze almost.
Yeah.
It's not, but it's almost. It's not something that you say no to. I mean, 14 degrees and you jump into the water, and you can see that in Stockholm that people are starting to swim early May.
Yeah.
That's really early in Stockholm. I mean, the snow melts and the ice melts in the early April, and then people start to swim in the beginning of May.
Yeah.
So I think we will see both in the elite field and also further back, people using more thin suits.
Yeah. As a more thinner, more flexible suits to give you a little bit more capacity to move there. We were just watching Team Good Enough, our American friends there, swimming away there. Beautiful scenes, it has to be said, as the sun shines now over the Stockholm archipelago. We can see our walkers from a few minutes ago have picked up the pace again and are jogging away there bravely towards the finish line. Team 208 in the mixed competition. That is Levallois mixed strength, Franck Lavoile and Mayon Tossi from France. 60 odd kilometres there. They still have a distance to go there. Part of it on Oernon, and then the final few swims, a little bit of downhill there, which can almost be harder when you're tired to manage. So they're headed down towards the water's edge as we see another couple coming up out of the water, another pair coming up out of the water here at that's Team Playmo here at ÖTILLÖ, just entering land here for the last time. The final transition. It's going to be interesting to say, oh, we have a rope incident there. So the elastic rope there pulling the previous competitor back, and off they go again. The course nicely marked out again. We have to send a huge thank you to all our volunteers, to our stewards, to our safety officers out there in the boats, without whom none of this would happen, many of whom are working here on a volunteer basis. And of course, last but not least, to the athletes who put on such a tremendous show against such a tremendous backdrop here today.
This is very smart racing. One in front and the other one on the feet of the one in front.
Yeah. It's incredible, actually, when you think down the field that people have this sort of advanced tactical idea about it. You know, it's like they're not out there just to have fun. This is not something they decided to do last week and sort of phoned in an entry. People have planned to do this. They've trained. They've thought about it. They've planned their way around the course. They've planned their nutrition. You know, so there's a huge amount of energy and effort that goes into these things. We have a lovely atmosphere, I have to say. It's very relaxed here. People eating and drinking and enjoying the hospitality here behind us in the tent. Competitors going off, having a bit of sauna. There are some masseurs around the place to take care of some aching limbs. I'm sure Helena is getting medical attention for her knee. She suffered a fall early in the race on the third island, she said there, and struggled to get up there as we watch one of the mixed teams arriving here on Ute. The last transition there out of the water. They'll be happy to see the back of the cold archipelago water for the day, I'm sure. Beautiful during the summer. In July, the month of July can be wonderful here altogether. But a little bit less so in September as the claws of autumn are starting to get a grip on the weather here in Scandinavia. But it has been a lovely, lovely day here. Perfect conditions for the racing as the times have reflected. We have plenty of teams now on Ute. There's team 112 in the women's race there. That is CrossFit Täby Endurance, Anna Madsen and Emily Nygren. We've seen a lot of them today. They've popped up at various different times throughout the race. Still on Oernon, still with a fine pace there. As team number 47 arrives here, Teilweise Locker, Knut Balshag and Malte Steyer just finishing up here behind us. As we look at our relaxed athletes in the water there. There we go. We have our mixed team coming out of the water there.
Okay, welcome to Ute, the last stretch.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Good. It's been a great day. Yeah. Great experience.
Is this the first time?
Yes.
First time for both of you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So concerning the time, is it what you expected or?
We didn't expect anything. We're just having experience, and this has been a great experience.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
so how is the body feeling?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're fine?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. I'll let you go. Good luck. Okay, so that's team 213. Have 3 kilometers left on Ute to the finish line.
Couldn't quite hear my reporter there out in the field. I think he said they had 3 kilometers left, and they are delighted to have that as we go back to team 112. That is CrossFit Täby Endurance, Anna Madsen and Emily Nygren there, setting a fine pace there as our camera car rolls ahead of them on what is turning into a lovely autumn evening here, lovely autumn afternoon and evening here in the Stockholm archipelago. That is Oernon, of course, part of the long, grueling, gruesome 20-kilometer run, although the girls seem to be managing it fairly well. I see, is that the kinesiology tape that one of the girls has there on her left knee?
Yes.
I'm not sure how much faith I place in these. Being a medical doctor, is this something that you have in your medical kit? Would you use it yourself, Björn?
No, I wouldn't use it, but I mean, some sort of effects I think it has, at least for her, otherwise you wouldn't be using it, and it's also...
I think a lot of these things...
If you have a knee injury or something, it could be stabilizing the knee to some degree.
I'm sure anything that has a stabilizing effect after 65 kilometers is probably very, very welcome indeed.
But you can see, I think she's limping a little bit.
Yeah, that's definitely a shorter step there on the left foot. She's grinning away though, so that's you would hope that it's not causing her too much pain. I think, as Helena was saying there, though, who also suffered a knee injury during the race, that the adrenaline just kicks in you work through it, And Petter a couple of years ago, the rapper, when he was racing on a bad knee, and he said he just didn't care, he just gave up caring about it, he ignored it. Okay, it's going to hurt, get on with it, We have some more reactions from out in the field where the participants are soldiering on there. I think Kalle is talking to participants who are coming up out of the water at ÖTILLÖ. And now we have a view of the finish line there behind us as team number 40 crosses the line. That's Team Samwell, Bobby Oag and Tom Perchard, two gentlemen with us from Great Britain. Looking delighted with themselves, looking fresh as daisies, it has to be said, as they cross the line there. I don't know, fresh as daisies. Mikael Lemel is laughing at my description there. He got a closer look at them than I did, so maybe they weren't as fresh as they were letting on there.
I wonder if anyone wants to smell Mikkel's shirt after this day.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about this race is that race director Mikael Lemel is at the finish line all the way through and welcomes every single racer who makes it to the finish. You can see him there in shot there, waiting on the next finishers to come in there. 10 hours and 18 minutes after this day started. Of course, this day starts in about May for Mikael Lemel. He gets out of bed one day and then he works for about 4 months to make sure everything happens as it should happen here, as we have another team coming across the line here. Again, it feels very, very odd to be standing here at 10:18, and now the racing end of it is pretty much done. The winners are decided, the top three are pretty much decided. This time last year, the women's winner hadn't even finished.
Yeah, that's true.
So what's on your mind these last kilometers?
Enjoy it.
Enjoy it?
It's beautiful.
Yeah?
Look at it. It's amazing. Yeah, fantastic.
How was the last swim?
Yeah, probably the best swim. The best swim.
Now it's over. Just running, and then you're done.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys. Well done. 3 kilometers left.
I think that was that Jonathan Hall and Ben Lambert, the British team from the BBC, who just came up out of the water there onto ÖTILLÖ. They have 3 kilometers left to go. We're keeping an eye out on both sides. We're keeping an eye out on the finish line here behind us. Team 32 has just crossed there. That was Nynäshamns Ångbryggeri, the creators of the famous ÖTILLÖ beer. And I would wager that 1 or 2 beers will be had this evening with their label on it. It's a very good marketing strategy, I have to say. Name a team after it, give everybody a load of beer. That beer is going to be very, very popular this evening, Björn.
Definitely.
Have you had it yourself?
Yes.
Would you be a fan?
Yes.
Is it very strong?
I think the ÖTILLÖ beer is just 3.5.
3.5%.
But that's enough for these racers.
Yeah, we have to remember, these people have been up since 4:15 in the morning. They had porridge then and pretty much gel ever since. So giving them anything stronger than 3.5% alcohol by volume is probably asking for trouble. So we don't want them singing all the way through the... we don't want them singing all the way through the prize giving a little bit later on there.
Actually, a beer is quite optimal as a sort of what you call it?
Recovery material.
Recovery drink.
As a recovery drink. You heard that from a doctor, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to give my own opinion on it, but you heard from a doctor, beer is optimal as a recovery drink. If that is the only takeaway from this today, and it shouldn't be, your big takeaway from this should be the fantastic sport of Swimrun, and you should probably take it up. But
I will lose my license now.
And if you do, you can always... No, but we said 1 beer. 1 beer, 3.5%, right? This is Sweden after all. We're not allowed to promote alcohol anyway, whatsoever. But certainly fantastic advice. But beer is full of carbohydrates, isn't it? There you go. So, and not just a weak beer, 3.5%. But as you say, the celebration here will go on long into the small hours of the night. I'm not sure how much longer we're going to stay on the air with you here. We'll see another few teams coming in and going in as they greet Mikael Lemel. There are plenty of teams still getting out of the water there. Plenty of teams still on. If we might go back to the map a little bit there, we can see that most of the teams are on the southern part of Oernon now. We can see they're spreading out just a little bit. These teams here, they are in, I wouldn't exactly say they're risking missing. They may be risking missing the T14 cutoff or certainly the T16 cutoff, but the lion's share of them are on the southern part of Oernon now. And whatever about the great times that we've seen from the elite competitors, the podium competitors, so to speak, this is the part that fascinates me the most, because at 10:21, the women's winners hadn't finished last year, and yet most of these guys are within an hour pretty much, or an hour and a half of being where we are now. That would put most of them on course to finish the race within 12 hours, Bjorn, which I think is a fantastic achievement. There we go, people taking their time there, not fighting against the clock anymore. The goggles go on, the flotation devices go on, the hand paddles go on, and it's into the water for the last time as they make their way over towards ÖTILLÖ. The ultimate goal being the ÖTILLÖ Vardshus here behind us. Team number 18, that would be team Bormark Standing. That's Per Clay and Lars Nielsen there that we're looking at as they get into the water. They're taking their time. You would think that after 25 swims that you wouldn't be too worried about the last one, but they're
No.
taking their time. Yep. Just wondering, Bjorn, about the length of time that you spend out on the course. I know that these guys have, the guys who've done the course in 8 hours are completely empty when they get in here, right? But surely the guys who are still out on the course are expending as much energy, if not more, to get there.
Yes, they're probably expending, as you said, more energy. Because, I mean, I would guess that these guys that are doing the race at about maybe 12 or 13 hours, they lose about maybe 5 or 6 pizzas during a race like this.
5 or 6
Yes.
pizzas in a race
That's
like
a
this.
whole lot of calories. That's about 10,000 calories.
That's the sort of thing. I would probably want to be doing one of these races a day to get rid of those kind of calories. So, in that case, are these guys going to lose weight? Are they going to come in here an awful lot slimmer than what they left Sandhamn this morning?
They probably will, but the majority of weight loss will be due to dehydration.
Yeah.
Most of these athletes will lose about maybe 1 or at least 1 or maybe 2 liters.
Yeah.
And hopefully they will have not lost more, because if you have lost more, you wouldn't have been preparing your nutrition quite well.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, we talk about food a lot in terms of nutrition in the lead up to these races, but I'd imagine getting your body to manage liquids is also an interesting one. We seem to have some of the old boys making it into the water.
Yes,
there.
Mats and Jesper.
Is that who it is? Which team is that now? What number was that?
Oh, I don't know their number.
Number 50, I think it was. That is
ÖTILLÖ,
home of Swimrun. Jesper Mars and Mats Andersson. I love the name that they chose for their team there. Nothing, I mean, there's a little hint of pride in there, one would have to say. Incredibly, these two guys were part of the very first ÖTILLÖ. And there they are, ÖTILLÖ, home of Swimrun. I think this is the last sound, the last channel coming across now towards ÖTILLÖ. Fitting that they should, ÖTILLÖ, home of Swimrun. They've made it through the gates. They have survived the cut-offs. They have survived the running. They have survived the swimming. They survived the feeding stations and the hydration stations. And they are still in the water giving their all as they make their way towards ÖTILLÖ, the very last swim of the day. They'll be coming up very, very soon. And at that point, they will only have 3 kilometres left to go, so they should be up here. They should be up here within about 11 hours.
Yes.
And this is not bad, considering that the very first time they ran this race, or they took part in this race, it took them 24 hours.
Yes.
So that's a considerable time improvement. And indeed, time improvements have been the story of the day, Bjorn. We have seen the first sub-8-hour ÖTILLÖ. We have seen the women's course record absolutely smashed. And if I remember rightly, we have seen the mixed record absolutely smashed altogether. If you and me are back here in a year's time on the first Sunday or the first Monday in September, what do you expect to have changed in the world of swimrun between now and then?
I mean, we talked about this year being the most competitive year ever, but next year will be even more competitive. For every year, there's more people having ÖTILLÖ as their main event. And I think in the elite field, in conditions like this, we'll maybe have a couple of teams that are maybe not under, but around 8 hours.
They're there or thereabouts.
Yes, and a lot of more women teams coming in at about 9.5, maybe pushing it sub. Maya was talking about sub 9 hours.
Yep.
And I don't think that's a possibility.
Definitely.
And of course, in the mixed team, maybe 8:30.
Yeah, it's a fascinating, because once the time goes down, it never really seems to go back up again. Now, I know Bibben set the record with her mother in 2014. Last year, they were 4 minutes outside it, principally because they didn't know the record existed or that they were that close to it. But once you start pressing these time records down, they never go back up again. So where do you think the marginal gains will be next year? Will it be equipment, nutrition, training?
Yes, all of it, really. But, I mean, we shouldn't... Today was extraordinary. The top teams, they crushed the old records, but the conditions were also very good. And you have to remember that it's quite difficult to compare times from year to year, because next year there could be 11 degrees in the water, high waves coming right into your face, slippery rocks, and then it might take 9 hours to finish for the first team.
Yeah. Still sounds like a race I'd watch, though, even if it's going to take 9 hours for the waves in the face. We have seen an absolutely incredible day of racing. At 6 o'clock this morning, we started off. We were watching this from the very, very beginning. We saw a very, very tight race almost all the way through. How tight was it? After about 65 kilometres, there was only about 40 seconds between the top 2 men's teams. We have seen similar races among the top 5 teams in the mixed race and also in the women's race. We have seen records smashed. We have seen the kind of performances that we have never seen before in 11 years of ÖTILLÖ. We're going to be leaving you now, but we're going to allow you to watch everybody come through the gate, everybody come through the finish line here on YouTube, on Auto, and on Facebook as well. You'll be able to follow your favourite athletes, whether they come from Sweden, whether they come from Russia, whether they come from Moldova. I'd like to thank the production crew who have made such a fantastic job of work today. They've done wonderful work both on social media, behind the camera, and in the production studio. I'd like to thank Björn Englund, who has been the oracle that I had hoped for standing by my side. We had Anders last year as a brilliant guest. We had Björn this year, and I really hope that both of them can be back with me next year. My name is Philip O'Connor. We're going to leave you today from this utterly unique and fantastic day of racing with a recap of what we've just seen, and we hope that you'll join us again next year on the first Monday in September, when once again we will decide the Swimrun World Champions for 2017. In a few minutes, dawn will break here and the archipelago will once again be revealed to the world in all its rugged beauty, but today there's a difference. Today it provides the backdrop for one of the toughest endurance races known to man, as for the 11th year in a row it hosts ÖTILLÖ, the championship decider in the sport of swimrun. Over the course of this day-long race, the teams will battle the elements, the geography and the very limits of their own strength and endurance as they seek to be crowned 2016 Swimrun World Champions. The rules are very, very simple. They must follow the course from Sandhamn to where I stand here in ÖTILLÖ. There are 26 different swims and 52 transitions from water to land and vice versa. At no point can they be more than 10 metres from their teammate. They may bring whatever they like with them with some restrictions on flotation devices, but anything that leaves the starting gate must be carried over the finish line here behind us. And there they go, they are off.
It's quite nice to finally get to the water and because that first swim, that's the swim you think about during the night and during this early morning, but once you're in the water, really, then it's just keep on going, you know.
How was the start? Oh, a bit cold, but we took it in turns and we warmed up. Yeah, and you look really happy. Oh yeah, I'm super happy to get through that long swim.
So they've run pretty much run and swim to the west now. So they'll be coming across Rundmöller and then moving down south before moving on to the rest of the course.
We have, I think, 5 teams that are really close together at the very front. They're keeping the time schedule of the fastest time ever on this course.
Yeah, that's cool.
But it will be interesting to see if they will basically knock each other out along the way too. So some tight faces.
We have Lille Moberg and Daniel Hansson are leading the men's race by 6 seconds, by only 6 seconds after 2 hours and 40 odd minutes of racing there. Is this the tightest field we've ever had at ÖTILLÖ?
Probably.
Race director Mika Lamel tells us that the split times, we are on course for a new course record today. There is 1 second between Team Head Swimming and Team Swedish Armed Forces. Ladies and gentlemen, do not touch that dial. It's all happening here at the World Series or the World Championship decider in the sport of swimrun. This is the closest race I've ever seen, and it's just getting closer and closer.
What about the water? It's cold or?
Quite cold. Not extremely cold, but it's cold. Yeah.
Keep on going now.
Thank you.
If I look at the men's leaderboard here, I can see that 6 minutes and 18 seconds are separating the top 7 teams. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that that is absolutely nothing in the sport of swimrun, especially with so many long runs ahead. We have the pig swim to come and we have Oernon to come. There's an awful lot of drama left in this day yet. I can say that we're into the 5th hour here. We've just gone past 4 hours of competition here in the Stockholm archipelago this morning. They have come to the part of the course known as the pig swim, Grissimmet in Swedish. Team Swedish Armed Forces and Team Head Swimming have entered the water at pretty much the same time. We have the top 4 teams within a couple of minutes of each other still, about 3.5 minutes separating them. It is indeed Team Ad Nature are about to hit the water. They won't be bothering to stop to talk to Kalle. They will want to get into the water as quick as possible and maintain the lead that they currently hold in the women's class.
As you can see, we have the first swimmers here at Kvinnholmen after a really long time in the water.
The end of this swim, you could be very, very cold.
A short comment.
Yeah, freezing. But now that's done.
And you can see these guys, the slippery rocks, the bodies and muscles have stiffened up during this swim. You're kind of out of balance.
We got to warm up.
Yeah, some love at Kvinnholmen.
Yeah, he's peeing too.
Yes, and this is where the head comes into play. I mean, your body is screaming, stop, just stop, take the boat back to it.
Yep.
But you need to get tough here, because now you're running out of energy. And that's another important thing, to keep throwing in those gels, maybe every 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, you got to keep
because you have no reserves now.
So it's all happening now. They're going to run across Shimenda, slightly to the southwest. Then there's going to be another short swim, and then they are on to Oernon. That's when we find out what the tactic is. That's when we see who has enough left in the tank to take the lead.
Some struggling next to the shoreline, but now they're back on track and running in the forest up here. Short comment.
Amazing. A little cold. We're getting there. We're there now. It's nearly done.
What do you say?
No broken bones, just leg cramps.
Yeah, leg cramp, that's okay. And what about you?
I'm a little cold right now, but okay. We're having fun.
We are now on Oernon, and we can look at the leaders as they make their way across the 20-kilometer run there. They are 3 minutes and 12 seconds ahead as they come through the crucible, which is Oernon. They look a little bit tired. I can see they're running on they don't want to run on the tarmac area there. The ground's a little bit softer just on the edge of the road. The Thule Adventure team is leading the mixed class from Team SwimRunShop.com and Team Orca. If we look at the women's class there, we have Team Ad Nature, who've got a gap of 8 minutes and 34 seconds to Team Icebug, and after that we have Team Head Swimming 9 minutes and 31 seconds after the leaders there. We are now on Oernon, and we can look at the leaders as they make their way across the 20-kilometer run there. This is absolutely incredible. 7 hours and 40 minutes after they left Sandhamn, and the leaders Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansen are about to enter the water for the last time. Straight in, no messing, powerful strokes, looking as fresh as they did at 6 o'clock this morning, just before dawn, when they set out on this remarkable journey. Lelle Moberg and Daniel Hansen in a time of 7:59 and 6 seconds. The new world champions in swimrun for 2016, recrowned, reclaiming the title they took in 2014 in the finest style we have ever seen here on ÖTILLÖ. Less than 8 hours, the course record smashed with over 16 minutes.
No, the game plan was just to take it easy in the beginning, definitely in the first 2 hours, and get a good energy plan working. And when that was working, we would, if someone would go, we would go with them.
They're going to do it in 8 hours 49, 8 hours 50 minutes as they cross the line. The new world champions in the mixed class. And my word, do they ever look like they left it all out on the course, as any self-respecting world champion would. There we go. Eva Nyström there in front of us, not exactly collapsed on the barrier, but certainly taking the support of it, as herself and Audrey Young This is the first time racing together. What was it that got you here ahead of everybody else in the mixed team?
It was Eva, for sure. I didn't feel her draw on me once, and I was just, every time I looked back, I was like trying to run away from her. So she was so strong all day, and we just had fun out there. It's the most unbelievable course. I've done Hawaii, I've done Norseman, but this is next level. It was such a cool course and a tough day, but we dug deep and we had an awesome day.
Could I ask you, when did you have the baby? Was it recently?
12th of May.
The 12th of May,
yes.
And you're out here crushing the course like this.
Yes.
And you gotta make sure you come back next year, you know. If you don't have any more babies between now and then.
No.
Could I ask Adriel?
We don't have any more babies.
You're done with that for the time being. I don't know. I mean, it seems to have spurred you on to great things here today. As they come up to the finish line to absolutely beat that record out of the park, Christine Lawson, Annika Eriksson, World Swimrun Champions 2016. And my word, you will never see a record get that much of a beating as long as you live. Team number 110, and they looked like they could go for at least another hour. An incredible performance altogether, Bjorn. You beat the course record by 56 minutes. How?
We pushed hard all the way. When I was really tired, Annika pushed, and we have, just great teamwork all the way.
But was that the plan going into the race? Did you have a goal going into the race, Annika? Did you?
Well, we had a goal to help each other. For me on the swims and Christine on the runs, and then we pushed hard on where we are strong.
Yeah.